Inhabitants of the Blue Star have collectively traversed into an unfamiliar realm. This land appears to be cursed, potentially giving rise to aberrations. The indigenous people are compelled to reside within mobile cities. All arrivals from the Blue Star possess a rudimentary mobile fortress. By day, they gather resources and upgrade their fortresses. By night, they fend off grotesque beasts, resolutely refusing to become sustenance. Yet, Ming harbors intentions to consume them all. Chapter 1. Is this the mobile fortress? Regional chat channel, population, 100,000. Is everyone here from Blue Star? Is this for real? I thought I was the only one. Hey, buddy, you're just a bit late to the party. We've already started resource hunting. I feel like I'm in a dream. Every few minutes, new voices filled with disbelief emerge in the chat channel. Ming has grown accustomed to this. Individuals who have descended from the Blue Star continue to awaken. He himself had arisen 2.5 hours prior, maneuvering this dilapidated mobile fortress aimlessly across the wasteland. From an initial state of panic, he has gradually mastered the operation of this iron contraption. Chat channel. Could someone please teach me how to drive? I haven't even passed the second driving test. Pay attention to the traffic signals. Don't run any red lights. I can't see any signals. Then what's the point? We're in this godforsaken place. Just floor it and embrace whatever comes. The channel buzzes with a cacophony of chatter, where the veracity of information is often dubious. As time ticks by, the initial dread has been supplanted by a sense of novelty. Many have genuinely begun to treat this as an unconventional road trip, speeding across the wasteland. Observing the frivolous banter within the chat channel, Ming silently swiped the interface to summon the task panel. Task. Survival. You have completed your arrival. You must swiftly acclimate to this environment and survive for 3 days in this perilous world. After 3 days, the system will distribute rewards based on performance rankings. Countdown. 2 days, 21.5 hours, perilous. Ming pondered the weight of this word, feeling a growing unease within. Unlike those carefree souls, he was not so optimistic. It was imperative to assess his surroundings. His primary objective was to locate or capable of replenishing the fortress's energy. The system had indicated that this world harbors certain plants and minerals imbued with special energy. The formidable steel maw at the forefront of the mobile fortress is designed to devour these resources. Once ingested, the materials are sorted and fed into a furnace, transforming into energy stored within the core. Presently, the energy reserves allow for a sluggish pace of 30 kilometers per hour, sustaining the fortress for just over a day to T maximum speed. The energy would deplete within 6 to 7 hours. What is that? A peculiar mineral district, shimmering with an otherworldly hue, captured his attention from several hundred meters ahead. Ming's spirits lifted. He immediately adjusted the fortress's course and steered toward it. This must be the resource the fortress is meant to harvest. As the mobile fortress approached the mineral site, Ming did not hesitate to activate the steel maw. A dull grinding of gears resonated from beneath the cockpit as the maw slowly opened to reveal an intricate array of cutting and harvesting tools within. Carefully maneuvering the fortress, Ming aligned the maw with a glimmering ore and pressed the collection button. Crack, Virum. The tools inside the maw roared to life, relentlessly peeling and slicing the hard ore into fist-sized chunks, which were then conveyed into the storage compartment via conveyor. Felt that that moment. A stream of information coursed through his mind. Talent. Immortal. Characteristic. Devour enhancement. Description. Devour. The mobile fortress can consume resources to repair its damage. Enhancement. Consuming resources grants enhancement points, which can be used to strengthen components and accessories of the mobile fortress. Current enhancement points. 0. This was Ming's golden key to survival. A surge of hope welled within him. With this talent, his chances of enduring had significantly improved. Given the quantity of this, I'll likely finish mining by nightfall. Though termed a fortress, his structure was essentially a rudimentary iron box mounted on 2 treads. The base, approximately 1 meter high, featured a steel maw at the front and an access point leading directly to the storage compartment at the rear. Only a ladder connected the cockpit to the storage area. The cockpit, however, afforded a panoramic view, resembling a small wooden cabin with windows. The entire fortress measured about 6 meters in length and 3 meters in width, with the cockpit occupying the front third. The remaining 2/3 of the flat deck were starkly empty, seemingly reserved for the addition of other modules in the future. While monitoring the mining progress, Ming also kept an ear to the chat channel, hoping to glean useful information. The chatter remained lively, with selfies, requests for raw stones, and even audio clips of singing. Serious discussions about survival were few and far between, and occasional reminders to focus on tasks were quickly drowned out by the flood of messages. It seems that after enjoying peaceful days for too long, many have begun to treat this as a virtual game. Ming mused, shaking his head inwardly. The mining machine emitted a monotonous roar as chunks of ore were fed into the storage compartment. The sky had darkened ominously, with with swirling clouds suggesting an impending storm. Perfect timing. I can collect some fresh-watered Ming rows, surveying the cramped cockpit for any container that might catch rainwater. Disappointingly, aside from the neatly stacked raw stones in the storage compartment, he found no tools to aid him. I suppose I'll have to inquire in the chat. He opened the chat channel and composed a message. Immortal Fortress, pioneer looking for a container to catch water. A bucket or basin will do. Interested parties, please message me. At this moment, many in the channel were seeking to buy items, but even more were eager to sell. Resources were extremely scarce, creating a seller's market with exorbitant prices. Ming braced himself for potential exploitation. Ox and horse, pioneer bro, have you found a water source? Mind sharing a bit? Immortal Fortress, pioneer no water source yet, just anticipating rain and preparing in advance. Storm Fortress, pioneer ox and horse, isn't it raining where you are? It just stopped here. Ox and horse, pioneer dam, it's clear skies over here. We must be in different zones. Storm Fortress, pioneer, it seems the regional divisions are quite vast. No cilantro, pioneer, it's sunny over here too. Check out this rainbow. Image, a selfie with a rainbow spanning the wasteland. Seer, pioneer, no cilantro. Judging by the sun's position, we should be relatively close. Let's be friends, and maybe I'll visit you sometime. No cilantro, pioneer, absolutely not. How do I know you're not a bad person? Seer, pioneer, add me as a friend, and I'll send you a photo of my abs cat. My feline is the Schwarzenegger of the cat world. Night, pioneer, don't fall for that. What cat has 8-pack abs? No cilantro, pioneer, seer, friend request sent. Hurry up and accept. I want to see the cat. Ox and horse, pioneer night. I tagged the clown. Why are you showing up instead? Thing. A private message notification chimed. Ming's heart stirred as he clicked to open it. The Iron Fortress, pioneer, has sent you a private message. Greetings, my friend. I possess the item you seek. What price are you prepared to offer in exchange? The other party was straightforward. Ming cast a glance at his inventory. 664 units of raw, or approximately 1,800 energy remaining. Allow me to inspect the item first, my friend. Moments later, a picture arrived. Are you satisfied with what you see, my friend? The image depicted an iron bucket, its craftsmanship crude, the walls riddled with dents from hammering. Clearly, a handmade piece. It looks decent, though a tad small, my friend. While he felt somewhat content, Ming still felt compelled to nitpick, facilitating future negotiations for a lower price. I can procure a larger one for you, but you must first cover the material costs, my friend. Ming sensed a glimmer of opportunity. Did you forge this bucket yourself, my friend? After a brief silence, the other party replied, do you want it or not? If not, I'll seek another buyer. Clearly, the individual was reluctant to divulge too much, yet Ming surmised he must possess the requisite skills. Yes, I desire it, and I am interested in acquiring other items as well. The price is negotiable. Not exactly easy to negotiate. He recalled the Iron Fortress. He had previously inquired about raw or trades in the chat channel, but no one had responded. Raw or was now a scarce resource. The upgrade for the mobile fortress clearly stated a requirement of 10,000 units of raw ore. Presently, these individuals either squandered time boasting in the channel or were engrossed in their own development. Who would readily part with such a precious commodity? Moreover, in this desolate wilderness, resource points were hardly commonplace. Once energy was depleted and replenishment proved elusive, it would truly become a mobile coffin. Though it was a seller's market, one must consider to whom they sell. Most individuals were now destitute, and squeezing profit from them would yield little. This iron bucket costs 100 units of raw, or the other party stated. A brazen demand. How audacious to ask for 100 raw or for a mere rusty bucket. They ought to be apprehended and hung from streetlight. Certainly a fitting punishment. 10 raw, or Ming countered. Impossible. The other party swiftly declined, punctuating their response with an exclamation mark. This price is already generous, considering you can forge other items. If you can only forge iron buckets, then I would offer at most 5 raw, or, worst comes to worst, I could quench my thirst by catching rainwater outside. Ming typed calmly, his tone expertly measured. Another moment of silence ensued. After a while, a message popped up. What would you like to forge? Success. Ming quickly replied. I require a weapon. Something for self-defense will suffice. He lacked any means of protection, and in this remote wilderness, unease crept into his heart. I've never forged before. You could first provide me with 50 raw, or to test my skills. He followed up with, if you trust me. 50 raw, or was not a trifling sum for Ming at this moment, but he entertained a notion. If he could indeed forge items, it would be worth the gamble. Initiating trade request with the other party. The other party agrees. Ming entered 50 units of raw, or in the trade bar, and clicked confirm. Interestingly, during the transaction, the other party proactively placed the previously mentioned iron bucket into the trade bar as well. Quite the pragmatic individual. Trade successful. Chapter 2. Let us reinforce once first. Meanwhile, In the belly of the iron fortress, a young man in his 20s stood before the furnace, hammer in hand. Beside a forging table, Hawk, the pioneer of this fortress, possessed the talent known as Heart of Forging. This ability enabled him to forge a myriad of items. As his level increased, he could craft anything given the blueprint, even an atomic bomb, with his bare hands. Naturally, he could also create simpler items without needing blueprints. He gazed intently at the 50 units of raw ore that had just been delivered, contemplating whether to use them for emergencies. Just hours earlier, he had scoured the nearby area with no success, not even a scrap of ore to be found. The energy bar of the fortress was perilously close to empty. Should the energy deplete entirely, he would be left to await his demise. Rather than resign himself to such a fate, he decided to utilize the 20 units of raw ore and the forging table provided upon awakening his talent to craft something to sell. A glance at the chat channel revealed few sellers, but someone was urgently requesting containers as rain was imminent. Resolutely, he halted the fortress operations and began to craft iron barrels. After inquiring with a couple of buyers, he sold one barrel for 20 units of ore, a mere fraction of his costs. Each barrel took him approximately 20 minutes to forge. Even if he toiled all day, the meager ore he earned would barely suffice to fuel the furnace and relocate the fortress. Accumulating the astronomical sum of 10,000 units of ore needed for upgrading the fortress would take an eternity at this rate. Life on the brink of survival, devoid of fortuitous opportunities, was grim. At that moment, a message from Ming arrived. "Friend, craft a sample for me to inspect. If the quality is satisfactory, we can discuss a collaboration." Collaboration? Hawk weighed the forging hammer in his hand and replied, "Sure, I'll send it to you once it's ready." The 50 units of raw or wooden tea make him rich, but he was curious about what Ming was up to. The sky began to drizzle as Ming moved the freshly crafted iron barrel outside the cockpit. Thankfully, the rickety roof held up against the rain, otherwise, he would be in for a miserable night. To prevent the barrel from tipping over, he even untied his shoelaces to secure it firmly before retreating back inside. Meanwhile, a small portion of raw ore had been mined outside. After deducting the 50 units transferred to Hawk, he still had 584 units remaining. Ming wished to observe the effects of reinforcement. He opened the panel and switched to the mobile fortress information. Mobile fortress, immortal fortress. Level 1. Ability, devouring reinforcement. Available reinforcement points, 1. Currently, approximately 500 points are needed for one reinforcement. The components available for reinforcement included building, tracks, energy core, and steel maw. Determined to enhance the steel maw first, Ming initiated the reinforcement. The steel maw, which had been diligently mining, suddenly halted, followed by a cacophony of mechanical grinding sounds. Reinforcement successful. With the notification, the steel maw resumed its operation, its components visibly sturdier than before, exuding a sense of vigor. Steel maw. Component enhanced. Work efficiency increased by 5, output increased by 10. Available reinforcement points, 0. The effect was decent, quite standard. Given the precious nature of the raw ore, he decided to save the reinforcement points for future endeavors. "Friend, I finished crafting the item and sent it to you. Please receive it." Just as he contemplated this, a message from the iron fortress arrived, accompanied by a one-handed axe. Ming raised an eyebrow and accepted the transfer, the system automatically providing detection information. Item name, simple one-handed axe. Type, tool weapon. Description, a simple one-handed axe, forged from pure iron, without any special features. He hefted it in his hand. It was weighty, a bit cumbersome. If swung for too long, his arm would surely ache. However, he wasn't using it for chopping wood, so this weight was not a drawback. Overall, the axe's quality was quite satisfactory. "Friend, I've inspected the axe, and it's indeed acceptable." Ming set the axe aside casually. "Friend, shall we discuss the collaboration you mentioned earlier?" Upon reading Ming's reply, Hawk immediately pressed for details. Crafting for others only ensured his survival, but to advance, he needed to consider other avenues. "If I'm not mistaken, you Haven Tea found any raw, or have you?" Ming inquired tentatively. "I Haven Tea searched much. I don't know if there's any." "Just speak plainly," Hawk replied tersely. Ming, lacking the patience for pleasantries, laid out his proposal. "My collaboration plan could lead to substantial profits for both of us. But first, you must honestly disclose the cost of this axe. If it's too high, let us consider this conversation concluded." Hawk pondered for a moment. This was no trade secret. Since he was interested in collaborating over raw ore, honesty would serve him better. After all, if he inflated the cost, Ming might not agree. The cost of this one-handed axe is approximately 30 units. The main issue is the lack of molds, which affects the precision and keeps the cost unstable. Ming read Hawk's reply, his mind racing. A cost of 30 units was not outrageous. Regardless of whether Hawk was inflating the price, it was acceptable. "Excellent. Here's the deal. Regardless of whether your cost is 20 or 30, I will pay you 50 units of raw ore for each axe. This will sufficiently replenish your fortress's energy while you forge. You simply produce the items, maintaining the quality of this axe, and I will handle the sales. After selling, I'll deduct the costs, with profits split 60 to 40 in my favor. What do you think?" Ming painted a lucrative picture, confident that as long as the goods were in his possession, the sales would be his responsibility. The subsequent profit share would be entirely at his discretion. Hawk, having reached a dead end, was instantly intrigued by such a risk-free proposition. The materials were his, and if he kept the cost under 30, he would net a profit of 20 units per axe. Should the items fail to sell, the loss would fall on Lu Ming, leaving him unscathed. If sales were strong, he would receive a share. Furthermore, with his fortress's energy dwindling, he had no assurance of locating or within the hour. This offer was a no-brainer. He promptly replied, agreed. Seeing the agreement come so readily, Lu Ming added, also, from now on, you must work overtime, even pulling all-nighters. Upon reading overtime and all-nighters, a wave of dread washed over Hawk, reminiscent of the relentless grind before his transmigration. Good heavens, he had to hammer away until midnight back then. Now, he was expected to swing a hammer through the night? Was this not a futile transmigration? Friend, I haven't eaten all day. I lack the strength to hammer continuously. Lu Ming received the message, his stomach audibly grumbling in agreement. Brother, I'm hungry too. Let us just drink some water to tide us over, all for a greater cause. Upon hearing that Lu Ming was also fasting, Hawk felt an inexplicable balance restored within him. Then send over the raw or I'll get to work immediately. All right, just a moment. Once the steel maw had amassed a sufficient quantity of raw stones, Lu Ming transmitted 250 units to Hawk. This endeavor necessitated a staggered approach. Offering too much at once left him feeling uneasy, not to mention his own limited supply of raw stones. After sending a friend request, Hawk promptly accepted. Lu Ming then messaged, notify me as soon as you're ready. I must also hasten my work. Hawk replied with a simple acknowledgement. Finding a moment to spare, Lu Ming relocated a bucket previously filled with rainwater next to the furnace to heat it, continuing to oversee the mining operations of the steel maw. The reinforced maw indeed exhibited enhanced efficiency, yielding a greater quantity of raw stones with each excavation. As twilight deepened, the rain intensified. Upon extracting the last piece of ore, night had fully descended. The fortress, devoid of lighting, became enveloped in darkness. Lu Ming shut down the mobile fortress's power and meticulously checked the makeshift wooden door, ensuring it was securely locked. No matter how rudimentary, that door provided a semblance of defense, a barrier preferable to none. Satisfied that everything was in order, he lifted the hatch connecting to the belly of the ship. The belly remained illuminated due to the furnace's glow. Carefully, he descended the ladder, reflecting on how long it had been since he last climbed one. The belly stood only about 2 meters high. Once on the ground, Lu Ming approached the furnace, leaning in to inhale from the iron bucket. Scalding. Better to let it cool before drinking. He set the bucket aside and reduced the furnace's energy to its lowest setting, plunging the belly into dimness. In the faint light, Lu Ming reclined beside the furnace, despite the cold, hard floor. The furnace offered him a modicum of warmth. Opening the panel, he began to take inventory. Before he had finished mining, he received confirmation that 5 weapons had been forged by the steel fortress. He promptly transferred another 250 raw stones to continue the production. Currently, he had 1,652 units of raw ore and approximately 1,400 units of energy remaining. The 5 weapons, a combination of knives, axes, and short swords, were a promising start. The remaining raw stones were sufficient for the steel fortress to manufacture dozens more weapons. Lu Ming resolved to allow for the completion of 30 finished products before resting. He was still deliberating on enhancements, whether to further upgrade the steel maw or invest in other improvements. Although the steel maw's efficiency had increased, he sensed a slight uptick in energy consumption. If he were to reinforce the maw a second time, he worried that the energy core might deplete too swiftly. Lost in thought, Lu Ming succumbed to slumber. Thud, thud, thud. Lu Ming jolted awake. Something was scurrying outside the belly. What could it be? Startled, he sat up, grasping a nearby hand axe, every sense on high alert. Chapter 3. A Disturbance of the Abnormal. Devour. The panel displayed that Lu Ming had barely slept for 3 hours. The sound of raindrops pelting the deck grew increasingly pronounced, creating a cacophony. The rain had intensified since his last moments of consciousness. Yet, that unmistakable sound of footsteps punctuated the noise. There was no mistaking it. Trained in martial arts since childhood, he possessed keen senses. Any slight disturbance would rouse him from slumber. Was it human or beast? Silently, Lu Ming rose, inching toward the ladder, pressing his ear against the overhead partition. He needed to ascertain whether the entity was on the deck or had already breached the wooden cabin. Thud, thud, on the deck. At this hour, to be lingering outside without knocking was surely a harbinger of ill intent. This flimsy wooden cabin was hardly a fortress. If the intruder harbored malicious intentions, breaking in would be a matter of moments. The hatch above wouldn't withstand much pressure. If he allowed the intruder to force entry, he would find himself utterly at a loss. What appeared to be a refuge could swiftly transform into his iron coffin. With resolve, Lu Ming seized the axe in his right hand and cautiously pushed open the hatch with his left. Narrowing his eyes, he peered through the crack to scrutinize the outside. From this angle, he could only see the deck's surface, which appeared unremarkable. The interior was secure. Exhaling softly, he began to relax. As he continued to push the hatch upward, Lu Ming extended his head out for a swift glance. The moment his gaze landed upon the window, he froze. A pair of glowing red eyes stared back at him, eerily still. This was bad. In his attempt to utilize the dim light of the furnace to see below, he had neglected to extinguish it completely. In pushing the hatch open, he had inadvertently drawn the creature's attention with that faint glow. The entity outside was peering through the window, locking eyes with Lu Ming. A piercing shriek erupted, echoing in Lu Ming's ears. He felt momentarily disoriented, as if his consciousness had momentarily disconnected from his mind. Cursing under his breath, he instinctively sought to retreat into the belly. Yet, even in his haste, he was still a half step too slow. As the creature screamed, the window shattered with a crash. Almost immediately, the beast lunged toward the hatch, a wicked claw reaching menacingly into the belly. With half his body still submerged, Lu Ming's scalp prickled with dread. A fierce gust of wind swept over him. He leaned back sharply, narrowly avoiding a lethal swipe that grazed his nose. Although he evaded the worst, he offered his chest as a target. The beast's claws easily tore through his flesh, embedding sharp tips into the crevices of his ribs. A howl of agony escaped him. The creature, having secured its grip, began to pull him outward, and Lu Ming screamed in pain. He could not be dragged out. Once outside the belly, it would be the end. Desperately, Lu Ming pushed his feet against the ceiling. With his left hand, he clutched the creature's damp, fur-covered arm, gritting his teeth in a fierce struggle. The beast, caught off guard by Lu Ming's resistance, lost its footing on the rain-slicked deck. It stumbled, crashing against the hatch, its claws etching deep grooves into the wooden surface. With a furious roar, Lu Ming swung the axe with all his might toward the joint of the creature's arm. Bang! Lu Ming was thrown violently against the bottom of the belly, the impact momentarily blinding him. Roaring in pain, the creature's severed arm elicited a chilling howl, which jolted Lu Ming back to awareness. He attempted to rise, but the excruciating pain in his chest immobilized him. Struggling to look down, he was horrified to find a furry severed limb hanging from his chest, its sharp claws still gripping his flesh. That strike had precisely struck the creature's joint, allowing him to sever it so cleanly. Otherwise, he would not have had the confidence to make such a decisive blow. Lu Ming's gaze remained fixed on the dismembered appendage of the unknown creature, the echoes of its frenzied wails filling his ears. He knew it would not be long before the beast regained its composure and would come crashing in to tear him apart. A glint of determination flashed across Lu Ming's face. He gritted his teeth against the agony and wrenched the severed limb away, the claws tearing through more of his flesh. There was no time to dwell on it. Lu Ming seized the severed arm, and with a primal instinct, he bit down. The viscous blood spattered onto his lips, the foul odor invading his nostrils, igniting a primal fire within him. As the raw, furry meat entered his mouth, he nearly retched, but he forced himself to swallow it down. Name: Lu Ming. Position: Pioneer. Talent: Immortal. Characteristic: Devour Enhancement. Introduction: Devour. Consuming food can repair personal injuries. Enhancement: Resources yield enhancement points, which can be used to augment personal attributes. Enhancement points are generated based on one's balance. Enhancement points: 0-3. Strength: 7. Agility: 6. Mental power: 5. The visible data is for reference only. Normal values are 5. Lu Ming paid no heed to the system panel. Having acclimatized to the repugnant taste of raw meat, he chewed with increasing fervor. The anguished howls of the beast outside had diminished significantly. This beast's limb spanned over a meter in length. He needed to consume it before it could recover, converting it into enhancement points. As Lu Ming ravenously devoured the beast's flesh, it transformed into surges of energy within his stomach. The gaping wound on his chest was visibly healing at an astonishing rate. By the time his injuries were nearly mended, only the paw of the beast remained. Lu Ming seized his axe, swiftly severing the beast's bones and extracting the marrow within. He then meticulously dismembered the paw, treating it as one would a chicken foot, before tossing it into his mouth to chew. He opened the panel. Enhancement points: 4. Utilizing one enhancement point, he augmented his strength. With a command, a surge of warmth erupted from his abdomen, instantaneously radiating throughout his limbs. And Lu Ming distinctly felt his physical power swell, far exceeding mere doubling. Enhancement successful, remaining enhancement points: 3. According to the data, a score of 10 signifies the pinnacle of human capability. The ambition of Olympic champions is to perpetually transcend biological limitations. Having endured rigorous training since childhood, Lu Ming's previous strength of 7 already placed him above the average individual. Now, with 8 points, he could rival only those record-breaking elite athletes who attain such feats through the most stringent scientific conditioning. He continued to enhance his strength. The prior surge of energy coursed through his body once more, and Lu Ming sensed another dramatic increase in power. Strength climbed to 9. Enhancement successful, remaining enhancement points: 1. This time, the enhancement consumed 2 points. Lu Ming glanced at the requirements for further upgrading strength. The next enhancement would require 5 points. He allocated the remaining point directly to agility, elevating it to 7. With all enhancements complete, Lu Ming grasped the slightly dulled single-handed axe. Outside, the creature's howling had ceased. The creature's true strength remained uncertain, but at its peak, it was undoubtedly superior to his current self. However, it was now missing an arm. Moreover, having just strengthened himself, he might stand a chance in a desperate fight. Rather than wait for it to descend, engaging it in this confined space, he resolved to confront it outside while it was still unsuspecting. Ming tucked the axe behind his waist and completely shut down the furnace and energy core in the dimly lit belly of the vessel. Not a glimmer of light remained. He would not repeat the same mistake. Holding his breath, Ming executed every movement with utmost caution, even before pushing open the hatch. He could hear the creature's heavy breathing. By discerning the sounds, Ming roughly pinpointed the creature's position. He slowly and carefully pried open the hatch, fearful of making even the slightest noise that might alert the beast. He crawled out of the belly of the craft, his face flushed from holding his breath. Yet he dared not utter a single sound. The darkness outside was suffocating, and Ming could hardly discern anything, only vaguely spotting a shadowy figure crouching 2 to 3 meters ahead. It seemed to be facing away from him. Otherwise, it would have reacted upon seeing him emerge. Ming thought to himself, closer now. For the first time confronting this creature, the moment of life and death loomed. He could not suppress his anxiety. Rainwater from outside was swept in by the wind through the broken window. Beads of sweat coated his forehead as Ming lifted his arm, feeling the weight of the single-handed axe. With a strike to the back of its head, with his immense strength of 9, he would surely crack its skull. Ming gathered his strength and swung down. A surprise attack. The axe cleaved through the air, and the creature suddenly sensed the assault. Its blood-red eyes spotted the axe descending toward its forehead and swiftly recoiled, but it was met with the wooden wall behind it. Although it could easily shatter it with brute force, there was still a momentary jolt. With a sickening thud, the axe embedded itself deep into its skull. The shock reverberated through Ming's hands. A howl erupted from the creature, and Ming's mind rang with a buzzing sound. In his daze, the creature's claws were upon him. This was disastrous. The beast had not been facing away from the hatch after all. Which hunter would expose their back to danger? It had sustained a grievous injury, having lost an arm, but it had merely been biding its time for the wound to close before claiming his life. With a vicious swipe, Ming was sent flying, crashing through the wooden door and landing hard on the deck. Agonizing pain radiated from his abdomen. A searing ache surged through him. Ming braced himself with one hand on the ground. Rainwater mingled with blood soaking his entire body, while the other hand pressed against his stomach. He was horrified to find several ghastly wounds marring his abdomen, blood staining the ground. The creature's claw had nearly severed him in two. Before he could tend to his injuries, a shadow lunged at him with a furious roar. A foul wind rushing toward him. The beast clamped down on Ming's shoulder and neck, lifting him entirely off the ground. Its fangs seemed poised to pierce through him. The creature thrashed wildly, intent on tearing him to shreds. Ignoring his pain, Ming clung to the beast's neck, attempting to mitigate the life-threatening shaking. The excruciating agony ignited his ferocity. With a fierce resolve, he unleashed a flurry of punches upon the axe embedded in the creature's skull. The remaining claw of the beast dug into Ming's back, trying to pin him down before tearing him apart. What had once been an effortless killing move for the creature was now a struggle, hindered by the loss of one claw. The creature exerted force from above and below, and Ming ceased his assault on the axe, instead pressing down on its back. The more the creature struggled, the deeper the axe sank. As the axe penetrated further, Ming sensed the creature's breath weakening. It couldn't hold out much longer. Ming roared in defiance. Seizing the moment, he delivered another powerful strike against the axe's back. The intense pain provoked the creature. It made one final desperate effort, surging with strength. The claws embedded in Ming's back tore through flesh with a sickening sound. From above to below, 4 deep gashes were carved into him, exposing bone. In an instant, his skin split open, and his kidneys were laid bare. Ming cried out in agony, momentarily locked in a stalemate with the creature, his hands limply falling to his sides. The creature, too, expended its last ounce of strength, collapsing heavily to the ground. Ming's eyes glazed over, teetering on the brink of death. As he lay nearly lifeless, the creature's corpse lay heavily atop him. He gasped for breath, desperately seeking to draw in one final gasp of air. First kill achievement unlocked. Congratulations to the player for achieving the first kill of an extraordinary creature. In 1 hour, all players will be notified. Chapter 4. First kill? No. It is the first extraordinary kill. System announcement. All players are hereby notified. The Blackstone Bastion has achieved the first kill of a mutated beast. The Blackstone Bastion, Pioneer, announces to all players. This world harbors mutated creatures that emerge during the night. Extinguish lights and maintain silence. In the regional chat channel. Oh my, this is serious. There are mutated beasts in this world. It's over. It's over. I just heard a commotion outside. I thought it was just some small animal. You go check it out. I'll watch you. The midnight chat channel, which had been gradually quieting, erupted with a cacophony of messages following the system-wide announcement. Akin to a stone cast into a tranquil pond, sending ripples of panic through the players. Various comments flooded the screen like a torrential waterfall. Some individuals boldly bear the title of Pioneer, while others choose to speak anonymously, devoid of any designation. Maintain silence. What should I do if I snore in my sleep? Then perhaps you should indulge in a light slumber. Huh. It seems there's something scratching at my hatch. I'm terrified. I miss my mother. I long to return home. Sob, sob, sob. The Blackstone Bastion. Pioneer. According to the information I have received, there exists a plethora of aberrant creatures, most of which tend to emerge during the night and retreat to their lairs by day. If you remain hidden in the cargo hold, perhaps the hatch will hold until dawn, though it is equally possible you may become merely canned goods. It is indeed the esteemed Blackstone. Could you share how you vanquished the aberrant beasts? Yes, great one. Could you impart some wisdom? What are you babbling about? Give me $200. Upon learning of the peril posed by these aberrations, the atmosphere in the chat grew decidedly less jovial, suffused with unease and tension. The Blackstone Bastion. Pioneer. I shall not elaborate on how I dispatched them. You likely have no need for such details. However, I must convey a crucial piece of information. This land is contaminated. Prolonged contact with the ground will lead to aberration, so please, refrain from touching the surface. In the face of the aberrant creatures, do not succumb to despair. If you endure this night and prepare your weapons by day, you may stand a fighting chance against the aberrant monstrosities. The Blackstone Pioneer seems reluctant to divulge his innate abilities. Whether it is due to the title of First Kill, a sense of solidarity as fellow humans, or the importance of the information shared, he has indeed done his utmost. This explosive revelation caused a momentary pause, quickly igniting a tempest of chatter within the channel. An overwhelming torrent of messages flooded in, rendering the conversation nearly indecipherable. Meanwhile, on the deck of the Immortal Bastion, Ming slowly opened his eyes, struggling to push aside the monster weighing down upon him. He felt a sharp pain as his wounds protested the effort, causing him to gasp. He pressed his hand against the creature's furry body, wrestling to extricate his leg. Bah! He spat out the foul-tasting monster tissue from his mouth. Although it was rather revolting, if not for these creatures' ichor flowing down the axe handle and triggering his devouring ability, his injuries would have worsened. He might have met his end tonight. However, the current circumstances were hardly optimistic. His injuries were only temporarily staved off. Sustenance was still a necessity, given Ming's condition. He could not guarantee he wouldn't collapse at any moment. Monster information. Howling wolf beast. Extraordinary ability. Temporarily disorients individuals through sound waves. Aberrant creature. Upon its defeat, the system provided an introduction. No wonder Ming felt his brain malfunction after the creature's roar. It was indeed its skill. At this moment, Ming noticed a system notification. Congratulations, player, on your first kill of the extraordinary. The system will announce to all players, remaining time, 7:20. First kill rewards issued. Title, Pioneer. 5 rare lottery tickets. 10 lottery tickets. 3 teleportation scrolls. Please compose a notification. The system will inform all players. Such bountiful rewards. Yet, it is understandable. There is but one chance to achieve a first kill of an extraordinary being. Moreover, considering the timing, this achievement was accomplished on the very first day. He would examine these rewards once he returned to the cargo hold. As for notifying all players, he was on the brink of death and had little desire to compose such a message. Ming hastily jotted down a few words and ignored the system. He needed to consume and heal his injuries. With great effort, he pried the axe from the wolf beast's skull, enduring the excruciating pain coursing through his body. He raised the axe and aimed for the beast's forelimb. Weakened by his injuries, Ming lacked his usual strength and hesitated, fearing the possibility of tearing his wounds further. He dared not make overly broad movements, especially with the vital parts of his body still precariously exposed. With a sickening squelch, flesh and blood splattered onto Ming's face. In this inky darkness of the rain-soaked night, he felt akin to a midnight butcher from a horror film. After expending considerable effort, he managed to sever the forelimb, using the wolf beast as a makeshift seat. He carefully tucked away the exposed parts of his body, picked up the severed forelimb, and began to gnaw on it like a primitive man. System announcement. While players were still engaged in discussing and sharing information in various regional channels, a sudden system announcement interrupted their chatter. This announcement, unlike the previous one regarding the first kill, was directed at all regions. Yet at present, Ming could only view the channel for his own area. What had transpired now? Could another great player have emerged? Surely not. If achievements were so easily attained, could they still be considered achievements? The previous poster was correct. I just defeated an aberrant beast as well, yet no achievement was awarded. Holy cow. Another powerhouse that ripped apart an aberrant beast. System announcement. A series of announcements? It seemed a significant event had occurred. Let us take a look. System announcement. Unlike before, Ming's first kill information was repeated thrice. Everyone stared intently at the channel, and without delay, a bold and large notification popped up. Announcement to all players. The Immortal Bastion has achieved the first kill of an extraordinary aberrant beast. Holy cow. An extraordinary aberrant beast. Announcement to all players. The Immortal Bastion has achieved the first kill of an extraordinary aberrant beast. On the very first day, to achieve such a feat, witness the birth of a legend. The Blackstone Bastion, Pioneer incredible. I must be among the few who have directly faced aberrant beasts. The dangers they pose are far beyond what ordinary individuals can withstand, not to mention the extraordinary aberrant beasts. After the Blackstone pioneer shared the information about the contaminated ground, he had fallen silent. Upon seeing the system announcement, he re-emerged to speak once more. Announcement to all players. The Immortal Bastion has achieved the first kill of an extraordinary aberrant beast. Agreed. I too defeated one. Without special means, an ordinary person could not possibly achieve such a kill. Likewise, I am currently battered and bruised. My survival is purely fortuitous. Immortal Bastion, pioneer, to all players, just a bit dirty on my sleeve. What a masterful act of pretense. I wager he is severely injured and in a wretched state. Immortal Bastion, pioneer, to all players, just a bit dirty on my sleeve. Chapter 5, Lottery. Following the 3 announcements, the chatter within the channel began to normalize. Do you think the number of extraordinary aberrant beasts is substantial? If there were many, could they still be called extraordinary? The Blackstone Bastion, pioneer, I believe it should depend on the so-called regions. Can you elaborate, Great One? Although many were quick to claim their own kills of aberrant beasts in the chat, their speed was hardly inferior to that of the Blackstone Bastion. But a first kill remains a first kill. Speaking still commands attention. The Blackstone Bastion, pioneer, have you ever pondered why our channel is designated as a regional channel? Perhaps there are even more perilous zones. We are currently situated in a relatively safe area. Truly a wise observation, Great One. I share the same sentiment. A light has been shed upon my understanding. Thank you, esteemed one. If that is indeed the case, then in more dangerous areas, the number of extraordinary beings will surely increase. In light of these observations, it appears that in our vicinity, ordinary aberrant beasts dominate. And if fortune does not favor us with encounters of extraordinary beings, we can only resign ourselves to fate. Indeed, not everyone possesses the formidable prowess akin to that of an immortal overlord. Slaying an extraordinary creature merely results in a slight stain upon one's attire. Have you all noticed the dwindling numbers in the regional channel? During the day, the decrease was merely occasional, yet as night descends, it has plummeted drastically. Upon receiving the alert, everyone involuntarily glanced at the regional channel count. 65, 387. How brief a time has it been since night fell? Over 30,000 souls have vanished. It is utterly astonishing. How could there be such a decline? It seems that I, a mere individual without even the strength to bind a chicken, am quite fortunate to have survived thus far. How I wish to encounter others in this desolate expanse. Alas, the wasteland is far too vast. I have traversed at least several hundred kilometers today without crossing paths with a single soul. The pressure of survival compels some to seek warmth in numbers. How can one be certain that meeting others would not lead to an attack? After all, a mobile fortress itself is a moving trove of resources. Dare you wager that all 30,000 who have vanished fell victim to aberrant beasts? Alas, the iron maw can consume resources, yet it can also devour fortresses. The atmosphere in the channel grew palpably oppressive. Ming, unaware of others' sentiments as he had not perused the chat channel, only realized that his own mood was quite pleasant. At present, he was laboriously dragging his spoils, a wolf beast, back to the fortress's belly. With a thud, he cast the wolf beast into the fortress's interior and followed suit. This wolf beast stood approximately 2.5 meters tall, weighing several hundred pounds. Although its wounds had yet to fully heal, Ming found it not overly burdensome given his current strength. The primary difficulty lay in its wet, slippery form, making the task of dragging the heavy creature feel less than effortless. He ignited the furnace and shed his tattered, dripping garments, carelessly tossing them aside. Grasping his axe, he began to process the wolf beast while simultaneously checking the information panel. Earlier, preoccupied with overcoming the mental barrier of consuming raw flesh to recover from his injuries, he had neglected the chat notifications. By now, the Iron Fortress had accumulated a considerable number of unread messages. Brother, I've completed another batch. I've sent it to you. Please transmit the materials back to me. Is my brother there? Have you fallen asleep? Bro, I think I heard something outside the cabin. I'll check and be right back. After a pause of several minutes, brother, guess what just happened? I crushed an aberrant beast. Damn it. I nearly got done in by an aberrant beast. Why Haven T, you replied. You mustn't T die on me. Another lengthy pause ensued. Holy crap. First kill of an extraordinary creature. Big brother, you're amazing. Let me know when you finish up. After receiving the weapons sent from the Iron Fortress, he refrained from replying immediately. It was the dead of night. Ignorance might be bliss. But knowing that aberrant beasts roamed at night while still urging him to work would be tantamount to endangerment. From the messages, it appeared he had single-handedly slain an aberrant beast. However, in the dead of night, the dangers of the wasteland remained exceedingly high. One could never tell when a predator might be lured by the noise. It would be wiser to wait until dawn before resuming work. Switching to the system page, he meticulously reviewed his rewards, starting with the title, Pioneer. Pioneer. Effect. Upon equipping, grants 30 resistance to aberrations, reduces energy consumption of the mobile fortress by 20, increases maximum core energy storage by 20, and changes the player's name in the channel to orange. amplifying and pinning their speech for 10 seconds. A splendid acquisition. Resistance to aberrations is of paramount importance, as no one can guarantee they will never set foot on the ground. Should one inadvertently fall, the possibility of aberration looms. Who would willingly become a monster? The other two effects, reducing consumption and increasing the storage cap, are deemed even more practical. Were it not for the need to forge items and preserve the raw mineral without decomposing its energy, Looming's energy storage would have long been at capacity. Given the limit of merely 3,000, should misfortune strike and he find himself pursued without reserves or the ability to mine, the additional 20 in capacity and the reduction of 20 in consumption would prove exceedingly crucial. This title is indeed commendable. Next, he discovered 2 types of lottery tickets and 3 teleportation scrolls. Teleportation scroll. Description: can teleport based on coordinates, effective range of 3,000 kilometers. Exceeding this distance or venturing too deep into the wasteland will result in interference. The functionality is straightforward and quite practical. However, as no one currently knows their coordinates, it seems temporarily unusable. Now, the exhilarating moment of the lottery has arrived. Looming paused his processing of the wolf beast, excitement bubbling within as he rubbed his hands together. Lottery ticket. Description: grants a chance to draw prizes upon use. It appears that these lottery tickets are a new player's reward from the system. Benefits are meant to be enjoyed promptly. He decided to first draw from the ordinary ticket, followed by the premium ticket. Since it's a lottery, a 5-draw spree would serve as a warm-up. Congratulations, player. You have obtained 1,000 raw mineral. Congratulations, player. You have obtained the accessory, detection radar. Congratulations, player. You have obtained 1,000 raw mineral. Congratulations, player. You have obtained 500 lumber. Congratulations, player. You have obtained 1 thermoregulating cloak. This 5-draw spree yielded a total of 2,000 units of raw mineral and 500 units of lumber. Detection radar. Type: accessory. Description: can detect resources within a 200-kilometer radius. Item name: thermoregulating cloak. Type: clothing. Description: possesses certain extraordinary properties, allowing the wearer to maintain a constant temperature in non-extreme weather conditions. Non-extreme weather, understood, as long as it's not a raging fire. One should be fine. As a warm-up, this 5-draw spree has surpassed the target. Particularly with the detection radar, it is like a timely boon. With this accessory, Looming can significantly reduce the costs associated with locating raw minerals. Seizing the momentum, he continued to draw. Congratulations, player. You have obtained the accessory, Spotlight 1. Congratulations, player. You have obtained 1,000 raw mineral. Congratulations, player. You have obtained 1 teleportation scroll. Congratulations, player. You have obtained 1 crossbow crafting blueprint. Congratulations, player. You have obtained 500 lumber. Looming opened the description. Item name: crossbow crafting blueprint. Type: crafting blueprint. Description: upon activation, allows for the crafting of a crossbow. Crossbow. Type: weapon. Description: a commonly used weapon by humans, capable of penetrating the defenses of ordinary aberrant beasts. It offers a means of ranged attack, and as it is a crafting blueprint, it implies the possibility of mass production. This round of draws yielded 1,000 units of raw mineral, 500 units of lumber, 1 teleportation scroll, and 1 crafting blueprint. Additionally, he acquired a spotlight. Item name: spotlight. Type: accessory. Description: a spotlight with a range of up to 1,000 meters. Currently, Looming hesitated to use the spotlight. Outside lurked aberrant beasts. In the vast, desolate wilderness, illuminating the night would be akin to courting death. The rewards from this round remained bountiful. Regardless of what was drawn, it could be utilized to enhance his own capabilities. 5 premium lottery tickets still awaited use. Looming solemnly stood and offered a bow to the dismembered wolf beast. Brother Wolf, you must bless me. The better my draws, the more worthy your sacrifice becomes. Chapter 6. Skills. Components. Brother Wolf, aid me. A quintuple draw. The rarity of the items has transformed the lottery interface into a spectacle of grandeur. However, the rate of rewards has significantly slowed, leaving me in eager anticipation. Congratulations, player. You have obtained a skill scroll. Critical hit. Item name: critical hit. Type: skill scroll. Description: upon use, grants the skill critical hit. Type: skill. Description: attacks have a chance to trigger a passive critical hit. After 3 triggers, 1 active critical hit can be stored. A maximum of 1 critical hit can be stored, with a cooldown of 1 hour for the active critical hit. Wow. This is incredible. The skill has been successfully acquired. It is essential to note that the distinction between extraordinary monsters and ordinary aberrations lies precisely in this skill. No matter how formidable a common creature may be, devoid of skills, it remains merely a physical entity, without the support of extraordinary abilities. Achieving a divine physique is merely a delusion. While critical hits may seem mystical, they often create miracles, especially with the ability to store an active critical hit. It is not an exaggeration to say that Ming has acquired the prestige of the goddess of miracles. With this skill, can I consider myself an extraordinary life form? Congratulations, player. You have obtained the component, Energy Propulsor. Item, Energy Propulsor. Type, Mobile Fortress Component. Description, after installation, it assists in propelling the mobile fortress, enhancing propulsion speed according to energy supply. Friendly reminder, if the mobile fortress is excessively lightweight, it may risk toppling over. Quite promising. According to the description, the energy propulsor seems to be a significant energy consumer, best reserved for emergencies, as it may not be necessary in routine circumstances. Congratulations, player. You have obtained the accessory, Magnetic Storm Coil. Item, Magnetic Storm Coil. Type, Accessory. Description, once installed, it generates electromagnetic fields based on energy core charging to automatically attack enemy units. The number of targets attacked depends on energy availability, and the energy core storage threshold is automatically set to 50. Once the outer high voltage current is activated, it continuously consumes energy. Wow, what a twist. The description is rather lengthy, yet this accessory can, to a certain extent, prevent disturbances from ordinary monsters. Of course, extraordinary creatures will undoubtedly breach the defensive perimeter. At least I can rest easy at night without fear. Congratulations, player. You have obtained Alliance Token. Type, System Function. Description, enables the establishment of alliances. Create an alliance? Much like a teleportation scroll, it lacks coordinates or maps. Even if established, it would be futile for collective survival. However, if funds are scarce, one could create an alliance, collect membership fees, and then dissolve it to abscond. Not entirely unfeasible, considering the wasteland we inhabit. Flexibility in principles is not necessarily a vice. After all, reputation is a currency in itself. However, I am not yet ready for this. My strength is insufficient, and should I be caught, the consequences would be dire. Congratulations, player. You have obtained Item Binder. Item Binder. Type, Tool. Description, once bound, items can be instantly recalled regardless of their location. A maximum of 3 items can be bound simultaneously, and bindings can be released at any time, with cooldown time balanced according to the quality of the recalled items. Upon reading the description of the item binder, Ming's eyes widened in astonishment. This item is undoubtedly the most formidable prize he has received thus far. This must be a guaranteed draw. The preceding investments were not in vain. After completing the draw, he immediately offered his gratitude to the wolf beast. Thank you, Brother Wolf. For your protection, your sacrifice is truly worthwhile. I shall endeavor to slay many monsters henceforth, as a tribute to your spirit in the heavens. After paying his respects, he decided to refrain from disturbing the wolf beast's rest for the night. He proceeded to utilize the components, and upon their application, the exterior of his mobile fortress underwent several modifications. A radar dish and searchlight appeared atop the cockpit, while a large exhaust vent was added to the rear, revealing intricate machinery upon closer inspection. Beneath the deck of the mobile fortress, semi-buried reactors were installed, encircled by the magnetic storm coil. He expended 800 energy to fully charge the magnetic storm coil. Approximately 600 energy remained within the core, but this figure continued to dwindle due to the ongoing energy consumption from the coil's high-voltage current. The raw stone reserve stood at 4,652 units, while the timber amounted to 1,000 units. After organizing the items, Ming felt the weariness of his body catch up to him. Despite recovering through devouring the wolf beast, the harrowing battle had left him mentally drained. He succumbed to a deep slumber, with the only sounds accompanying him being the rain pattering against the deck. Suddenly, he was jolted awake by excruciating pain, due to the tense muscles from the previous night. Ming's leg had cramped. His thigh involuntarily shot upwards, and it took him a considerable struggle to coax it back to relaxation. With no intention of resuming sleep, Ming pushed open the hatch, greeted by the bright morning light, with the rain having considerably lessened. The cockpit was in disarray, bearing the remnants of last night's battle, as rainwater poured through the shattered windows. The wooden door seemed to have vanished, but the bloodstains on the deck outside had been washed away. Brother, are you awake? Ming tidied up the cockpit while sending a message to the steel fortress. Awake and alert, brother. How are things on your end? Any injuries? The steel fortress responded almost instantaneously, suggesting it had been monitoring Ming's situation closely. Fortunately, I sustained minimal injuries, though my clothing has been reduced to rags. Ming glanced helplessly at his temperature-regulating trench coat, now torn into tatters, and felt a chill, wrapping himself tighter in the coat. While the clothing was from home, the most important thing was that he was unharmed. The steel fortress promptly sent a message of reassurance. Yes, can you continue forging now? Ming wasted no time in getting to the point. As long as there are sufficient materials, I can forge continuously. After last night's battle, the steel fortress had also recognized the significance and opportunity of weaponry. We will pause production on melee weapons. I have something better. Ming prepared to send the blueprints for crossbows. Such schematics are invaluable, without forging talent, even if one attempts to replicate them. The efficiency and precision would pale in comparison to those endowed with forging aptitude. For those like Hawk, possessing forging talent, the moment they unfold blueprints. The methods of creation flood into their minds like a torrent. Once the blueprints are closed, the knowledge of forging recedes like the ebbing tide. Thus, for individuals with forging talent, blueprints are a paramount strategic resource. However, due to the item binder, Ming was not concerned about losing the blueprints. What do you mean? Did you draw weapon blueprints? It was evident that Hawk had received a lottery ticket reward after slaying the aberration and had already made his draw. Indeed. I will send you the blueprints along with the required materials shortly. The activated production blueprints can only be utilized upon activation. Those with forging skills, upon activating the blueprints, will not see the specific processes, but by placing the materials on the forging table and hammering away, they can quickly take shape. Ming sent the production blueprints along with the necessary 2,000 raw stones and 500 timber to the steel fortress. These materials were precisely the cost for crafting 10 crossbows along with 100 bolts. Wow, crossbows are exceptional items. Upon receiving the materials, Hawk immediately exclaimed, "Let us put in some effort. The value of this item will undoubtedly decrease with time. If the pace is too slow, the returns will also diminish." Hawk swiftly responded, "Understood." He then commenced preparations, acutely aware of the time constraints. As for the division of profits, both parties tacitly chose not to address the matter. After a night of contemplation, Hawk was certain that the profit-sharing model harbored inherent flaws. Initially, Ming provided the materials while Hawk was responsible for forging. Should the financial split fail to meet Hawk's expectations, he would feel no remorse in betraying Ming. After all, he could simply opt for a different partnership. However, the circumstances had since evolved. Ming was not only supplying materials, but also offering high-value blueprints. Should Hawk decide to betray Ming, the outcome would be nothing short of catastrophic. Chapter 7. Selling Weapons, Ensuring Strength. Although Ming proposed a 64 profit share, the actual revenue was ultimately determined by him, leaving Hawk with no other viable options. He could not fathom that he alone was capable of forging items amidst the multitude of individuals present. Furthermore, the pioneer of the indestructible fortress was none other than the extraordinary First Kill, a veritable pillar of support. Hawk could only pin his hopes on Ming to allocate a larger share of the spoils. Meanwhile, Ming busied himself with the fortress, meticulously clearing away the wolf beasts and roasting some meat to satiate his hunger before taking a seat at the control panel. The radar dish atop the structure whirred to life as Ming activated the scanning function, searching for nearby resources while simultaneously monitoring the chat channel. At this juncture, the chat was abuzz with individuals offering items for sale. There were weapons, tools, and various essential supplies available. The weapons consisted mainly of cold steel such as machetes, while ranged options were limited to a single seller offering bows and arrows. Mastery of archery required extensive practice, and only those gifted with archery talents could excel. For ordinary individuals, proficiency could take years to achieve. Additionally, bows and arrows were not inexpensive, with a single bow priced at 400 raw stones, including 5 arrows. In contrast, the prices for melee weapons were somewhat more reasonable, averaging around 200 raw stones, with images showcasing standard-issue weapons crafted from blueprints. Fortunately, Hawk's own inventory of cold steel was limited. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly struggle to compete with the standardized weapons produced from blueprints. After navigating for a time, Ming steered towards the resource point identified by the radar. This, or deposit, was significantly larger than the initial discovery, estimated to yield approximately 5,000 units of raw stone. Ming opened the fortress's massive maw and began the mining process. The raw stones were continuously transported to the hold, activating the fortress's devouring ability to slowly repair the damaged structures. Observing the hold gradually fill, Ming felt a profound sense of reassurance. "Bro, the bows and crossbows are ready for collection." As Ming was engrossed in mining, he received a message from the steel fortress. He accepted the batch of bows and crossbows, sending 2,000 raw stones and 500 logs back in exchange to continue the forging process. Ming had approximately 2,000 units of raw stone remaining, bringing his total to 2,700 units, while his log supply had dwindled to 0. Ming anonymously posted in the chat channel, seeking to purchase logs. After a moment's reflection, he deleted the message and rephrased it. Raw stones for logs. Interested parties may message privately. Although the message was quickly buried, after several attempts, he received a private message. "Hey, I have logs. How shall we exchange?" As Ming had sent the message anonymously, the other party was unaware of his identity as the extraordinary First Kill's indestructible fortress. "How about a one-to-one exchange?" The other party seemed dissatisfied with this ratio, replying, "There aren't many people with logs right now. Your exchange rate doesn't seem worthwhile." Indeed, the logic was sound. Yet Ming was unwilling to suffer a loss. "You make a valid point, but currently, upgrading the mobile fortress does not require logs. I propose trading your scarce logs for my much-needed raw stones. I see no reason for you to decline." After some back and forth, they ultimately settled on a ratio of 100 raw stones for 1,000 logs. Recognizing that the other party was not overly opportunistic, Lu Ming conceded 100 raw stones as a token of appreciation for their efforts. With logs in hand, Lu Ming was confident that today's forging would not be delayed. Removing his anonymity, Lu Ming donned the title of Pioneer. Pioneer, indestructible fortress. Pioneer, selling weapons and crossbows. Extraordinary first kill. Strength guaranteed. Upon adopting the title, Lu Ming's message was immediately pinned at the top of the chat channel for 10 seconds, the bold, orange lettering strikingly eye-catching. Indestructible fortress. The giant has finally made an appearance. Wow, is this how a giant announces themselves? The title nearly blinded onlookers. Lu Ming's arrival turned him into the center of attention. However, the content of his message initially failed to garner significant interest. Pioneer, indestructible fortress. Pioneer, selling weapons and crossbows. Extraordinary first kill. Strength guaranteed. After the 10 seconds elapsed, Lu Ming continued to post updates, tirelessly sending messages at intervals. During this time, several individuals sent private inquiries regarding prices. Close combat weapons were priced at 150 each, while bows and crossbows were set at 800, accompanied by 5 bolts. The price for additional bolts was 20 each. While no close combat weapons sold, 3 bows and crossbows were purchased for a total of 2 for 100, along with 45 bolts, yielding an income of 300. Although bows and crossbows were indeed desirable, the number of wealthy buyers was limited, with many engaging in haggling. Lu Ming remained steadfast, asserting that materials were dwindling and that demand was high. Those who hesitated might soon face price increases. As the bows and crossbows sold steadily, Lu Ming grew anxious about the lack of interest in his close combat weapons. If things continued this way, he risked being left with an unsold inventory. Brother, do you still have any crossbows? I want to buy one. Due to Lu Ming's announcement to all players, which included the phrase a bit dirty, many referred to him as Dirty Brother or Dirty Guy. Although Lu Ming disliked the nickname, it was one that stuck regardless of his feelings, much like a certain individual known by the codename Chicken, who had practiced for 2.5 years. Crossbows are now 1,000. Lu Ming quoted the latest price. Wasn't it just 800? The price has gone up so quickly? The buyer, clearly aware of the previous price, might even be a returning customer. With high-quality goods and limited supply, there was no choice but to raise prices. You know the value of crossbows. I needn't elaborate on the dangers of nightfall. If you don't make a purchase now, once I cease forging for the night, even if you offer 10,000, I won't be able to fulfill your order. Waiting until danger arises to seek assistance will be too late. Lu Ming laid out the stakes. However, this price exceeds my budget. I need time to consider. Noting the buyer's hesitation, Lu Ming pressed on. While the price has increased slightly, I'm currently running a promotional event to reward customers. Starting now, with the purchase of a crossbow, excluding the complimentary 5 bolts, you will also receive a fine melee weapon as a gift. This offer lasts until supplies run out. After Lu Ming's persuasion, the buyer ultimately agreed to purchase a crossbow at the price of 1,000, with the promotional event initiated by Lu Ming. Even the previously unloved melee weapons found buyers, and as night approached, he transferred a total of 6,000 raw stones and 1,500 logs back to the steel fortress for forging. After deducting the energy costs totaling 1,700, Lu Ming's net income stood at the inventory totals 29,500 units of raw stone and 500 units of timber. Truly, one might think they have struck it rich overnight. Of course, such prices are not likely to remain constant. As time progresses, others will begin to sell bows and crossbows. It is evident that others have also acquired the blueprints for crafting these weapons. However, those who have drawn the blueprints find themselves at a disadvantage due to their lack of forging skills, anxiously watching as Lu Ming reaps profits. Some, consumed by envy, have even transmitted the blueprints to those capable of forging. In the absence of binding mechanisms, the consequences are all too predictable. Instances abound where recipients of the blueprints have promptly blocked the sender. These deceived individuals can only frantically send messages in the chat channel. Yet such actions are undoubtedly a waste of time. With no mining endeavors and no means of generating wealth, they are likely to perish alone in some desolate corner. Nevertheless, amidst the vast multitude, there are indeed those who honor their promises. Lu Ming is one such individual. Yet he does not intend to settle accounts with the other party just yet. He aims to upgrade the mobile fortress before nightfall. Chapter 8, Upgrade. He calls forth the panel of the mobile fortress. Mobile fortress, immortal fortress. Level 1, ability, devour enhancement. Available enhancement points, 0, enhanced components. Steel maw, work efficiency, increase 5. Output increase 10. The components available for enhancement are buildings, treads, energy core, steel maw, magnetic storm coil, scanning radar, energy propulsor. The steel maw has already been enhanced, and the radar and magnetic storm coil do not require enhancement at this time. The energy propulsor is also not needed for now. So Lu Ming decides to enhance the remaining 3 core components. He feeds the raw stone into the furnace, activating the devouring characteristic of the immortal fortress. Once he accumulates enough enhancement points, Lu Ming proceeds with the enhancements, and the mobile fortress quakes in succession. Building enhancement successful. Building defense increase 15. Resistance to blockade increased 10. Tread enhancement successful. Component speed increased 10, strength increased 15. Energy core enhancement successful. Energy core storage limit increased 20, energy consumption decreased 10. Notifications of successful enhancements appear in rapid succession, and Lu Ming's remaining enhancement points dwindle. The next enhancement will require 5 points. After completing the enhancements, Lu Ming begins the upgrade of the mobile fortress. As he initiates the upgrade, the core furnace radiates a brilliant glow. As he methodically feeds in the materials that had nearly filled the cargo hold, the fortress emits a thunderous roar, the steel structure creaking under the strain. Once sufficient raw stone is gathered, Lu Ming climbs into the cockpit, distinctly feeling his viewpoint steadily rising amidst the tremors. The base expands from 6 meters to 9 meters in length, and its width grows from the original 3 meters to 5 meters, elevating the cargo hold to a height of 15 meters. The cockpit transforms from a dilapidated wooden shack into a sturdy hardwood room, providing a much more spacious environment. Behind the cockpit, a new structure rises on the deck. The previous door leading to the deck now opens into this new room. However, accessing the deck is not mandatory through the new room, as an additional door has been thoughtfully added to the side of the cockpit. This door leads to a narrow corridor of less than 1 meter, albeit without a railing along its edge. Measures must be taken to install a railing in the future. Though the likelihood of falling from the mobile fortress is minimal, traversing this path without a railing feels unsettling. Mobile fortress upgrade successful. Area will be reported in 1 hour. Mobile fortress, immortal fortress. Level 2. Ability, devour enhancement. Materials required for the next upgrade: 50,000 raw stone and 10,000 timber. Gasp. Such a steep price? Upon seeing the materials required for the next level, Lu Ming inhales sharply. 50,000 raw stones. Even if a standard level 1 mobile fortress were to mine tirelessly day and night, it would likely take 7 or 8 days to accumulate that amount. Moreover, where would he find such an abundance of raw stone mines? Currently, Lu Ming possesses approximately 20,000 units of raw stone, a portion of which belongs to the steel fortress. Yet, all of this is worthwhile. Lu Ming distinctly senses the enhanced strength of the mobile fortress after this upgrade. The glass and walls have been significantly reinforced. An ordinary aberrant beast should find it impossible to breach the hardwood defenses. However, this does not imply that the interior is entirely safe, as formidable aberrant beasts, such as the howling wolf, still pose a threat. The hatch structure has also been considerably fortified, making it difficult for aberrant beasts of the howling wolf's caliber to breach the hatch and force their way inside. Lu Ming steps through the cockpit door into the new room, which serves as a bedroom. Inside stands a single bed without bedding, pressed tightly against the wall, accompanied by a modest set of table and chairs. The current defenses are still insufficient. After a cursory glance around the bedroom, Lu Ming decides against lingering. He has no intention of moving in just yet. Returning to the cockpit, he powers down the energy, preparing to descend to the cargo hold for rest. The sky has darkened, and despite the presence of spotlights and magnetic storm coils, Lu Ming opts for caution and resolves to mine the remaining stones tomorrow. Notification: Immortal Fortress has upgraded to level 2. At this moment, the chat room buzzes with the announcement of the Immortal Fortress's upgrade. It upgraded so swiftly. Within just 1 day, he managed to gather 10,000 raw stones. Truly, he is a savvy trader. It is merely a stroke of luck, after all. Lu Ming has undoubtedly become the most renowned individual in this region. On one hand, his prestige stems from the first kill of an aberrant creature, while on the other, his high-profile weapon sales today have drawn attention. The channel contains both admirers and detractors. Lu Ming pays them little mind, instead focusing on the messages from the Steel Fortress. Congratulations, bro. Upon seeing the message, Lu Ming nonchalantly replies, your efforts are also part of this. I'll transfer you 10,000 raw stones. Let us round it off. You can upgrade as well, and the rewards will be even more substantial after settlement. Lu Ming hasn't even calculated what the share would be, but he can at least give him some raw stones to facilitate his fortress's upgrade. Once the fortress is upgraded, the walls will become thicker, providing decent defense and better sound insulation, allowing for uninterrupted forging on that side over the next few days. Thank you, big guy. I want to decline. Although Hawk knows the Immortal Fortress has garnered considerable wealth, he did not expect to receive such a generous share. In his mind, anything over 5,000 would have been a pleasant surprise, considering that the materials and blueprints were provided by Lu Ming. He merely had to hammer away. Initially, when he first saw the blueprints, he thought to himself that the pioneer of the Immortal Fortress was somewhat naive. To so readily pass such a significant item to someone he had just met, did he not fear being taken advantage of? Of course, this thought only flickered through his mind momentarily before he dismissed it. He was unaware of the multitude of hidden cards that the first killer possessed. Should the Immortal Fortress decide to pursue him, it would be a formidable adversary, one not to be trifled with. Could this be the reason he felt comfortable transferring such valuable items to me? Yet, when he opened the crafting blueprint, he was met with the message, bound item. Unable to read, please click to activate. He understood now. No need to be polite. I calculated that even if we maintain this income daily, by settlement day, we'll each have around 20,000 raw stones. Instead of splitting it now, why not focus on upgrading one person to a level 3 fortress? What do you think? Upon hearing Lu Ming's proposition, Hawk could not help but inquire. To upgrade to level 3, one requires a substantial amount of resources, 50,000 original stones and 10,000 logs. Like Lu Ming, Hawk was momentarily taken aback by this figure. He had initially anticipated that the next upgrade would demand no more than 20,000 original stones. However, this new requirement greatly exceeded his expectations. Trusting the arrangements of the giant, Hawk harbored no objections, for without the immortal fortress, he would still be stranded, uncertain of his next steps. Presently, the iron fortress could ascend to level 2 without any risk. Do not refer to me as the giant. Call me Lu Ming, he stated. Recognizing that his counterpart was not overly greedy, Lu Ming felt inclined to befriend him. In a perilous world, having a reliable ally is indeed a boon. Brother Ming. I am Hawk, he introduced himself. After exchanging names, Lu Ming proceeded to trade a batch of resources, transmitting enough forging materials for one night's work to Hawk. He stored the bows and arrows Hawk had sent into the cargo hold. The materials that had previously occupied half of the cargo space were consumed in a remarkably short time, prompting Lu Ming to reflect that one cannot capture a wolf without parting with a child. Lu Ming picked up a piece of beast meat and roasted it over the furnace, savoring every bite. As his physical prowess increased, so too did his appetite. He now required a daily intake of at least several tens of pounds, yet with over 300 pounds of wolf beast meat on hand. He had ample sustenance for a while. From yesterday to tonight, he had consumed no less than several dozen pounds, and currently, he had accumulated 16 enhancement points. Accessing his character panel, he noted, Strength, 9, Agility, 7, Mental Power, 5. He spent 5 enhancement points to elevate his strength to 10, reaching the pinnacle of human capability. Lu Ming believed he could now exert a force of 500 kilograms. He then utilized 8 enhancement points to raise his agility to 10. The ultimate limit of human agility was embodied within Lu Ming, enabling him to achieve a running speed of 45 kilometers per hour. Of course, the coordination between strength and agility during combat could yield a result where strength is magnified beyond its base value. Lu Ming tensed his entire body, his muscles rippling with explosive power akin to a supercar's sleek design. Character panel, name, Lu Ming, position, pioneer, talent, immortal, traits, devouring enhancement, available enhancement points, 3, strength, 10, agility, 10 mental power, 5, skill, critical strike. Both strength and agility had reached the zenith of human potential. Further upgrades would signify a transcendence beyond the ordinary. Advancing from 10 to 11 equated to breaking the shackles of the physical form. All 3 attributes must reach the human limit of 10 to achieve this transcendence. Additionally, a requisite for breaking the extraordinary is possession of a skill, which Lu Ming had already fulfilled. The only limitation now was enhancement points. With 3 enhancement points remaining, he decided to enhance his mental power, curious to see the effects. Chapter 9. The mist descends, danger approaches. Enhancing mental power. Mental power enhancement successful. Lu Ming stood still, perceiving no immediate changes. It seemed the intensity was insufficient. He utilized 2 enhancement points to further enhance it, raising his mental power to 8. Yet, there was still little effect. It appeared that the manifestation of mental power was not as overt as that of strength or agility, although he did not feel the impact of enhanced mental power. Should he encounter Wolf Brother again, paired with a critical strike, Lu Ming would easily prevail. Having exhausted his enhancement points, Lu Ming casually processed a few bow and crossbow orders, earning 650 original stones. With the new influx of original stones, he drifted into a blissful slumber, experiencing a night devoid of disturbances. The following day, the rain had finally ceased, and the wilderness was shrouded in mist, giving the rising sun a soft outline. The fog has rolled in, Lu Ming remarked from the deck, stretching lazily. Returning to the control room, despite the fog, the light was sufficient for him to discern his surroundings. He activated the mobile fortress to continue resource collection, ensuring the remaining original stone mine was thoroughly exploited. Wasting resources was not a habit to cultivate. Although visibility was reduced, it was still far superior to nighttime, allowing him to navigate his environment. While working, he switched the system page to private messages. Many had sought him out to purchase bows and crossbows the previous night, but Lu Ming had already succumbed to sleep. He diligently replied to each inquiry, though many indicated they had procured their purchases elsewhere. A few had not responded, likely having lost interest. It was no surprise, as those looking to buy bows and crossbows from Lu Ming must have already discovered original stone mines. If they deemed his prices too steep, valuing original stones over their lives, that was beyond Lu Ming's concern. He was not running a charity. Among the remaining inquiries, several expressed interest in buying, drawn by Lu Ming's reputation for being the first to slay the extraordinary. However, they noted that other sellers offered lower prices. Lu Ming indeed observed advertisements within the chat channel for various bow and crossbow sellers. After inquiring about prices, he found them averaging around 500 original stones. With 50 bows and a number of arrows still in his cargo hold, selling them at 500 original stones each, minus a cost of 200 original stones, would yield a profit of approximately 15,000 original stones. As the settlement date approached, he was optimistic that he could gather the requisite 50,000 original stones in time. However, business must continue. He sold 13 bows at 500 each and 260 arrows at a price of 10 original stones apiece, accumulating a total of 100 original stones. After upgrading the mobile fortress to level 2, his work efficiency had markedly improved compared to the previous day. At level 1, the mobile fortress required approximately 3 hours to extract 1,000 units of ore. Now, Ming completed the task in around 2 hours, clearing the mines with remarkable speed. He activated the scanning radar to locate new resource points, even amidst the foggy conditions that hindered visibility. With so many competitors and the company's profitability in jeopardy, Ming could not afford to rest for even a moment. While diligently searching for resources, he simultaneously advertised and sought business within the chat channel. Suddenly, the magnetic storm coil of the immortal fortress emitted a powerful arc, striking a shadowy figure lurking in the mist. The creature was sent sprawling to the ground, only to rise and roar in fury at the immortal fortress. Ming swiftly drew his single-handed axe, eyeing the creature as it charged towards the fortress. The magnetic storm coil unleashed another arc, sending the beast flying once more as it breached the 50-meter mark. After sustaining consecutive electric strikes, the creature lay motionless, 2 charred holes smoldering on its body. Ming maneuvered closer, approximately 20 meters away, raised his bow, and delivered a finishing blow to the monster, confirming its lifelessness. He activated the iron maw, deploying a capture device to haul the creature's carcass into the cargo hold. He promptly shut the iron maw, extinguishing all lights within the immortal fortress to avoid attracting more monsters. Descending into the cargo hold, Ming examined the creature's body. It was a common aberrant beast, and he recognized its information from the chat channel. The fog must have prompted these light-averse aberrant creatures to become active due to insufficient sunlight. Ming skillfully processed the body. With his current strength, he could easily segment it. Ming separated the aberrant beast from Wolf Brother for storage. After all, Wolf Brother is an extraordinary aberrant beast, and its dietary value far surpasses that of a common aberrant beast. Ming's current consumption rate indicates that Wolf Brother could sustain him for an entire week, while this aberrant beast could only replenish his food reserves for approximately 3 days. Once he had everything sorted, he promptly sent a message to Hawk, warning him that aberrant beasts might be prowling about in the dense fog, advising him to refrain from venturing out unnecessarily. Hawk acknowledged the message, reminding Ming to prioritize his safety. The defensive perimeter of the magnetic storm coil proved to be exceedingly useful, providing Ming with a sense of reassurance. Should the fog persist, aberrant beasts would only become increasingly active, leading to a significant surge in demand for weaponry. Ming decided to stockpile a batch of logs, as there were few individuals in the vicinity with access to this resource. Logs are essential materials for crafting bows and arrows. Seizing the opportunity before news of the upgraded level 3 material spread, he hurriedly sought to procure logs. Otherwise, prices would inevitably rise once the information became public. Ming donned his title and swiftly posted a message in the chat channel, announcing his intention to purchase logs and inviting interested parties to contact him privately. Due to the lack of anonymity, the moment the message was sent, the channel erupted with activity, as numerous players began to inquire about prices. Ming responded to each inquiry, contemplating the pricing in his mind. Currently, Ming's reserve of original stones totaled less than 20,000. He needed to manage these resources judiciously, ensuring he had enough for upgrading the mobile fortress while also accommodating Hawk's bow and arrow crafting needs. Giant's number. Hey, buddy. I have plenty of logs on my end. Ming replied mechanically, as if he were a soulless automaton. What's your price? Giant's number. The current market price is plus 20%, but I won't add any markup. I simply want to make a friend, and I'd like to ask you a question. The response piqued Ming's interest, indicating that the other party was not merely looking to profit from a transaction. Sure. I need approximately 15,000 units of logs. Do you have enough? If this giant's number had sufficient logs, Ming would not need to engage in further negotiations with others. Giant's number, absolutely. Let us transact. The other party promptly initiated the trade. After Ming checked the details, he uploaded the original stones and agreed to the transaction. Upon completion, the hold of the immortal fortress was filled with 15,000 units of logs, neatly arranged. Ming felt a surge of confidence. With this batch of logs, he could temporarily set aside concerns about material shortages. Hey, did you receive the goods? Immediately after the trade, Giant's number sent a message, clearly wanting to confirm receipt. Received it. Thanks, buddy. What do you want to ask? This person had truly been a significant help to Ming, and he was willing to answer any inquiries to the best of his ability. Buddy, my talent is quite unique. On the first day, my physical attributes reached a full 10. If I can enhance just a bit more, I could achieve the extraordinary. but it seems there is some kind of constraint blocking my talent. Since you were the first to achieve the extraordinary, I thought I might find an answer from you. Ming actually knew the reason for Giant's Number's predicament. Achieving human limits on the first day certainly indicated exceptional talent. With the intention of fostering goodwill, Ming decided to share his insights. What is the most scarce resource in the 21st century? Talent. To ascend to the extraordinary. In addition to reaching the physical limit of a full 10, there is another essential condition. What is that condition? Giant's Number replied instantaneously, revealing his eagerness. Skills. This is the passport for ordinary beings to elevate to the extraordinary. Without skills, your physical strength can only reach the structural limit of the body. Skills are the key to unlocking potential. Ming was unperturbed by the possibility of Giant's Number surpassing him to achieve the extraordinary. Acquiring skills is no easy feat. He himself had obtained skills through a rare draw ticket, thus understanding their significance. If Giant's Number were to acquire a skill, he would not have sought him out for a price reduction. I see. But where can I obtain skills? Giant's Number inquired, now enlightened and eager for guidance. Each person's path to acquisition varies. You will need to seek it out for yourself. Ming pondered briefly before deciding to withhold some information. All right, thank you, buddy. Recognizing that Ming was no longer willing to divulge further details, Giant's Number felt a tinge of regret, but refrained from pressing further. He understood the importance of information, and the fact that Ming had shared the key to ascending to the extraordinary was already immensely helpful. Ming closed the private chat and emerged from the hold to assess the external situation. The fog showed no signs of dissipating. In fact, it seemed to intensify. If this continued, daytime would become as perilous as nighttime. Ming formulated a plan and quickly sent a message to Hawk. Hawk. Yes, Ming brother. What is up? Hawk promptly replied. Hold off on bow and arrow crafting for now. I'm sending you 5,000 logs, all to be used for crafting arrows. What happened? Though he asked. Hawk had already begun crafting arrows. Don't worry about it. Forge at full speed. Recognizing the gravity of Ming's words, Hawk ceased his inquiries, understanding that there must be a deeper reasoning behind Ming's decision. Got it, Ming brother. Hawk swiftly adjusted his crafting plan, with the furnace roaring and the hammer clanging. Ming gazed out at the thick fog, contemplating his next steps. Hawk had just delivered another batch of bows, and the current inventory stood at 60 bows. Logs, akin to original stone mines, vary in size and can be cut into various dimensions. However, one standard unit of logs resembles the size of an adult's forearm, with a single complete log yielding several units of standard lumber. The cost of arrows is approximately 2 logs each, meaning 5,000 units of logs would suffice to craft 500 arrows. Combined with the existing inventory, the total would barely reach 4,000 arrows. Not enough. Ming immediately opened the chat channel to seek out merchants selling bows and arrows. Hello, are you there? He selected a merchant actively posting in the channel and directly inquired. Oh, buddy, what a rare visitor. Due to his lack of anonymity, the merchant recognized him immediately. Haha. No need for pleasantries. I'm here to stock up. Ming cut straight to the chase. Buddy, the items I sell are the same as yours. What are you looking to buy from me? Initially thinking Ming was merely inquiring about bow pricing, the merchant was taken aback when Ming mentioned he was there to purchase. I'm short on arrows and would like to buy some from you. Short on arrows? Looks like you're gearing up for a big event. I sell arrows for 10 original stones each. But since it's you, I can offer a discount. If you're buying in bulk, we can negotiate. The merchant did not specify a detailed price, wanting to gauge Ming's response. We both know the cost of arrows. I'll offer you 4 original stones each. The merchant hesitated before cautiously responding. Buddy, I can supply a maximum of 300 units. Do you want them all? Not everyone possesses Ming's extensive resources. Most sellers operate on a small scale with limited stock. If the price is right, I'll take all 300 units. Seeing the other party hesitate for a moment, I sent a message. This price for 4 raw stones is untenable. Let us settle at 6 raw stones each, just to earn a modest profit. Ming pondered momentarily before replying, deal. Ship it out as soon as possible. Upon receiving Ming's response, the other party promptly initiated the transaction, which Ming swiftly confirmed. Subsequently, Ming traded several batches of crossbow bolts at a similar price, exchanging all his raw stones for them. Now, over 2,000 crossbow bolts lay in his inventory, while Hawk was diligently forging on his end. Switching to the chat channel, Ming made an announcement using his title effect. Pioneer, Immortal Fortress. Our fortress has developed a new type of weapon, tentatively priced at 600. The crossbows are now on clearance, originally priced at 550, now only 350. First come, first served, until sold out. As soon as Ming's bold and enlarged message was posted, the channel erupted into chaos. What? They can still develop new weapons? The filthy one is a first kill. Surely there are special rewards, perhaps items related to weapon development. I just spent 500 on a crossbow from someone else, and now the price drops? Many expressed their grievances about feeling cheated, while others inquired about the new weapon Ming mentioned. I just upgraded to a level 2 mobile fortress by selling crossbows, and now the price drops? Damn it. This filthy guy only cares about himself. disregarding others' struggles. You dare insult Brother Filthy? Be careful, or he might hunt you down. Mountain Fortress, Pioneer, am I afraid of him? I've slain extraordinary aberrations before. It's just that luck favored him to be a step ahead. Filthy one, you'd better not cross paths with me. Immortal Fortress, Pioneer. With that, he publicly revealed his ID, dripping with provocation. Exactly. He feasts while cutting off others' livelihoods. Brother Filthy, your actions are ruthless. How are we small vendors supposed to survive? I was just about to finalize a deal, and the other party bolted upon hearing the news. Ming paid no heed to the insults and complaints swirling in the channel, continuing to promote his wares. By afternoon, all of Ming's crossbows had sold out, netting him nearly 21,000 raw stones. After accounting for the 5 crossbow bolts included with each crossbow, nearly 700 bolts remained in stock. Brother, do you still have bolts? I'd like to purchase more. Ming sought out the seller from whom he had recently bought bolts, hoping to continue his acquisitions. The other party clearly still bore a grudge over the recent price drop and outright rejected Ming's request. Left with no choice, Ming anonymously sought other sellers, but all responded with a lack of available stock. This was indeed the case. Ming had spread false information regarding the successful development of a new weapon. The once 500 raw stone crossbows now went unsold. Sellers, faced with mounting stockpiles of crossbows in their holds, began slashing prices. They had no choice, for if they did not sell, the price would plummet further once the new weapon was released. To Ming's astonishment, within just half a day's time, the prices for crossbows and bolts had plummeted to the brink of being unprofitable. He understood that market saturation would affect prices, but not so swiftly. Could it be that someone had synchronized thoughts with him? Brother, we've exhausted all the lumber. Before Ming could ponder further, a message from Hawk arrived, hammering away continuously. Even with the enhancement of the steel heart talent, he was feeling the strain. Yet, for the sake of survival, he gritted his teeth and persevered. You should take a good rest now. Eat something to replenish your strength and maintain silence. I sense a disturbance brewing. At Ming's sudden warning, Hawk nodded, though puzzled. He refrained from asking further questions, as he indeed felt quite fatigued. All right, I will rest for now. Ming exited the chat interface, quietly observing the scene outside. The fog thickened, and he could faintly hear roars emanating from within it. An oppressive atmosphere hung in the air, suffocating and foreboding. Emergency alert. Due to the dense fog, aberrant beasts are emerging en masse. The system suddenly blared warnings, causing Ming's nerves to tighten as he murmured. Chapter 11. The crisis descends. The power of the magnetic storm coil revealed. Just 10 seconds after the system alarm sounded, the roars of beasts grew increasingly distinct from within the fog. Ming fully charged the energy core. Currently, the energy core storage limit for the level 2 mobile fortress was 5,000 units. With Ming's various amplifications, the stored energy reached 7,000 units, enough to sustain the magnetic storm coil's attacks for at least 2 days. The immortal fortress stood resolutely amidst the fog, surrounded by magnetic storm coils flickering with blue arcs, high-voltage currents crackling through the air. At that moment, shadows began to flit through the mist. The magnetic storm coils had yet to initiate an assault as the aberrant beasts remained outside effective attack range. The energy flow of the magnetic storm coils was too pronounced. It was only a matter of time before the monsters were drawn in. Crack! Just as Ming finished speaking, the magnetic storm coils surrounding the immortal fortress suddenly coalesced into a more powerful arc of electricity, striking the shadow with precision. The shadow was hurled out of the attack range by the electric shock, struggling to rise, but evidently gravely injured. Seeing one of their own fall, the remaining shadows instantly recoiled, emitting low growls as if reassessing the threat before them. Ming stood on the deck, bow in hand, preparing to fire at the fallen creature's location. Thud! The bolt struck the ground. It was evidently too distant to hit the target. Ming quickly recalibrated his aim and squeezed the trigger once more. Thud! The bolt shot forth like lightning, striking true at the shadow's vital point. The shadow twitched a few times before falling still. However, the remaining shadows did not cower in the face of their comrade's demise. Rather, they stirred restlessly, creating a standoff with Ming. Sweat beaded on Ming's forehead, trickling down his cheek, his heart pounding like a drum. There were no fewer than 7 or 8 shadows lurking in the fog. The magnetic storm coils could attack a maximum of 3 targets simultaneously. With Ming's strength of 10, he could handle 2 without much pressure, but a third would be somewhat taxing. He was well aware of the principle that a pack of wolves could take down a tiger. Ming had considered retreating into the hold. The hatch's strength would keep aberrant beasts at bay for a while. However, the hatch was not invincible. Eventually, the beasts would break through. If extraordinary aberrant beasts were to join, the timeline would shorten even further. The magnetic storm coils could only defend the perimeter. They could not target foes within the fortress itself. Once the aberrant beasts breached the cockpit and dismantled the hatch, they would queue up to enter the hold. Ming could not guarantee instant kills. At that point, he would truly be cornered. Thus, Ming chose to stand on the deck to fight, relying on the magnetic storm coil's formidable firepower for support in this critical moment. Roar! Finally, One of the aberrant beasts could no longer restrain itself and charged towards the immortal fortress. Soon, the surrounding aberrant beasts followed suit, rushing into the magnetic storm coil's defensive range. The immortal fortress pulsed with energy, gathering into arcs of electricity that simultaneously struck 3 targets, sending them flying. Ming paid no mind to the beasts that were knocked away. He focused on the nearest target. His aim was somewhat lacking, and he missed twice in succession. The magnetic storm coils required some time to recharge, but Ming's agility allowed him to reload quickly. At last, after firing his 4th bolt, Ming struck an aberrant beast, the bolt piercing its chest. The beast let out a heart-rending roar, collapsing and struggling to rise. However, the nearest aberrant beast had already reached the edge of the deck, suddenly lunging at Ming. Ming swiftly sidestepped, simultaneously drawing his gleaming axe from his waist. The aberrant beast lunged but missed, skidding several meters across the deck before it adjusted its stance and charged at Ming once more. Ming swung his axe in response, the blade slicing through the air with a chilling glint, precisely striking the beast's neck. A critical hit. The passive skill activated, and the axe severed the aberrant beast's cervical spine in an instant. Blood gushed forth, its head tumbling to the deck as the creature's body crashed to the ground. Before Ming could relax, an instinctual sense of danger surged through him from behind, prompting him to roll sideways in a sudden move. The beast's claws sliced through the air, narrowly missing him. Regaining his footing, he turned to find another aberrant beast had stealthily approached. Is this the remarkable utility of mental acuity? Not daring to hesitate, Ming seized the opportunity to strike before the aberrant beasts could encircle him. He initiated an offensive, stepping forward to slash at the creature's vital points. The aberrant beast nimbly dodged his axe, opening its gaping maw to retaliate against Ming. He raised his axe to deflect, its sharp teeth grinding against the handle, producing a jarring sound. At that moment, another aberrant beast leapt onto the deck from the side, pouncing towards Ming's back before it could even stabilize itself. Out of the corner of his eye, Ming caught a glimpse and swiftly relinquished the axe handle. He allowed the beast, which had clamped onto his axe handle, to pass and deftly tapped his wrist-mounted device, akin to a watch. A single-handed axe manifested in his palm, and he pivoted to strike at the lunging aberrant beast. The one-handed axe cut through the air with force, striking the creature's head with precision. The blade embedded deeply into its skull, blood spraying forth. Ming kicked the aberrant beast away, effortlessly withdrawing the one-handed axe. The other beast, having spat out the axe, roared and charged at him once more. While evading, Ming closely observed the aberrant beast's movements, searching for a flaw. Zazup! The magnetic storm coil had fully charged and unleashed an arc of electricity that struck the aberrant beast in front of Ming. Seizing the chance, he swung his axe with a powerful blow, the blade cleaving into the beast's midsection, blood splattering as it let out a mournful howl and collapsed. The magnetic storm coil struck again, sending 2 of the aberrant beasts nearest to the indomitable fortress flying. Ming swiftly retrieved the unbound one-handed axe and secured it at his waist, then picked up his crossbow to continue aiming at the remaining aberrant beasts. As he loaded his shots, despite Ming's lack of precision, he was remarkably swift in reloading. He wielded the crossbow with the rapidity of a single-shot rifle. Ming primarily targeted the one aberrant beast yet to sustain injury. At this moment, the threat posed by the aberrant beasts was momentarily alleviated. With a total of 8 aberrant beasts, Ming had slain 2, while 5 others were grievously injured, reduced to a state of near incapacitation. Even the remaining beast, though unscathed, posed little challenge as it leapt onto the deck. Ultimately, under Ming's relentless fire, the intact aberrant beast managed to leap onto the deck. Ming abandoned the crossbow, switching to dual axes, and as the aberrant beast charged closer, he hurled one of his flying axes. The beast evaded with a nimble leap. But Ming followed the trajectory of the flying axe, and, before the creature could react, brought down his axe with force. A critical hit. The aberrant beast collapsed in response. The magnetic storm coil unleashed another arc, exterminating 3 of the severely wounded aberrant beasts. Ming raised his crossbow once more, aiming at the last remaining aberrant beast. The movement speed of the injured beast was akin to that of an elderly person crossing the road, slow and cumbersome. He casually fired several bolts, dispatching the aberrant beast with ease. Ming surveyed his surroundings, confirming there were no further threats. Fearing the corpses might attract other aberrant beasts, he dragged the bodies into the cargo hold. Returning to the control panel, he opened the iron maw to reclaim the carcasses of the aberrant beasts. Ming activated the chat channel, which had erupted with requests for assistance, messages pouring in incessantly. What should I do? There are at least 3 aberrant beasts running around outside my mobile fortress. While they are still oblivious to your presence, take the opportunity to shoot them with your crossbow. That is precisely what I am doing. Pioneer, Indomitable Fortress, Pathfinder, selling bolts at 15 each. No haggling, serious inquiries only. Chapter 12, The Flame Giant Bear. While the chat was still abuzz with discussions on how to silently shoot the aberrant beasts, Ming sent a pinned message. To his surprise, after his message was sent, others quickly followed suit. Selling bolts at 15 each, no haggling. Selling crossbows at 15 each, bulk discounts available. Lu Ming smiled knowingly, reflecting. It seems there are indeed many astute individuals. This price of 15 each cannot be guaranteed. As Lu Ming began purchasing bolts in large quantities, some began to notice the shift. Shortly thereafter, Lu Ming released a message announcing a price drop on crossbows. Though his rationale masked his intentions, a few perceptive sellers began to cooperate with Lu Ming, lowering prices and stockpiling bolts. Otherwise, it would not be feasible for Lu Ming to disrupt the entire crossbow market equilibrium in such a short span of time. Yet, the majority of sellers remained oblivious, passively following suit without any other actions. Even so, their stockpiled bolts could not surpass Lu Ming's. He was all in, wagering his entire fortune. Merely benefiting from the scraps was fortunate. Lu Ming was the initiator of this scheme, and no one would profit more than he. Mountain Fortress, Pathfinder, you dare scheme against me? Just wait until I catch you. Wow, I have truly witnessed it. A price drop on crossbows. Taking the opportunity to hoard bolts. Then they inflate the prices of the bolts. Scoundrels are indeed scoundrels, truly despicable. It seems the so-called new weapon is merely a smokescreen. Whether it is a ruse or not has become irrelevant. We have been thoroughly duped. Big brother, you must help us take revenge. Mountain Fortress, who is your big brother? Take revenge for you? What are you in this game? I. Observing the verbal battle in the channel, Lu Ming chuckled softly before sending a message to Hawk. Hawk, I'm sending you 200 crossbows. Use them for now, and let me know if you need more. Since he had instructed Hawk to remain silent from the beginning, there were no aberrant beasts drawn to the Iron Fortress at this moment. Lu Ming glanced at the chat channel, noting that the most aberrant beasts present were merely 2 or 3. The reason there were so many around him was that the indomitable fortress had been shining its searchlight, attracting numerous aberrant beasts. Got it, Ming. There's only one beast outside here, and I've already taken it down. However, the scent of blood might attract nearby aberrant beasts, but it shouldn't be too many. Your strategy of flooding the market with services today truly caught me off guard. Seeing that Hawk still had the leisure to chat, the situation must be manageable. Lu Ming replied, we're all newcomers to this world. We just need to acclimate to the environment. Also, Ming, the pioneer of the Mountain Fortress, has been boasting about wanting to challenge you. Hawk could not help but remind him. Lu Ming chuckled good-naturedly. There's no need to stoop to his level. After exchanging a few casual words with Hawk, Lu Ming refocused on the sale of bolts. Selling in batches of 10, even though they were small orders, the cumulative quantity was considerable. Zazup, zazup. Just as Lu Ming was diligently processing orders, the magnetic storm coil launched another attack. It seemed aberrant beasts were drawn by the scent of blood. Lu Ming rose and made his way to the deck, raising his crossbow to continue firing. This time, the aberrant beasts approached sporadically, attracted by the blood, and had not formed the collective assault seen before. This allowed Lu Ming to respond with composure while simultaneously selling bolts. Roar! Just as Lu Ming prepared to fire at another aberrant beast, a sudden spark ignited amidst the fog. The aberrant beast, struck by Lu Ming's follow-up shot, seemed startled and stumbled away, disregarding its injuries. What the hell? A boss? As the flames drew closer, Lu Ming swiftly dashed into the cockpit, igniting the engine and forcefully pushing the gear lever to maximum power. The immense force surged forth, causing the tracks of the immortal fortress to spin wildly, yet the moist earth betrayed them, rendering the fortress momentarily immobile. Without hesitation, Lu Ming activated the energy thruster, and blue flames erupted from the rear of the fortress. At last, the tracks gained traction, and the fortress bolted forward like a wild stallion breaking free from its reins. He switched on the searchlight. Though visibility was poor, it was preferable to blindly stumbling through the fog. The Level 2 mobile fortress could reach speeds of 70, while the tracks of the immortal fortress boasted a 10-speed boost. Coupled with the building's 10 wind resistance and the energy thruster's augmentation, its velocity soared beyond 110. The aberrant beast in the mist would likely be slower than the mobile fortress. If he maintained this pace, he could shake it off in half an hour. However, after a brief moment of distraction, Lu Ming realized he could not afford such complacency. In less than a minute, the energy thruster had already consumed nearly 500 units of energy. Not to mention, navigating through the dense fog would be perilous. Colliding with any obstacles could dismantle the immortal fortress. Even if he managed to elude the flaming aberrant beast, it would still cost at least 20,000 raw stones for a half-hour sprint. Moreover, he could not remain stationary. How many aberrant beasts would he attract in this foggy madness? Eventually, he would still have to flee. Once the energy was depleted, not only would he fail to upgrade to level 3, but his very life might be in jeopardy. Gritting his teeth, Lu Ming shut down the energy thruster, pulled the gear back, and abruptly swerved the steering wheel. The immortal fortress began a sharp turn amidst the fog. The materials piled in the cargo hold rolled due to inertia, producing a thunderous sound. A half-full iron barrel toppled over, spilling water across the floor. In the tilted cockpit, Lu Ming gripped the controls tightly. Without waiting for the immortal fortress to stabilize, he reignited the thruster and slammed the gear lever down. The blue flames surged forth once more, churning the muddy ground. The immortal fortress charged toward the flaming aberrant beast like an arrow released from its bowstring. Rather than colliding with rocks in the fog, it was better to confront the aberrant beast head-on. I refuse to believe you are tougher than stone, Ming roared, his eyes fixed on the approaching ball of fire, drawing ever closer. The form of the aberrant beast gradually came into focus, revealing a colossal bear engulfed in flames. The bear roared and charged, its massive body at least 4 or 5 meters long. Upon seeing the immortal fortress barreling toward it, the bear appeared provoked, its flames intensifying. Suddenly, it leaped, flames trailing behind, disregarding the electric arcs from the magnetic storm coils, and collided with the immortal fortress. Ming gritted his teeth, his hands steady on the controls, as the fortress surged forward. Bang! The sound of impact resonated deafeningly, sending flames and debris flying. Ming was thrown from the cockpit, crashing heavily onto the deck. The flaming bear, rather than being sent flying, crashed into the cockpit. A gaping wound was torn into its abdomen, and it furiously began to pummel the structure. Before long, the cockpit was nearly demolished, and the bear shifted its focus toward the bedroom, seemingly searching for Ming. Refusing to succumb to despair, Ming painfully climbed to his feet and swiftly drew his one-handed axe. At that moment, the bear finally spotted him and charged with a furious roar. Ming dodged and rolled, raising his axe to strike at the bear's leg. However, flames erupted from the bear's limb, leaving only a shallow gash. The one-handed axe, already lacking in lethality, now seemed utterly powerless against the bear. The bear's bulky form belied an unexpected agility. It swiftly retaliated with a paw, sending Ming sprawling to the ground. Panic surged within Ming. Contact with the ground could trigger a mutation. Ignoring the pain, he scrambled to rise, intent on returning to the immortal fortress. Yet the bear had other plans. It leaped from the mobile fortress, landing before him, its massive head pinning Ming to the ground, gnashing its teeth wildly. Bears are cunning creatures, known for their vengeful nature. After capturing prey, they relish the torment, devouring their victims piece by piece. Those unfortunate enough to be hunted by bears often endure prolonged suffering, witnessing their own demise with helpless dread. The recent collision with the immortal fortress had only heightened the bear's ferocity, and it was now consumed with rage toward Ming. Intent on inflicting suffering and venting its wrath, Ming swung his axe with all his might at the bear's head, but the bear's formidable defense rendered it ineffective, leaving only shallow marks. A critical hit. With each of Ming's relentless attacks, a passive critical strike finally triggered, cleaving the bear's scalp. Though the skull absorbed the brunt of the blow, while not fatal, the bear yelped in pain, flinging Ming several meters away. An opportunity arose. As Ming tumbled to the ground, he quickly aimed his wrist at the bear. Whether he lived or died hinged on this moment. He pressed the binding device's button. Instantly, the space around him twisted. The immortal fortress vanished, reappearing above the bear. Boom. The bear was large, yet the immortal fortress was larger and heavier. The bear was pinned to the ground beneath the weight of the fortress, struggling to rise but unable to do so. Though Ming was battered and bruised, he did not dare linger on the ground for long. He swiftly climbed onto the fortress's deck. The bear beneath him was still alive, the deck trembling slightly. The electric arcs from the magnetic storm coils struck the bear repeatedly, causing it pain, yet it remained trapped, emitting furious roars. Chapter 13. Ascension to the Extraordinary. The audience stunned. Ming did not immediately devise a plan to slay the bear. He intended to keep it alive to deter the aberrant beasts wandering nearby. Dragging his severely injured body, he strained to pry open the hatch beneath the wreckage. Although he was covered in wounds and blood, the injuries were merely superficial. The true threat lay in the bear's strikes, which had damaged his internals, causing excruciating pain with every step. The cargo hold was littered with scattered crossbow bolts and materials. Gritting his teeth, he retrieved a piece of extraordinary beast meat hanging by the forge and leaned against the wall, slowly sitting down. Ming began to inspect himself for signs of mutation. He carefully examined his skin, finding no abnormalities, which brought him a measure of relief. Taking a deep breath, he realized that contact with the ground did not necessarily lead to mutation. Rather, a certain duration of exposure was needed to trigger it. With the threat of aberrant beasts no longer a concern and his body free from mutation, Ming felt at ease as he devoured the beast meat to recuperate. His devouring skill transformed the meat into vitality that flowed rapidly into his being. Ming felt a warm surge spreading through his limbs, gradually mending his wounds. After feeling somewhat better, Ming set about processing his orders. He also picked up the scattered raw stones around him, tossing them into the immortal fortress's furnace. Consuming the raw stones repaired the damaged structure. Upgrading the fortress necessitated that the foundational buildings remain relatively intact. If they were too severely damaged, upgrades would be impossible. Time passed gradually, and by the late night, Ming had finally cleared all the crossbow bolts. The prices fluctuated, yielding an income of 63,000 units of raw stones. Ming repaired the fortress and replenished its energy, leaving him with a stock of 76,000 raw stones and 10,000 logs. With no reason to delay, Lu Ming opted to upgrade the immortal fortress immediately. He summoned the panel and clicked on the upgrade option. As Lu Ming issued the command, the core furnace opened wide, and he began to feed the required materials into it. A staggering 60,000 units of material were utilized, though each individual unit was relatively modest in size. The cumulative weight was undeniably substantial. It took over an hour to transport them all. As the materials transformed into formidable energy, the immortal fortress began to tremble violently. The steel base of the fortress creaked as it gradually extended to a length of 12 meters. Its width expanded from 5 meters to 8, and its height rose from 15 meters above the ground to just 2. The structure above increased to 3 rooms, transitioning from a single layer to a double-layered design. From a distance, it resembled a grand villa. Beneath the immortal fortress, a colossal bear felt the tremors of the fortress. The immense weight that had once pressed down upon it began to lift, leaving only 2 tracks still bearing down. Sensing an opportunity for escape, it roared in fury, exerting every ounce of strength in an attempt to rise. Yet, despite the reduction to merely 2 tracks, the weight had increased significantly, and it continued to mount. The great bear not only failed to break free, but was gradually pressed deeper under the relentless weight. Tonight, the immortal fortress was destined to ascend while standing upon the giant bear. Upgrade complete. Moving fortress, immortal fortress. Level 3. Ability, devour enhancement. Upon the completion of this upgrade, the system refrained from issuing a notification, as the previous transition from 0 to 1 was deemed more momentous. However, Lu Ming paid little mind to this. Name, Lu Ming. Position, pioneer. Talent, immortal. Trait, devour enhancement. Attribute enhancement points, 32. Strength, 10. Agility, 10. Mental power, 8. Lu Ming allocated 7 enhancement points to elevate his mental power to 10. This increase in mental acuity sharpened Lu Ming's perception, greatly assisting him in combat. With the mobile fortress now at level 3, he intended to simultaneously break through to the extraordinary realm. Lu Ming took a deep breath and clicked to enhance his strength. The enhancement energy surged into his body, tearing at every muscle fiber. Lu Ming gritted his teeth as the muscle fibers were reformed amidst excruciating pain. The sound of bones cracking echoed as they fractured, only to be perfectly healed by the energy at the fracture points. This cycle of breaking and healing persisted for approximately 2 hours, and when the pain subsided, Lu Ming's height had increased to 185 centimeters, with his strength reaching 11. He felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through him, his muscles now more defined, each one seemingly brimming with explosive force. As he attempted to throw a punch, a low, thunderous sound reverberated through the air. Having already acquired the critical strike skill, he did not surpass the limits of the extraordinary. Nevertheless, this breakthrough not only augmented his strength, but also marked a solid step forward on the path to the extraordinary. Congratulations, player, on ascending to the extraordinary realm. The system will notify all players in 1 hour. Please draft the notification. The system will inform all players. Lu Ming casually composed a message and then disregarded the system. Now, he aimed to elevate his agility to the extraordinary as well. He inhaled deeply once more and clicked to upgrade agility. The enhancement energy surged like a tidal wave, and unlike the previous strengthening of his muscles and bones, this energy seemed to be writhing and tearing at him. His tendons stretched painfully. Even his nerves felt as if they were being manipulated. Lu Ming lay on the ground, convulsing as his tendons burned like they were engulfed in flames, every inch of his skin screaming in agony. The process of reshaping his tendons was exceedingly arduous and protracted. Regional chat channel. Tonight is thrilling. Hiding in the fortress and firing ambush shots. Once the mist clears, these aberrant beasts will provide ample sustenance. You're fortunate. Your crossbow bolts are plentiful, while I am left with barely a handful. Have you inquired if anyone is selling crossbow bolts? I asked, but none are available. They need to keep some for their own defense. Notification to all players. The immortal fortress, Pioneer, has ascended to the extraordinary. What the hell? That filthy fellow has attained the extraordinary. My goodness, this is so sudden. The news of Lu Ming's ascension spread swiftly throughout the region. At this moment, aboard the Titan, a burly man engaged in battle sent an aberrant beast flying with a punch, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. That filthy fellow has become extraordinary? After exchanging 5,000 logs with Lu Ming today, he has been deeply contemplating the path of skills. Lu Ming's sudden ascension confirmed his suspicions. If Lu Ming can do it, why can't he? The man's eyes gleamed with a hint of madness as he charged toward the aberrant beast that had leapt onto the deck. Meanwhile, aboard the mountain fortress, a wiry man with the physique of a wolf wielded a hammer incongruent with his slender frame, his eyes sparkling with determination. Damn it, he's gotten ahead of me again. The man muttered under his breath. The news of Lu Ming's ascension undoubtedly spurred those players vying for the leaderboard rankings, particularly the pioneer of the mountain fortress, who had previously been taunting Lu Ming in the chat channel, now found himself anxious about potential retribution from Lu Ming after being surpassed. This was no longer merely a matter of ranking. Should the pioneer of the immortal fortress bear a grudge and come seeking him out, it could lead to serious trouble. In the chat channel, Some players lamented, others have already become extraordinary, yet my fortress remains at level 1. What am I to do? Brother, there's no need to panic. Most people are in the same boat as you. The hardships that filthy fellow endured to reach the extraordinary are beyond the imagination of ordinary folk. Can Brother Filthy share how he attained the extraordinary with us? Can Brother Filthy remotely guide me, please? I promise to follow your instructions. Immortal Fortress, Pioneer. Immortal Fortress, Pioneer, to all players, steady yourselves. Chapter 14. Can't die from electric shock? Strengthen until it's done. At this moment, Lu Ming was still in a state of consolidation, his body drenched in sweat, muscles trembling, and every breath felt like a knife cutting through him. The pain akin to cramping and skinning was an inevitable passage in breaking the genetic shackles. Crossing this threshold was tantamount to overcoming a significant barrier. A phrase that could not be more redundant. Lu Ming's mind had been tortured for hours by the agony, leaving him in a state of delirium. Enhancement successful. Name, Lu Ming. Position, Pioneer. Talent, Immortal. Trait, Devour enhancement. Attribute enhancement points, 5. Strength, 11. Extraordinary. Agility, 11. Extraordinary. Mental power, 10. At this juncture, Lu Ming had completed his metamorphosis. The elevation of his physical form granted him an unprecedented surge of power. Now, Lu Ming could engage in battle with 3 wolf brothers simultaneously and wield suitable weaponry against the flame giant bear. The rewards for this initial ascension to the extraordinary were akin to those of the first kill. The first kill rewards were as follows. Title, Dawn Knight. 5 rare lottery tickets. 10 lottery coupons. 3 teleportation scrolls. As per tradition, he first attended to the battlefield. The original hold was accessed via a ladder and hatch leading to the outer structure. Now, the ladder had vanished, replaced by a wooden L-shaped staircase, and the hatch had transformed into a conventional door. The belly hold opens up to a spacious and empty living room, while the original cockpit has been relocated to the second floor, where the view is far more expansive. Lu Ming strides directly onto the deck, surveying his surroundings. The remnants of battle that once marred the deck have now vanished without a trace. The magnetic storm coil continues its dutiful, rhythmic assault on the flame bear. Now, railings have been installed along the edge of the deck, and Lu Ming grips the railing, peering down. At this moment, the flame bear no longer possesses the imposing stature it had the previous night. Its flames have dimmed considerably. Its fur is marred, with not a single patch remaining unscathed from the searing arcs of electricity. Noticing a figure above, the bear struggles to lift its head, its eyes brimming with hatred. Lu Ming lets out a cold snicker. Humph, last night it sought to torture me, only to find itself on the receiving end of a night-long torment. When enemies meet, the animosity is palpable. Remembering the peril he faced the night before, Lu Ming feels that even if he were to flay the beast alive, it would not quell the resentment festering in his heart. He yearns to end its life, yet finds himself devoid of suitable weaponry. Glancing at the half-buried magnetic storm coil beneath the railing, an idea strikes him. He returns to the belly hold and tosses raw stones into the furnace. He accesses the system panel. Mobile Fortress, Immortal Fortress. Level, 3. Ability, Devour enhancement. Fortress enhancement points, 1. Lu Ming allocates the enhancement point to increase the power of the magnetic storm coil. Accessory enhancement successful. Magnetic storm coil. Enhancement effect. Attack range increased by 20. Power increased by 20. Attack targets, 2. Can simultaneously target 5. Yet, the power remains insufficient. Although the bear is pinned beneath the immortal fortress, appearing in a wretched state. These are merely superficial wounds. If Lu Ming were to pilot the mobile fortress and allow it to escape, he would be entirely unprepared to face it without a suitable weapon. Regardless, the immortal fortress is already at level 3, and the over 20,000 raw stones in stock are insufficient to upgrade Hawk's side. He might as well continue enhancing the magnetic storm coil. Hawk can compensate later. Resolute in his decision, Lu Ming casts more raw stones into the furnace, the flames surging upward. Accessory enhancement successful. Accessory enhancement successful. Accessory has reached the fortress limit. Please upgrade the fortress. After enhancing the magnetic storm coil to level 5, consuming half of his raw stones, the system emits a notification. Magnetic storm coil. Enhancement effect. Attack range increased by 100, power increased by 100, attack targets, 2. Can simultaneously target 13. Outside, the bear's howls grow increasingly pitiful in response to the enhancements. Lu Ming, filled with anticipation, seizes his crossbow and rushes onto the deck. The once blue arcs of the magnetic storm coil are now intermingled with red energy. The arc's attacks are now sufficient to break through the bear's defenses. The thick fur of the bear is riddled with wounds, exposing raw flesh beneath. Lu Ming takes aim and fires at the gaping wounds, the bolt easily penetrating the bear's body. The bear roars in fury at Lu Ming above, its sharp claws frantically scraping against the tracks of the mobile fortress, sparks flying as claws and tracks collide. The sound of friction is excruciatingly piercing. Mortally wounded, the bear begins to fight for its life. Its dim flames suddenly flare up. Lu Ming feels his cheek redden from the scorching heat. The once steadfast immortal fortress shakes slightly. Oh no, Lu Ming thinks to himself. realizing that if this continues, it may truly break free. There is no time to spare. He drops the crossbow and draws a one-handed axe. Although this axe may inflict limited damage on the bear, it is better than having nothing at all. With determination, Ming leaps from the deck, his legs propelling him downward, aiming for a critical strike. With both hands on the axe, he channels all his strength into a downward blow aimed at the bear's skull. The axe slices through the air with a sharp, whistling sound, crashing down upon the bear's head. Bang! The impact of the axe against the bear's skull resonates like an explosion. The immense recoil nearly causes Ming to lose his grip on the axe, his palms tingling from the shock. Brain matter splatters, and the flames engulfing the bear extinguish. This time, the flame bear is irreversibly dead. Standing atop the bear's head, Ming exerts force to withdraw the one-handed axe. The all-metal forged handle has bent nearly 90 degrees, and the axe blade has shattered entirely, with the binding device notifying him that bound item has been destroyed. Discarding the axe, he delivers a fierce kick to the bear's skull. Look what you've made me do. I had to expend my life-saving means. Do you know how long the cooldown is for summoning the immortal fortress with the binding device? Almost 30 days. I've barely been here for 3 days. How many life and death crises have I faced? As an ordinary person, I was suddenly thrust into this perilous world, utterly unprepared and all alone, teetering on the brink of life and death. Despite Ming's inner strength, he finds it hard to hold himself together at this moment. After venting the pressure built up over the past 2 days, he steadies himself and leaps to grasp the railing, attempting to swing back onto the deck. Zzzt. A jolt courses through him, and he nearly loses his grip and falls. Damn it, even I get shocked. Hanging from the railing, Ming kicks the magnetic storm coil in frustration. He clumsily returns to the cockpit, maneuvering the immortal fortress down from the bear's body. Once the bear's carcass is stored back in the belly hold, the dawn light breaks through the thick fog. The gentle breeze of the wilderness gradually disperses the mist. The aberrant beasts lurking within the fog emit disdainful roars at the sunlight, reluctantly retreating to their dark lairs. Players who had taken refuge in the mobile fortress for a day and a night begin to emerge, embracing the refreshing breeze. Today marks the settlement day. In just a few hours, the rankings will be revealed. Once the novice protection period ends, many system functions will unlock, allowing countless talents to shine forth. On the deck of the Titan, a bloody giant lets out a sigh as he gazes at the retreating aberrant beasts. Phew, I've finally made it through. His fists blaze with fiery determination, with no fewer than 10 aberrant beasts lying at his feet, including 2 shrieking wolf beasts. Throughout an entire day of life and death battles, he has indeed broken through his genetic lock and awakened a skill. Meanwhile, in another corner of the wilderness, 3 mobile fortresses are parked side by side. The largest among them is a level 3 mobile fortress. Inside the main hall of the level 3 mobile fortress, 3 men and 1 woman sit together. Among them, a gaunt figure speaks to the young man seated at the head of the table. It seems our strategy of 3 protecting 1 was indeed correct. Indeed, responds a muscular man across from the gaunt one, slamming his hammer down onto the table with a resounding bang. Fortunately, we managed to gather enough resources. Over these past 2 days, I've been adding friends and charming people in the chat channel, encountering countless oddballs. Sitting at the far end is a striking young woman, her face devoid of any sense of crisis despite being in the wilderness. At this moment, the young man at the head of the table stands and walks over to the beautiful young woman. Under her watchful gaze, he gently pats her shoulder and speaks in a warm tone. I'm sorry for putting you through this. Humph. As long as you know, the young woman replies, turning her head away defiantly. Chapter 15, Settlement, and we aren't even second. The young man smiles softly and continues, I have been keenly aware of everyone's efforts. We met in the wilderness, transitioning from mutual distrust to fighting side by side. We have become inseparable comrades and allies. Everyone has pooled their resources to elevate my mobile fortress to level 3. This trust, this camaraderie, I, Lin Dong, shall forever cherish. The young man named Lin Dong paced around the round table. Over the past few days, Dechuan has been tirelessly forging day and night. The lean monkey has persistently lingered in the chat channel, gathering information. Xiao Yu even resorted to leveraging her charm. At this point, the striking young woman named Xiao Yu cast Lin Dong a sidelong glance. Unfortunately, due to the overwhelming number of aberrant beasts last night, for our safety, the crossbow bolts can no longer be sold. Once we have eradicated the aberrant beasts, the fog will dissipate, revealing the gaps in our raw materials. Lin Dong surveyed the room, and then fixed his gaze on the striking young woman, his tone earnest. We owe our gratitude to Xiao Yu for sacrificing her mobile fortress so that the eternal fortress could absorb it, replenishing our final raw materials. Indeed, had it not been for Xiao Yu, our plans would have faltered, the lean monkey concurred, glancing at the girl named Xiao Yu. I, Dechuan, am merely a man of strength. The results we have achieved are entirely thanks to Brother Dong and the lean monkey's timely decisions. Especially Xiao Yu, who even sacrificed her mobile fortress. I am in awe. The muscular man named Dechuan regarded her with deep respect, being a simple soul. He genuinely admired Xiao Yu's selflessness. The group's attitude made Xiao Yu somewhat bashful, I didn't sacrifice that much. I am now the officer of a level 3 mobile fortress. If we are to speak of key contributions, it must be you all. It was Brother Dong and Monkey Brothers' decisions, with Chuan Brother forging tirelessly. My contributions are rather limited. Upon hearing Xiao Yu's words, the lean monkey continued. However, the fact that this indomitable fortress could adapt to the environment in such a short span of time, while others were still selling bows and crossbows, is indeed impressive. The lean monkey spoke with a rapid cadence, yet his words were clear. The foremost extraordinary, the first to achieve a kill, the first to upgrade the fortress. The pressure is indeed formidable. However, we are not foes. We have even developed a tacit understanding, and I believe we can be friends. If we become allies, his growing strength will only benefit us. Lin Dong tapped the table, making the decision to befriend the indomitable fortress. The others nodded in agreement. Attention, all players. System task completed. Congratulations, players, for accomplishing the task. All players promptly ceased their activities, focusing intently on the system announcement. Rankings. First place, Indomitable Fortress and its Pioneer. Second place, Eternal Fortress and its Pioneer. Third place, Blackstone Fortress. Observing the leaderboard, Lu Ming exhaled a sigh of relief. The efforts of these past days have finally borne fruit. Throughout my life, I have never attained first place. Today, I have finally achieved my very first victory. Overcome with emotion, I felt tears welling up. Wiping away non-existent tears, I continued to watch as the leaderboard revealed more names. First, there was Hawk in the Iron Fortress, achieving a commendable 5th place. However, this ranking was determined by a multitude of factors, including influence, strength, mobile fortresses, components, and accessories. Though Hawk did not ascend to extraordinary status, nor did his mobile fortress reach level 3, he formed a temporary alliance with Lu Ming, whose strength in turn benefited Hawk. Thus, should Hawk find himself in peril, a mere coordinate could summon Lu Ming to his aid. The system regarded this as a manifestation of influence. Factoring it into the evaluation, Lu Ming also recognized the Black Market Fortress and its pioneer, the one who claimed the first kill of the aberrant beasts. Currently ranked 3rd. The first kill achievement should yield a rare prize lottery ticket. This foundation could be surpassed by the fortress known as the Eternal Fortress. This piqued Lu Ming's curiosity about the Eternal Fortress. The giant fortress ranked 7th, which was hardly surprising, as this pioneer claimed to have reached the limits of humanity on the first day, demonstrating considerable strength. Then there was the Mountain Fortress, ranked in the 20s. One could only wonder if he still harbored intentions of confronting the indomitable fortress. Regardless of his thoughts, Lu Ming paid him little mind. The system has distributed rewards to all players. Lottery tickets will be settled monthly, with a maximum of 1 rare prize lottery ticket available each month. Players have gained a preliminary understanding of this world. System functions will now be unlocked. Good luck to all players. The system notification concluded. Lu Ming sat on the floor of the main building's first level. In front of him lay 20 lottery tickets, 10 rare prize lottery tickets, and a teleportation scroll. The ordinary lottery tickets yielded mostly mundane items, while the rare prize lottery tickets held the potential for extraordinary items. Lu Ming contemplated his choices and resolved to utilize all the rare prize lottery tickets. The rare prize lottery tickets took longer to process, and it was half an hour later before they were all exhausted. The rewards from the rare prize lottery tickets aligned with Lu Ran's expectations, uncommon items indeed. This round of lottery granted Lu Ran 3 skill scrolls, which were Blade Draw, sheath the sword and charge for a slashing strike, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. The power increases based on the charging time, with a maximum charge of 1 minute, unleashing formidable might. Instant Step, a mobility skill that allows the user to instantly appear before the enemy. The stronger the user, the greater the distance. The last skill was a mobile fortress skill, Pressure of Kunlun. In simple terms, it bestows both resilience and explosive force upon the fortress. In addition to the 3 skills, there were 3 accessories. Auxiliary Pilot can replace manual operation of the mobile fortress. Aerial Energy Cannon, after loading, can unleash a powerful energy beam with an attack range of 2 kilometers. Recon Radar, capable of detecting aberrant beasts and other targets on the radar. The relationship between components and accessories is akin to a person's limbs and ornaments. The last noteworthy item was the Lightning Energy Core. Description, crafted by the great alchemist King Clyde. The alchemist King Clyde researched this ultimate weapon before the final battle. This item is the legacy of Clyde. Sustained damage. The final 3 items from the lottery consisted of 2 alliance tokens and a battle knife. Battle knife. Description, this item was forged by a master dwarf, embodying the exquisite craftsmanship of the dwarven race. Gazing at the battle knife in hand, its blade measures approximately 15 centimeters in length, and it is about a palm's width. I toyed with it briefly. It feels exceptionally comfortable. Had I possessed this weapon last night, I would not have been so beleaguered against the flame giant bear. Yet, this is indeed a fantastical realm, where dwarves and alchemy exist. After binding the battle knife, Lu Ran turned his attention to the lightning core device. It was circular, approximately the size of a B cup, entirely metallic and black, adorned with patterns reminiscent of lightning. Why did they give me a damaged version? I muttered. grasping the lightning core as I entered the belly compartment. The description did not specify its exact function, merely labeling it a secret weapon. Given its designation as the lightning core, it should be utilized in conjunction with the energy core. Approaching the energy core, I clicked to use it. The intricate patterns on the lightning core pulsated with energy, gradually coalescing into a luminous orb. Lu Ming's grip slackened as he was jolted by electricity. At this moment, the lightning core hovered in the air, resembling a spherical bolt of lightning. Lu Ming stood by, stroking his chin thoughtfully. It appears I was correct. This object is intended to enhance the energy core. Crackling sounds echoed as arcs of electricity extended outward from the lightning core like tendrils. Fearing collateral damage, Lu Ran retreated a few steps. Suddenly, the lightning core surged directly before Lu Ming. He raised an eyebrow and stepped back again. The lightning core followed suit. Realizing something was amiss, Lu Ming swiftly initiated a burst of movement, narrowly missing the lightning core as he dashed toward the staircase. Zing! The lightning core was even swifter, transforming into a streak of lightning that shot toward Lu Ming's back. Bang! The spherical lightning struck Lu Ming's back, burrowing into his chest like a parasite. Chapter 16. The Formation of the Alliance. Lu Ming's feet lifted from the ground, his entire being coursing with electric light. He endured the searing pain of the shock, attempting to extract the lightning core with his hands. Half of the lightning core had already embedded itself within Lu Ming, its interior unfurling and extending tendril-like arcs of electricity. Plasma separated from the highly concentrated arcs, penetrating Lu Ming's flesh and corroding his bones to ash. The extraordinary power exerted little resistance upon the lightning core, which fully unfurled and enveloped Lu Ming's heart. After the lightning core invaded his body, Lu Ming collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony, his chest in tatters. His veins pulsed with electricity, and his garments were ignited and consumed. The binding device's straps melted away, leaving the main body to fall to the ground. At this rate, it would not be long before Lu Ming was reduced to ashes. Struggling, Lu Ming crawled to where the beast meat was stored, using his skeletal hand to snag a piece. Without pausing to chew, he swallowed it whole, as long as it was of suitable size. The devoured beast meat transformed into energy, mending Lu Ming's physical form. However, the newly regrown flesh was immediately scorched by the arcs of electricity. Regardless of whether the lightning core would incinerate him, survival was all that mattered. The tendrils of the lightning core, saturated with plasma, spread along the arteries, coursing through his entire being. The veins burned and were repaired, only to be scorched anew, perpetuating a vicious cycle. Time passed, and Lu Ming's upper body became a latticework of plasma tendrils. At that moment, the meat from the wolf had been consumed, and before the plasma could corrode the flesh entirely, he swung his blade and cleaved the giant bear in two. After pausing briefly without consuming more, Lu Ming's skin began to yellow and char, revealing arcs of electricity once more. He hastily devoured the bear's flesh. Lu Ming. Strength, 11. Agility, 11. Mental power, 10. Attribute enhancement points, 22. Lu Ming immediately allocated all enhancement points to bolster his strength. The enhancement coursed through his body, fortifying both his skeletal and muscular integrity once more. Yet, it was insufficient. His current physical resilience still could not withstand the arcs from the lightning core. Now he comprehended why this was a posthumous work. This device was not merely an accessory to the energy core, but was embedded within the body. Even the extraordinary were fundamentally vulnerable. Had Lu Ming not been voraciously consuming flesh to mend himself, his heart would have long since turned to ash. It was no wonder Clyde succumbed to death. To what extent must extraordinary beings evolve for their organs to withstand such an assault? This posed an almost insurmountable challenge. However, Lu Ming was different. He could consume and restore his wounds, and his attribute enhancements were comprehensive, including his internal organs. As long as he had sufficient enhancement points, he could immediately amplify his strength. This giant bear undoubtedly weighed over a ton. The flesh of these extraordinary beings bore the flow of extraordinary power. And before the energy dissipated, there was no need to fear decay. Originally, this meat would have sufficed for Lu Ming for an entire month. Yet now, as soon as it entered his stomach, it transformed into energy to restore his body. Once the enhancement points were sufficient, he would promptly utilize them for reinforcement. Regional chat channel, population, 46,827. In just 3 days, over 50,000 had perished. It was unimaginable how horrifying the total number would be if other regions were included. Dawn, Eternal Fortress, administrator founded in the name of the unyielding who struggle to survive. Winter Alliance. Recruiting Alliance members. Alliance Declaration. We unite for a shared ideal. We grow strong through mutual trust. Alliance Oath. Hearts turned toward the light. We shall never cease our march. In the name of the Alliance, we shall be eternally remembered. Wow. The second major player has established an alliance. Finally, we can band together for warmth. Just to clarify, it's you who needs warmth, not the big shots. So what? With the Alliance's protection, it's certainly safer than being alone. That much is true. After enduring 3 dark days, the first alliance had been established. This news illuminated all players who had been teetering on the brink of death, much like the moniker of the Eternal Fortress, Dawn. Dawn Mountain Fortress. Pioneer, I declare the formation of an alliance with my extraordinary form. Named, Rage Alliance. Recruiting alliance members. Alliance Declaration. When civilization devolves into fodder for beasts. We are the last spark. Alliance Oath. Bones as monuments. Battle cries as vows. With my blood, I forge your shield. With my will, I ignite your soul. The Pioneer of Mountain Fortress's announcement instantly sparked a frenzy in the chat channel. An extraordinary powerhouse had also created an alliance. My goodness. With the protection of an extraordinary being, we can develop in peace. What are you thinking? They want to protect you for free. There is bound to be a cost. Isn't that self-evident? The alliance provides protection. It's only right for us to contribute to the alliance. One after another, several alliances were established in the chat channel. Each alliance undoubtedly had a formidable figure at its helm. Once the system's functions were unlocked, players could utilize basic positioning radars to view their coordinates and those of their allies. Consequently, players began selecting alliances based on proximity. The winds of the Wasteland swirled as the mobile fortresses, previously scattered, began to converge. Inside the immortal fortress, the giant bear had already been consumed to a great extent. At this moment, Ming's strength attribute had reached 23. The tendrils unfurling from the lightning core within him spread like nerves throughout his body. Ming's physical strength had gained a degree of resistance against the plasma. As long as he consumed beast flesh periodically to repair his damaged tissues, he would be fine. It turned out the lightning core served such a purpose. Feeling the lightning core device enveloping his heart, Ming began to grasp its intended use. The alchemist King Clyde's so-called ultimate weapon was not the lightning core itself, but rather his own being. Once the lightning core device was activated and integrated into the body, it could draw energy from within. When the body reached a certain threshold of power, it would be akin to wielding the might of thunder itself. However, what perplexed Ming was that this Clyde should be considered a top-tier powerhouse, right? Why would he create such a contraption and then meet his demise? What was his intention? He nearly took me down with him, but fortunately, it was a damaged version. Otherwise, I might have been reduced to ashes in an instant upon activation. At this moment, Ming felt a tinge of relief. Task panel. Name, Ming. Position, Pioneer. Talent, Immortal. Characteristic, Devouring Enhancement. Enhancement points. 4. Strength. 23 Agility. 11 Mental Power. 10 after glancing at the panel's attributes. He picked up the fallen battle knife. As he grasped the weapon, Ming summoned the stray lightning energy within him, channeling it towards the lightning core. The previously dim core erupted with electric brilliance. From the heart as the epicenter, the energy spread throughout his body, making it appear as though lightning coursed rapidly through the veins beneath his skin. Ultimately, the current was directed into the battle knife, which crackled with electric sounds. The blade shimmered with visible currents, resembling serpents coiling around it, flicking their tongues at the tip. With the electrified blade, he struck at the remnants of the giant bear. The lightning left behind a furious afterimage in the wake of the knife's trajectory. The once formidable hide that had instilled despair in Ming was effortlessly sliced open. The bear's body severed with remarkable precision. Even the iron base of the fortress could not withstand the onslaught. When the strike concluded, a deep gash remained on the base, with arcs of electricity dancing within it. Ming sheathed the knife and swiftly approached the giant bear, without a moment's hesitation. He began to devour the bear's flesh to restore his physical form. This lightning ability truly inflicted as much harm on the enemy as it did on oneself. Ming couldn't help but reflect. After recovering some of his injuries, he prepared to explore the newly unlocked functions of the system. Upon opening the interface, he noticed a plethora of unread messages. He first clicked on Hawk's message. Congratulations, Brother Ming, for claiming the top spot. Seeing Hawk's congratulations, Ming smiled. His ascension to the top rank was largely due to Hawk's assistance. Congratulations. I also noticed you in the rankings, 5th place. Truly impressive. Ming reciprocated the sentiment. It's all thanks to Brother Ming's support. But what are your plans moving forward? Ming detected that Hawk had something on his mind and decided to wait for him to elaborate. I'm not sure. What do you have in mind? Hawk promptly shared his thoughts upon hearing Ming's response. Brother Ming, I drew an alliance order. I was thinking of establishing an alliance to support one another. Would you like to join? Fearing that Ming might decline, he added, as long as you join, you can take the position of leader. Hawk's sincerity resonated with Ming, but after a moment's consideration, he politely declined. I won't be joining the alliance, but Hawk, we are friends. If you or your alliance encounter any troubles, just let me know, or you can give me a coordinate directly. With Ming's support, Hawk took a deep breath and replied, all right, with your backing, I feel reassured. Hawk then switched to his title and began crafting a message, pondering for a long time before meticulously reviewing and finally sending the completed message to the channel. Chat channel. At this moment, the channel was abuzz with chatter, as countless individuals debated which alliance was the strongest. Dawn, Iron Fortress, Pioneer, I hereby declare the establishment of an alliance in the name of the Furnace, Forging Alliance. We are recruiting members for the alliance. Alliance Declaration. Fortresses traverse the wasteland, seeking hope within the mines. Sparks erupt from the anvil. Despair shall be forged into peaks. Behind us, besides the immortal fortress, only the furnace remains. Alliance Oath. We sell shields to the dying. We peddle blades to the avengers. But we shall never trade hope. After Hawk issued his declaration, the previously fervent discussions in the chat channel fell silent for a moment, before erupting into a frenzy of messages. Is this truly a declaration? This is practically invoking the immortal fortress and the scoundrel. This one is a heavyweight. Ha ha ha. It's just short of outright stating an alliance with the scoundrel. This alliance is excellent. I happen to possess forging talents. Indeed, with the top scoundrel's protection, I can forge in peace. I was previously dissatisfied with the scoundrel for selling bows and crossbows. Chapter 17. The First Alliance, Lindong. Ming decided to first check if there were any clothing sales in the chat channel. He discovered that individuals were no longer selling items directly, but instead promoting various shops. Scanning the panel, he indeed found the option for a marketplace. Transitioning to the marketplace interface, he noted the presence of several hundred shops boasting various titles. He clicked on the system marketplace to see what was available. Raw stones, timber, beast meat, rice, and water, mostly basic resources, albeit in limited quantities. These items were sold to the system by players, who would receive 1 system coin per unit in return. When trading in player shops or privately, the system would assess the value of the traded goods and the distance between players, calculating the cost in system coins, which varied around 520. However, for face-to-face transactions, the system had no oversight. Of course, it was also possible to trade using teleportation scrolls, which were generally priced at around 20,000 system coins. If he found it worthwhile, Ming exchanged raw stones for 5,000 system coins. Then browsed a shop titled Winter Alliance's Clothing Store, spending over 1,000 system coins on a set of clothes. He also purchased a 4-piece bedding set from another shop. Immediately donning his new attire and placing the binding device in his pocket, he recalled that he still had 20 lottery tickets unused. With nothing pressing to attend to, he decided to use them. Ordinary lottery tickets typically yielded common items, so Ming did not hold high expectations. He used all 20 tickets at once. As anticipated, the results were all mundane items, crafting blueprints for kitchen knives and standard machetes, a hodgepodge of crafting diagrams. The only noteworthy finds were 2. One was a blueprint for a dwarven flintlock rifle, and the other was a blueprint for an old-fashioned human armor, along with 7,000 raw stones and 2,000 timber. Hawk, are you there? After organizing these items, Ming sent a message to Hawk. What's up, brother Ming? Came the reply after a brief wait of about 15 minutes. I'm busy. It seemed Hawk was quite occupied, likely selecting members and overwhelmed with private messages. Hawk offered an explanation, but Ming was not one to dwell on such matters. Are there many people joining the alliance? The Forging Alliance just formed. And it's already so bustling? Of course, mainly because brother Ming, your reputation is so formidable. Everyone knows you are an ally, and they are eager to join for protection. As the alliance leader, Hawk was visibly exhilarated to see the alliance he had founded rapidly taking shape. I'm sending you a batch of items that your alliance might need in its early stages. Also, keep the crossbow crafting blueprint for yourself. With that, Ming released the binding on the crossbow crafting blueprint. Once again, transmit the various blueprints obtained, including the designs for the dwarven flintlock and the old human armor. At this moment, the system confiscated the items, indicating that a payment of 200 system credits was required. Without discussing this with Hawk, Ming exchanged raw stones for the needed credits and paid the system. Upon receipt of the payment, the system promptly transmitted the items to Hawk. Brother Ming, these items arrived just in time, especially the blueprints for the dwarven flintlock and the old human armor. The Alliance can now entirely rely on these designs to achieve initial accumulation. The expansion of the Alliance is imminent. Hawk exclaimed, I won't be modest about this. If you need anything from my side, just say the word. Once Hawk received the items, he immediately sent Ming a message. Ming responded with a smile. I knew you needed these, so there's no need to be polite. We're brothers. It wasn't that Ming had an excess of funds. Rather, Hawk's assistance had been invaluable. Although their initial intention was mutual benefit, when Ming requested to postpone any profit sharing, Hawk readily agreed without hesitation. Had he harbored any ulterior motives and demanded a portion of every batch of crossbow bolts, Ming would have had no choice but to endure. However, he did not take such an approach. Instead, he devoted himself to forging. Ming's current stature was firmly built upon the shoulders of Hawk. Now, it was Ming's turn to reciprocate. Although Hawk was a man of integrity, Ming was no coward. Had it not been for the exorbitant shipping costs of the airborne energy cannon components, Ming would have eagerly sent them over directly. The Undying Bastion boasted magnetic storm coils for defense and energy thrusters for escape. Moreover, Ming's close combat prowess was also formidable now. However, Hawk lacked substantial means of self-preservation. Should he suddenly meet his demise, it would result in the loss of a trustworthy friend in this unfamiliar world. Indeed, his only friend at present. After concluding the conversation with Hawk, Ming noticed several prominent friend requests on his interface. with an overwhelming number of friend requests. Those that caught Lu Ming's attention bore titles of distinction. Notably, not only did the Eternal Arc's pioneer send a request, but their administrator also made a friend request. The Winter Alliance, established by the Eternal Bastion, currently held the top rank among alliances. This ranking would be updated periodically, taking into account various factors such as the strength of alliance members, the level of mobile fortresses, and overall influence. After agreeing to each request, new friend notifications began to stream in. Most were invitations to join alliances, which Lu Ming politely declined one by one. Among them was a message from the Eternal Bastion's pioneer. However, they did not extend an invitation for Lu Ming to join their alliance. Given their status as the premier alliance, Lu Ming engaged in amicable exchanges with the intention of fostering goodwill. Clearly, the other party shared the same sentiment, and they engaged in pleasantries, exchanging names, and expressing a desire to keep in touch. When the topic of collaboration arose, Lin Dong, the pioneer of the Eternal Bastion, noted, "We have previously engaged in tacit cooperation." Lu Ming, intrigued, inquired, "When did this happen?" "I don't recall." Following Lin Dong's explanation, Lu Ming was enlightened. It turned out that they had encountered each other shortly after arriving, collectively defeating several aberrant beasts and obtaining crafting blueprints. After finally locating a raw stone mine, they began to accumulate resources, forging one item at a time for sale. Among them was a character known as Slim, who managed the sales in the chat channel. Upon mentioning this to Lin Dong, he realized Lu Ming's intent and promptly decided to lower prices on all goods and go all in. So, we inadvertently achieved a form of cooperation? Upon learning the backstory, Lu Ming was somewhat surprised. Lin Dong demonstrated a keen sense of awareness and decisiveness. "Indeed. But our foundation is weak, and our earnings are modest." Lu Ming remarked, "You rank second. Had I not achieved the first kill and been the first to ascend to the extraordinary, I might not have outperformed you." The two continued their light-hearted conversation, careful not to leave a negative impression on one another. Suddenly, Lu Ming recalled something and inquired of Lin Dong, "By the way, do you know a pioneer from the mountain fortress?" Lin Dong raised an eyebrow and replied, "Yes, isn't that the one who was disparaging you in the chat channel?" Seeing the response, Lu Ming immediately asked, "Do you know where he is now?" Upon receiving Lu Ming's question, Lin Dong quickly responded, "I haven't been paying much attention. Tomorrow I'll have Xiao Yu look into it for you." Lu Ming acknowledged with an affirmative gesture, concluding his conversation with Lin Dong. Not wishing to deal with private messages, as he had exhausted considerable energy today, Lu Ming felt as if he had transformed entirely. Aside from a few original organs, the rest of his body had been entirely replaced. Unconcerned about the mess, he placed a large piece of beast meat on his 4-piece set and carried it into the bedroom. Now that the Undying Bastion had reached level 3, its walls had been completely replaced with stone, and even the glass had been reinforced. This strength was remarkably reliable. Furthermore, with the magnetic storm coils for defense, even a small Karami would be electrocuted instantly. Even if a powerful extraordinary beast appeared, they would be swiftly dispatched unless they were intent on dying by charging into the defensive range. The current magnetic storm coils could simultaneously attack 13 targets. Lu Ming had yet to encounter any creature more formidable than a flame giant bear. Even if such a creature were to appear, the coil's high-frequency attacks would provide Lu Ming with ample warning. Moreover, upon reaching the energy consumption threshold of the coils, an alarm would sound. By this time, the sky was a tapestry of stars. Aberrant beasts occasionally roamed near the Undying Bastion, but as they approached within 100 meters, they would not even have time to scream before being struck down by the electric arcs of the magnetic storm coils. Finally able to sleep in a bed, Lu Ming reflected as he prepared his bedding. He placed his battle knife conveniently at the head of the bed, picked up the beast meat, and began to gnaw, filling his stomach to the brim. This way, as the lightning core continued to scorch him, the act of consuming would constantly convert the meat in his stomach into energy to repair his body, countering the damage from the lightning core. Chapter 18. The situation in the wasteland. Sunlight streamed through the window, warming Lu Ming's face. He awoke, stretching languidly in bed. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of something burning and abruptly threw back the covers, leaping out of bed. "Holy crap, my bedding." At that moment, the comforter on the bed had been singed into the shape of a person and was emitting thick smoke. Just as he had stretched, he had failed to control the electrical energy within his body, unleashing the latent power coursing beneath his skin, which rendered his newly purchased bedding utterly useless. With no choice but to dash out in the nude, he grabbed the still smoking bedding and hurled it overboard. It wasn't that Lu Ming had a penchant for exposure. Rather, the vast wasteland had not yielded a single soul for days and nights. The base was connected to 3 structures, the 2-story pilot house and 2 single-story buildings for habitation and storage. Altogether, they occupied a deck measuring 9 meters long and 6 meters wide, making the overall 12-meter by 8-meter base feel somewhat cramped. After donning a primitive outfit, Lu Ming returned to his bedroom to dress. He picked up the beast meat to refill his nearly empty stomach. By now, Lu Ming had largely acclimated to the scorching sensation of the lightning, but mastering the control of the electric energy flowing within him would still require some time. Opening the system marketplace, I exchanged system coins and purchased a new set of bedding, meticulously arranging it on my bed. I also acquired a set of toiletries. These past few days have been quite challenging for Lu Ming, neglecting his personal hygiene amidst the chaos. Now that the urgency has somewhat subsided, it is only natural to rekindle those essential habits. The thought of cosplaying as a primitive man was merely a fleeting interest. Taking a deep breath, Lu Ming savored the freshness of the air, nodding in satisfaction. It was time to embark on a day brimming with vitality. He opened the chat interface and swiftly sent a message to Hawk. This time, Hawk did not keep Lu Ming waiting, promptly responding, "Good morning, Ming Gu." Noticing Hawk's quick reply, Lu Ming inquired, "Send me your coordinates. I wish to gauge the distance between us." In the vast expanse of the wilderness, Lu Ming had always been curious about how far apart they were. Before long, Hawk sent his coordinates. Good heavens, over 4,000 kilometers. At this distance, given the current speed of the immortal fortress, it would likely take a week or more, even with the activation of the chrysanthemum thrusters, without rest. Moreover, considering the need to mine for energy along the way, they would not meet for at least a month. We're quite far apart. How are things on your end? Any dangers? Lu Ming asked. Things are going well here. I've already met up with 2 allies. They are also LV2 mobile fortresses, just like me, Hawk replied, sharing the situation on his side. To have 2 allies converge so swiftly? Lu Ming expressed mild surprise at the speed of their rendezvous, given the distance. They were not far from me. I simply remained stationary these past few days, or else we would have encountered each other sooner. After a pause, Hawk continued, currently, alliances are formed based on individual coordinates and the gathering coordinates of the alliance. Other alliances, established earlier, such as the Winter Alliance, have their leader at the Eternal Fortress, which has gathered 7 to 8 mobile fortresses around it. Centered on him, the other members are grouped, with each group consisting of 35 mobile fortresses, extending outward over 1,000 kilometers in search of resources. Having engaged in minimal social interaction recently, Lu Ming was taken aback by Hawk's account. How many members does the Winter Alliance currently have? As the leader, Hawk had been monitoring this closely. They have around 500 members now, and that's with Lin Dong halting recruitment. Otherwise, it would be no less than a few thousand. Lu Ming couldn't help but reflect on the vastness of talent in the world. No wonder Lin Dong had not extended an olive branch to him the previous night. Perhaps in Lin Dong's eyes, Lu Ming was merely a capable individual to be appeased. And should he offend him, Lin Dong would not fear repercussions. And how many members does the Forge Fire Alliance currently boast? Lu Ming inquired. I've arranged it so that we have over 100 members, some possessing artisan skills. Those with crafting talents are stationed in the core circle, while others form groups outside the core circle to mine. Their weapons and equipment components are supplied free of charge by our alliance's internal craftsmen or available for purchase at internal prices. Once manpower is secured, we will advance towards the heart of the wilderness, centered around the Steel Fortress, maintaining formation until we exit the wilderness. As Hawk elaborated on the plan, his excitement grew. From his initial despair of being stranded in the wilderness due to energy depletion, he had transformed into a prominent figure in this world. Lu Ming felt a sense of pride for him. Concluding the conversation with Hawk, Lu Ming opened the message panel of the Eternal Officer, Xiao Yu. Brother Lu Ming. Last night, Dong Gu specifically instructed me to inquire about the mountain fortress number for you. I've already gathered the information. Since Lu Ming had exchanged names with Lin Dong the previous night, he was not surprised that Xiao Yu knew his name. Please thank Lin Dong in person for me, and I appreciate your efforts. After responding, Xiao Yu sent a coordinate and added, this is the approximate location of the mountain fortress number. Upon receiving the coordinates, Lu Ming looked it up and found it to be just over 1,000 kilometers away. If both parties continued to advance deeper into the wilderness, the distance would gradually diminish. However, Brother Lu Ming, Dong Gu asked me to remind you that the mountain fortress has now joined the Challenger Alliance, which currently comprises around 200 members. The core circle hosts no fewer than 10 mobile fortresses. The mountain fortress itself ranks within the top 50 during settlements and is part of the Alliance's management, currently leading a team to gather resources. If you have any thoughts, it would be wise to consider them carefully. Xiao Yu shared the details with Lu Ming, offering him a friendly warning. Of course, Lu Ming had no intention of crossing 1,000 kilometers to engage in conflict. His interest lay primarily in the provocations he had faced from that individual, especially after joining the Alliance post-settlement. The audacity to belittle the immortal fortress in the chat channels was irksome. Lu Ming found it perplexing that someone could elevate themselves through mere verbal jabs. Thank you. I am magnanimous and have no intention of harboring grudges. Haha. Really? Upon reading Lu Ming's reply, Xiao Yu raised an eyebrow, resting her chin on her hands. If you're not looking to settle scores, why ask for his coordinates? Clearly, you're intimidated. But then again, while the immortal fortress is the top ranked, this is the era of alliances. How strong can one individual truly be? With that thought, Xiao Yu sent Lu Ming another message. As long as you don't seek trouble with him, then that's that. I have other matters to attend to. Saying this, she closed the chat with Lu Ming and hurriedly dashed to Lin Dong's cockpit. At that moment, Lin Dong was bent over his desk, drafting a strategic plan. Hearing the commotion, he lifted his head and, Noticing Xiao Yu burst into the room, she seemed to realize something and playfully stuck out her tongue. Sorry, I forgot to knock. Lin Dong shook his head in resignation. It's all right. What brings you here? Xiao Yu briskly approached the opposite side of the desk. Catching her breath before stating, I just followed your instructions to gauge Lu Ming. Chapter 19, The Heist. Have you heard of the Immortal Fortress? Oh, what happened? Lin Dong set his pen down and closed his planning book. I relayed the information about the mountain fortress to Lu Ming. He indicated that he had no intention of confronting the mountain fortress. It seems he might be intimidated. I believe his strength is limited and he fears facing multiple fortresses. Xiao Yu shared her thoughts in one breath. Lin Dong listened attentively to her analysis. After a moment of contemplation, he advised, do not be so hasty in your conclusions. Let us observe further. Meanwhile, Lu Ming directed the auxiliary pilot to explore deeper into the wilderness. While he himself dealt with the mutated beasts that had been slain by the magnetic storm coils the night before, there were over 20 of them, including 3 extraordinary beasts. He processed only the extraordinary ones, as the ordinary mutated beasts did not yield enhancement points. He packaged them all for system recovery, earning over 3,000 system coins in return. Currently, Lu Ming's raw stone reserves were below 10,000, and he required a total of 200,000 raw stones and 50,000 raw wood to upgrade to an LV-4 mobile fortress. Most crucially, he needed the core of a heroic grade monster. According to the system's introduction, the skills of the mobile fortress require activation by a hero-level core. If the quality of the skills is exceptional, this level may need to be elevated further. Additionally, it also necessitates a core to break through to the hero level. The strength of the flame giant bear is estimated to be at the upper echelon of the extraordinary tier. Now, equipped with a formidable weapon. Even without invoking the power of lightning, Lu Ming can defeat the giant bear. With labored breaths, Lu Ming meticulously slices the beast's meat, cautious not to exert too much force. Otherwise, the lightning energy coursing through him would be triggered, leading to excruciating pain. The critical aspect is that the burns sustained must be healed by consuming the beast's flesh. Crouched on the ground, Lu Ming's body aches with fatigue. He must devise a solution. Boom. Bang. Just as Lu Ming was drenched in sweat from processing the beast's meat, a shell landed on the deck of the undying fortress, subsequently exploding. Unaware of the commotion outside, Lu Ming only heard 2 deafening roars. He assumed it was some formidable aberrant beast breaching the magnetic storm's defenses and attacking the undying fortress. Grabbing his battle knife, Lu Ming dashed onto the deck, scanning his surroundings but finding no trace of the aberrant beast. His gaze fell upon the collapsed wall of the bedroom, and he erupted in fury. My bedding set. The neatly arranged bedding he had laid out was now in tatters, with smoke billowing from what had once been pristine covers. Even the small wooden bed, which had only been slept upon once, was not spared. Infuriated, Lu Ming's piercing gaze sought the culprit. Bang! Suddenly, another shell came hurtling from the distance. Hearing the whistling sound, Lu Ming swiftly locked onto its trajectory. His pupils constricted as he raised his battle knife to slash at it. Crack! The blade met the shell, slicing through it like flowing water. Fragments scattered across the deck. Lu Ming's body crackled with electric energy as he sheathed his knife, peering toward the direction from whence the shell came. On the flat expanse of Wasteland, approximately a kilometer away, 3 mobile fortresses were making their approach. The largest among them sported a cannon, from which wisps of smoke were currently emanating. Dud. The leading portly pioneer turned to the official standing beside him, questioning the unexploded shell. Surely not. The shells are securely stored in the belly compartment. The official was equally perplexed. That mobile fortress has halted. You should use the radar to call out. Seeing the undying fortress come to a stop, the portly man commanded the official. Understood. The official promptly positioned himself at the radar to send a message. This is the Equatorial Guinea Fortress. You have entered our alliance's territory without permission. I hereby command you to cease all resistance. Standing before the radar, Lu Ming's complexion darkened as he read the message from the opposing side. Gritting his teeth, he muttered. So they think they can bully me just because I'm not making a fuss. The airborne energy cannon typically remains retracted within its base, only extending when needed, rendering the undying fortress less intimidating in appearance. Nevertheless, Lu Ming had no intention of deploying the energy cannon to obliterate them. Rather, he wished to ascertain their true intentions. With the magnetic storm's defenses disabled, Lu Ming stood upon the deck, observing the imposing convoy advancing through the swirling dust toward the undying fortress. Once the 3 mobile fortresses docked with the undying fortress, the cockpit door swung open. A rotund, 20-something man emerged, his presence making the door frame seem rather narrow. Others swiftly boarded the deck, encircling Lu Ming. The official stepped forward, clearing his throat and adopting a formal tone as he addressed Lu Ming. I am the official of the Equatorial Guinea Fortress. You have disregarded our warning and entered our alliance's territory. Despite the man's righteous demeanor, Lu Ming hardly paid him any heed, instead casting a curious glance toward the individual's rear. I formally notify you that we will be confiscating your raw stones. Is that understood? Clang. Before he could finish, a commotion erupted behind him. The portly man, panting heavily, leaned against the railing, bellowing, "Pull me up." Seeing this, Lu Ming nearly burst into laughter. The official hurried over to assist his pioneer. Once the portly man regained his balance, he slapped the official on the back of the head, exclaiming, "If we're robbing, let us do it properly." The official smiled apologetically, while the portly man rolled his non-existent neck and addressed Lu Ming. "Your fortress is quite impressive." "It certainly draws a laugh." "Indeed, it is quite amusing." Lu Ming nodded in agreement. The official, taken aback by Lu Ming's audacity, unleashed his sycophantic tendencies. "You dare nod in agreement." He raised his fist, ready to strike Lu Ming, but was abruptly halted by the portly man. "Rude." The pioneer reprimanded the official, who looked puzzled by the sudden rebuke. Lu Ming, equally bewildered, pondered the intentions of this portly man. After all, they had already robbed him. How could they still resort to violence? Speaking casually, the portly man strolled behind Lu Ming, gazing at the second floor of the undying fortress, and inquired, "What is your name, brother?" Hearing the question, Lu Ming replied dismissively, "Lu Ming." Upon receiving an honest response, the portly man continued, "Brother, you're just a smidgen away from leveling up to 3. It wouldn't be too much trouble to let you make up the difference, would it?" Seeing Lu Ming's silence, the portly man remained unperturbed. Everyone's like that. After a good thrashing, they usually comply. However, as he scrutinized the undying fortress, he grew increasingly puzzled. "Is this a level 3 fortress?" The fool. Lu Ming's patience waned. "Yes." The portly man gasped in astonishment. "Such a pathetic fortress still exists?" Then, as if intrigued, he pressed on, "What is the name of your fortress?" A smirk crept across Lu Ming's face as he finally grasped the crux of the inquiry. "The undying fortress." Suddenly, silence enveloped the surroundings. "He claims this is the undying fortress." Ha! After a brief pause, the group erupted into laughter. Lu Ming, momentarily stunned, realized they did not believe him. What a load of nonsense. The portly man kicked Lu Ming in the rear, causing him to stagger and turn in shock. The man clutched his sides, laughing heartily. "If this is the undying fortress, then I must be the father of a filthy beggar." Laughter erupted once more around them. Chapter 20, The Portly Man. A quarter of an hour passed. "Stop hitting me, Dad." On the deck, 4 figures knelt in unison. The portly man, with a face swollen like a steamed bun, bore bruises of various hues, one hand shielding his cheek, while the other trembled as he pointed at Lu Ming. Whimpering for mercy, Lu Ming, feigning deafness, delivered another punch to the portly man's face. The pioneer, already tongue-tied, now sported lips swollen and shiny, resembling 2 hanging sausages. Mumbling incoherently as he spewed saliva, Lu Ming shook his sore wrist. "Now how do we resolve this?" As soon as he spoke, the official beside him began bowing profusely. "Please spare me, great brother. It's all this fat fool's fault. It was his terrible idea." He pointed directly at the portly man. "You scoundrel, you dare betray me?" The portly figure, clutching his nose to staunch the bleeding, was incensed by the pointed accusation. Just as he was about to unleash his fury, he caught the gaze of Lu Ming sweeping over him, causing him to shudder in fear. He bellowed, "Even a tiger does not consume its own cubs. Cease, cease." Lu Ming, taken aback by the rotund man's frantic cries, hastily called for a halt. "Gentlemen," he asserted, "I was peacefully traversing the wasteland when, without provocation, you chose to ambush me. This is hardly appropriate, is it?" "Not appropriate at all." The group below nodded vigorously, resembling chicks pecking at grains. "And you, venturing forth to intercept me, only to risk your own lives, is even less appropriate." Their heads bobbed in enthusiastic agreement, relieved that Lu Ming seemed disinclined to end their lives. "I find myself in need of an additional pair of hands. I require assistance with some tasks," Lu Ming continued, surveying the individuals scattered across the ground. The clerk, with a glint of cunning in his eye, quickly threw his fellow pioneer under the bus. Him, it's him," he declared, pointing at the hefty man, who had boasted of being the regional president in Africa for a family enterprise, claiming to be a titan of industry. The portly fellow, unable to contain his indignation, lunged forward, seizing the clerk by the collar. "My family specializes in selling heating pads. When I arrived, it was a cacophony of wheels and dust clouds. When I depart, not a single leaf shall be taken, yet I am left here all alone." He lamented loudly towards the direction of their exit. Lu Ming strolled casually to his side, offering a light-hearted consolation. "Alas, all good things must come to an end. There is no need for further farewells." He patted the man's substantial shoulder and added, "Your vehicle is sluggish. Transfer all the goods to mine." With that, Lu Ming turned and entered the driver's cabin. The portly man gazed at Lu Ming's retreating figure, nearly voicing a retort that would have been as absurd as using a household register as a weapon. Suddenly, the deck of the unyielding fortress cracked open with a resounding snap. A cannon, as formidable as it was imposing, slowly emerged from beneath the deck. The barrel turned deliberately, locking onto the portly man's Equatorial Guinea vessel with chilling precision. As he prepared to unleash a string of curses, he swallowed his words, choking on the realization. If you had revealed that sooner, who would dare to rob you? This thought remained unspoken, echoing only in his mind. He truly felt as though he had lost everything, down to his very undergarments. The midday sun blazed mercilessly upon the earth. On the barren expanse, two mobile fortresses, one large, one small, stood side by side. The smaller fortress was home to a rotund figure, drenched in sweat, laboriously tossing chunks of raw stone onto the unyielding fortress. The portly man dared not even draw a breath, let alone slacken his efforts. Ming occasionally glanced down from the second-floor window, leisurely enjoying a substantial piece of roasted beast while admiring the man's industriousness. "Portly fellow, come up here," Ming called out, estimating the time was ripe for a small reprimand of the audacious man, though he had no intention of pushing him to the brink of exhaustion. Upon hearing Ming's voice, the man jolted, his flesh quivering as beads of sweat dripped onto the searing deck. Realizing he was summoned to ascend, he wasted not a moment, discarding the raw stone and scrambling up the railing of the unyielding fortress. His face flushed a deep crimson, resembling a liver. He exerted every ounce of strength, finally tumbling into the unyielding fortress with a thud. He then dashed to the second floor. The sound of the stairs creaking underfoot made Ming anxiously ponder whether they might collapse at any moment. "Brother Ming, did you call for me?" The portly man panted heavily. Ming placed the half-eaten beast meat on the table, reclining comfortably in his chair and propping up his legs. "I just recalled. You could simply sell those raw stones to the system and transfer the system currency to me. How could I have overlooked such a simple solution? You must be exhausted." The portly man nearly exploded with indignation upon hearing this. Were it not for the sharp stings on his cheeks reminding him of his plight, he would have lunged at Ming in a fit of rage. "Not exhausted. Not at all. Brother Ming is jesting." He forced a smile that was more sorrowful than a cry. "Engaging in physical labor, breaking a sweat, is beneficial for the body. I have long wished to shed some weight. This is the perfect opportunity." Ming found the man's heartfelt declaration quite agreeable and waved his hand dismissively. "Very well, go about your business." The portly man scurried back to his Equatorial Guinea vessel, hurriedly accessing the system panel. Following Ming's advice, he first replenished the fortress's energy core and then sold all the remaining raw stones to the system. After transferring the system currency to Ming, he received a casual "thanks" in reply. Unwilling to give up, the portly man opened the friend list of the clerk and his associates, hoping to mend fences. Unsurprisingly, he was met with a barrage of red exclamation marks. He had been blocked by everyone. Just then, Ming sent another message. Preparing to set off, the portly man felt a surge of dissatisfaction, but replied earnestly, "Understood. I've been eagerly awaiting your command to depart." The unyielding fortress led the way, with the portly man's Equatorial Guinea vessel trudging along behind at a dismal 30-meter distance. He occasionally cast glances at the impressive onboard energy cannon on the unyielding fortress. Lowering his gaze to his own meager dwarf cannon, he felt a whirlwind of emotions, unable to suppress his murmurs. "Goodness, this beast is truly formidable. No wonder it's called the unyielding fortress." He attempted to deviate from the path, but Ming seemed to possess an uncanny awareness. The instant his fortress strayed, even slightly, that ominous barrel would immediately align with his cockpit. Despite 1,000 grievances against Ming, he had to concede that the presence of such artillery provided an undeniable sense of security. He reflected that although he had temporarily lost his freedom, being alongside this top-tier brother afforded him a semblance of safety. Silently, he retracted his dwarf cannon back into its base, obediently adopting the role of a follower. Upon receiving over 30,000 system coins from the portly man, Ming felt quite pleased and chose not to tease him further. With a deft motion, Ming advanced the throttle, allowing the unyielding fortress to maintain a steady speed of 100 without engaging the thrusters. He regulated his pace to 60, just enough for the portly man to barely keep up. This time, he opted not to utilize the auxiliary autopilot system, instead personally steering the unyielding fortress deeper into the wasteland. The scanning radar indicated resource points within a 200-kilometer radius ahead, though their locations were somewhat out of the way. Moreover, they consisted of mere scattered small mines, not worth dedicating 2 to 3 hours to harvest. As the scenery outside the window rushed past, the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of twilight. Finally, Ming spotted a promising mining area that seemed likely to yield several tens of thousands of raw stones. This place, if managed well, could produce a significant bounty. He maneuvered the immortal fortress to a relatively flat area and brought it to a halt, then directed the corpulent figure of the fat man's Equatorial Guinea vessel to dock closely beside him. Ming stood on the deck, casting a sweeping glance around the surroundings before waving toward the fat man, exclaiming, "Hey, it's time to eat." Upon hearing Ming's summons, the fat man immediately dashed over, his hunger evident as his stomach pressed against his back. He had refrained from speaking up until Ming had given the word. "Hey, today I get to share a meal with the big shot," he thought gleefully, cautiously navigating around the collapsed walls of the bedroom to reach the first floor of the main structure. Ming was seated cross-legged on the ground, clutching a sizable piece of charred beast meat and tearing into it with gusto. He gestured to a small pile of beast meat on the ground beside him, warmly inviting the fat man, "Don't be shy. Eat freely. There's plenty." Though the appearance of the meat was rather unappetizing, being blackened, it was indeed the flesh of extraordinary creatures. Consuming the blood and flesh of such beings over an extended period significantly benefits physical prowess. You might not be aware of this, Ming began, but was promptly interrupted by the fat man. Brother Ming, I understand. I understand. This is a meal of remembering hardship and savoring sweetness. The fat man plopped down beside Ming, mimicking his actions as he picked up a piece of the burnt beast meat, his expression solemn. Brother Ming wants to remind me not to forget the path we traveled. He gazed at the meat in his hand, nostalgia washing over his face. Back in the day, when our ancestors first descended from the trees, they too consumed such fare. Listening to the fat man, Ming's expression darkened. With a swift motion, he snatched the beast meat from the fat man's grasp and kicked him squarely on his rotund backside. A mountain pig can't digest fine grains. Get lost. The fat man clutched his stinging rear, belatedly realizing he had misspoken. He shrank his neck, muttering indignantly to himself. I thought you were just pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. Now I see you're merely a pig munching on feed. Chapter 21. The immortal fortress has been robbed? As dusk approached, Ming sat in the cockpit, perusing updates from various alliances. He had scarcely paid attention to other players in recent days, but now he needed to refresh his mental database. Currently, there were over 40,000 survivors in the Wasteland. With countless alliances formed, certainly over 100. The vast majority chose to band together for warmth, joining alliances, while a few, relying on their individual prowess, roamed the Wasteland alone. There were also some weaker fortresses lacking any special talents, forming small groups for survival, not due to a lack of desire to join alliances, but rather because they were too weak to be accepted. Extraordinary talents came in a myriad of forms, some enhancing fortresses, while others directly impacted the individual. Previously, the system's map function was locked, leaving everyone wandering like headless flies outside the Wasteland. Now, the common goal was to traverse the Wasteland. A shared destination implied an increasing likelihood of encounters in the future. The chat channel buzzed with excitement. What? You robbed the dirty man? Absolutely true. If I'm lying, may I be cursed. The news of the dirty man's robbery sent the comment section into a frenzy. Some questioned the veracity of the claims, while others felt Ming was exaggerating. As the former officer under the fat man began to speak animatedly in the chat, a friend request adorned with a shiny title popped up abruptly. The officer squinted, recognizing it as the Mountain Fortress. He hastily accepted. Are you interested in joining the Challenger Alliance? Came the direct inquiry. Absolutely. I've been dreaming of joining. The officer replied, elated. It seemed the Mountain Fortress was quite intrigued by their robbery of the Immortal Fortress. Have you had a confrontation with the dirty man? What is his true strength? Please elaborate. The officer, with a glint in his eye, exaggeratedly replied, the Immortal Fortress? Its strength is just mediocre. There isn't even a proper defensive mechanism on that fortress. Our naval cannons unleashed a barrage that brought it to its knees. I was careless. I charged onto the deck and faced off against the dirty man, losing a companion in the process, barely managing to escape. This statement was heavily embellished. Yet the Mountain Fortress appeared to believe it, already formulating plans in their minds. Ming naturally noticed the skepticism directed at him in the chat. He had no desire to explain. It was utterly pointless. As night fell completely, Ming instructed the fat man, who was still busy in the belly of the Immortal Fortress, to cease his work. You'll sleep on the floor of the hall tonight. Upon entering, Ming tossed a set of bedding onto the ground. Brother Ming, I feel I could sleep in the belly, the fat man timidly suggested. Uncertain of the fortress's defensive capabilities and fearing he might become a midnight snack for mutated beasts. His concerns, however, proved unfounded. Ming did not elaborate further. After marking the fat man as a friendly unit, Ming activated the remote defense mode of the magnetic storm coil, conveniently disabling the fence defense. Subsequently, the auxiliary driving system took over the fortress, continuing its mining directives. Ming then made his way directly to the bedroom. Noticing Ming's indifference, the fat man could only grumble softly as he prepared his makeshift bed. Just before he fell asleep, he inadvertently glanced toward the bedroom. Goodness, when was this repaired? The walls of the bedroom had been completely renewed, and the bed was one that Ming had recently purchased. The following day, Ming awoke to the enticing aroma of food. Pushing open the bedroom door and descending to the first floor of the main building, he found a round table had appeared in the center of the hall, adorned with several exquisite small dishes. Clad in an apron, the fat man entered, carrying a large platter of sizzling, extraordinary beast meat. There's also a pot of porridge cooking. We can eat soon, the fat man announced, placing the fried meat carefully on the table. You have this talent too? Ming walked over to the table, eyeing the spread, which surprisingly included vegetables. Hee. I received a planting box as a prize. If I plant the included seeds, they'll sprout overnight, and by morning, they'll be ripe for harvest. I also have a kitchen building component. Though the fat man was now grinning and rubbing his hands together, he had spent the previous night in trepidation, fearing the sudden appearance of a mutated beast's glowing red eyes outside the window. Just as the fat man felt a prickling unease, several strands of energy flashed outside. He jolted upright, peering outside. he beheld the immortal fortress, engaged in automatic mining, surrounded by surging arcs of electricity, with the magnetic storm coil periodically unleashing terrifying bolts of lightning. Following the trajectory of the arcs, he clearly saw mutated beasts being instantly pierced and killed on the spot. Among them were even extraordinary beasts, yet without exception, all were felled beyond a certain safe distance. Bathed in the lightning, the immortal fortress resembled a mobile harbinger of death, traversing through the darkness. In that moment, he understood. He bore no deep-seated animosity toward Lu Ming. The robbery of the immortal fortress was merely for gain. He had no intention of killing. Thus, Lu Ming had not dealt him a fatal blow. He had only received a beating and surrendered all his precious stones as punishment. Now, trailing behind Lu Ming, all he needed to do was assist him with some tasks. Afterward, Lu Ming indeed ceased to trouble him. In return, however, he no longer had to live in fear, worrying about those accursed aberrant beasts. Having come to terms with all this, the rotund fellow experienced a significant shift in his mindset. He resolved to demonstrate to Lu Ming that he possessed value beyond mere labor. It seems your usual culinary standards are quite high. No wonder you remarked that I was eating the bitter meal of hardship. Once Lu Ming had freshened up and sat at the dining table, he gazed at the sumptuous breakfast before him and sincerely complimented it. Following their earlier casual exchange, the rotund fellow could now surmise that he likely did not occupy the role of a mere captive in Lu Ming's eyes. Oh dear, I wasn't aware you lacked a kitchen. Why not transfer all the beast meat to my place for easier cooking? The rotund fellow's words were unmistakably an invitation to form a team. Lu Ming, perceiving the suggestion, nodded in agreement. A temporary alliance sounds fine, but whether it evolves into a genuine team will depend on your character. All right then, but I have a question, Lu Ming continued. The immortal fortress has been mining all night, and now it must be several hundred meters away from your fortress. How do you plan to return? Upon hearing that Lu Ming had accepted his invitation, the rotund fellow beamed with delight. Haha, brother Ming, I have a driving assistant. And so too do I possess a fortress summoning device. He proudly displayed a peculiar contraption on his wrist, reminiscent of an extravagant watch. As long as the distance is within 20 kilometers, my fortress can autonomously make its way to me based on my location. Ah, I see, Lu Ming said while savoring his meal. Excellent. Once you return to your fortress, start mining immediately. Let's strive to exhaust this vein of raw ore as soon as possible. Lu Ming held no apprehensions about the possibility of poisoning in his food. Given his innate abilities, even if it were poisoned, his body would rectify it. Unless, of course, the meal contained an explosive device. Upon hearing Lu Ming's instructions, the rotund fellow nodded vigorously. His culinary skills were indeed commendable. And since Lu Ming had not partaken of a proper meal for several days, he immediately entered a mode of ravenous consumption. The rotund fellow, being a true glutton, prepared ample portions. However, he was utterly unprepared for Lu Ming's insatiable appetite, which devoured the spread before them with astonishing speed. As an extraordinary being, Lu Ming's capacity for nourishment was beyond ordinary comprehension. In no time, the banquet was entirely consumed, yet both found themselves unsatisfied. Lu Ming estimated he had barely consumed half of what he might normally eat, and he surmised the rotund fellow had likely not eaten his fill either. The rotund fellow busily scrambled aboard his equatorial Guinea fortress, frantically catching chunks of beast meat being tossed down from the immortal fortress. The latter had been working tirelessly overnight, and at times, upon waking, the hold was nearly filled with raw ore. Thus, only a small amount of beast meat was retained for emergencies, while the rest was sent to the rotund fellow. After tossing the last aberrant beast onto his fortress, Lu Ming leaped aboard the equatorial Guinea. There was no denying that compared to Lu Ming, the rotund fellow's work pace was rather sluggish. They cleared out the stored beast meat and gathered the carcasses of aberrant beasts slain by the magnetic storm coils the previous night. All but the extraordinary specimens were sold off. Presently, the deck of the rotund fellow's fortress was piled high with several portions of extraordinary beast meat. To save time, Lu Ming assisted him in transporting it. While the immortal fortress automatically sought out mining points nearby, Lu Ming squatted in the rotund fellow's kitchen, helping to process the beast meat. The quantity before them should suffice for both him and the rotund fellow for an entire week. Huck, how are things on your end? The most discussed topic in the chat channels over the past few days was undoubtedly the incident of Lu Ming being robbed. Brother Ming, I am steadily progressing here. Several fortresses have gathered around the steel fortress, and we have begun producing weapons and equipment. Seeing that Hawk seemed unaffected by external rumors, Lu Ming felt a wave of relief. Very well, do not hesitate to inform me of any developments. After a brief silence, Hawk could no longer contain his curiosity. Brother Ming, is it true that you were robbed? Chapter 22, Heroic Aberrant Beasts. This matter had been inquired about by many, including the Winter Alliance. Survivors, having endured the trials of the Wasteland, were currently in a heightened state of aggression, especially those at the upper echelons of powerful alliances who were practically bloodthirsty. Should they encounter someone truly robbing them, they would likely resort to the most direct means of resolution. In their eyes, Lu Ming was considered a top-tier predator on their level. As a predator, To abandon the consumption of fortresses could only imply one of two possibilities. Either he was a false predator or a reincarnation of a saint. Is someone from the Alliance trying to stir trouble over this? Ming did not answer directly. He wished to gauge Hawk's stance on the matter. Not exactly. Though there are some internal doubts as many are drawn by your reputation. However, it's nothing serious. The framework of the Alliance is already in place. In terms of forging, our alliance is among the best, and we will soon expand. Hawk's tone was earnest, and Ming nodded in acknowledgement. I am currently advancing deeper into the Wasteland. If all goes well, we should meet within 2 months. They exchanged a few casual remarks, but Hawk was rather busy, and their conversation was soon concluded. With the beast meat neatly sorted, Ming stood on the deck, gazing thoughtfully at the far-off immortal fortress engaged in its tasks. Fame can be both a boon and a bane. His initial struggle for ranking had thrust him into the limelight, which inadvertently brought along some merchandise. Now that he was no longer selling goods, he found little interest in such hollow accolades. However, in the chat channels, certain alliances had begun to show signs of undermining his reputation. Days passed, and as dusk fell, Ming and the rotund fellow finally arrived deep within the Wasteland. 2 fortresses, resembling each other, were stationed beside a newly discovered mining area. They would camp here for the night. Over the past few days, the rotund fellow's fortress had also successfully leveled up to LV3. Together, their system currency had surpassed the 100,000 mark. Name, Ming. Strength, 32. Agility, 23. Mental power, 19. Attribute enhancement points, 3. The enhancement points gained from consuming ordinary, extraordinary, aberrant beasts were diminishing, indicating that his physical attributes had reached a level where ordinary specimens could no longer keep pace with his strength. Time to eat. Time to eat. The rotund fellow, donned in an apron, carried a large bowl of aromatic beast meat, shouting enthusiastically. Eating extraordinary beast meat daily had visibly enhanced his physical condition. Now, he could easily leap over the half-man-high railing of the immortal fortress. The two sat in the lounge of the Equatorial Guinea, feasting heartily. Brother Ming, it seems some people have been secretly inquiring about your whereabouts. The rotund fellow spoke with his mouth full, his words somewhat garbled. That bureaucrat who blocked me has shamelessly added me as a friend, subtly probing for your location. And what did you say? Ming grabbed a leg of beast meat from the bowl, the meat tender and falling off the bone, melting in his mouth. I gave him the location of the Winter Alliance. The rotund fellow licked his greasy fingers. Such matters are best disregarded. Do not engage in futile exchanges with those petty detractors in the channel, as it would merely squander your breath. Ever since the corpulent fellow latched onto Ming's coattails, his audacity has reached astonishing heights. Even Lin Dong, the esteemed leader of the Winter Alliance, has been subjected to his vitriolic remarks on several occasions. Enraged, Lin Dong resorted to sending multiple messages to Ming in private, beseeching him to rein in the glutton. In Ming's recollection, Lin Dong possesses considerable poise. That he could be provoked to such an extent by the glutton's barbs speaks volumes of the latter's caustic tongue. Engaging in verbal sparring is merely a pastime. I find myself growing drowsy at the mere touch of the steering wheel. The glutton's assertion holds truth. The Equatorial Guinea vessel has already encountered several accidents. Initially, when Ming noticed the glutton veering off course, he presumed there was a discovery to be made. It was only upon the vessel plunging into a ditch that he realized the glutton had succumbed to slumber. It required considerable effort to extricate the Equatorial Guinea vessel from its predicament. In recent times, similar incidents have transpired on multiple occasions, and each time Ming would unleash a torrent of invective upon the glutton upon rescuing him. However, mere admonitions cannot rectify the issue of drowsiness while driving. Whether crashing into a mountain or tumbling into a ditch, it is an egregious waste of time. Reluctantly, he had to enlist Hawk's assistance to forge a substantial iron chain, securing the Equatorial Guinea vessel behind the unyielding fortress to prevent it from dozing off into the ditch again, intending to release it when work commenced. After satisfying their appetites, the two parted ways to toil in the mining area. With the unyielding fortress's formidable defenses, Ming harbored no fears of attracting any unwelcome aberrations during the night. At their current pace, the mining area would be fully excavated by the following afternoon. In the distance, the glutton's fortress sat motionless, likely in a deep slumber once more. Ming did not intend to rouse him at this hour, as it was nearly 1 a.m. He would call him when he himself was ready to rest. Suddenly, the glutton's message erupted in a frenzy of notifications. What the hell? Ming, engrossed in mining, had unwittingly strayed too far from the glutton. He immediately redirected the unyielding fortress. The floodlights atop the fortress blazed to life, piercing the night like a blade. What is this? Under the beam, the glutton's fortress was under siege by a colossal shadow. As the creature was illuminated by Ming's floodlights, its crimson gaze swiftly turned towards him. With a thunderous roar, the shadow swung its massive hand, effortlessly overturning the Equatorial Guinea vessel. Subsequently, it shifted from a standing position to a six-limbed sprint towards Ming's unyielding fortress. This is bad. I'm in deep trouble. The glutton, hidden in the cargo hold, was tossed about like a rag doll, letting out a cacophony of cries. The creature stood approximately 5 meters tall, each stride spanning several meters, moving with astonishing speed. Witnessing the creature barreling toward him, Ming promptly activated the onboard energy cannon. Boom, boom. Energy surged rapidly from the base to the cannon's muzzle, unleashing a barrage of high-energy projectiles. The creature's reflexes were remarkable, its body twisted nimbly, evading several energy blasts. In the dead of night, the onboard energy cannon's vulnerabilities became glaringly apparent. Although the shells were swift, the radiant energy emitted upon firing rendered their trajectory painfully clear in the darkness, particularly at a distance, granting the adversary ample time to react. The creature dodged yet another energy shot, the distance between them rapidly diminishing. The creature's evasion began to show signs of fatigue. Just as it was about to enter its attack range, the creature came to an abrupt halt, stabilizing its form, its chest heaving violently. With a guttural growl, a thick green slime erupted from its maw, landing squarely on the cannon. The metal casing of the cannon was instantaneously corroded, releasing acrid smoke. After firing its last energy shot, the cannon was rendered utterly inoperative. The corrosive properties of that thick green slime were beyond imagination. After dissolving the cannon, it continued its relentless assault, threatening to burn through the entire base. Realizing his long-range weapon was obliterated, Ming knew he had no time left for repairs. He swiftly switched to the title of Dawn Knight. Dawn Knight enhances strength and agility by 20 and recovery speed by 20. Trait: upon receiving the first ray of dawn, experiences an explosive boost, increasing enhancements by 100 for 1 minute. Ming leaped onto the deck, his legs slightly bent, adopting a stance akin to a martial artist. While lowering his posture to gather energy for a decisive strike, the blade rested at his waist, his right hand hovering gently over the hilt. Though the blade remained sheathed, the power of lightning contained within was already straining to be unleashed. The arcs of electricity snaked outward, frantically probing. Through extensive practice, Ming had honed his ability to precisely control the output of the lightning core. At this moment, the creature had entered the attack range of the magnetic storm coil. A barrage of dense electric arcs erupted instantaneously, locking onto the creature with 13 strikes, bombarding it continuously. Once an invincible force, the magnetic storm coil now merely left superficial scorch marks upon the creature's hide. Not only did it fail to inflict meaningful damage, but it also served to further incite the creature's wrath. The beast roared, its speed once more surging as it leaped into the air. Its 4 powerful arms clenched into fists, preparing to smash down upon the deck of the unyielding fortress. Witnessing the impending attack, Ming drew forth his battle blade with fervor. With a critical strike, the friction between the sheath and blade erupted in a blinding flash of light as the blade, imbued with wild lightning energy, surged forth to meet the airborne creature. Boom! A thunderous explosion resounded, akin to the roar of a tempest. Before the reverberations faded, Ming was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing through several walls in succession. He landed heavily at the opposite end of the deck, his palm trembling slightly. The flesh of his hand torn, blood flowing freely. The battle blade, he realized, had been flung somewhere unknown. It was at this moment that he truly beheld the creature before him. Its form resembled that of a giant ape, yet with 4 arms, and its chin adorned with a row of tendril-like appendages that writhed incessantly. Its body was mottled with spots reminiscent of mold. Viscous green blood dripped from the wound Ming had inflicted upon its chest. Within the wound, flesh buds squirmed like countless tiny insects, intertwining and visibly mending the giant ape's injuries. Chapter 23. The battle rages on. Electric arcs flickered chaotically across the mutated giant ape, driving it into a frenzy. The beast temporarily abandoned Ming, redirecting its wrath towards the crackling magnetic storm coil, its massive hand reaching out to seize it. A cacophony of deafening metallic distortion accompanied the blinding flashes of electricity, and the magnetic storm coil was swiftly reduced to a heap of scrap metal. At this juncture, the unyielding fortress had lost all means of attack. With a flick of his wrist, Ming summoned the battle blade back to his palm. He crouched low, blood seeping from the gash on his hand, rendering the hilt slick and unsteady. Once more, Ming gathered his strength for a decisive strike. The giant ape, having destroyed the coil, now fixed its ferocious gaze upon Ming on the deck. With a thunderous roar, its massive form, akin to a small mountain, lunged towards him. In an instant, Ming executed a rapid draw and slash. The blade's arc was so swift it was almost imperceptible, exploding into a spray of blood upon the giant ape's chest, leaving yet another mark. However, the creature's hide was too thick. Ming's current strength could barely breach its outer layer of muscle, failing to strike at its vital points. As the giant ape's attack fell short, Ming's figure reappeared behind it like a wraith. Seizing the opportunity while the creature was off balance, Ming struck again with a reverse slice. The blade pierced through its fur once more, leaving a trail of blood upon the giant ape's back. Such a minor injury was inconsequential to its colossal frame. Yet the sensation of pain was undeniably real. The enormous ape, stung by the discomfort, turned in a rage and swung a massive fist. Ming swiftly altered his stance, pivoting the blade horizontally and forcefully pushing against its spine to withstand the blow. The gigantic fist, akin to a cooking pot, bore down with fierce winds, crashing heavily against the edge of the blade. Crack! The blade sank into the ape's flesh, wedged firmly between its finger bones. This maneuver was intended to use the ape's own force against it. However, the creature's finger bones were as hard as steel, leaving the sharp edge of the blade stuck and unable to penetrate further. Ming dared not engage the beast head-on. With a rapid flick of his wrist, he attempted to pry the blade free from the bone's grasp. The overwhelming force bore down, causing the blade to emit a painful groan, bending into an extreme arc. Alarm surged through Ming. If he did not relent, the blade would surely snap. He hastily eased his grip. The bent blade snapped back with tremendous force, propelling Ming backward. He seamlessly executed a backflip, barely landing on the deck. The impact upon landing remained significant, compelling Ming to brace the blade against the deck, sending dazzling sparks flying as metal scraped against metal, stabilizing his stance and preventing him from being thrown off balance. The ape, evidently seasoned in combat, roared in frustration after its missed strike and opened its gaping maw, unleashing a foul, viscous liquid aimed directly at Ming's face. With no time to hesitate, Ming sheathed his weapon and, crouching low, rolled towards the edge of the deck. As his feet touched the ground, he dashed beneath the deck's lower edge. The sound of sizzling corrosion echoed above him as large splashes of the noxious liquid rained down, engulfing the deck in a cloud of thick smoke. Ming dared not linger, swiftly moving along the fortress's base. The ape, infuriated by Ming's evasion, let out a furious screech and, using its immense strength, leapt to the edge of the deck. It lowered its head, scanning the pitted and smoke-emitting surface for any sign of Ming. Having stealthily circled to the opposite side of the fortress's base, Ming seized the moment, grasping the edge of the deck and propelling himself upward. With a forceful stomp upon the deck, he launched himself forward, aiming the blade directly at the ape's vulnerable back. Suddenly sensing danger from behind, the creature did not even turn its head but retaliated with a powerful punch. Clang! Another clash of metal echoed as the blade once more sliced into the ape's fist, becoming ensnared within its finger bones. Undeterred, Ming lowered his wrist, angling the blade downward towards the ape's robust thigh. Swish! A crimson line erupted as the blade carved a deep wound into the ape's leg, exposing bone. Arcane tendrils of electricity danced around the wound's edges, singeing the regenerating flesh and stifling its aberrant healing ability. A howl of pain erupted from the ape, which retaliated with a fist imbued with earth-shattering force. Hurtling towards Ming's back, Ming instinctively raised his blade to shield himself, yet the colossal force was beyond his capacity to withstand. Thud! A resounding impact reverberated through him, displacing his internal organs and causing a metallic taste of blood to surge in his throat as he fell heavily to one knee upon the deck. Without a moment's hesitation, he leveraged the force of the blow to roll away, tumbling down from the deck once more. Observing Ming's diminutive form scuttling away like an insect, the ape leapt after him, its enormous claws swiping ferociously at the spot where Ming had vanished. In an instant, Ming executed a swift movement, leaving behind only an afterimage to narrowly evade the lethal strike. The ape, missing its target, unleashed its rage upon the nearby fortress, roaring as it grasped the base of the indomitable structure with its four massive limbs. With a surge of strength, it uprooted the entire fortress, flipping it to the side. Alarm bells rang in Ming's mind. Just as he sought to catch his breath, he was jolted by the sudden elevation of the fortress above him. He instinctively leapt aside. Almost simultaneously, another stream of the vile liquid shot past him, narrowly missing his back. While the instantaneous movement was undeniably powerful, it was not without its cooldown. Besides the immense energy it consumed, he would have to wait several seconds before he could utilize it again. Just as Ming took refuge behind the toppled fortress, he felt a searing pain in his thigh. Looking down, he saw a gaping hole in his pants, with a small puddle of the noxious liquid sizzling and corroding his flesh. In the previous evasive maneuver, he had been a moment too late and got splashed. The electrical energy within him instinctively fought against the corrosive substance, yet it was clear that the liquid was far more aggressive, steadily eroding his flesh. The power to consume and heal was far too slow to counteract his injuries. Damn it! Ming steeled his resolve, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. He raised his blade and, with a decisive motion, brought it down upon the corroded flesh of his thigh. Slish! A large chunk of flesh was severed from his leg, exposing the stark, white bone beneath. The excruciating pain caused his thigh muscles to convulse uncontrollably, cold sweat soaking his back. As he gritted his teeth against the agony of self-inflicted injury, an inexplicable wave of unease washed over him. It felt as though countless invisible tendrils were extending from within his skull, coursing along his nerves and heralding a chilling premonition. With an extraordinary spiritual strength of 19, a warning blared in Ming's mind. He abruptly raised his gaze, his heart nearly leaping into his throat. A menacing ape visage loomed above the overturned fortress, its crimson eyes fixated intently upon him. The hairy tendrils beneath its jaw appeared to writhe, as if alive, creeping along the edge of the slanted deck. A shiver of dread coursed from Lu Ming's tailbone to the crown of his head. He had no time for contemplation, as his body instinctively reacted. He immediately raised his blade in defense. Bang! Thud! A tremendous force struck him, hurling Lu Ming through the air, crashing him heavily to the ground. The battle blade slipped from his grasp, embedding itself at an angle in the earth, the hilt trembling with residual energy. Roar! The ape, reveling in its successful strike, danced in excitement, expressing its primal ferocity. It then let out a piercing shriek and leaped into the air, its colossal feet poised to crush Lu Ming beneath them. If that foot landed, Lu Ming would undoubtedly be reduced to mere pulp. Chapter 24. On the brink of life and death. His eyes widened in terror as he summoned every ounce of strength, executing a sudden roll to evade, his toes digging into the earth. Instant step. The cooldown had finally reset. Boom. However, the pit below did not yield the expected carnage. The human had vanished. Enraged, the ape searched frantically for Lu Ming's whereabouts. Utilizing the last remnants of his instantaneous movement, Lu Ming scrambled to the side of the now tilted fortress, spotting the familiar hatch entrance. He scrambled inside, using hands and feet to navigate the chaos within. The belly of the fortress was in disarray, with supplies and parts strewn everywhere. Outside, the ape pounded its chest, unleashing a deafening roar. Following Lu Ming's lingering scent, it swiftly located the overturned fortress and began to rain down blows upon the metallic structure with unrelenting fury. Thud! 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 The metal exterior crumpled and contorted under the relentless assault, debris and fragments scattering in every direction. He rummaged through the scattered supplies and unearthed a substantial piece of previously stored extraordinary beast meat. Lu Ming, oblivious to the commotion outside, was consumed by a singular thought: to eat. The power of devouring rapidly mended his body, transforming his stomach into an insatiable abyss. As the beast meat entered his belly, it was swiftly broken down into the purest energy, surging towards his limbs and organs. The wounds on his legs visibly healed, and his expended stamina began to replenish at an impressive rate. The massive ape, in a fit of rage, smashed everything in its vicinity to smithereens. Yet it still could not locate Lu Ming. It circled the overturned fortress twice, then suddenly extended its colossal claw, forcefully flipping the structure back over. Inside the abdominal compartment, Lu Ming was gnawing on the beast meat when he was unexpectedly thrown into a dizzying spin. He clung tightly to the meat, tumbling amidst various debris within the cabin. Once the fortress stabilized, the enormous head of the giant ape loomed above on the deck. It lowered its head to survey the area and quickly discovered the entrance leading to the abdominal compartment. Lu Ming's heart leapt into his throat. Surely, that beast wouldn't attempt to squeeze in here. As expected, the giant ape leaned in, trying to force its way through the narrow passage. The steel edges of the corridor groaned and creaked under the pressure, deforming significantly. However, its bulk was simply too great. Its shoulders got stuck at the entrance, rendering it unable to enter. Seeing this, Lu Ming felt a slight sense of relief. The giant ape, unable to gain entry, howled in frustration and began to frantically tear at the metal plates surrounding the entrance. Clang! Clang! As Lu Ming listened to the cacophony of destruction outside, beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and he hastened his consumption of the beast meat. He needed to devise a plan. Continuing to wait it out was not an option. Even if his injuries and stamina were fully restored, a direct confrontation with this four-armed giant ape would still spell disaster. Having been an extraordinary being for a while now, he had initially believed that with the support of the fortress's energy cannons and magnetic storm coils, coupled with his own skills, he could at least hold his own against a hero-level aberrant beast. And even if he couldn't defeat it, surely he could make a hasty retreat, right? It now appeared that he had underestimated the hero-level aberrant beast significantly. Seeing that it could not penetrate the fortress and could not dismantle the sturdy passage, the beast resorted to spewing venom. Splat! Splat! Viscous liquid was sprayed indiscriminately into the corridor. Although most of it was blocked by the walls, some splattered inside, landing on the internal metal structures and immediately emitting noxious black smoke, accompanied by an excruciating corrosive hiss. Lu Ming's face paled. While he could evade the venom, the furnace and energy core within the fortress were defenseless. If those were to be corroded, the indomitable fortress would truly become a heap of scrap metal. With a fierce determination, Lu Ming bit down hard, activating the binding device on his neck. A flash of cold light signaled the return of his battle blade to his hand. Taking a deep breath, he swallowed the last piece of beast meat. Feeling the surge of power within him, he could no longer afford to hesitate. It was time to fight back. In a flash step, he drew his sword. His figure vanished from the spot, and in the next instant, a brilliant arc of light appeared before the giant ape, aimed directly at its gaping maw that was still spewing venom. Clang! The blade struck the giant ape's jaw with precision, causing it to howl in pain, momentarily halting its venomous assault. Now was the moment. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Ming darted through the narrow passageway like a greased eel. Although the giant ape was in agony, it instinctively sensed something moving past it. Ignoring its pain, It spun around to swipe at Lu Ming's previous position. In midair, Lu Ming deftly tapped his toes against the giant ape's body, using the force to twist away just in time to evade the strike. He landed on his back and slid several meters along the deck before regaining his footing. The giant ape's jaw bore a deep gash, exposing bone, and several of its grotesque tendrils were severed, causing it to bare its teeth in anguish. Lu Ming sprang to his feet, brandishing his blade. After his earlier feast, most of his injuries had healed, and his stamina had significantly replenished. He glared at the colossal creature before him, muttering an epithet under his breath. The beast was simply too tall. His blade barely reached its chest. With his current agility, any thought of leaping to strike its neck would undoubtedly result in a fatal error, leaving him vulnerable to its grasp. The giant ape, seemingly enraged or perhaps exhausted by its previous failures, let out a deafening roar and lunged at him. Lu Ming narrowly dodged, countering with a shallow cut. The beast's strength and speed far surpassed his own, forcing Lu Ming to rely on the remnants of the fortress for cover, evading and maneuvering with great difficulty. After several hours of intense combat, Lu Ming had gained a rudimentary understanding of the giant ape's attack patterns. It relied on corrosive spittle for ranged assaults and employed its 4 powerful arms for close combat, mixing in venomous strikes as well. Lu Ming's chest heaved as he gasped for breath. The first light of dawn began to illuminate the horizon. Blood and sweat mingled, dripping from his body onto the cold deck below. His stamina was nearly depleted, while the giant ape appeared to grow increasingly ferocious. The giant ape glared at the human, now visibly weakened and corroded by its venom, and charged once more. Despite being on the brink of collapse, Lu Ming continued to evade, infuriating the beast further. It suddenly lunged again. A gust of wind rushed towards him, and Lu Ming instinctively aimed to dive into a gap at the fortress's base. Yet this time, the giant ape was prepared. It swung its thick neck, unleashing a torrent of foul, viscous liquid towards his predicted escape route. The collision was inevitable. Realizing the danger, Lu Ming pushed off the ground with his toes, twisting his body to leap towards the opposite side of the deck. Boom! The giant ape followed closely behind, its heavy footfall shaking the very structure of the indomitable fortress. As it pursued him, Lu Ming dared not look back. Gritting his teeth, he sprinted desperately towards the Equatorial Guinea, hoping to outmaneuver the beast until dawn. But how could his 2 legs outrun its 6 massive limbs? The roars and heavy footfalls behind him grew ever closer. There was no escape. Resolutely, Lu Ming pivoted, using his forward momentum to retreat rapidly, swinging his battle blade towards the pursuing shadow. Clang! Sparks flew as his blade barely deflected the giant ape's claw. Thud! In midair, Lu Ming felt his strength wane. Unable to dodge, the cold, sharp claw pierced through his chest. The giant ape followed up with a powerful punch, sending Lu Ming hurtling like a rag doll, crashing heavily to the ground, leaving a trail of blood behind him. Coughing up blood, he struggled to prop himself up with his elbow, glancing down at the gruesome wound in his chest. When he raised his head again, through the gaping hole left by the corrosive attack, he could see his teeth nearly grinding to dust. He longed to continue fighting, but his body would no longer obey him. The giant ape advanced step by step, gazing down at its incapacitated prey, a malicious grin curling at the corner of its mouth. The most delectable of humanity, surpassing the extraordinary, is to be devoured slowly and alive by this monstrous entity. The shadow of the colossal beast gradually enveloped him. Lu Ming's heart sank deeper with each passing moment, filled with despair and a sense of helplessness. After enduring numerous life and death trials in this world, crawling through countless chasms in a bloodied and battered state, was this truly where it all ended? Chapter 25. The Fat Man earns the MVP title. The titanic form of the giant ape descended with thunderous force, its massive hand reaching straight for Lu Ming. Boom! An explosion of fire erupted from the giant ape, the sudden artillery strike causing it to stagger. Roar! The giant ape faltered a few steps, a small crater appearing on its shoulder, flesh rolling and writhing as countless meat buds frantically attempted to mend the wound. It turned its enormous head towards the source of the artillery, letting out a deafening roar. In the distance, the overturned Equatorial Guinea vessel had, unbeknownst to them, quietly extended a dark cannon barrel. Damn it! Finally within striking distance, the bruised and battered fat man bellowed. He roared from the cockpit, his voice hoarse from the ordeal. Upon awakening, he had scrambled out of the belly of the ship and immediately summoned the dwarven cannon. But the beast was too far away. He had stifled his impatience, waiting half the night for the creature to chase Lu Ming into range. The giant ape, thoroughly enraged, disregarded Lu Ming and charged towards the Equatorial Guinea vessel with earth-shaking strides. That damned fat man. Lu Ming felt a surge of warmth in his heart, though he couldn't help but curse aloud. The dawn was fast approaching. While sunlight might not extinguish these mutated monsters, their inherent aversion to light could perhaps grant the fat man a chance at survival. Yet the fat man thought otherwise. Throughout their journey, Lu Ming had protected him, sharing meals and shelter, a sense of security evident in the fat man's mind. Where could he find a more reliable ally? Moreover, Lu Ming had fought desperately to save him. He could not bear to watch Lu Ming sacrifice himself while he cowered alone. Besides, with their fortress turned upside down, death was inevitable. It was better to take a risk, perhaps even create an opportunity for Lu Ming to turn the tide. The dwarven cannon, which the fat man had previously regarded with disdain, was now struggling to unleash its firepower. Each adjustment of the trajectory carved deep furrows into the ground. In the direction of the Equatorial Guinea fortress, the sky was painted with crimson hues. The sun was about to rise. Lu Ming murmured to himself, suddenly struck by a thought that widened his eyes. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, he struggled to rise from the ground and staggered towards the Equatorial Guinea vessel. Lightning surged within his chest as he fully unleashed the core of his thunder, his speed accelerating exponentially, his faltering steps transforming into a full sprint. Meanwhile, the giant ape had reached the fortress, delivering a powerful kick that slammed into the base of the fat man's stronghold. Boom! The tremendous force sent the heavy fortress sliding several meters, the ground fracturing beneath. The giant ape roared, its massive hand flipping the entire Equatorial Guinea vessel, exposing the ruins beneath. The fat man clung desperately to the control panel in the cockpit, narrowly avoiding being thrown away by the tremendous force. Shards of metal and stones rained down, carving gashes into his body. The giant ape pounded relentlessly on the dwarven cannon, venting its fury. Seeing this, the fat man quietly released his grip, rolling and crawling beneath the control panel, barely exposing half his body. The dwarven cannon could not withstand such punishment. Quickly reduced to scrap metal, the giant ape, still unsatisfied, ripped the cannon from its base and hurled it into the distance. After utterly destroying the cannon, it shifted its focus, swinging its fist towards the control room where the fat man was hiding. Boom! The walls shattered, debris flying. The fat man, terrified, squeezed himself as tightly as he could. Alas, his bulk was too cumbersome. No matter how he contorted, half of him remained exposed. At this critical moment, the fat man caught sight of a dazzling light hurtling towards them at an astonishing speed. It was Lu Ming. His savior had arrived. "Big brother, save me!" The fat man screamed, his voice a desperate wail. Lu Ming, racing forward, crackled with electricity. His injuries were severe. He could only draw upon the thunder core to provide him with strength. As he sprinted, the electricity writhed around him. His wounds were grievous, forcing him to gamble everything on a momentary surge of power. The cost was the overloading plasma searing his flesh, each inch of skin emanating the scent of charred meat. His stomach was empty, devoid of any energy to aid his recovery. But he had no choice. It was a last-ditch effort, charging towards the horizon of dawn. Finally, the first rays of sunlight shattered the hazy morning mist and illuminated Lu Ming. Title: Dawn Knight. Trait: upon being illuminated by the first ray of dawn, a 100 enhancement is granted for 1 minute. An indescribable surge of mighty power instantly filled his limbs, and Lu Ming felt every cell in his body rejoicing. As if breaking free from some invisible shackles. Speed. Limitless speed. He transformed into a streak of lightning, hurtling towards the giant ape. At the same time, the giant ape had dismantled the control room, discovering the shivering fat man. Its massive head loomed closer, exuding a nauseating stench. The writhing tendrils beneath its jaw nearly brushing against the fat man's face. Fear, originating from the depths of his soul, rendered the fat man trembling like a leaf. He instinctively wanted to close his eyes, yet forced himself to look. Beyond the giant ape's terrifying visage, he saw Lu Ming's astonishing speed. A flash of inspiration struck the fat man. He pointed behind the giant ape with all his might and shouted, "Look, a meteor shower." The giant ape, oblivious to the notion of meteors, simply grasped the plump fat man in its enormous hand, its gaping maw opening wide, revealing glistening, writhing tendrils creeping forth. The fat man, terrified to the core, desperately turned to see Lu Ming. As the fat man seemed destined to be devoured, Lu Ming's heart raced with urgency. Still several meters away from the giant ape, time was of the essence. Lu Ming dropped low, entering a stance to unleash his blade. Using the momentum to slide towards the giant ape, his speed was so great that his knees scraped against the hard ground, carving a deep trench. His savior was within reach. The fat man was on the brink of elation, just about to rejoice. But then he saw Lu Ming slide beneath the giant ape's groin in a shower of sparks and lightning. The fat man nearly choked on his breath. Furious, he shouted, "Damn it! Is it too late to acknowledge your foster father now?" Hearing the fat man's furious exclamation, Lu Ming nearly spat blood. Quickly gathering his focus and dismissing distractions, he felt the sheath tightly against his palm, the leather's texture biting into his flesh. In his ears, he heard the desolate winds of the wasteland, the deep vibrations of the giant ape's throat, and the series of involuntary flatulence released by the fat man under immense pressure. With a mind as tranquil as still water, Lu Ming unleashed the full force of the thunder within him. In his eyes, the essence of thunder surged. At the moment when his thumb pressed against the hilt of the blade, everything around him seemed to freeze in time. The spine of the sword grazed the copper hoop of the sheath, unleashing dazzling sparks. A formidable force surged through the hilt, causing Lu Ming's wrist bones to emit a groan under the immense strain, the turbulent energy exploding upward through his forearm. In a flash step, the blade was drawn. The rotund figure felt as if a blinding glimmer of cold light had suddenly ignited before him, akin to a solidified bolt of lightning drawn from its sheath. The very fabric of space appeared to warp, as Lu Ming's silhouette vanished in an instant, leaving behind only a fleeting afterimage as he passed through the colossal body of the giant ape. The air crackled with violent, thunderous energy. With each breath, the rotund man felt a fierce current invade his nostrils, surging into his lungs. The massive form of the giant ape suddenly froze, as if it sensed itself rapidly diminishing in stature. In terror, it released its grip on the rotund man, its forearms flailing desperately as it sought to grasp at something. With a thud, the rotund man crashed onto the deck of the fortress, disregarding the pain as he scrambled to the edge to gaze downward. There, the once mighty giant ape lay cleaved in two, severed cleanly from the chest down. The once imposing forearms were now reduced to just two, dragging helplessly along the ground, attempting to flee. At the severed edge, a mass of raw flesh writhed frantically, as if searching for its lost counterpart. Dark green blood trailed behind, leaving a long streak upon the ground. Not far from this gruesome sight, the upper half of the giant ape twitched a few times before finally falling still. Dead. That beast is dead. The rotund man sighed in relief upon confirming the giant ape's demise, and quickly scanned the surroundings for Lu Ming. Soon, he spotted the unconscious Lu Ming not far from the fortress. At this moment, Lu Ming's garments had been reduced to ash in the prior explosion of lightning, leaving him clad in only charred shorts. The rotund man dared not delay. He hurriedly returned to the control room, frantically clearing away the debris that had pinned him down. He turned the vehicle around and cautiously opened the fortress's massive maw, gently swallowing Lu Ming back into the cargo hold. The rotund man stumbled into the cargo hold, where he found Lu Ming lying motionless on the cold deck, tiny filaments of flesh twitching weakly at the edges of his ears. By the heavens! Cauliflower! He exclaimed, but faintly heard a weak sound emanating from Lu Ming's throat, as if he were whispering something. Without a thought for contagion, the rotund man quickly threw himself beside Lu Ming, urgently inquiring, "Brother, hold on. If you have any last words, speak now." Lu Ming's consciousness had already faded, his breath faint as a flickering candle in the wind. The rotund man could even see through the horrific gaping wound in Lu Ming's chest to the deck below. Fearing he might miss Lu Ming's final request, he pressed his ear close to Lu Ming's lips, straining to listen intently. "Devour, feed me." Lu Ming's voice was intermittent, so faint it was scarcely discernible. The rotund man, guessing wildly, surmised that Lu Ming wanted him to provide something to eat. Feed? What could it be? Did he wish for a sumptuous meal before his demise? The rotund man scratched his head in confusion, but instinct told him this was no trivial matter. Devour, eat? He began to employ his clever mind, recalling Lu Ming's peculiar dietary preferences. Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited within him. He remembered Lu Ming's distinctive characteristic. He only consumed the blood and flesh of extraordinary beings. Moreover, Lu Ming had lamented more than once that the flesh of lower-tier extraordinary creatures had become increasingly less effective for him. With this thought, the rotund man sprang up from the ground, his rotund form racing to the kitchen ruins to retrieve beast meat before returning to the deck. Without hesitation, he pried open Lu Ming's mouth, disregarding hygiene, and forcefully stuffed in a piece of flesh exuding a foul odor. At that moment, Lu Ming's jaws were clenched tight, rendering him unable to swallow. In a panic, the rotund man dashed around, beads of sweat streaming down his plump cheeks. Spotting a broken piece of wood nearby, he seized it without a second thought and began to prod the beast meat into Lu Ming's mouth. With each of his frantic actions, Lu Ming's body twitched violently in reflex. This could not continue. The rotund man gasped, witnessing Lu Ming's agony, his heart racing with dread. What if, in my attempts to save him, I instead caused his demise? His gaze flicked to the horrific gash in Lu Ming's chest, and a wild idea surged within him. Gritting his teeth, he stomped his foot. At this juncture, he had no choice but to try anything. He looked at Lu Ming, who, even on the brink of death, clutched the battle blade tightly in his hand. With all his might, he pried open Lu Ming's pale fingers. Then, clumsily wielding the battle blade, he pointed its sharp tip toward Lu Ming's ruptured abdomen and, steeling himself, made a cut. Lu Ming's stomach had long been shattered. With trembling hands, the rotund man seized a bloody piece of beast meat and shoved it into Lu Ming's abdominal wound. At the very moment the meat was placed into Lu Ming's innards, a surge of dense black light erupted from his chest and abdomen, enveloping the rotund man's hand and the meat in an instant. Startled, the rotund man swiftly withdrew his hand. Within the black light, the beast meat dissolved at a visible rate, transforming into a pure torrent of energy that streamed through Lu Ming's veins and nerves, coursing throughout his battered body. The rotund man's eyes widened in astonishment as he witnessed the effect take hold. Joy surged within him. He had always been a clever one. Without delay, he continued to stuff beast meat into Lu Ming's abdomen, moving with urgency as he fed him piece after piece. Yet, as Lu Ming had previously lamented, the flesh of lower-tier extraordinary creatures was no longer as potent for his recovery. The healing was agonizingly slow. The rotund man furrowed his brow, observing Lu Ming's condition, which had improved but remained painfully gradual. Then it struck him. He smacked his thigh in realization, recalling the giant ape that had been cleaved in twain outside the fortress. The giant ape outside. Its heroic-grade flesh would surely suffice. No longer hesitating, the rotund man erupted with astonishing agility, bolting back to the control room. He clumsily manipulated the fortress's massive jaws, dragging the giant ape's colossal lower half inside. The giant ape's size was so immense that the cargo hold could barely accommodate its lower half. The rotund man surveyed the severed edge of the giant ape, silently grateful that Lu Ming's astonishing strike had not shattered the creature's toxic sac filled with corrosive liquid. Otherwise, this blood and flesh would be utterly tainted. He hefted the battle blade, laboriously slicing off pieces of the giant ape's flesh. The muscular fibers of the heroic-grade aberration beast were exceedingly resilient. With each cut, the rotund man had to exert every ounce of strength he possessed. Breathless, he returned to Lu Ming's side, unhesitatingly stuffing the energy-laden flesh into Lu Ming's abdominal cavity. Chapter 26, Awakening, Hawk Under Pursuit. In his unconscious state, Lu Ming's consciousness plummeted into chaos. Struggling, fleeing. The shadow of death loomed ever closer as the aberration erupted in full fury. The cursed wasteland became his hunting ground. As he tore apart the bodies of former kin with sharp claws and fangs, devouring their blood and flesh amidst their screams. In the daylight, he curled up within a burrow, evading the searing rays of the sun. As night descended, he emerged from the earth, reveling in the thrill of slaughter. With each passing moment, he grew stronger, his infamous reputation spreading far and wide. After he had massacred an entire town, extinguishing the lives of over 10,000 souls, the sky of the dreamscape transformed into a shocking crimson hue. A figure appeared, treading softly upon the ruins, approaching from the distance. A voice, gentle as a mother's whisper, echoed in his ears. The so-called aberration is merely a testament to your return to your mother's embrace, my child. The woman wore only a sheer veil, through which the sanguine sunlight penetrated, outlining her exquisite curves. Her graceful form was tantalizingly obscured, beneath skin as smooth as mutton fat jade. Dark red patterns subtly pulsed, as if they sealed ancient desires with arcane sigils. Copper-hued horns adorned with silver chains cascaded down to her ears. With each delicate step, her hooves tapped a mesmerizing rhythm, perfectly synchronized with the heartbeat of Lu Ming. This enchanting woman gently pressed her fingertips against Lu Ming's trembling throat, gradually descending. The exquisite, silky sensation sent shivers throughout Lu Ming's body. "Are you willing to become my child?" she asked, her face drawing close to Lu Ming's ear. Her breath fragrant like orchids. Her long, slender fingers caressed him softly, guiding his hand towards her mysterious depths. With sultry eyes and a voice dripping with seductive moans, she enticed, "Become my child, and we shall entwine in the abyss, indulging in boundless ecstasy." Before her words could fully escape her lips, Lu Ming's hand was suddenly wrenched away. A fierce gust of wind surged beneath him. Bang! The succubus was sent flying like a severed kite, crashing violently to the ground. She curled up, clutching her legs tightly, her silver teeth clacking, and beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. The sound of Lu Ming's curses filled her ears. What the hell is this? Some island nation-esque plot? Whether it was anger or pain, the once captivating visage of the succubus now flushed crimson. Her gaze fixated on Lu Ming, as if she intended to etch his likeness into her memory forever. Her lips trembled as she began to chant an ancient, intricate incantation. Lu Ming's beastly visage twisted into a grotesque smile, revealing sharp claws as he lunged towards the succubus. "Dare you curse me?" The succubus gasped, disregarding the searing pain, her fingers swiftly weaving a seal. In the next moment, a pitch-black void tore open behind her, instantly engulfing her, leaving no trace. Crack! The surrounding space shattered inch by inch, the dream crumbling as Lu Ming's consciousness plummeted into an endless void, sinking into oblivion. With a start, Lu Ming awoke, eyes wide open, shaken from the nightmare. That dream? It was far too cruel. He threw off the covers, rising barefoot to inspect himself, discovering that his injuries had miraculously healed. Inside the belly of the equatorial guinea, the massive corpse of the giant ape nearly filled the entire space. A series of thumping sounds resonated from the deck. Lu Ming exited the belly, finding that the previously shattered ruins had been cleared by the fat man, discarded overboard. At this moment, the fat man was laboriously nailing a wooden plank. Their fortress was not like the Indomitable, capable of self-repair. Once damaged, they had to mend it themselves. "Fat man," Lu Ming called out from behind him. The fat man's corpulent body jolted, and upon seeing Lu Ming, he nearly leaped in surprise. "Damn, you're finally awake." He tossed aside his tools, slapping Lu Ming on the shoulder with his large hand. "How are you? All healed up?" Lu Ming subtly brushed off the fat man's hefty hand, scrutinizing him from head to toe. "I'm fine. But you, with that bruised face, are you hurt badly?" The fat man chuckled and touched his face, then suddenly seemed to recall something, his smile vanishing, replaced by a serious expression. "You're not fine. Come, see for yourself." Saying this, the fat man led Lu Ming to a less damaged corner, rummaging through a pile of debris to retrieve a cracked mirror. Confused, Lu Ming took the mirror, initially failing to notice anything amiss. It was only when he saw his own ears that his eyes widened in shock. What the? Lu Ming's pupils constricted sharply. His ears had elongated, sharp and distinctly resembling beast ears, albeit devoid of fur. His canine teeth had also sharpened, nearly rivaling the fangs of legendary vampires. This must be a precursor to aberration. Check the panel quickly, the fat man urged. Prompted, Lu Ming summoned the system panel. Character panel, name, Lu Ming, position, pioneer, talent, immortal, traits, devour enhancement strength, 32 agility, 23 mental power, 19 attribute enhancement points, 11 skills, critical strike aberration degree, 3. Exceeding 50 will lead to the gradual loss of humanity. Warning, you have been marked by the abyssal demon Nafis. The aberration was understandable, given his close contact with the earth last night. But what did this mark from the demon Nafis signify? Could it be that the succubus who appeared in his dream was real? If so, it truly posed a troublesome predicament. Observing the fat man's furrowed brow and concerned expression, Lu Ming decided to withhold the matter of the demon for now. It's not a big issue. I want to lose my humanity with a degree of just 3. I have plenty of time. By the way, how long was I unconscious? Hearing Lu Ming's words, the fat man's anxious heart eased considerably as he replied decisively. 2 days and 2 nights. He then added, Hawk has been looking for you these past 2 days. It seems he has something urgent to discuss. You should respond to him. Hawk has urgent matters? Lu Ming raised an eyebrow and nodded. He opened the chat interface, and indeed, there were numerous unread messages. As he clicked on Hawk's chat box, a torrent of messages flooded in, and he began to read them carefully. As he absorbed Hawk's words, Lu Ming's expression grew increasingly grim. The fat man, noticing the change in Lu Ming's demeanor, asked in confusion, what's wrong? Lu Ming did not immediately respond to Hawk, but instead spoke gravely to the fat man. There's a serious problem on Hawk's end. After the life and death battle 2 days prior, he and the fat man had forged a bond of loyalty. The fat man, though seemingly unreliable at times, had proven himself unwavering in critical moments. From the initial robbery to risking his life during the fight to secure a chance for Lu Ming, he had never betrayed his comrades. This quality alone earned Lu Ming's deep-seated acceptance of the fat man as a partner. Thus, rather than hastily replying to Hawk, Lu Ming chose to consult with the fat man first. Should we help him? The fat man did not question further. I believe we must. Hawk is one of our few friends, and he once operated under my banner. That alliance called Challengers is merging with his alliance, giving Hawk one night to consider. The negotiations broke down yesterday, and they have already begun to hunt Hawk. They have suffered significant losses. The fat man nodded in response, contemplating briefly before speaking up. The dilemma lies in the fact that even if we utilize the teleportation scrolls to reach our destination, we currently lack any ranged weaponry and can only passively endure the onslaught. Your indomitable fortress has been turned upside down, and mine is in a lamentable state as well. Even if our fortresses could withstand the assault, how long would it take us to cover the arduous 3,000 kilometers without food or water? How much primordial stone must we expend along the way? The hefty fellow laid a series of harsh realities before Lu Ming, plunging him into profound contemplation. After a brief interval, a single utterance from the hefty man illuminated Lu Ming's thoughts. Why not have Hawk teleport over? A spark of inspiration ignited within Lu Ming, who deemed it a splendid idea. What a brilliant notion. I shall inquire with him at once. Without delay, Lu Ming sent a private message to Hawk. Hawk, I had some matters to attend to a few days ago. What is the current situation on your end? As the message was dispatched, Lu Ming anxiously awaited a response. Fortunately, it wasn't long before Hawk replied, his urgency evident in the message. Big brother. At last, you've responded. Re-establishing contact with Hawk, Lu Ming swiftly grasped the specifics of the situation on his side. The leader of the Challengers Alliance had, over a week ago, expressed a desire to merge with Hawk's alliance. Though ostensibly a merger, the myriad conditions proposed resembled more a unilateral annexation. Hawk had resolutely refused at the time, yet he had not immediately informed Lu Ming of this development. It was only 2 days prior that the Challengers Alliance issued an ultimatum, granting Hawk a mere night to contemplate their demands. Ostensibly the final night. The reality was that their fleet of fortresses had yet to penetrate into Hawk's alliance's core territories. When morning dawned the following day, after Hawk once more declined their overtures, the adversaries launched a sudden assault. Hawk and his allies suffered grievously, losing 6 core member fortresses before managing to break free from the encirclement. The artillery of the Challengers Alliance relentlessly pursued them, clinging tenaciously to their trail. Hawk was left with no choice but to lead the remaining core members of the Forged Fire Alliance in a desperate strategic maneuver across the Wasteland. Their objective was precisely the coordinates previously shared by Lu Ming. The members of the Forged Fire Alliance numbered over 150 in total. However, a vast majority were logistics-oriented fortresses specialized in forging, with only a scant few dozen capable of engaging in combat. These battle-ready fortresses had frequently received assistance from the Alliance, with several already stationed in anticipation of retreat to provide cover. Yet, this meager combat strength was akin to an adult childishly sparring with a toddler when faced with the combat-oriented fortresses of the Challengers Alliance. During the harrowing defensive skirmishes, their fortresses were obliterated. Some individuals managed to teleport to Hawk's fortress, while others perished without even the chance to escape. Naturally, not all opted for a fight to the death. In the direst of circumstances, a few members of the Alliance, perceiving the inevitable doom, chose to abandon the Alliance altogether. Even more egregiously, some defected, joining the ranks of the Challengers Alliance and becoming the very vanguard of their pursuit. Hawk was powerless to intervene, placing all his hopes upon Lu Ming. Chapter 27. The Heroic Level Aberration Core. Upon learning the specifics of Hawk's predicament, Lu Ming began to comprehend the chain of events. The Forged Fire Alliance was indeed a tempting target. Initially, Lu Ming's reputation deterred any aggression. However, since their recent plunder, the sanctity of the indomitable fortress had been shattered. Various factions naturally began to covet the alliance, probing for weaknesses. At that time, Lu Ming had been blissfully unaware, naively believing that mere development was the key. His failure to mount a robust response resulted in the loss of the fortress's deterrent power. As a protectorate of a faction, Lu Ming clearly lacked the necessary experience. Now, he understood, peace must be sought through strength, and violence must be met with violence. I shall provide you with my current coordinates. Bring your men through the teleportation. Hawk, his eyes bloodshot as he piloted the fortress, replied with a bitter smile. Brother Ming, I cannot come. Perceiving Hawk's bewilderment, Lu Ming clarified. First, we must ensure survival. Before Lu Ming could elaborate, Hawk interrupted vehemently. My brothers have fought valiantly to protect me and my iron fortress, not for me to survive as a coward. Even if it leads to our demise, we refuse to be like stray dogs. I will come, you must hold your ground. Acknowledging Hawk's resolute stance, Lu Ming ceased further argument. He now understood why Hawk had initially refrained from detailing the situation. While the Forged Fire Alliance had been birthed under Lu Ming's auspices, it had flourished primarily due to Hawk's efforts. Hawk was magnanimous and unperturbed by trifles. He would extend aid to those in need. In a certain sense, the members of his alliance had originally gravitated towards Lu Ming, only to be swayed by Hawk's character. Otherwise, one would not witness so many selflessly sacrificing themselves for his preservation. Hawk had evolved from a mere worker to a leader. His alliance required allies, not a figurehead. His team would not permit him to be relegated to Lu Ming's subordinate. Should Hawk and the Forged Fire Alliance emerge from this ordeal unscathed, they would irrevocably sever ties with the indomitable fortress. Fatty, your fortress has sustained severe damage. Find a location to conceal it, and we shall go rescue Hawk and his comrades. The Equatorial Guinea's upper structure lay in tatters. Leaving Fatty behind would only ensure his demise. Fatty, understanding this logic, did not protest, stating, Brother Ming, the aberration core from the giant ape should fetch a handsome sum. Lu Ming nodded in agreement. This core, initially intended for upgrading the mobile fortress, would have to be liquidated for now. Lu Ming's mindset had shifted. He had once believed that merely developing in peace was prudent, but it was clear that without subjugating these adversaries, there would be no respite for them. All eyes were focused on the battle between the Challengers Alliance and the Forged Fire Alliance. Should the indomitable fortress fail to assert its influence, Lu Ming would become a subject of ridicule. With iron chains linking the two fortresses, Fatty maneuvered the fortress to right the indomitable one. Thankfully, Fatty's previous drowsiness while driving had prompted Lu Ming to have Hawk forge that iron chain, which proved invaluable now. Once the indomitable fortress was righted, Lu Ming and Fatty leapt onto the deck to swiftly assess the extent of the damage. The destruction of the indomitable fortress was even more severe than that of Fatty's. Corrosive traces marred its surface, yet fortunately, the energy core remained unscathed. Otherwise, it would have been a dire predicament. Time was of the essence. Lu Ming led Fatty into the inner chamber, activating the core and depositing the primordial stone within. The fortress's innate ability, indomitable, was indeed a divine skill. As long as the primary components of the fortress were not entirely obliterated, they could be repaired through absorption. In contrast, Fatty's dwarven artillery, once destroyed, could only be mended by a craftsman team like Hawk's. However, any repairs would inevitably result in diminished efficacy, not to mention the complexities involved in reinstallation. While Lu Ming busied himself with repairs, the system had not been idle either. He opened Lin Dong's message. Lin Dong had merely sent a few greetings and mentioned the situation regarding the Forged Fire Alliance, but had not provided further updates. Lu Ming sent him a message but received no reply for quite some time. Resigned, he turned to the information from Officer Xiao Yu, who responded promptly, What can I assist you with? Upon reading Xiao Yu's reply, Lu Ming stated directly, I wish to sell an item. Please help me locate Lin Dong. Upon receiving the message, Xiao Yu turned to Lin Dong, who was sitting beside her, engrossed in the report, and said, Brother Dong, Lu Ming is looking for you. He mentioned he wants to sell something. Without lifting his gaze, Lin Dong replied, Inquire what he intends to sell. Once she received the answer, Xiao Yu promptly sent a message to Lu Ming. Our guild leader is occupied. You may directly tell me what you wish to sell. It was evident that Lu Ming was no longer held in the same regard as before, yet he was from the First Alliance, which afforded him that privilege. If he was busy, so be it. I would check if the Fury Alliance was interested in the heroic grade aberration core, an essential material for upgrading to a level 4 fortress. If I am not mistaken, apart from him, no one else has likely slain a heroic grade aberration beast. Lu Ming had no worries about selling it. Xiao Yu clearly understood the significance of the aberration core and almost instantly replied, "Wait a moment, brother Lu Ming. I'm going to find Lin Dong right now." She then swiftly turned to Lin Dong and exclaimed, "Brother Dong, he wants to sell the aberration core." At this, Lin Dong abruptly dropped the report and stood up, seemingly in disbelief as he confirmed, "The aberration core?" "Yes." He said he is preparing to approach the Fury Alliance. Upon hearing this, Lin Dong hurriedly pulled up the private message panel to contact Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming did not respond immediately, leaving him anxiously pacing. Just days prior, the Alliance team had reported the discovery of a heroic grade aberration beast. Lin Dong had instructed them to conduct a tentative attack to assess its strength. The outcome was dismal, with only one fortress returning swiftly, while the others were utterly destroyed. Currently, each alliance was fiercely competing. The alliance that first possessed a level 4 fortress would see its ranking dramatically altered. He promptly commanded the mobilization of the most formidable battle fortresses in the alliance, forming a team of 30 fortresses, and set forth in a grand endeavor to confront the heroic grade aberration beast. The result was catastrophic, as they were relentlessly pursued by the aberration beast throughout the night, only managing to escape in disarray at dawn, suffering significant losses. He had just been reviewing the detailed report of these losses. Of course, Lu Ming had not reached out to the Fury Alliance. The leader of the Fury Alliance had been acquainted with Lu Ming even longer than Lin Dong. This was the same individual who had once inquired of Lu Ming how to transcend the extraordinary, only to discover that he had indeed achieved that breakthrough. He was ranked 4th at that time. However, after failing to invite Lu Ming into the Fury Alliance, he had ceased all communication. As the foremost alliance, the Lin Dong Alliance undoubtedly held the strongest power and vast resources, making it Lu Ming's primary choice. Although Lin Dong and Xiao Yu's attitude towards him had diminished, business required one to set aside personal feelings. The system valued the aberration core at less than 300,000, yet Lu Ming certainly could not sell it at that price. Chapter 28, Transaction. I was just busy. What's the matter? Lu Ming did not linger in his teasing of Lin Dong, as the Eternal Fortress had now been fully repaired, incurring considerable expenditure of raw stones. The next step involved preparing resources for a long-distance expedition. While arranging the transport of resources from the Equatorial Guinea, he messaged Lin Dong, "Brother Ming, do you still have the aberration core?" Upon reading Lu Ming's message, Lin Dong felt a surge of anxiety. He silently hoped it hadn't been sold. He had just contacted the leader of the Fury Alliance, who had yet to reply. Perhaps he was also preoccupied. However, he had not mentioned the aberration core to him, for if he had, the leader would undoubtedly not have kept him waiting, right? Although Lu Ming's words were laced with sarcasm, Lin Dong felt somewhat reassured. His intention to purchase the aberration core was primarily to upgrade first, demonstrating the strength of their alliance to all. Should others learn that the aberration core was not obtained through their alliance's prowess, its value would significantly diminish. Indeed, there are numerous matters at hand. I apologize, my brother, but when have I ever neglected you during less busy periods? Be it any matter or information you require. Have I not promptly addressed it each time? Considering our relationship, you must sell the aberration core to me, if you need help. Brother Ming cannot simply turn a blind eye. Lin Dong spoke with great diplomacy, employing a tone of camaraderie and humility. He played the emotional card with both reason and justification. Our bond is indeed undeniable. Otherwise, why would I seek you out for such a valuable item at the first opportunity, even offering 1,000,000? 1,000,000 was somewhat exaggerated. Yet, Lu Ming was unaware of how much the other party had. Regardless, he intended to negotiate, throwing out a random figure to gauge the reaction. After all, he possessed the aberration core himself and had no fear of scaring off potential buyers. As for Lin Dong's emotional appeal, Lu Ming had his own sentiments to leverage. Sitting in the main hall of the Eternal Fortress, Lin Dong furrowed his brow, prompting several founding members of the alliance, including Xiao Yu, to inquire about the situation. What did he say? Is the core still available? Has he spread the news? Lin Dong raised his hand for silence, and once the chatter ceased, he gravely stated, "The news has not yet been released. However, he has quoted a price of 1,000,000. Upon hearing this, the others exchanged incredulous glances before continuing their discussion. Impossible. Not only does the alliance lack the funds, but even if we did, we could not possibly purchase it at that price. He must be testing the waters. We should engage him in negotiation." Although Lin Dong was the leader, significant issues necessitated a brief assembly. "Brother Ming, I understand you are selling the aberration core for the benefit of the Forged Fire Alliance. I admire your loyalty. I wish to assist you, but this price is simply too steep." Observing that Lu Ming was not swayed by his approach, Lin Dong decided to alter his tactics. Lu Ming smirked slightly. and the portly figure assisting with the transport noticed Lu Ming's somewhat sardonic expression and curiously asked, "What is going on?" Upon hearing the inquiry, Lu Ming shook his head and replied, "This Lin Dong seems to think he is taking advantage of us in buying the aberration core." Lu Ming recounted Lin Dong's words to the portly man, who huffed in response. Didn't he expect him to be so crafty? Lu Ming nodded in agreement, then continued messaging Lin Dong. "So what price do you propose?" 300,000. That's the system price. "Then go buy it from the system," Lu Ming scoffed. Was this fellow fooling him? "You need it urgently, but I can only offer 350,000. Lu Ming and the portly man concealed the Equatorial Guinea in a secluded cave, which appeared to be the lair of the giant ape, not far from the original mine site. Perhaps they could resume mining once their business was concluded. "I'll reply to the message. Give me a moment," Lu Ming stated. Upon hearing that Lu Ming intended to respond, Lin Dong grew increasingly restless. Considering the current rarity, the system's valuation of over 200,000 was indeed reasonable. Waiting a few months could see the core's price plummet to around 50,000. Yet, Lin Dong had ulterior motives. The alliance system had settlement tasks spanning 3 months, and at that time, rewards would likely encompass items beneficial to all alliance members. The higher the rank, the more substantial the rewards. He needed to outpace the other alliances to maintain the first alliance's prestigious position. While discussing price, Lu Ming mentioned he would respond soon, likely due to dissatisfaction with the offer, preparing to approach the Fury Alliance instead. Although it was highly probable that this was a bluff, Lin Dong could not afford to take that risk. Wait, 380,000. This price is already quite generous. Yet it still falls short of what Lu Ming has in mind. Though the deal may not be finalized, I appreciate your willingness to assist. Lin Dong was acutely aware of Lu Ming's urgent need, and Lu Ming, in turn, recognized Lin Dong's desperation. Ultimately, after a series of mutual probing, they settled on a price of 520,000 system coins, with Lin Dong assuming the responsibility for shipping costs. However, Lu Ming stipulated a condition and the need to answer a question. Lu Ming could roughly guess what the condition would entail and what question would be posed, and he readily acquiesced. At present, Lin Dong did not possess such a substantial amount of system coins. But Lu Ming estimated that converting his current system coins into raw stones would allow the indestructible fortress to operate at full throttle for approximately 20 hours. The transaction was required to be completed within 8 hours. This core of distortion must not be disclosed to the outside world. It is something you sold to me. Lin Dong instructed others to gather system coins, noting that they currently held just over 300,000 system coins, with nearly 1,000 members in their alliance. Cobbling together sufficient funds should not pose a significant challenge. However, this matter could not be publicized and had to be conducted discreetly. Very well, this matter shall not escape my lips. Lu Ming, having a clear understanding of the situation, was not taken aback by this request and promptly agreed. How did you manage to defeat the heroic distortion beast? Lin Dong lamented. Just a few days ago, 30 fortresses pursued a heroic distortion beast for an entire night. Yet it ultimately eluded us. Upon hearing Lin Dong's regret, Lu Ming could not help but marvel at the formidable prowess of the First Alliance. It is worth noting that the indestructible fortress appears as fragile as a piece of paper before a heroic-level distortion beast. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the rotund companion, he would have met a dire fate long ago. Thanks to the unique attributes of the Dawn Knight, he barely managed to slay the beast. Even then, had it not been for the healing capabilities of the Devour skill, the outcome might have been mutual destruction. The prominence of the Winter Alliance is indeed well-deserved. The heroic-level distortion beast is undeniably powerful. A typical level 3 fortress cannot withstand much of its assault. Initially, the indestructible fortress suffered setbacks during long-range exchanges with the beast. However, once the creature engaged him in close combat, it was unable to best him. The beast fled, only to be restrained by the rotund companion, allowing Lu Ming to deliver the final blow. Although he sustained minor injuries, he was ultimately satisfied with the result. Lu Ming, not wishing to appear inferior, embellished his account slightly in his response. His tone was nonchalant, yet Lin Dong could feel the cold sweat trickling down his back. Those in his own ranks were well aware of their own affairs. While the Winter Alliance claimed to be pursuing the distortion beast, the reality was that many of their members had been thoroughly trounced that night. Lu Ming was boastful, but he genuinely possessed a distortion core. Particularly, that rotund companion exhibited astonishing strength. How had such prowess not been reflected in the previous rankings? Was he perhaps a rising star? Yet, this rotund figure held a decidedly unfavorable impression of both him and the Winter Alliance. It seemed prudent to caution Xiao Yu to tread carefully and see if they could mend their relationship. After establishing a time frame, Lu Ming concluded the conversation. The rotund companion had already prepared the items. The appearance of the indestructible fortress remained largely unchanged. The small room that had become available upon upgrading to a level 3 fortress was transformed into a kitchen. Once the energy core was fully charged with raw stones and other materials, all would be sold to the system. The energy core, once filled, would yield a total of 120 energy points. Including the expected incoming system coins, a total of 530,000 would soon be at hand. Lu Ming settled into the cockpit, maneuvering the fortress toward the designated coordinates. The rotund companion busied himself in the cargo hold, continually supplying raw stones and other materials to recharge the core. Should the energy thrusters be activated, they could surpass speeds of 170. However, the energy thrusters consumed tremendous energy and were meant for emergencies only. If kept running continuously, not even 500,000 raw stones would suffice for a single day as consumption. Nevertheless, the current speed of 130 was undoubtedly faster than any individual. The rotund companion's fortress could barely reach 80. If that were insufficient, it could only be said that Hawk's fate was sealed. Rotund one, wasn't he your former officer always inquiring about my location? Lu Ming inquired, seeking to extract information under the guise of casual conversation and ascertain whether the route was favorable. Chapter 29. The power of the energy cannon begins to manifest. Following the transaction, Lin Dong placed the distortion core on the table, and Officer Xiao Yu curiously circled it, scrutinizing it closely. If we utilize all Alliance funds to upgrade the Eternal Fortress, will there be dissent among the ranks below? Xiao Yu shifted her gaze from the core, her expression heavy with concern. As the officer of the Eternal Fortress, she was well aware of the fortress's capabilities. While its late-game talents were formidable, boasting significant area of effect damage, its early-game potency was negligible. As the premier alliance, the internal competition was fierce. Xiao Yu feared that any misstep could incite dissatisfaction among the lower ranks. Xiao Yu, you regularly oversee the myriad affairs of the alliance. Thus, there is something you must understand. Power is the progeny of violence. Lin Dong did not elaborate further, yet his somber tone resonated like thunder in Xiao Yu's ears. She paused momentarily before nodding in acknowledgement. I understand, but I am uncertain whether the old man can rescue Hawk. From what I gather, their time is running short. I am genuinely curious to see if the old man can withstand the might of a vast alliance single-handedly. As for whether Hawk could be saved, Lu Ming bore no significant psychological burden. If he had exerted his utmost efforts and still failed to arrive in time, it would merely signify that Hawk's fate had been sealed. The rotund companion had not waited long before extracting the other party's information, revealing a distance of over 300 kilometers from their current position. Moreover, it was on a direct route. The rotund companion feigned betrayal, claiming that his fortress had been consumed and suggesting a collaboration to eliminate Lu Ming. Whether this was due to the rotund companion's initial unwillingness to be conscripted as labor by Lu Ming, the other party appeared surprisingly gullible, readily providing a coordinate to lure the indestructible fortress nearby. At 300 kilometers, they could reach their destination in just a few hours. Observing the coordinates sent by the rotund companion, it was indeed a favorable route. With that in mind, they would first test their blade against them. The weather in the wasteland grew increasingly sweltering, the sun scorching the ground and creating waves of heat. In the shadows behind several massive boulders, 5 fortresses lay in wait, positioned to ambush while remaining concealed. Brother Chun, we cannot trust every word from the rotund companion. Should we proceed with caution? The speaker was the rotund companion's former officer, now standing modestly behind a youth with a wolf-like demeanor. Of course, I do not fully believe him. However, while the old man was once ranked first, that is merely a relic of the past. Currently, I too am extraordinary and possess 3 level 3 mobile fortresses, equipped for both close and ranged combat. Regardless of his rank, I doubt the disparity in strength is significant, especially since we are poised to take advantage of the situation. In any event, we are 5 against 1, the advantage lies with us. The young man caressed the massive warhammer at his side, a cold smirk playing upon his lips. He was well aware that Lu Ming would not be as feeble as this officer suggested. Nevertheless, he had gauged the strength of the officer and his companions and found them rather mediocre. They had managed to escape unscathed after the plunder of the indestructible fortress, and Lu Ming had not refuted their claims. These signs indicated that Lu Ming would not be excessively formidable, which bolstered his confidence. Captain, we have movement. At that moment, the System Alliance's squad communication crackled with a report from a team member. The youth known as Brother Chin fixed his gaze upon the horizon. Amidst the sweltering heat, a fortress was gradually advancing, its upper structure obscured from view due to the considerable distance, leaving the presence of defensive weaponry uncertain. Since learning of Lu Ming's location, he had duly reported to the leader of the alliance, who expressed support but advised discretion. Following the leader's directive, he guided his team cautiously closer. Securing the immortal fortress would undoubtedly elevate the alliance's stature. At that moment, the position of the governor would be within his grasp. Ming, we are near the coordinates. The enemy is likely concealed behind that large boulder, the plump figure in the cockpit remarked beside Lu Ming. Aware they had arrived, Lu Ming slowed their approach. The immortal fortress had never engaged in open conflict with others. Although he had upgraded the energy cannon to level 5, the exact magnitude of its power remained unknown, prompting Lu Ming to adopt a cautious stance. Let us feign ignorance and advance slowly, waiting for them to initiate an attack. We must ascertain their numbers and ensure none escape. After articulating this plan, Lu Ming continued. You head to the belly compartment and maintain energy supplies. Hearing Lu Ming's concern about the enemy fleeing, the plump figure felt a surge of confidence and nodded, understanding that his presence on the upper deck would be of little consequence. It was far wiser to take refuge in the belly compartment, ensuring both safety and the fortress's energy reserves. As the plump figure hurriedly made his way into the belly compartment, Lu Ming meticulously piloted the fortress towards the massive rock, refraining from immediately activating the onboard energy cannon. First, he feared that such overwhelming power might intimidate the enemy into retreat. Second, after upgrading the energy cannon to level 5, it now possessed the capability for a 3-round burst. Getting closer would allow for a precise strike on the enemy's cockpit, preventing their escape via teleportation scrolls. With the fortress now less than 500 meters from the boulder, its energy thrusters prepared for immediate activation. Suddenly, from the shadow behind the boulder, 5 fortresses emerged simultaneously, 4 of which brandished various types of cannon, while one revealed a massive ram at its forefront. The fortress erupted with a deafening roar as it surged forward at full speed, aimed directly at the immortal fortress. Boom, boom, boom. The 4 cannons unleashed a barrage of fire, projectiles hurtling towards the immortal fortress. Lu Ming reacted swiftly, igniting the energy thrusters the moment the enemy revealed themselves. The tremendous thrust propelled the immortal fortress forward, narrowly avoiding the incoming shells that shattered several tiles from its roof. After evading the assault, Lu Ming promptly activated the onboard energy cannon. The angular alloy cannon rose from its base, sunlight glinting off its intricate mechanical components with a chilling gleam. Lu Ming adjusted the cannon's aim towards the fortress charging at him. This opponent was clearly a heavily armored warrior, and a collision with the immortal fortress could prove disastrous. The ram-wielding fortress was piloted by a member of Team 2, who wore a vicious grin in the cockpit. Since acquiring the ram, he had dedicated himself to its enhancement. So far, none had withstood his onslaught. So what if you dodge the cannon fire? Prepare to be shattered. The other members of the squad, who had already unleashed their first volley, seemed to anticipate the immortal fortress's demise. They had experienced this type of battle repeatedly. The artillery served merely as a diversion, while the true lethal strike lay with the fortress bearing the massive ram. Lu Ming, observing the fortress barreling towards him, aimed for its cockpit and pressed the fire button, initiating a 3-round burst to test its mettle. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 energy projectiles roared forth, breaking free from their confinement. The cannon's muzzle ascended with a thunderous explosion. The immense recoil caused the advancing immortal fortress to decelerate sharply. The squad members watched in awe as a blinding light erupted, surpassing even the sun, while the energy cannon detonated, sending sparks flying from the armor. The base of the fortress, weighing several tons, was lifted as if made of paper, and the upper structure disintegrated into fragments upon impact. The squad members barely had time to scream before being obliterated. Is he really that formidable? The other squad members stood in stunned silence, witnessing the catastrophic display. Am I really that powerful? This scene not only astonished the adversaries, but also left Lu Ming himself bewildered. Was this truly the might of a level 5 energy cannon? To confront the Challenger Alliance head-on, Lu Ming had resolutely maxed out the energy cannon, expending a staggering 100,000 system coins. The required materials for enhancement varied based on rarity and potency. For instance, the fully upgraded magnetic storm coil had only cost a total of less than 40,000 raw stones. In contrast, the energy cannon's upgrade required more than twice that amount in system coins. Yet, witnessing this level of power, it was undeniably worth the investment. After launching their assault, the radar displayed the positions of the remaining enemy targets, totaling 4. A young man known as Chun, upon witnessing the demise of the second team member, felt his pupils constrict and immediately bellowed in the squad channel, "Suppress their fire. Alternate firing. Alternate firing." Upon receiving the command, the squad members executed a series of return fire. However, the enemy's projectiles were not as swift as the energy cannon of the immortal fortress. With Lu Ming's current prowess, he could clearly discern their trajectories. Maneuvering the fortress and utilizing the thrusters to evade, he found that half of the enemy's fortresses were sheltered behind the rock. Provided he chose the right direction to dodge, the boulder could serve as his cover. Chapter 30. Dare to exchange blows? Bang, bang. The consecutive volleys from the enemy had some effect. The immortal fortress suffered a few hits, yet the damage was insufficient to inflict severe harm. Some structures were punctured, but the overall impact on the fortress was minimal. The defensive measures of the fortress would only be available in the later stages. For now, everyone was enduring the assault head-on. While Lu Ming had many opportunities for error, the enemy would be immediately eliminated upon sustaining a hit. The adversaries, sheltered behind their cover, were met with a barrage of energy cannon fire directed at the boulder. The rock shattered under the explosive onslaught, with some fragments melting from the intense heat. The third fortress, hidden behind, was toppled, but unfortunately, due to the angle, the cockpit remained unharmed. Inside, the third team member, evidently an extraordinary individual, skillfully evaded the raining debris while preparing a teleportation scroll for a swift escape. What in the world is this? We cannot withstand their energy cannons at all. Damn it. Didn't you say they had no long-range capabilities? You better tell me how you managed to rob them. I have no idea. When we robbed him, he didn't use any energy cannons. The entire squad's communication devolved into chaos as the Alliance members turned their ire towards those who had initially participated in the robbery of Lu Ming. They had engaged in a few skirmishes, but the enemy fortresses had never posed a significant threat, relying on numbers to intimidate the weak. They had never confronted a true adversary, rendering them far from elite forces. Now, facing a formidable opponent, their failure to surrender outright was already commendable. Enough. After sustaining a hit, teleport directly to me. Their firepower is insufficient to demolish the steel foundation of the fortress. If long-range combat is unfeasible, we shall resort to close combat. With two extraordinary members like us and others providing cover, the advantage is ours. Chun interrupted the infighting, realizing that the intelligence provided to the task force had significant flaws. However, it was imperative to wait until the battle concluded before settling accounts. The foremost priority now was to stabilize the morale of the troops. Tactical adjustments were necessary, remaining poised to transition from range combat to close-quarter fighting. As he aimed at the immortal bastion, he communicated precise maneuvers to his squad through their voice channels. Faced with the enemy's suppressive fire, Lu Ming promptly shifted from a 3-round burst to single shots, enhancing the firing frequency of the energy cannon to exert counter-suppression. Everyone, teleport to my location. With the immortal bastion under counter-suppression, several adversaries found themselves unable to retaliate. Observing this, Brother Chen decisively ordered the abandonment of the bastion. Though reluctant, the members complied with the command. The core circle of the Alliance housed designated bastions for teleportation. Should mishaps occur with the expedition team, they could teleport to this coordinate for safety. As the core circle advanced, the teleportation bastions would change daily. After fulfilling their reception duties for the day, another bastion would take over, allowing them to pursue the core circle in succession. A retreat at such a critical juncture would lead to severe consequences upon returning to the Alliance's teleportation bastion. Brother Chen reported upward, knowing they would face brutal punishment. The lightest sentence would see them enslaved, forever hidden within the bastion's belly. A surge of blue light emanated from the command centers of various bastions, as several members vanished. Teleported to Brother Chen's mountain bastion. Why has everyone stopped moving? As energy cannons obliterated the enemy's upper structures, Lu Ming furrowed his brow, realizing the enemy had ceased their resistance. Could it be that they chose to flee upon recognizing their inferiority? Never mind. Gradually closing the distance, he activated the magnetic storm coils. Any sign of life would be met with immediate electrocution. Lu Ming bombarded the enemy bastion bases one by one, ensuring that even if adversaries were concealed within, prolonged exposure would dispatch them. Under sustained bombardment, the enemy bastion bases were relentlessly struck, exhibiting signs of varying degrees of melting. Even the tracks broke away from the bases, and debris littered the surroundings. Among those hiding within the mountain bastion, apart from Brother Chun and team member No. 3, both exceptional individuals, everyone else was left bloodied and dazed. Although Brother Chun and his companion were extraordinary, their pallid faces and blood-stained lips evidenced their distress. Damn it. This is all your fault. Team member number 3, seething with rage, kicked the sprawled officer, who lay on the ground like a defeated dog. The officer emitted a muffled groan as he collided against the wall, wailing in desperation. What good is it to beat him now? Brother Chun, bracing himself with a massive hammer, weakly intervened to restrain team member number 3. Continuing in this manner would lead to their demise. Perhaps it was wiser to teleport back? Team member number 3 ceased his assault on the officer and turned to Brother Chun, who appeared no better off, suggesting the retreat. If we teleport back, we will permanently lose the bastion. We would become like stray dogs, at the mercy of others. Under Brother Chen's fierce gaze, team member number 3 lowered his head, seemingly cowed into silence. Brother Chen kicked the officer, saying, "Stop playing dead. Send a message to the enemy." Lu Ming operated the energy cannon, targeting the remnants of the enemy bastions. He had activated the magnetic storm coils. The moment any enemy showed themselves, they would be swiftly dispatched. Brother Ming. The enemy sent a message, asking if you dare to engage in a duel. The system conveyed the message from the rotund figure, to which Lu Ming responded with confusion. Aren't we already engaged? After a moment, the rotund figure sent another message. He said if you refuse, he'll teleport away immediately, but he will keep a close watch on you and your friends. What a bother. Yet, this was fortuitous. Lin Dong claimed that his 30 bastions could hunt down hero-level aberrations. Considering how the 5 enemy bastions had been rendered utterly defenseless, it seemed Lin Dong might have exaggerated. Given that the enemy had issued a solo challenge, they must be an extraordinary being. It was an opportune moment to test the prowess of human extraordinary individuals. Lu Ming promptly ceased fire and deactivated the magnetic storm coils, instructing the rotund figure to send a message challenging the enemy to a one-on-one duel. Lu Ming had yet to battle a human extraordinary being and was eager to gauge his own capabilities. The enemy responded, requesting that he stow away the energy cannon and align their bastions side by side. Lu Ming complied, positioning the immortal bastion alongside the adversaries, creating an expansive battlefield. Drawing his battle blade, Lu Ming stood upon the deck, observing the enemy clambering out of their belly compartment in disarray. The rotund figure also emerged, standing behind Lu Ming. Noting with a smirk the presence of 3 familiar faces among the enemy ranks, he taunted loudly at the figures amidst the wreckage of the deck. "Oh, isn't that my officer? You look rather worse for wear after a few days." At this, the officer shrank back, fearful of drawing attention. Boom. As the rotund figure attempted to deliver some pre-battle banter, the youth known as Brother Chin stepped forward, hefting a gigantic hammer. He slammed the hammer's head onto the deck, producing a resounding clang that interrupted the rotund figure's taunts. In a low voice, he addressed Lu Ming. "So you are the filthy one, huh? Today, we will settle old scores. Wait, do I know you?" Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Brother Chin faltered, a surge of unacknowledged rage igniting within him. He had pursued the enemy across great distances, paying a grave price, only to discover that Lu Ming did not recognize him. Moreover, this Lu Ming was casually stuffing his face with food. However, to buy time, he suppressed his fury and replied, "In the past. Enough. I'm not interested in your backstory. You can come at me one by one, or better yet, all at once. I have places to be." Observing the enemy's pale countenance and bloodied lips, it was evident they had suffered significant internal injuries from the energy cannon. "Hee, Lu Ming, you, as the number 1 on the leaderboard, remain blissfully unaware of your impending doom." Chapter 31. The Level of Extraordinary Beings. "Oh, what do you mean by that?" Lu Ming was curious to see what countermeasures the enemy had prepared. Just then, the makeshift deck trembled as space itself quivered. With a flash of blue light, 10 extraordinary warriors materialized around Lu Ming, encircling him. "Oh, isn't that Brother Chin? You look rather worse for wear after a few days." Among the 10, a robust middle-aged man, stabilizing himself, mockingly addressed Brother Chin. Upon hearing the taunt, Brother Chin's expression darkened. This man was the strongest force in the alliance, a formidable competitor for the position of governor. His obvious age difference and the mockery directed at Brother Chin were intended to belittle him. Enough talk. Let us take him down together. Despite suffering significant losses, Brother Chin believed that eliminating Lu Ming would not only recuperate their losses, but also yield great gains. The position of governor was no longer his concern. He coveted the airborne energy cannon atop the immortal bastion. The weapon's power was astonishing. Possessing such an armament would allow him to dominate the wasteland, rendering him unbeatable. The robust middle-aged man turned his gaze toward Lu Ming, scrutinizing him from head to toe. "So, this is the filthy one ranked number 1? He seems all right. I'll have a go at him first." With that, he eagerly charged toward Lu Ming. Fists raised. "As long as I take down Lu Ming, the governor's position will be secure. Don't lose face. Eliminate him. Yes, stay sharp. Well done." Witnessing the robust man initiate the attack, those in the vicinity rallied in support. Tom, the muscular man, suddenly unleashed a flurry of punches, the wind from his strikes igniting a fierce blaze that pierced through the already sweltering air. A breathtaking wave of heat and energy reverberated through the air. Crack! Just as the crowd erupted in fervent cheers, a gleaming flash of steel sliced diagonally from below. The scorching wave seemed to be cleaved in twain by the blinding arc of the blade. At the very moment the blade met the fiery fist, the air itself appeared to be siphoned away. In the next instant, a shock wave erupted, radiating outward for several meters. The onlookers were sent reeling, their garments fluttering wildly, while the trio of robbers collapsed helplessly to the ground. When the crowd finally regained their sight, the imposing figure lay severed, his body and head separated. Lu Ming stood resolute, his blade gleaming with arcs of icy blue electricity, droplets of plasma cascading from its edge. The lightning patterns beneath his skin pulsated rhythmically, as if a multitude of ferocious serpents of light were imprisoned beneath the surface. As he flicked his wrist, the liquid lightning that had coalesced at the blade's tip was dislodged, sending splatters of plasma into the air, leaving behind a series of blue-violet afterimages. Time was of the essence. No sooner had he spoken than Lu Ming's figure propelled forward in a flash. The blade danced through the air, and 2 more figures were bisected, as effortlessly as slicing through vegetables. Brother Chin's pupils constricted in terror as he shouted, "Get in there!" He then retreated hastily. Upon hearing his command, the remaining crowd drew their weapons and surged toward Lu Ming, with a swift draw of his blade. In that fleeting moment of combat with the burly man, Lu Ming had discerned that these adversaries were on an entirely different echelon of power. If one were to categorize their abilities, Lu Ming stood at the peak of the extraordinary realm, nearing the hero level. While these individuals boasted attributes no greater than a mere dozen, they were no different from fodder. The few attacks they launched were easily evaded or deflected by Lu Ming, while his strikes were beyond their comprehension. Even if they could perceive them, their attempts to parry would crumble under the weight of Lu Ming's immense strength. They were utterly outmatched. Withdraw. As yet another extraordinary foe was cleaved in 2, realization dawned upon one of them, who bellowed in alarm. The skirmish had scarcely lasted 2 or 3 minutes, and of the original 12 extraordinary fighters, only 5 remained. The survivors scrambled to retrieve their teleportation scrolls. Humph. Thinking of fleeing? Lu Ming's eyes crackled with lightning as he coldly sneered. Fatty, activate. The hefty figure had been lying in wait within the cockpit, his fingers poised over a crimson button. Upon receiving the signal, he immediately engaged the magnetic storm coil. ZZZZT. The entire fortress erupted in blinding arcs of electric blue light, the metallic structure resonating with a high-frequency hum. The fatty's pupils reflected the wildly fluctuating readouts on the dashboard as he shouted, "Let them all perish here." The crackling electromagnetic field engulfed the battlefield in an instant, the arcs of electricity striking mercilessly. The 5 extraordinary beings who had been on the verge of activating their teleportation scrolls were hurled away, while the trio of robbers was reduced to mere charred remains. Even the scrolls produced by the system were violently torn apart by the rampaging magnetic storm coil. Crack! Just as Lu Ming believed the battle had concluded, Brother Chun, who had fallen to the ground, struggled to rise, propped up by his massive hammer. Half of his body was singed, and he clutched a device that had been crushed in his grip. This device formed an energy shield around him, warding off the relentless assault from the magnetic storm coil. The magnetic storm continued its unyielding barrage against Chen's protective barrier. Gazing at the fallen members of the Alliance, he rasped, "You filthy scoundrel. I initially thought our conflict was personal, but now I realize I was merely a pawn used by the Alliance to test you. From the onset of this battle, I activated a recording, which will automatically upload once it concludes. I still possess one final strike. I wish to leave this damned world with dignity." Brother Chen's earlier words were merely a ploy to entice Lu Ming into accepting this desperate final blow. Lu Ming, however, paid little heed to them. He had already granted him an opportunity for a one-on-one duel, only for him to resort to underhanded tactics. Yet, Brother Chen's final statement stirred something within Lu Ming. Indeed, this wretched world, had he not been thrust into this situation, they would not be locked in such a lethal struggle. Lu Ming, who once lacked the courage to slay even a chicken, now found himself amidst a field of corpses, his heart as cold as iron. In countless life and death battles within this realm, he had been forged into a beast alongside all beings of the Blue Star. Observing the fierce determination reflected in Brother Chen's eyes, Lu Ming resolved to grant him this wish and unleash his most formidable strike. Fatty, deactivate the magnetic storm coil. As soon as Lu Ming's words left his lips, the pulsating fortress dimmed, as if the arcs of electricity that had enveloped the battlefield were but an illusion. Typically, Fatty would engage in discussion over such commands, for the strengths of 2 could surpass that of 1. However, in the heat of battle, there was no hesitation. He complied without delay. The magnetic storm coil ceased its assault just as Brother Chen's energy shield flickered and dissipated at the final moment. This device was a disposable item he had activated, capable of withstanding attacks below the hero level for 30 seconds. Recognizing the opportunity Lu Ming had bestowed upon him for a final strike, Brother Chen initiated his skill. An unknown energy surged around him, gradually forming a radiant halo that enveloped his being. Observing the swirling energy, Lu Ming understood that this man was preparing to unleash his ultimate ability. Lu Ming sheathed his blade and assumed his stance, preparing for his own decisive strike as he murmured, "I assure you, I have always taken this seriously." Brother Chen's skin oozed fine droplets of blood, which coalesced into a mist that flowed toward the halo. Soon, the halo thickened, revealing intricate patterns. Suddenly, the crimson ring surrounding him collapsed, and with palms flipped upward on the hammer's handle, he sprang forth. The hammerhead ignited with a dim red glow, imbued with tremendous force as it descended toward Lu Ming. Brother Chen bellowed, "You were just indulging in food." Fatty, who had been anxiously observing from the cockpit, widened his eyes in shock. Could it be? He recognized this move. It was said that a powerful warrior had once used this technique to defeat an unparalleled champion. This warrior had passed it down to his son, who ultimately ascended to become a god king. Fatty's eyes bulged as he shouted at Lu Ming, "The 10,000-year soul ring. It's a bomb ring." Upon hearing Fatty's voice, Lu Ming almost faltered. "This damn Fatty always has to pull his stunts while I'm charging up." Cursing silently, Lu Ming steadied his mind and maintained his stance. The lightning patterns along his neck thrashed violently, while the plasma dripping from his blades singed the deck, making it sizzle. He fixated his gaze on the colossal hammer hurtling toward him. Brother Chun's pupils reflected the most magnificent scene of his life. Suddenly, thunder erupted from within Lu Ming's blade sheath. He met the hammer's descent head-on. Boom! Lightning clashed with crimson, and a tremendous shockwave radiated outward, causing the still liquid plasma on the deck to be blown away, creating a hollow zone around the 2 combatants. As the shockwave dissipated, the hammer shattered with a crackling sound, disintegrating into metallic fragments that scattered across the ground. In an instant, the victor and vanquished were determined. The core of the lightning extinguished, and scorch marks were faintly visible on Lu Ming's face and neck. With a flourish, he flicked the residual plasma from his blade, revealing a myriad of cracks along its surface. Lu Ming gazed down at Brother Chun, who lay defeated upon the ground, unfazed by the blood and fire. He continued to challenge fate with a faint whisper of the Challenger Alliance's oath. After a self-deprecating chuckle, his vow was forever stilled in his throat. Chapter 32 A Truce? All perished. Not a single soul returned. The main fortress of the Challenger Alliance, the very site of the initial kill against the aberrant beast, Blackstone Fortress, Panjun. He gazed solemnly at the members of the System Alliance displayed on the blacklist. These individuals constituted the most formidable fighting force surrounding his core circle. Merely 10 minutes had passed, and they had all perished. Could it truly be possible? The woman who had been leaning against him suddenly straightened in astonishment. She possessed a straight and exquisite nose, her lips adorned with a perfect shade of cherry red, full and resilient. Her legs, encased in black stockings, were round and straight, the light gliding over their contours, exuding an alluring charm. She wore an asymmetrically designed glossy satin blouse, with her right shoulder completely exposed, revealing a serpentine rose tattoo etched upon her snow-white skin. Panjun turned to look at her, his eyes aflame with anger, observing the panic that marred her formerly beautiful face. I never intended to provoke the Forging Fire Alliance so soon. Witnessing the veins on Panjun's forehead throb with fury, the woman felt the blood drain from her face, her fingertips trembling uncontrollably. Slap. In a moment of unrelenting frustration, Panjun raised his hand and struck her without remorse. 4 dark red finger marks swiftly appeared on her left cheek, a crimson droplet escaping from the corner of her mouth. Were it not for your incessant urgings in my ear, would I have been so hasty to act? Panjun's fingers crackled as they clenched in fury. He had initially planned to wait for Chunfei to locate Lu Ming, to then test their strength. If the adversary proved formidable, he would sacrifice Chunfei, claiming that the outer member acted on his own accord, leaving him entirely uninformed, and subsequently expelling him from the alliance. If the strength was feeble, he would simply eliminate them and absorb the Forging Fire Alliance. Now, the entire plan was in disarray. All because of this woman. He needed to regain his composure, motioning for her to approach. He seized her hair with a fierce grip and spoke with a biting tone. I am livid. What? You possess innate talents? In the cockpit of a speeding fortress on the Wasteland, Lu Ming exclaimed in astonishment to the portly man beside him. After clearing the battlefield, Lu Ming chose not to consume the opposing base with the immortal fortress. 5 fortresses would take at least a day to completely devour, and both he and his companion were eager for a fight, having no time to spare. However, they did not leave empty-handed. Defeating a dozen extraordinary beings would yield a portion of system coins to the slayers in their system. After repairing the damaged structures, they still had a considerable surplus, which could be deemed a small profit. Indeed, why would I deceive you? The portly man declared earnestly, since it was he who activated the magnetic storm coil. Several extraordinary beings counted as his kills, thus earning him a substantial amount of system coins. In a good mood, he engaged Lu Ming in light conversation. So why haven't you ascended to extraordinary status yet? Lu Ming inquired curiously. The portly man scratched his head in irritation, saying, my skill is somewhat troublesome. While Lu Ming and the portly man chatted, a post titled Evidence of My Existence began to gain traction in the system's forum. It featured a first-person video of Lu Ming in combat, posted by none other than Chunfei. The recording commenced when assistance was transmitted from the opposing side. The comments section was ablaze with discussions regarding this matter. You can still be troubled? Pray tell. Lu Ming, having been constantly scrutinized, also took note of this post. While perusing the post, he asked the portly man, I sent it to you. See for yourself. Sighing, the portly man reluctantly sent Lu Ming the skill introduction through the system. Talent, art of the lower back. Description, this secret technique allows for attribute enhancement through bending at the waist. Observing the description and then glancing at the portly man's physique, Lu Ming understood. However, if one's strength is lacking, it is all too easy to meet an untimely demise. Lu Ming couldn't help but urge the portly man. This is nothing short of a divine skill. You are truly unaware of the fortune you possess. Hearing Lu Ming's tone of frustration, the portly man uncertainly asked, Really? Lu Ming nodded gravely. You must understand, I faced perilous encounters with aberrant beasts multiple times to attain my current strength. You, on the other hand, can achieve steady improvement without confronting danger, such a talent, and you fail to cherish it. How lamentable. The more Lu Ming spoke, the more pained he became. Could it really be so? Wait, Lin Dong is contacting me. While conversing with the portly man, Lu Ming received a message from the leader of the Winter Alliance. Lin Dong. Brother Lu, do you have a moment? What is the matter? There is something I wish to discuss with you. Why would the Winter Alliance need to speak with me? Could it be that they saw the post of their battle and wish to recruit me? What is it? Do tell. Let us first see what he has to say. The Challenger Alliance's Panjin has reached out to me. Lu Ming's brow furrowed. Did the Winter Alliance wish to act as a protective shield? What do you mean? Does your Winter Alliance want a medal? Brother Lu, you've misunderstood. Our alliance is neutral. Panjin's intention is for me to mediate a meeting between the two of you, to have a discussion. Lin Dong wouldn't genuinely believe he has that much influence, would he? Although I have dealt with Lin Dong before, our relationship is not particularly deep. Is he not concerned that I might teleport directly over and eliminate him? Observing Lu Ming's lack of fear regarding ambushes, Lin Dong might have thought others would be overly confident. Yet, given that it was Lu Ming speaking, he didn't harbor doubts. He had seen the video. While it did not showcase ranged combat, The displayed prowess in melee was such that no one within the Winter Alliance could surpass Lu Ming. Brother Lu, you jest. After all the time we've spent together, I trust your character. Yuan-Ti put me in a difficult position. However, what you might not know is that the reason they dare to meet is due to the alliance system possessing a meeting function. During this meeting, neither party can attack the other, ensuring safety for both. Should an agreement be reached, if either party breaches it, the witness must assist the compliant party in rectifying their losses, including providing military force. Otherwise, all members of the Witness Alliance will face corresponding penalties. Lin Dong elaborated extensively. Yet he omitted one crucial detail. So, you are taking such a considerable risk. What do you stand to gain? Since establishing the alliance, Lin Dong's concerns have multiplied. Noticing that someone was selling cigarettes in the system, he purchased a few packs to relieve stress, thus developing a smoking habit. He flicked the ash from his cigarette and continued. He promised that regardless of the outcome, he would grant me 100,000 system coins. This is also what I wish to discuss with you next. Had it been in the past, regarding your endorsement, I would have certainly declined. I do not want to risk any enmity with you. However, I currently need to upgrade to a level 4 fortress and lack numerous materials. Thus, I must shamelessly consult with you, Brother Lu. As long as you meet with him, do not reach any agreements. We can split the system coins evenly. What do you think? Chapter 33, The Appointment. Although Lin Dong is the leader of the First Alliance, the alliance has been established for less than a month. And the total alliance account holds only over 300,000 system coins. He had to scrape together every last coin to purchase the aberrant core from Lu Ming. Thus, he was genuinely in a state of poverty. After contemplating, Lu Ming saw no issue with the proposal and agreed. They arranged to meet at the Blackstone Fortress the following morning, with the teleportation scroll provided by Panjin. As twilight seeped through the window, the rotund chef ascended the creaking wooden stairs. A row of coarse ceramic bowls lined the edge of the table, each filled with a rich, amber-hued broth, in which chunks of reddish-brown meat bobbed, glistening with droplets of oil that slid down the rims. He removed his gleaming apron and wiped the sweat from his forehead. The iron ladle clanging against the ceramic with a dull thud. It's delicious, enjoy it while it's hot. Lu Ming, seeing that the sumptuous feast was now fully laid out, eagerly picked up a steaming piece of leg meat enveloped in aromatic steam and placed it in his mouth. His jagged canine teeth effortlessly crushed the already tenderized meat, releasing an explosion of flavor on his palate. This genuine moment reaffirmed Lu Ming's belief that the chef's culinary skills were indeed exceptional. Lu Ming's appetite had grown immensely. He could consume 100 pounds of beast meat in a single sitting. The chef had searched high and low in the marketplace, but found no pot large enough, resigning himself to cooking it in 2 batches. How can you eat so little? Are you lacking an appetite? He exclaimed, noticing the chef had only consumed a few pounds before stepping aside to stretch his waist. Curiosity piqued, Lu Ming inquired further. I have to save room for later. I can't overindulge, the chef replied. Motivated not only by Lu Ming's words, but also by the inspiration he drew from witnessing Lu Ming's formidable prowess in battle earlier that day. Each recollection of Lu Ming's triumphant rampage invigorated him, even as he stirred the pot with renewed vigor. Let us retire early tonight. We want to be traveling tomorrow morning. We have an appointment to keep, Lu Ming advised, feeling a sense of satisfaction at the chef's newfound ambition, though he still offered a cautionary reminder. Upon hearing this, the chef paused his warm-up and asked, Are you truly going to negotiate with him? Lu Ming scoffed. He has already attempted to take my life. How could I possibly negotiate with him? 50,000 system coins are too good to pass up. The chef waved dismissively, returning to his awkward practice of stretching. Lu Ming opened his private messages and informed Hawk of his impending negotiation with Panjin. Hawk, upon receiving the news, inquired whether he should accompany him. Lu Ming explained that Panjin had merely requested a discussion and that he initially had no intention of attending, but felt compelled to oblige due to Lin Dong's influence. Hawk was aware that Lu Ming had already engaged with the Challenger Alliance, having single-handedly slain 12 extraordinary beings and destroyed 5 mobile fortresses. This event had stirred considerable excitement within the player community. Within the system, Lin Dong, acting on behalf of the Winter Alliance, issued an announcement. Tomorrow, under the witness of the Winter Alliance's leader, a meeting will take place between the Immortal Fortress and the leader of the Challenger Alliance. Indeed, it's the premier alliance. Such prestige. Even the scoundrels must show respect. They truly wield influence. Indeed, the scoundrel is typically reticent to engage with others, which speaks volumes about Lin's capabilities. Of course, we are the foremost alliance. Who would dare disregard our leader? Except for that one rotund fellow who dares to show disrespect to Lin. That's only because our leader is willing to overlook the scoundrel's behavior. By the way, did you all catch the combat footage of the scoundrel today? Of course. Experiencing the scoundrel's might firsthand was suffocating even through the screen. Truly, the top-tier powerhouse. The next day, the blazing sun scorched the barren plains, sending waves of heat rising into the air. On the Blackstone Fortress, a swimming pool unexpectedly adorned the deck. Panjin, clad in beach shorts, leisurely sipped on a drink, savoring its flavor. Beside him sat Lin Dong, who had arrived ahead of schedule. Ah, Pan, You truly know how to enjoy life while we are still struggling for survival. Having a private pool is quite enviable, Lin Dong remarked with a chuckle, flicking the ash from his cigarette. Please, don't jest. This facility is no more than a waste of resources. However, I do appreciate your assistance, Lin. Without your intervention, this misunderstanding could have spiraled out of control. Panjin replied, raising his hand. Immediately, an aide stationed by the pool began to pull a rope in unison with others. With a splash, a woman was revealed. Suspended above the pool, clad only in her undergarments. Emerging from the water, she gasped for fresh air, pleading, Master Pan. I swear I'll never do it again. Please spare me. Pan Jun, visibly impatient, waved his hand dismissively. With a gurgling sound, the woman was tossed back into the pool. In a flash of blue light, Lu Ming and the chef were teleported onto the deck. The chef gazed in bewilderment at the woman being repeatedly dunked in the pool and quietly asked Lu Ming, Is this how guests are welcomed here? What custom is this? Lu Ming shook his head gently, offering his conjecture. This must be an intimidation tactic. Stay sharp. The chef nodded earnestly. Watch me. He stepped forward, raised his hand, and called out loudly, Hey, is this a way to attract women? Coughing, Lin Dong, who had not initially noticed them, was suddenly choked by the smoke. Recognizing the familiar voice that had once ridiculed the chef, he quickly extinguished his cigarette and, with a broad smile, approached. Brother Lu, it's a pleasure to finally meet you. I didn't expect this day to arrive so swiftly. Lin Dong's smile was as warm as a spring breeze as he extended his hands. Indeed, Leader Lin, it's true that meeting in person surpasses mere reputation. Lu Ming replied, shaking hands with him before turning to the chef. And this must be Brother Fatty? My surname is Gua. The chef introduced himself. Oh, Brother Gua. Your visage suggests that you are indeed a person of fortune. Lin Dong quickly corrected himself, shaking the chef's substantial hand. This chef had partnered with Lu Ming to slay an elite aberrant beast and deserved due recognition. The chef enveloped Lin Dong's slender hand in his own, grinning widely. They say Leader Lin is handsome, with a complexion as fair as jade. Seeing you today, I must concur. Lin Dong's smile faltered slightly, internally grumbling. This insufferable fatty thinks my compliment about his good fortune was a jab at his weight. How petty. Now, it was common knowledge that Lin Dong had consumed the fortress of his ally, Xiao Yu, a situation that had initially exemplified unity and trust. Hence, the Winter Alliance had adopted the declaration, We unite through shared ideals. We grow strong through mutual trust. Regrettably, ill-intentioned individuals had twisted this narrative, spreading rumors that Lin Dong had risen to power through unscrupulous means. The chef has conducted business in Africa, where people commonly speak in such a manner. Please don't take offense, Lu Ming explained, unaware of the underlying tensions. The chef, recognizing Lu Ming's disinterest in gossip, cheerfully replied, Indeed, indeed. I hope Leader Lin finds amusement in my words. Haha, certainly amusing. Lin Dong quickly regained his composure and, with a hearty laugh, turned to introduce them. Come, let me introduce you to our esteemed leader, Pan. Chapter 34. The negotiation falls apart. Lu Ming and the chef stifled their laughter, directing their attention toward the individual Lin Dong indicated. Pan Jun's laughter resonated like a hammer striking a gong, sending ripples through the air and causing even the edges of his garments to tremble. He strode in with great confidence, towering half a head above Lu Ming. Brother Lu, having traveled from afar, you must be weary. Please, to the conference room. Lu Ming discreetly assessed Pan Jun from head to toe. The man appeared to be around 30, his initially amiable countenance marred by two distinct scars above his brows, lending him an air of menace. Yet, beneath the surface of his amber-hued eyes lay an unmistakable ferocity, reminiscent of a beast poised to strike. His bare torso, bronzed like polished metal, bore several fierce claw marks that extended from his left shoulder to his abdomen, marks of a formidable warrior. Most peculiar was the orange-red flesh talisman embedded at the center of his chest. The intricate patterns of the talisman seemed to ripple with his breath, as a dark purple light flowed along the contours, as if sealing an abyssal power capable of devouring souls. Lu Ming understood. This man, clad in beach shorts and bare-chested, was not dismissing him but rather deliberately displaying this enigmatic talisman as a show of strength, intending to intimidate him. Come, Brother Lu, please take a seat. Pan Jun, exuding a robust aura of the martial underworld, ushered everyone into the conference room. Once seated, Lin Dong spoke first, entrusted by Alliance Leader Pan. I am but a humble firefly guiding the way. I sincerely thank Brother Lu for gracing us with your presence, perhaps under Pan Jun's influence. Lin Dong's speech took on a flavor reminiscent of martial gatherings, even inclining to bow to Lu Ming and the chubby man. Both Lu Ming and the chubby man reciprocated the gesture. However, Lu Ming felt a twinge of unease. He had never participated in such high-level meetings back on Blue Star. Yet he had heard that the chubby man's family business was substantial, operating globally. It seemed he was accustomed to such affairs. Leaning towards the chubby man seated beside him, Lu Ming whispered, Say, do all these big shots hold meetings like this? The chubby man's rotund figure shifted slightly towards Lu Ming, causing the wicker chair beneath him to creak under the strain. He remained steadfastly forward-facing, replying in a low voice. Speak less. Don't give them a chance to mock us. Just as Lin Dong concluded his opening remarks, Pan Zhen seized the opportunity to speak. Recently, there has been some misunderstanding between me and Brother Lu. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming ceased his whispered conversation with the chubby man and fixed his gaze on Pan Zhen. Oh, what do you mean? Pan Zhen nodded, pleased to engage in dialogue, and continued. It was one of my subordinates who acted on their own and offended Brother Lu. However, they have since paid the ultimate price for their actions. Ultimately, it is my failure to maintain control over my people. The Challenger Alliance is willing to offer 100,000 system coins as compensation, and I hope Brother Lu will not take offense. At the mention of 100,000 system coins, Lin Dong's eyebrows involuntarily raised as he looked towards Lu Ming. Yet, Lu Ming remained unfazed, responding with a cold smirk. Your men offended me, and you were unaware? Very well. What about the Forging Fire Alliance? Please don't tell me you are also oblivious to that. Upon hearing Lu Ming's inquiry about the Forging Fire Alliance, Pan Zhen waved his hand dismissively. As inhabitants of Blue Star, we must support one another through adversity. I maintain a cordial relationship with Alliance leader Hua, and we frequently engage in trade, mutually benefiting from our partnership. It is that wretched woman who has been sowing discord. Had it not been for her interference, I would not have found myself at odds with Alliance leader Hua. No sooner had he finished speaking than one of his subordinates dragged in the woman who had been suspended above the pool, soaked through. She immediately fell to her knees at Pan Zhen's feet, pleading, Master Pan, I acknowledge my mistakes. I beg you, spare me. Unmoved by her pleas, Pan Zhen continued. Though I have come to my senses and ceased hostilities, the Forging Fire Alliance is on the brink of collapse. We are at a crossroads. If we continue to fight, it will only lead to mutual destruction. Rather than prolonging this animosity, we should merge our alliances and seize this opportunity to strengthen our position. After the merger, Brother Hu will nominally serve as the vice leader, while the original members of the Forging Fire Alliance will still follow his command. I will not interfere. Furthermore, they will have the protection of the battle fortress. Wouldn't that be a boon in disguise? What do you think? It was a cunning proposal. This way, the Challenger Alliance would not only achieve its strategic goal of absorbing the Forging Fire Alliance, but also incorporate the formidable deterrent of the Immortal Fortress into its ranks. As for the woman kneeling on the ground, she was merely a scapegoat, thrust forward to take the blame. Her presence would not alter the outcome. It would merely change the timing. Lu Ming felt a surge of frustration and, after a moment's thought, decided to send a message to his mouthpiece. Observing Lu Ming's silence, Lin Dong's heart raced. If this pair reached an agreement, he would be the one losing everything. Should this situation progress, the Challenger Alliance would possess both wealth and strength, and his position as the leader of the Winter Alliance would soon be at risk. Just then, as Lin Dong was racking his brain for something to say, the chubby man, firmly seated beside him, suddenly slammed the table, rising abruptly to point an accusatory finger at Pan Zhen, exclaiming, Look at you, with that smug expression. You think you can outsmart me? Well done. Lin Dong silently commended the chubby man. He was beginning to find him less disagreeable than before. The Forging Fire Alliance was attacked by you, and now you want to offer protection? Are you trying to pull the wool over my eyes with your free trade nonsense? The chubby man's words flew forth, his finger jabbing at Pan Zhen's nose. Pan Zhen's subordinates, seeing their leader being berated, surged forward. But Pan Zhen raised his hand to restrain them. Though their expressions were fierce, they could only reluctantly retreat. Pan Zhen was well aware of the system's conference regulations. If either party initiated an attack, a protective barrier would activate, transporting the aggressor back and preventing any harm, along with retribution from witnesses. Lin Dong, sensing the tension, quickly stood up, feigning a congenial demeanor as he patted the chubby man's broad shoulder. Calm down, my friend, calm down. Despite being verbally assailed, Pan Zhen's warm smile remained intact as he turned to the previously silent Lu Ming. What does Brother Lu think? Lu Ming crossed his arms and leaned back in his chair, responding leisurely, I cannot accept such a fraternal title from Alliance Leader Pan. Nor do I wish to engage in brotherly camaraderie with you. Pan Zhen's heart burned with fury at Lu Ming's blunt retort. If this cooperation were to succeed, the Challenger Alliance would ascend to become the most formidable force, and the loss of a few extraordinary warriors would pale in comparison. Yet, this Lu Ming was obstinately unyielding. In that case, I shall still offer the 100,000 system coins, and we shall remain mutually exclusive. Please feel free to leave. As Pan Zhen spoke, he rose in a gesture of dismissal. Although he saw no possibility of absorbing the Forging Fire Alliance, he wished to avoid conflict with Lu Ming, lest he leave himself vulnerable to opportunistic attacks. Lu Ming's heart was filled with scorn. Did Pan Zhen truly believe he could be so easily deceived? If he were to leave without further discussion, an oral agreement would remain just that, an agreement recorded by the system, signifying both parties had reached an understanding to coexist peacefully. That would be absurd. Who was he to propose such a peaceful coexistence? He had not come here merely to barter with him, merely here to recognize your visage. Lest you slip away when the time comes, Lu Ming declared as he rose from his seat, opting for a direct confrontation, his eyes crackling with tempestuous energy. At that moment, Pan Zhen became acutely aware of having been manipulated, the facade of his congenial smile crumbling into nothingness. He let out a furious grunt and slammed his palm against the sturdy wooden conference table with a resounding crack. The solid table splintered under the force of his wrath, shattering into countless pieces. The woman kneeling beside him bore the brunt of the flying wood splinters, sustaining several lacerations, yet daring not to utter a sound. Curling up in fear, trembling uncontrollably, the orange-red blood rune emblazoned on Panjun's chest seemed to resonate with its master's fury, writhing violently. A faint crimson glow spread along the rune's tendrils, reminiscent of jellyfish tentacles, illuminating his entire being. In Panjun's amber eyes, it appeared as if magma was boiling, a searing aura emanating from him, silently clashing with Lu Ming's thunderous might in the air. Even his saliva seemed evaporated by the heat wave, his voice rasping like sandpaper. I once aimed my heart towards the bright moon, yet the moon only shines upon the gutter. Scoundrel, let us see who shall prevail. Chapter 35. The Choice of the Forge Fire Alliance. Leader, are we to simply wait idly? Indeed, what if the scoundrel reaches an accord with the enemy? What then? In the disheveled conference room of the Iron Fortress, Hawk sat before a long table in disarray, surveying the Alliance's core members seated in a circle. Their eyes were bloodshot, some with rust-stained collars, others bearing bandages soaked in crimson. The acrid scent of gunpowder mingled with that of medicinal concoctions in the air. A meeting that would determine their fates, yet he was unable to participate. The sensation was indeed unbearable. Brothers, quiet down. After a moment of deep contemplation that seemed to yield a resolution, Hawk leaned on the table, gazing at those who had stood by him through thick and thin, willing to sacrifice themselves for the slimmest chance of survival for the Iron Fortress. Upon hearing Hawk's voice, silence fell upon the assembly, all eyes fixed expectantly upon their leader. Lu Ming was formidable, but the enemy boasted over 100 battle fortresses. Faced with such formidable opposition, he would likely struggle to withstand their onslaught. Hence, he had chosen to negotiate. Although the enemy refrained from further hostilities, they remained perilously close behind. 3 potential outcomes loomed ahead. As he spoke, Hawk retrieved a cigarette, placing it between his lips, and a companion promptly offered him a light. Taking a deep drag, he gathered his thoughts before continuing. The first outcome, negotiations between the Immortal Fortress and the Challenger Alliance collapse, and those fortresses trailing closely behind us resumed their assault. Hawk flicked the ash onto the floor, disregarding hygiene in the present circumstances. The second outcome, the Immortal Fortress betrays us and gets consumed. This would be the worst outcome. Although Hawk harbored trust in Lu Ming's integrity, as a leader of the Alliance, he must prioritize considerations beyond personal sentiments. The third outcome, a peace agreement is reached, leading to a ceasefire. Hawk inhaled deeply, awaiting the members' reactions. A ceasefire? What of our fallen brothers? We cannot cease hostilities. Little Wu has fought alongside me since my arrival in this world, enduring countless trials of life and death. He did not perish in the jaws of a grotesque beast, but fell by human hands, all to save me. Yes, even if we cannot agree to ceasefire for now. Having suffered such indignities, with so many brothers lost, I would rather die than live in cowardice. Observing the fervent faces of his comrades, Hawk had anticipated this reaction. Those who had followed him thus far were no cowards. Presently, their alliance numbered just over 30, sharing fewer than 10 mobile fortresses. The core members before him represented various fortresses, and their unwavering stance fortified Hawk's resolve to gamble everything. He extinguished his cigarette and rose with conviction. Neither of the first 2 outcomes benefits us. We would be ensnared in a futile struggle, and the last outcome is unacceptable. Our ally, Brother Lu, has not only avenged our fallen comrades by slaying several extraordinary foes, but has also seized this opportunity to secure us a moment's respite through negotiation. Thus, we must not burden our friend. Whether negotiations succeed or fail, we shall become lambs for slaughter. Rather than that, let us lead our enemies deep into the wasteland. Even if death awaits us, even if we emerge with only one survivor, I believe that survivor will carry the flame of vengeance, becoming a thorn in the enemy's throat, turning each swallowing motion into a grinding mechanism. Hawk's hands, calloused from wielding a hammer, clenched tightly, his jaw muscles taut like drawn bowstrings, quivering slightly. Yet it was his eyes that truly instilled confidence in the Alliance members. The depths of his gaze held a molten steel-like hue, as if ignited by the embers of an entire civilization. Trailing closely behind the Challenger Alliance's executive fortress, the pioneer in the cockpit furrowed his brow, lowering his binoculars to address the aide beside him. Where are they headed? The remnants of the Forge Fire Alliance, which had been sprinting towards the Immortal Fortress, abruptly changed course, veering sharply and plowing furrows into the barren ground. Sand and gravel trembled violently in the turbulent air, rendering the already dusty terrain even less discernible. The aide picked up the binoculars for a closer look, then consulted the map, exclaiming in astonishment. They appear to be advancing deeper into the wasteland. Upon hearing this, the executive inhaled sharply, then remarked, "To be honest, if not for orders from above, I would hesitate to engage against our fellow Blue Star denizens." The aide sighed in resignation. Indeed, we are all merely striving for survival. Why must it come to this? They are being forced deeper into the wasteland. What shall we do? The executive found himself torn over whether to continue the pursuit. One must remember, the depths of the wasteland were rife with extraordinary mutated beasts and even harbored hero-level aberrations. Presently, both major alliances and lone wolves were ensnared at the threshold of the wasteland, reluctant to venture further. It was likely that only Ming and the Fat Man had entered, only to retreat to rescue the Forgefire Alliance. Naturally, this was knowledge shared only among a select few high-ranking members of the Winter Alliance. Others remained oblivious. Order. The fleet shall halt its advance and remain on standby. After issuing the command, the executive turned to quietly inform the aide. We will report the situation to the leader. If he commands our return, we shall comply. If he orders us to pursue, then we shall withdraw from the alliance. Ha ha ha. The aide, upon hearing this, gave a thumbs up, his eyes sparkling with admiration, before laughing heartily as he relayed the order down the line. Upon returning to the immortal fortress, Ming received 50,000 system coins sent by Lindong. Before he could revel in the good fortune, a message from Hawk arrived, conveying that the enemy was too formidable, and he did not wish for Ming to take unnecessary risks, expressing gratitude for Ming's care. He was now leading the remaining members of the alliance deeper into the wasteland, hoping to shake off the Challenger Alliance. Should they meet again, they could enjoy a drink together. If he were to vanish, then so be it. Ming felt a tumult of emotions. Hawk, in an effort to prevent Ming from persuading him otherwise, had even gone so far as to block him as a friend. He relayed this situation to the Fat Man, who was incensed, exclaiming he felt as if all his words had been in vain. Are we really here to educate a eunuch about matters of intimacy? Ming, seated beside him, picked up a roasted beast's leg and remarked, he has lost faith in me. After all, we are merely acquaintances online. We have not shared the trials of life and death, nor have we even met face to face. We simply sought warmth in each other during our initial descent. This trust was inherently fragile, and now that he has learned about Panjun's invitation for negotiations, he no longer dares to take risks. He is no longer just an individual. He is the leader of an alliance. Ming felt a twinge of regret for clinging to the 50,000 system coins. He worried that his companion might overthink the situation, so he had given him a heads up in advance. It appears he had failed to consider all angles. He would take this as a lesson for future endeavors. Listening to Ming's analysis, the rotund man nodded vigorously and inquired, what comes next? Discarding the bone outside the window, Ming flicked his fingers and glanced sideways at him, asking, what do you think? The portly fellow, gazing intently at Ming, revealed a rare malevolent glint in his eyes as he declared, of course, we must find Panjun, and then we shall strike. The portly man was aligned with Ming, and should Ming fall in battle, he would share the same fate. Yet, it was precisely because they were bound together in honor and disgrace that he yearned to showcase the might of their team to everyone. As Ming absorbed the portly man's words, he chuckled coldly, his clenched fists crackling with latent thunderous energy. Everyone thinks that my discussions with Panjun stem from fear of him. I shall now demonstrate through my actions to all, including every alliance leader, that I am not to be trifled with. The notion of sheer numbers holds no weight against me. Those who provoke me shall meet their demise. Despite the subtle shift in his relationship with Hawk, a friend remains a friend, and Hawk had been of considerable assistance to Ming. Although everyone was aware of Hawk's involvement, the Challenger Alliance continued to corner him like a dog chasing a rabbit into a dire situation. This was tantamount to issuing a challenge, at least in the eyes of Ming and the portly man. Observing Ming's fervor for battle, the portly man envisioned the imminent clash with excitement, performing several backbends to enhance his strength. The system's chat channel remained as lively as ever. Have you heard? The negotiations between the Dirty Man and Alliance Leader Pan have collapsed. This is the juiciest gossip around. Who doesn't know about it? I have insider information. Would you like to hear it? What news? I heard that Alliance Leader Pan was instigated by traitors, which led to the conflict with the Forging Fire Alliance. The Forging Fire suffered significant losses, but the challengers also incurred the loss of 12 extraordinary individuals. Later, upon clarifying the situation, Alliance Leader Pan approached Lindong as an intermediary, willing to compensate the Dirty Man with 100,000 system coins. However, the Dirty Man rejected the offer, and even his companion berated Alliance Leader Pan. My goodness, 100,000 system coins. TSK, it was merely a misunderstanding. This time, the Dirty Man is in the wrong. Otherwise, why would he be called the Dirty Man? Pure greed. There are only names that are misapplied, never nicknames that are erroneous. As the chat channel's sentiment gradually tilted, spurred by the machinations of those with ulterior motives, the Challenger Alliance released a statement. Chapter 36, The Quick Tremor Alliance. Greetings, friends. I am Panjun, the leader of the Challenger Alliance. The philosophy behind our alliance is to unite in this perilous world for mutual support. We firmly believe that only through solidarity can we withstand the unknown risks. Our alliance is founded on shared trials and triumphs, advocating for unreserved trust and collaboration among our members. A few days ago, we encountered some disputes with the Forging Fire Alliance. Our only desire was to reclaim what rightfully belonged to us. We sought negotiations, yearning for peace, Yet the Forging Fire Alliance, emboldened by the backing of the Immortal Fortress, acted with reckless abandon. We shall not acquiesce, for our sake and for all those oppressed by the Forging Fire Alliance and the Immortal Fortress. We have resolved to respond. To demonstrate that we too possess weaponry. We have defeated the Forging Fire Alliance, albeit at the cost of many allies. Yet, we understand that we fight for peace. Which is why we choose to negotiate once more, making further concessions. With our battle-scarred hands, we extend an olive branch, naively believing that patience would yield tranquility. I sit at a negotiation table stained with blood, observing their arrogant taunts urging for annihilation. Fellow members of the Challenger Alliance, we are not warmongers. We are vigilant guardians, standing tall even when unarmed. We shall roar defiantly before the cannon fire of the Immortal Fortress. Upon the release of this statement, a tumult erupted across various social platforms within the system. Panjin portrayed himself as the victim while casting Lu Ming and the Forging Fire Alliance as the unreasonable villains. Aside from a select few who understood the situation, the majority, upon reading the statement, began to vociferously condemn the Forging Fire Alliance. Damn it, the Forging Fire Alliance. I shall never purchase from their establishment again. Boycott. Their shops have already shut down, and all members are unreachable. They have fled. That dirty man is truly overstepping his bounds. The night has fallen upon the wasteland. A message from Douyin, based on years of experience. I can't shake the feeling that this situation will take a turn. Lin Dong observed the heated disputes across various social platforms, aware of the entire event as a bystander. He had no intention of defending Lu Ming or joining in on the orchestrated rhythm. That would be extending his kindness beyond measure. Xiaoyu, how much longer do we need? Lin Dong inquired of the busy Xiaoyu beside him. 3 days. Xiaoyu replied without looking up. As the affairs officer of the Eternal, the Secretary General of the Winter Alliance, Lin Dong acknowledged Xiaoyu's dedication. With no fortress and being a girl, her position within the alliance was temporarily set as Secretary General. Once the Eternal successfully upgraded to level 4 and the alliance expanded to 1,000 members, she could be promoted to serve as a governor, gradually ascending to Chief Executive Officer or Vice Leader. We must avoid the flames of conflict between Lu Ming and the Challenger Alliance and instead become the headline news. Xiaoyu nodded in understanding, then seemed to remember something, saying, Donggu, there's an intriguing new force that has emerged recently. Have you heard of it? Upon hearing this, Lin Dong raised an eyebrow. A new force that caught Xiaoyu's attention amidst her busy schedule must possess some uniqueness. Intrigued, Lin Dong asked, Oh, what force? Xiaoyu replied, the Quick Tremor Alliance. Their leader has somehow established a dedicated section on the system, also named Quick Tremor. Lin Dong recalled there had indeed been a new section, though he couldn't access it and hadn't paid it much mind. Hearing Xiaoyu mention it, it seemed the origins of this section were not so simple. It appears there's something to it. Do you have any intel? Xiaoyu nodded and said, Yes, I've been in contact with the leader of that alliance. They specialize in selling various pieces of information. Furthermore, their members can post videos and live streams in that section, allowing viewers to tip with system coins. They also chase trends, reporting news in real time. Lin Dong was left astounded. Contact them. Our alliance's news as the first to upgrade to a level 4 fortress must become a trending topic. Although Lin Dong was tempted to scoff, he quickly realized the potential to leverage this alliance for maximum influence. Upon returning to the fortress, Lu Ming wasted no time and set off towards the Challenger Alliance. He perused the shops within the system. His battle blade was on the verge of shattering during yesterday's skirmish. He required a new weapon before the grand conflict. Lu Ming, you've been cyberbullied. Ha ha ha? Laughed the rotund fellow, drenched in sweat, as he bent over, chuckling at Lu Ming. What nonsense. We're not even on Blue Star. Lu Ming, preoccupied with his search for a weapon, dismissed the fat man's words as mere jest. If you don't believe me, then just refrain from appearing in the chat channel for a while. I'll handle your public relations. With that, he plopped down on a chair, panting, fully absorbed in crafting Lu Ming's public image. Lu Ming, uninterested in the fat man's antics, continued browsing the shop. Hello, is this battle blade eligible for free shipping? As he perused the store, he increasingly felt reminiscent of the online shopping experiences of his past life, even relishing this fleeting moment of tranquility. Finally, he discovered a blade akin to his previous one and swiftly engaged in conversation with the shopkeeper. Those hailing from Changsha are well aware that changing weapons before a battle is ill-advised, as it can lead to unsteady hands. Greetings, my friend. This battle blade was obtained through a lottery, so it does not come with free shipping. All right, then I'll take this battle blade. Thank you, my friend. Wishing you a speedy recovery. What on earth does speedy recovery mean? Lu Ming was utterly perplexed. He cast a bewildered glance at the newly acquired blade, his attention inadvertently shifting to the fat man, who was engrossed in his public relations efforts. Just as he was about to inquire about something, the scanning radar emitted a warning, indicating that an unidentified fortress was approaching. Lu Ming immediately adopted a vigilant stance. His radar was a combination of 3 functionalities. The resource scanning range extended to 200 kilometers, while the reconnaissance radar could theoretically detect enemies from 100 kilometers away, provided the enemy-ally distinction was clear. If the identity was uncertain, A warning would only be issued when the target was within 20 kilometers. Upon scrutinizing the radar, Ming noted that it displayed only one moving fortress. Was it a lone wolf? Such solitary figures were rare, and reaching the deep, perilous outskirts of the wilderness was no small feat presently. Various alliances were endeavoring to penetrate deeper into the unknown, striving to cross over to the other side. Once the main forces departed, those left behind, unwilling to be cast aside in this desolate expanse, could only stealthily trail behind the alliances, hoping to blend in and escape the periphery. However, the greater the number of followers, the more aberrant beasts would be attracted, prompting the alliances to expel them. Many among them, lacking special abilities and fortresses, were promptly disregarded by the alliances. Thus, Ming perceived their plight. Disregarding the lone wolf, Ming redirected his focus back to piloting the fortress. A mere dozen kilometers from the immortal fortress, within the cockpit, a girl with a large special telescope, featuring a black lens, pressed it against her brow. She was intently observing the distant immortal fortress. As soon as the high-ranking officials of the Quick Shake Alliance obtained the coordinates of Ming's battle location from yesterday, the surrounding members promptly made their way there. As a member of the alliance, she happened to be nearby. In her hurried pursuit, she was the first to spot Ming's whereabouts. Lowering her telescope, she immediately reported back to the alliance, which swiftly issued orders for others to evacuate immediately. Concurrently, they instructed her to refrain from interfering with any actions of the immortal fortress. The initial broadcast of Quick Shake would be hers to stream live. Seizing the opportunity presented by the clash between the Filthy Rogue and the Challenger Alliance, she aimed to achieve a resounding success, thereby enhancing her notoriety. Upon receiving the orders, the girl's delicate almond-shaped face flushed with excitement, and her small hands clenched into fists, waving them in the air. This time, she would become famous. With the anticipated influx of donations, she could leisurely upgrade from the comfort of her home. With these thoughts in mind, she promptly edited a post. Image. Friends, I've located the immortal fortress. I'm currently trailing behind. As a matter of professional integrity, I will maintain silence from now on, not disclosing any coordinates. Should a battle ensue, I will edit the footage for preservation and release it after the event concludes. When the final showdown begins, I will initiate a live broadcast on Quick Shake, so please stay tuned. However, lacking a substantial follower base, her post quickly sank into obscurity. After applying for the necessary energy consumption, she maintained a prudent distance, following along. Ding. A system notification indicated that the Alliance had sent her system currency for acceptance. After verifying the amount, she confirmed receipt with the finance department. In the brief moment she was distracted, the immortal fortress, previously within her line of sight, vanished without a trace. Oh no. Alarmed, she quickly pushed the throttle to maximum, scanning her surroundings in vain. The girl's complexion turned pale. It's over. I've lost track of them. What should I do? I've even accepted the system currency. Just as she was lamenting her misfortune, the radar display suddenly received a message from the immortal fortress. To the front. This is the immortal fortress. Immediately halt your advance. Chapter 37, Live Broadcast? Huh. The girl swiftly turned around, and to her astonishment, the immortal fortress she had been following had appeared behind her. Rather than feeling fear, she was elated, patting her chest in relief as she whispered, "Thank goodness I didn't lose them." Initially, Ming paid little attention to this lone wolf. But upon noticing her persistently trailing closely behind, he became increasingly wary. He immediately sought refuge among a cluster of rugged boulders, executing a series of swift maneuvers. Using the stones as cover to stealthily maneuver behind the fortress, he instructed the fat man to use the radar to send a message to the girl, commanding her to halt and for her to remain on the deck. The fortress complied without hesitation. As the fortress drew nearer, Ming, utilizing his extraordinary vision, discerned that the figure aboard was indeed a young girl. Was she seeking companionship in this desolate expanse? Setting aside any other considerations, her beauty alone would compel any alliance to welcome her warmly. However, Ming would not let down his guard simply because she was a girl. He promptly activated the onboard energy cannon, aiming directly at her. Should she make any sudden movements, he would not hesitate to fire. Staring in disbelief, the girl watched as the formidable deck of the immortal fortress slowly split apart. Accompanied by a deep, resonant mechanical roar, a cannon, astonishingly robust and entirely metallic, was gradually elevated by hydraulic mechanisms. The cannon gleamed with a cold metallic sheen under the sunlight, every inch seemingly brimming with destructive power. As the abyss-like muzzle locked onto the girl, she froze, akin to being scrutinized by a primordial beast, paralyzed with fear. Boom. The immortal fortress collided fiercely with the girl's fortress. The decks of both fortresses crashed together with a thunderous reverberation. A rounded figure was the first to vault over the railing of the immortal fortress, crashing heavily onto the deck of the opposing fortress. The deck creaked ominously under the weight, emitting a sound that was almost painful to the ears. Steadying himself, the fat man, with an air of arrogance, pointed the energy cannon at the girl and proclaimed, "Do you know what this is?" The girl gulped nervously, stiffly nodding to indicate her understanding. Pleased with her response, the fat man, with his tongue lolling, warned, Good. If you move, I'll make you regret it. Lu Ming, using one hand to support himself on the cockpit window frame, leaped out, his form soaring through the air like an eagle, landing with poise on the girl's deck. The sound of his battle boots striking the deck resonated sharply, and as he landed gracefully, Lu Ming surveyed both the fortress and the girl. To prepare for the impending battle, Lu Ming had intentionally spent 1,000 coins to ensure that both he and the fat man were outfitted with tactical trench coats. Yet, despite the uniformity of their gear, it exuded a rugged charm on Lu Ming, rendering him quite dashing. The portly figure resembled someone ensconced in an inflatable life vest, particularly accentuated by the multifunctional tactical belt. Rather than resting snugly upon his hips, it was awkwardly askew, lodged a third of the way up his rotund belly. The stout man harbored suspicions that Lu Ming had concocted this entire tactical ensemble merely to highlight his own physique. He was reluctant to don it unless Lu Ming did as well, insisting that his unique appearance would seem even more pronounced if he were the sole wearer. Indeed, it was quite extraordinary, extraordinarily foolish. What sensible individual would wear a trench coat on such a sweltering day? The stout man was thoroughly bemused by Lu Ming's taste, particularly when he observed Lu Ming's decision to leap from the second floor instead of taking the path available to him. Unable to restrain himself, he muttered under his breath. Lu Ming feigned ignorance, casting a discreet glance at the stout man before addressing the girl. Please, do share. Upon receiving Lu Ming's invitation to explain, the girl responded with utmost courtesy, extending her hand and declaring, Greetings. I am the blogger from the Quick Shake Alliance, responsible for documenting the Immortal Fortress. Both men were momentarily taken aback by her seemingly nonsensical introduction. As they stared at the girl's outstretched hand, Lu Ming exchanged a bewildered glance with the stout man. How is it possible that, even after traversing to another world, there are still bloggers? The stout man leaned towards Lu Ming and whispered, Is she attempting to deceive you? Lu Ming, with a scowl, fixed his gaze upon the girl and demanded, Where is my knife? I'll go fetch it, she replied hastily. The girl's nervousness escalated upon witnessing their skepticism, prompting her to wave her hands in a gesture of reassurance. After a few minutes of her explanation, Lu Ming and the stout man noticed the system interface displayed an unactivated section. Why does this feel so abstract? The stout man remained somewhat incredulous, especially given the emergence of short videos. Contemplating the situation, Lu Ming stroked his chin thoughtfully, eventually relaxing his furrowed brow as he remarked, This could work to our advantage. At least information can circulate, thereby indirectly enhancing everyone's chance of survival. Lu Ming considered it beneficial that they now had a venue to alleviate their long-standing tension. Isn't that right? The girl, sensing Lu Ming's favorable impression of Quick Shake, sought to capitalize on the moment, but was interrupted by Lu Ming. However, you cannot follow us closely. Allowing you to trail behind poses a risk of information leakage, and I am not keen on inviting unnecessary complications. Furthermore, he and the stout man were on their way to confront an adversary. Having a videographer in tow seemed superfluous. Merely a performance, a scripted act? Our alliance upholds absolute neutrality. We only film and livestream. Once I catch up to you, I will receive the alliance's funding, promptly shutting down radar and all external communication channels, maintaining complete silence. Besides, you need not worry about my revealing our location. My fortress talent is chameleon, observe. With that, the girl activated her talent, and her fortress's coloration began to shift rapidly. Within mere seconds, she had scanned the vicinity, her fortress's hues seamlessly blending into the surrounding environment. If one did not scrutinize closely, one might mistake it for a massive boulder. Such a camouflage ability was indeed quite practical. However, despite this, it still failed to convince Lu Ming. Just as he was about to vocalize his refusal, the stout man interjected, However, if you are willing to follow orders, it may not be entirely out of the question. No sooner had the stout man uttered these words than he worried Lu Ming would chastise him for taking liberties. So he quickly sent a private message. Brother Ming, just agree for now. I have a plan, and if it doesn't pan out, we can always send her away later. Seeing that the stout man had already acquiesced and sent another message, Lu Ming begrudgingly swallowed the words he had prepared to say, directing a fierce glare at the stout man instead. The stout man was no longer a captive, nor a subordinate. He had become Lu Ming's companion. While Lu Ming could certainly dispute the stout man's assertions, if the stout man were stripped of even the right to speak, how could he be expected to risk his life in a confrontation against the entire alliance? Very well, you shall follow our commands. Upon hearing this, the girl beamed with joy, having perceived Lu Ming's initial intent to refuse. She quickly added, not allowing him the chance to protest, of course. Since Brother Fat has already communicated with you, you need not decline, otherwise it would reflect poorly on him. After several skirmishes, Lu Ming had come to appreciate the stout man as a teammate. Privately, they could engage in banter as they pleased, yet in the presence of outsiders, it was imperative to maintain appearances. Contemplating their return, Lu Ming stated, Since your Brother Fat has consented, you may accompany us. However, we do not take responsibility for your safety. The location we are heading to is perilous. Should you come under attack, we will not intervene. With that, Lu Ming cast a pointed glance at the girl's secondary fortress, his words laden with implication. Yay. Thank you, dirty brother. Wishing you a speedy recovery, the girl exclaimed, her delight evident as she danced about. What do you mean by speedy recovery? This was the second time Lu Ming had encountered that phrase today, prompting a sense of unease. ISNT brother fat statement about your prolonged online harassment leading to your current depression? Noticing Lu Ming's expression darken and his eyes narrow at the stout man, the girl seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation, her voice dwindling. The stout man swallowed hard, forcing a laugh as he explained, public relations strategy. It's all the rage online in my previous life. Haha, delete it. Lu Ming growled through clenched teeth, his face darkening as he turned back toward the immortal fortress. Observing Lu Ming's retreat, the stout man addressed the girl. My surname is Gua. You may call me Brother Gua. I will be heading back. If there's anything, the system will contact me. With that, the stout man hurriedly followed after Lu Ming. The two returned to the immortal fortress, one behind the other. As soon as the hatch sealed behind them with a resounding thud, Lu Ming whirled around, pointing an accusing finger at the stout man, veins throbbing at his temples. What nonsense have you been blathering online? Who has been defaming me? The stout man, witnessing Lu Ming's genuine ire, quickly raised his hands in a placating gesture, attempting to calm him. I was merely concerned about you facing online harassment. Lu Ming found himself both exasperated and amused by the stout man's antics. He scoffed derisively. Worried about online harassment? Whoever dares to harass me will find themselves marked for elimination, the stout man cautiously offered. Then this notebook of yours may very well be thicker than a dictionary. Thicker. Lu Ming's anger intensified, his voice rising sharply. Capture 1 and eliminate him. Capture 100 and eliminate 100. I refuse to believe we cannot eradicate them all, just because I am not roaring like a tiger. Do not mistake me for a mere house cat. Realizing Lu Ming was genuinely incensed, the stout man dared not argue further, nodding vigorously. Indeed. That is the essence of the matter. I have already deleted it. After several deep breaths, Lu Ming finally managed to temper his rising ire. He shifted the topic, still with a trace of displeasure. What was that girl about? Have you lost your senses? Seeing Lu Ming's expression soften, the stout man felt a wave of relief wash over him as he explained, rest assured, Brother Fat was not swayed by her looks. I merely conceived a foolproof method to counter online harassment. At this, Lu Ming opted not to press further. Although the stout man had his flaws, his recent performance in strategizing had demonstrated a commendable level of prudence. He would never gamble with their lives. Chapter 38. Delving into the depths of the Wasteland? How dare he? They were approaching the heart of the Challenger Alliance. After a relentless journey by day and night, he had finally located the core zone of the Challengers. Lu Ming observed the readings on his radar, noting an array of red markers emerging ahead. Along the way, he had encountered numerous warning fortresses established by the Challenger Alliance. Utilizing his reconnaissance radar, he navigated around these fortifications, ultimately discovering a fortress distinctly arranged in a battle formation. Let me take a look. The stout man immediately halted, adjusting his shirt, which had stretched to cover his chest, and hastily approached Lu Ming's side. After several days of relentless training, coupled with the nourishment derived from heroic-grade flesh, the corpulent individual experienced a substantial enhancement in his physical attributes. At this moment, he had grown formidable enough to leap from the ground with vigor. Upon the arrival of the corpulent fellow, Lu Ming gestured towards the radar display, remarking, "Behold, a conspicuous array. They are clearly awaiting our presence." Acknowledging Lu Ming's indication, the corpulent figure nodded and inquired, "Shall we proceed as planned?" However, Lu Ming shook his head, his finger tapping the screen as he said, "Little tail." The corpulent man patted his chest confidently, asserting, "Leave it to me." After a brief examination of the radar, Lu Ming steered the indomitable fortress deeper into the wasteland. The girl, who trailed behind as the little tail, gasped in surprise upon witnessing Lu Ming's direction towards the depths of the boundary. She had initially presumed he would charge recklessly towards the Challenger Alliance. With the live stream prepared to commence, the indomitable fortress abruptly veered deeper into the wasteland, disrupting the original broadcasting plan. As she followed closely, she attempted to contact the corpulent man through the system. However, his message had already arrived. "Sister, follow us into the depths, and while it's still light, make your way around to their rear and activate the camouflage, waiting in place." The girl's eyes widened in disbelief as she uncertainly replied, "There are only a few hours until nightfall. You intend to venture into the wasteland now? Is that not courting danger? All actions will heed my command." Observing the corpulent man's decisive response, the girl felt a surge of hesitation within her. Entering the depths of the wasteland? How could they dare to do so? No wonder Lu Ming stated he would not guarantee her safety. Although her fortress possessed the camouflage ability for protection, it was merely a secondary fortress. Being part of an information-centric alliance, she was more acutely aware of the horrors lurking in the depths of the wasteland than others. Watching the indomitable fortress gradually distance itself, she wrestled with her decision. One does not attain wealth without risk, nor does a horse grow fat without night fodder. It was time to take the plunge. The girl thrust the gear lever forward, accelerating to catch up with the indomitable fortress. Understanding that entering the depths necessitated staying close to the fortress for her safety, she managed to align herself with it. The corpulent man, observing the rear of the indomitable fortress, noted her presence and turned to Lu Ming, saying, quite bold. Aren't we? Lu Ming, maneuvering the indomitable fortress, chuckled softly in appraisal. The two fortresses traversed the depths of the wasteland, with the girl trailing nervously behind. Ultimately, just before dusk, she received coordinates from the corpulent man, instructing her to wait at a specific location. Hastily searching for the coordinates, she sighed in relief upon locating the site. Thankfully, she would not have to wait in the depths. The girl piloted her fortress towards the agreed-upon coordinates, while Lu Ming and his companion continued deeper into the wasteland, halting their fortress only when night had fully descended, deeming it a suitable spot. Lu Ming consumed over 100 pounds of beast meat in one go, depleting all his attribute points. Strength, 45. Agility, 30. Mental power, 20. Attribute enhancement points, 0. This attribute level could be said to be a mere step away from the heroic tier. The corpulent man, through daily training, was also on the verge of transcending into the extraordinary realm. Although his close combat capabilities were limited, he was unlikely to succumb to unknown area of effect attacks. With sufficient heroic-grade flesh stored in his stomach, Lu Ming extinguished all lights within the fortress, biding his time for the opportune moment to arrive. Leader, all members are now in position, reported a man adorned with the emblem of the Alliance's governing officer as he entered the command room of the Blackstone Fortress and addressed Pan Jin, who was intently observing the radar. Upon hearing the report, Pan Jin exhaled in relief and nodded with satisfaction. Over the past few days, he had tightened the defense lines, mobilizing all available combat forces. The radar displayed a dense cluster of over 100 mobile fortresses surrounding the entire core zone, poised for action. Pan Jin was not overly cautious. Aside from Lu Ming and the corpulent man, he was arguably the most informed about the combat capabilities of the indomitable fortress. His own combat unit, with 3 principal combat powers, had been completely subdued by the indomitable fortress in a mere encounter. The absence of communication from Chun Fei regarding the battle process left him unaware of the tactics employed by the opposing side. However, he could deduce their firepower through the timeline. From the onset of bombardment to the request for reinforcements, it had taken less than half an hour. This indicated the indomitable fortress possessed formidable firepower. Engaging in a one-on-one battle, his fortress would likely be outmatched, but with the sheer numbers, the ants could indeed bring down an elephant. Very well, maintain vigilance. Ensure that each fortress has no fewer than 3 personnel on duty. He commanded. We cannot afford to let our guard down simply because the enemy has not attacked for 2 consecutive days. They could be lurking, waiting for us to lower our defenses. Reconnaissance fortresses must patrol the perimeter at all times. Yes, as the governing officer turned to relay the orders below, a cold smile crept upon Pan Jin's lips as he mused, humph. This war has already dragged on for far too long. The more he contemplated, the greater his animosity towards Lu Ming grew. Initially, he had intended to swiftly absorb the Forge Alliance and placate its members. Once the merger was accomplished, the filthy scoundrel would have no grounds for objection. A little compensation would suffice, and everything would be well. Yet this scoundrel, oblivious to the nuances of the upper class's game of interest exchange, had led the alliance into a quagmire, distancing it from all others. Since this scoundrel failed to grasp the rules of engagement among the elite, he could not blame Pan Jin for leveraging the indomitable fortress to ascend. With Lu Ming as a common enemy, the members united, and after vanquishing the indomitable fortress, they would all venture deeper together. They would locate the core of the heroic-grade aberration beasts, despite the inevitable losses of many fortresses and lives. Yet in Pan Jin's mind, as long as he could elevate the Blackstone Fortress to level 4, he would not care if all perished. In the depths of the wasteland, shrouded in darkness, Lu Ming stood upon the deck of the indomitable fortress, surrounded by the corpses of aberration beasts. The magnetic storm coils of the fortress had not been activated, allowing wandering aberration beasts to detect the scent of humans and leap onto the deck in search of their prey. Without hesitation, Lu Ming drew his blade and struck. Ordinary aberration beasts were no match for him. The extraordinary aberration beasts, such as the howling shriek wolf and the fiery giant bear, displayed only a feeble manifestation of extraordinary abilities, insufficient to pose any significant threat to Lu Ming at present. It was only upon reaching the heroic tier that extraordinary abilities would yield substantial effects. Abilities such as the corrosive fluid of the 4-armed giant ape and aberrational healing could indeed alter the tide of battle. As the scent of blood pervaded the air, increasingly more aberration beasts were drawn to the scene. Surrounding the indomitable fortress, hundreds of aberration beast corpses accumulated, with dismembered limbs and severed arms among them, including the remains of extraordinary aberration beasts. Chapter 39, The Perils of Aberration Beast Flesh. It is noteworthy that since the corpulent man's planter had been destroyed by the giant ape, their supply of fresh vegetables had dwindled significantly. In consuming aberration beasts, both Lu Ming and his companion began to recognize a troubling issue. Eating aberration beasts could lead to aberration. Although Lu Ming possessed the title of pioneer, granting him a 30 resistance to aberration effects. The sheer volume consumed, 200 to 300 pounds of beast flesh daily, was causing his teeth to sharpen increasingly. Following prolonged contact with the earth during the last battle, Lu Ming's body began to exhibit signs of aberration. Throughout this period, he had been vigilantly monitoring his degree of aberration, gradually coming to understand the implications. Once aberration commenced, it would persist unabated. Even if one ceases all contact with the aberrant entities, the rate of distortion may only be mitigated. With the passage of time, one will inevitably succumb to transformation. In merely a few days, Lu Ming's level of distortion has escalated to 7. The situation is even more dire for the rotund individual, as the potent aberrant energy inherent in the heroic-grade aberrant beasts overwhelms his frail constitution, rendering him unable to cope. Upon awakening one fateful day, he discovered a pair of diminutive, palm-sized fleshly wings sprouting from his back. Terrified, he let out a horrified scream, prompting Lu Ming to believe he was in peril. He hastily donned his attire, grasping his battle blade, and teleported forth. Observing the rotund man's frantic attempts to swat at his back, Lu Ming focused intently, initially mistaking it for some foreign entity burrowing into his flesh. He commanded the rotund man to remain still, and upon hearing this, the latter froze in place. Paralyzed by fear, with a flash of cold light, Lu Ming's blade descended, severing the grotesque wings with precision. Blood gushed forth from the rotund man's back. Yet he disregarded the pain and turned to inspect the aftermath. The severed wings writhed upon the ground as if possessed of their own volition. With a piercing cry, the rotund man fainted from sheer terror. Having procured some medical supplies from the system shop, Lu Ming bandaged the rotund man, who, due to his considerable girth, required double the amount of gauze typically used. Whether it was the result of prolonged training or the effects of distortion, the rotund man's recuperative abilities had surpassed those of an ordinary individual. Remarkably, within just 2 days, the wounds, each the size of a bowl, healed, yet lamentably. The fleshly wings regrew alongside them. The rotund man's distortion level rose to 15, and if this trajectory continued, it would not be long before he began to lose his sanity, ultimately becoming an aberrant entity. Presently, he refrained from consuming the flesh of aberrant beasts, instead scouring the marketplace for crops. However, it appeared that this predicament extended beyond the two of them. Others had also recognized the issue. Currently, the prices of crops had soared to exorbitant heights, while the flesh of aberrant beasts had reached a point where it could scarcely be sold. What perplexed Lu Ming, however, was that despite his title-enhanced abilities and the quantity he consumed, achieving only a distortion level of 7 seemed implausible. The only feasible explanation for this anomaly was that his devouring capacity could, to some extent, absorb aberrant energy. With a swift flick of his battle blade, Lu Ming expelled the blood from its surface. He refrained from utilizing the lightning power of the core, for it would have vaporized the blood instantly. Scanning the surroundings, he noted the absence of any living aberrant beasts and sheathed his blade, returning to the control room. At that moment, the rotund man was mustering his strength. Fixated on the radar display. "What do you see?" Lu Ming inquired as he approached the screen. The rotund man, undeterred by Lu Ming's blood-soaked attire, pointed to a conspicuous red dot on the display that was notably larger than the other aberrant beasts. "It's still wandering nearby." Lu Ming glanced at the time and instructed the rotund man. "The time is nigh. You must hide in the belly compartment. We shall commence our plan." "Understood." The rotund man nodded and relinquished the pilot's seat to Lu Ming. Boom. As Lu Ming pressed the ignition button, the indomitable fortress erupted with a resounding roar. He activated the onboard energy cannon, the mechanical whirring resonating distinctly in the silent wasteland. Listening to the hum from within the base, Lu Ming envisioned each gear colliding in his mind's eye. He elevated the cannon, the base's energy surging as it quickly coalesced into a luminous orb deep within the barrel. Bang! The resplendent energy cannon seemed poised to rend the night asunder, shooting forth into the distance. The radar indicated that the large red dot was still several dozen kilometers away from the indomitable fortress, yet Lu Ming's objective was not to strike it directly. Boom! The energy cannon ultimately struck a massive boulder, the power of the 5th-level energy cannon shattering it instantaneously, the explosive sound reverberating across the landscape. Observing the red dot on the radar, it appeared to be drawn toward the source of the noise, beginning to move. Without hesitation, Lu Ming maneuvered the fortress with formidable force, causing it to spin in place, scattering stones and dirt into the air as it surged forward. Using the energy cannon to lure the large red dot, he piloted the fortress toward the perimeter, prepared to fire as soon as the red dot came to a halt. Calculating the time in his mind, he hastened with the pursuing red dot in tow. At the outskirts of the Challenger Alliance, a fortress serving as a sentry along the wasteland's edge housed a pioneer dozing in the control room. His duty was to remain vigilant, ready to relay information to the Alliance at all times. Even on the brink of war, he had not been summoned, underscoring the significance of this outpost. Having stood guard for several days without relief, fatigue had finally overwhelmed him, and he had succumbed to slumber at the console. Suddenly, a thunderous roar jolted him awake, and he quickly raised his head towards the source of the sound. A Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the noise emanated from deep within the wasteland, sending a chill down his spine. He hastily issued an alert to the overseeing commander, but before he could complete the message, a beam of light erupted from the darkness of the wasteland, illuminating the surroundings. Before he could ascertain the nature of the light, an energy cannon, imbued with destructive intent, obliterated him and the upper structure of the fortress in one fell swoop. Before long, Ming piloted the indomitable fortress past the ruins of the destroyed stronghold. Observing the remnants still billowing thick smoke, Ming felt no trace of compassion. With the large red dot rapidly closing in on the radar, he activated the energy thrusters. After a prolonged period of dormancy, the thrusters roared to life, unleashing a torrent of vibrant energy flames that propelled the massive fortress to unprecedented speeds. Crossing the threshold, they were mere moments away from the core zone of the Challenger Alliance. Knock, knock, knock. Leader, something has occurred. An urgent rapping at the door roused Pan Jin from his slumber. Lately, fatigue had taken its toll on him. As a newcomer to this world, he was once merely one among the countless ordinary souls. However, after fortuitously achieving his first kill and receiving a reward, his power surged. Following the settlement, he had distanced himself from other survivors, eventually establishing an alliance and ascending to a position of dominance. His mindset had shifted, as the latent desires and malice within him were unleashed alongside his newfound authority. He reveled in the sensation of others groveling at his feet. Yet, Ming's intervention, the top contender in the settlement rankings, shattered his moment of comfort. Meet me in the conference room, Pan Jun responded tersely, tossing aside the covers. In the cramped bedroom lay 3 girls. 2 of them were curled up like puppies at the foot of the bed, while another was confined within a corner cage. All 3 shared the commonality of being utterly unclad. Pan Jin's foot ground against one of the girls' faces, a twisted satisfaction curling his lips at her battered form. This was the reward bestowed upon them by their master. Suppressing a mocking grin, he barked, "Get up." The 2 girls, either too deeply asleep or in a stupor from their torment, showed no sign of movement. The girl beneath his foot remained still, while the one nearby startled awake at Pan Jin's furious command, scrambling to her knees before him, trembling in fear. The icy sensation beneath his foot incited a silent curse within Pan Jun. He turned his gaze, devoid of any emotion, to the girl kneeling beside him. Clothes. Upon hearing the command, the girl scrambled towards the wardrobe, using her mouth to retrieve clothing, returning to Pan Jun's side. He accepted the garments from her, feeling a sense of satisfaction at her submissive demeanor, and gently patted her head, saying, "Good girl, wait for your master to return. You shall be rewarded." With that, Pan Jun donned his attire and stormed out. The door slammed shut behind him, and the moment he departed, the girl collapsed to the ground, disregarding her relief, and hurried towards her fallen companion. Trembling, she extended her finger to probe her friend's breath. It was gone. The last taut string had snapped, and despair overflowed in the girl's eyes. Upon arriving in this world, the first person she encountered was her. They became friends, struggling together for survival, until the Challenger Alliance's combat team shattered their fortress and offered them up to Pan Jun. Rather than indulging in immediate gratification, Pan Jun commanded them to crawl on all 4s like dogs, feasting upon the ground, devoid of clothing like beasts. Any hint of disobedience was met with unspeakable torment. Even the aberrant beasts could not shatter their will. Yet, Pan Jun succeeded. In a mere few days, he ground them to dust. In the dark room, she cast a pleading glance towards the girl in the corner cage, who steadfastly refused to bow her head, uncertain of what to do. The girl in the cage had arrived even earlier than they, never yielding to Pan Jun, nor uttering a single word. The caged girl remained silent, as if she had shielded herself from all external stimuli. Outside the cage, the helpless girl clutched her friend's lifeless body, tears streaming down her cheeks. She dared not speak, fearing it would summon Pan Jun, and could only weep in silence. "Cover her." In the empty room, a cold voice drifted from the iron cage. The girl, trembling as she held her companion's corpse, jolted as if pricked by something. She was suddenly aware. Shakily, she stood up. This was perhaps the first time in the nightmarish ordeal of over half a month in this place that she truly stood on her own volition, not dragged, nor commanded. She stumbled to the window, tearing down the filthy curtain to cover her friend's battered body. She refused to use the sheets that Pan Jun had lain upon. She loathed it, and her friend would loathe it even more, draping the curtain over her friend's cold form. She could not bear to let her depart this wretched world unclad. The girl in the cage observed all this with cold indifference. Chapter 40. The War Begins. The Alliance leader, just moments ago, one of our members was killed at the critical line. As Pan Jun entered the conference room and took his seat at the head, the officials below immediately reported. No information left behind, no opportunity for transmission. Pan Jun furrowed his brow, pondering intently, as if a thought was slowly dawning on him. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and he rose from his seat. Immediately recall the frontline combat personnel. All fortresses, aim your cannons deep into the wasteland. Such an event had occurred not long ago, when Guofei's combat team clashed with the Immortal Fortress. The recurrence of such an incident could mean 2 possibilities. Either the immortal fortress had entered the Wasteland alone, circumventing the Alliance's core circle, or an elite aberrant beast was involved. Clearly, the former was more likely. Even if an elite aberrant beast were present, it wouldn't preclude any opportunity for transmission. It was undoubtedly a surprise attack from the immortal fortress, striking the command center from a distance. Once news reached the various fortresses, all members of the Alliance sprang into action. A procession of lights formed by searchlights gathered in the Wasteland, marching towards the coordinates of the Alliance leader. On a fortress seamlessly integrated with its surroundings, a girl noticed the stirrings from the Challenger Alliance and promptly sent a message to the Hefty member. The Hefty member, drenched in sweat as he labored to throw raw materials into the furnace in the belly of the immortal fortress, received the girl's message. Wiping his brow, he glanced at the coordinates, exchanged a greeting with Ming, and instructed the girl to commence the live broadcast. Upon reading the Hefty member's message, the girl leaped from her seat, excitedly disabling the silent mode to send a message to the Alliance. The Quickshake Alliance seemed to have someone specifically designated to assist the girl, as responses came almost instantaneously. Emails, as if pre-edited, flew like snowflakes to various alliances. Awaiting her command, the fortress, shrouded in darkness, opened several components resembling eyes, capturing the surroundings from every angle without blind spots. Patterns akin to those of a camera lens appeared in her eyes, which were now connected to the fortress's cameras, allowing her to switch views at will. The system's gray Quickshake video unlocked to reveal vibrant colors, initiating the first live broadcast. Su Chu Chu, the Immortal Fortress versus the Challenger Alliance. Live broadcast. Though it was still dark outside, the live broadcast was unaffected, and Su Chu Chu's youthful and radiant face appeared crystal clear on the screen. Hello everyone. I am Su Chu Chu from the Quickshake Alliance. Today, I will be broadcasting the fateful battle between the Immortal Fortress and the Challenger Alliance. Su Chu Chu spoke as if rehearsed countless times, skillfully introducing the event. Everyone in the Wasteland anticipated this battle. This was the top-ranked team against the third. Amidst the bombardment of messages from the Quickshake Alliance, almost everyone flooded into the live broadcast the moment it began. The host is quite beautiful. Her voice is sweet. How could someone so attractive be responsible for such a crucial broadcast? Yet, I feel a strange sense of déjà vu, as if still in Blue Star. As Su Chu Chu witnessed the viewer count soaring, her excitement was palpable. The Alliance officials sent her a message. Stop grinning like a fool. Start speaking. The message appeared in the upper right corner of Su Chu Chu's view, indicating the broadcasting permissions of the Quickshake Alliance. Realizing the urgency, she hastily responded to prevent an awkward silence. After we connect, please maintain silence. All personnel involved in the conflict will be excluded from the live broadcast. Su Chu Chu continued to elaborate on the rules, akin to a seasoned broadcaster from a television station. Finally, it is about to begin. Wow. This is the biggest event in a while. No wonder I rushed over without eating. Forget about food. There's an aberrant beast scratching at my door, and I'm ignoring it. To the brothers upstairs, stay safe. Don't get caught up in the broadcast. Who do you think will win? Isn't it obvious? The Challenger Alliance will definitely win, right? No matter how strong the Immortal Fortress is, they can't possibly defeat an entire alliance. Look, the Challenger Alliance's fortresses are beginning to gather. Wow, what a spectacle. Truly a grand alliance, with so many battle fortresses. The main fortress of the Challenger Alliance started to reveal scattered fortresses illuminated by searchlights surrounding it. Gradually, more fortresses appeared, uniting to form a defensive line before the Blackstone Fortress. From the perspective of the live broadcast, it resembled a steel city rising amidst the darkness. Why are they facing towards the depths of the Wasteland? Do you think it could be? Could it be that the Immortal Fortress has ventured into the depths alone, bypassing the defenses and directly attacking the core of the Challenger Alliance? But it's nighttime. Has the Immortal Fortress lost its mind? Whether mad or not, based on the Challenger Alliance's reaction, the Immortal Fortress has indeed succeeded. Look, what on earth is that? While discussions raged in the live broadcast, several meteors streaked across the sky, hurtling towards the Challenger Alliance's fortresses. Pan Zhun, gazing at the meteors soaring through the air, widened his eyes in fury and bellowed via the Alliance's communication system. Third Squad, disperse immediately. The commander of the Third Squad also sensed something amiss and ordered the simultaneous dispersal of over a dozen fortresses. Although they reacted swiftly, their fortresses could not outpace the energy cannons. Boom, boom, boom. The energy cannon struck the cluster of fortresses, its formidable power triggering a violent explosion, scattering flames in all directions. Before even catching a glimpse of the enemy, 2 or 3 fortifications had already succumbed to destruction, prompting Pan Zhun to slam his fist onto the table in frustration. Ming observed with satisfaction as several red dots vanished from the radar display, nodding in approval. The airborne energy cannon, having undergone enhancement, boasted an effective attack range of 5 kilometers, with pinpoint accuracy achievable within 3 kilometers. The Eternal Fortress was now situated less than 10 kilometers away from the Challenger Alliance. He raised the cannon's muzzle and unleashed 3 rapid shots towards the opposing side, indifferent to whether he would hit or miss. What truly mattered was to compel the adversary to seize the baton from the eternal fortress. Ming promptly activated the spotlight, its blinding glare piercing through the darkness like a relentless high beam. The scoundrel! How ostentatious, flashing those lights. What kind of cannon is he wielding? Wiping out 2 or 3 fortresses in one fell swoop. How powerful. There's no doubt. It must be a component from a premium lottery ticket. Look! The Challenger Alliance is retaliating. As anticipated, upon detecting Ming's position, Pan Zhen feared that Ming would continue his bombardment from afar. He swiftly ordered a squad of fortresses to charge towards the Eternal Fortress, while the remaining teams raised their cannons and began bombing in Ming's direction. The fortress squad responsible for close-quarters engagement advanced slowly towards the Eternal Fortress under the cover of the barrage behind them. 5 kilometers away, Ming noticed the enemy opening fire and immediately extinguished all lights, including the spotlight. He altered his course and, shrouded by the night, maneuvered towards another direction. Chapter 41. A Stunning Revelation. Heroic Class Aberration Beast. The scoundrel's light has extinguished. He must have been hit. The live stream erupted in chaos, and Su Chuchu's heart raced. It wasn't that she harbored any affection for Ming and the chubby fellow. Rather, she dreaded the idea of such a long-anticipated battle ending prematurely. That would undoubtedly affect her streaming performance. The melee team of the Challenger Alliance surged forward, shielded by the artillery fire of their allies, charging towards the recently illuminated position of the Eternal Fortress. The commanding officer observed the diverse trajectories of the artillery shells in the sky, which bolstered their confidence against the Eternal Fortress. Although their individual strength was lacking, the 20-plus melee fortresses were sufficient to hold off the Eternal Fortress. If they could just restrain it until the main force arrived, they could claim victory over the scoundrel. At that moment, he imagined himself as the commanding officer, possibly rising to the rank of a governor. With this thought in mind, he excitedly shouted through the team channel, "Full throttle! Full throttle!" As the allies' shells rained down, he vaguely spotted a massive shadow amidst the flames. This colossal silhouette, undeterred by the debris from the exploded shells, approached the melee fortress cluster. "We are nearing the Eternal Fortress." The commanding officer lacked the authority to report directly to the alliance leader. Instead, he relayed the information to the governor, who immediately conveyed the message to Pan Zhen. Upon hearing this, Pan Zhen promptly ordered, "Cease fire to avoid hitting our allies. Teams 4 and 5, advance immediately to encircle the Eternal Fortress." He redirected 2 additional teams, retaining only the 2nd battle team and the core guard protecting the Blackstone Fortress. Pan Zhen has halted the bombardment. It seems the melee fortresses are engaging the Eternal Fortress. The Challenger Alliance had dispatched 2 more teams. It appeared the Eternal Fortress was in dire straits. Wait, look, why are the enemy fortresses charging in reverse? Just when everyone assumed the Eternal Fortress was ensnared in a wolf pack tactic, the once dense light of the first melee fortress cluster suddenly scattered, retreating from various angles towards the core circle of the Alliance. The commanding officer of the first melee squad had initially believed they were approaching Ming's fortress. To his shock, through the flames emerged 2 bizarre eyes, resembling red lanterns. Upon locking eyes with these orbs, the officer felt as if he had been ensnared by a spell, rendering him immobile in the cockpit. Yet, from the expression of struggle on his face, it was clear he was attempting to avert his gaze. Regardless of how hard he exerted himself, he remained trapped. He could only watch helplessly as the owner of those crimson eyes emerged from the shadows and flames, revealing a head the size of a house, adorned with disheveled hair. The woman's blood-red lips stretched wide, incessantly twitching, as viscous saliva dripped down from her hook-like fangs. From her deep-set eye sockets, needle-like pupils pulsated in rhythm with the officer's breath. More disturbingly, beneath the woman's head lay the body of a lion, its tail swaying back and forth behind it. Attack quickly. Though the officer's body was paralyzed, his mind remained active, observing the lion-bodied, human-faced creature drawing closer. He felt a surge of terror as the ghastly visage loomed before the cockpit, scrutinizing him through the glass. Overwhelmed with dread, he realized that struggling was futile, and he placed his hopes on his teammates, wishing for an attack to divert the creature's attention. Even though he understood that such an action would likely mean death for his comrades, he pondered, what does it matter if it grants him even a fleeting chance of survival? I can't move. I mustn't look into its eyes. I'll fight with my eyes closed. This is a heroic class aberration beast. We are doomed. Quick, flee. Return to the Alliance's front lines. The leader will protect us. The anguished cries of his teammates echoed within the system team, deepening his despair. The closest individuals to him were his loyal subordinates, but the closer they were, the clearer the danger became. Nearly all had fallen victim. Others who had not glimpsed the creature's form only perceived the colossal figure of the lion-bodied, human-faced beast. And they lost their resolve, turning to flee. The lion's claws moved with astonishing agility, swiftly dragging the officer from the cockpit and unhesitatingly devouring him. Once consumed by the creature's sticky, wet maw, the officer's vision finally broke free from the grip of those crimson eyes. As the sharp teeth closed around him, he disregarded the foul stench, inhaled deeply, and roared defiantly, using all his strength to resist, while a strange brilliance erupted from within him. Under normal circumstances, the beast may have relished the opportunity to toy with its prey. However, witnessing other victims scatter in terror, the lion-bodied, human-faced creature lost interest in playing. With a sickening crunch, excruciating pain surged through the officer's mind as he lamented the loss of sensation below his chest. The radiant aura that had enveloped him began to fade, his hands growing too weak to resist. Yet, as a being of extraordinary resilience, he clung to life, fully aware of the monster's teeth crushing his body into fragments. Blood mingled with flesh dripped from the woman's mouth, and even through her tightly sealed lips. The officer's final, heart-wrenching screams could be heard. The others, paralyzed by fear, watched in horror as the lion-bodied, human-faced beast devoured the officer. The prospect of escape seemed to dwindle to a mere instant of vanishing from sight. Yet, tearing open the teleportation scroll and activating the array required at least 10 to 20 seconds, a time frame far too long. They were already facing a certain death, merely wishing to be bitten on the head by the lion-bodied, human-faced beast to lessen their suffering. What? A heroic class aberration beast. In the command center, Pan Zhun received updates from the front lines and leapt to his feet in alarm. Before he could issue any commands, the environment around him suddenly brightened. Without hesitation, he activated the Blackstone Fortress's innate skill. A dark energy shield sprang into existence, just as 3 energy cannon shots struck the barrier with tremendous force. The resulting explosion reverberated violently, causing everyone inside the Blackstone Fortress to stagger, while dust cascaded from the ceiling. In the distance, Lu Ming was taken aback to discover that his formidable energy cannon, which had always triumphed, was thwarted by the Blackstone Fortress. Truly, it was worthy of being a reward for first kills. While it could not rival his own exceptional prowess, it still boasted considerable depth. However, it was evident that the opposing side had been thrown into disarray by the hero-class aberrant beast he had lured. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Ming resolved to press the attack without hesitation, unleashing a relentless barrage of energy cannons. Pan Zhun steadied himself, casting a vengeful glance in Lu Ming's direction, his hatred threatening to burst forth. He commanded everyone to hold the aberrant beast at any cost. The crew in the belly of the fortress immediately began feeding raw stones into the furnace, ensuring the energy shield maintained its utmost strength. If raw stones were insufficient, they would exchange for system currency, to be reimbursed after the battle. Despite Lu Ming firing off a series of over 10 energy blasts, the black energy shield remained unyielding. The Blackstone Fortress stood as a bulwark, shielding its comrades from the onslaught, while steadily advancing toward the immortal fortress. The core members of the fortress began to retaliate, unleashing a cacophony of machine guns and cannons towards Lu Ming. Noticing the time, Lu Ming realized he could no longer delay. He sent a voice message through the system. Thud, thud, thud. The heavily panting figure of a stout man lumbered up from the belly of the fortress. As he approached Lu Ming, he beheld a scene of a cluster of fortresses struggling against a colossal sphinx-like beast on the battlefield. The stout man gasped in astonishment. What the hell? A beastmaster? Without a moment's pause, Lu Ming yanked the stout man to the control seat, saying, "Stop jabbering. Navigate the immortal fortress to a safe location while I take them down." The stout man, principled in his approach to battle, always heeded Lu Ming's commands. Though he held unwavering confidence in Lu Ming's capabilities, he still cautioned. "This place is too perilous. You need to get out of the vehicle. I must find a hiding spot for the immortal fortress." Chapter 42. Lu Ming's Nemesis. That fatso. He runs so fast. Standing on the desolate plains, Lu Ming watched as the stout man drove the fortress away in a flash. His handsome visage now smeared with mud from the tank tracks. With the stout man safely retreated, Lu Ming turned, his eyes gradually crackling with electricity as he regarded the combatants of the Blackstone Fortress. With a low growl, he unleashed an immense surge of energy from his legs, veins beneath his skin shimmering with electric currents. He transformed into a bolt of lightning, hurtling towards the Blackstone Fortress. In the distance, Pan Zhun, observing from the command room, noticed a radiant orb of light rapidly approaching him. With a cold snort, he thought, "Ah, just as I was pondering how to eliminate you. You come knocking at my door. Bring her out." He commanded his subordinates, who promptly rushed to the lounge. Shortly thereafter, they emerged with a cage, revealing the girl whom Pan Zhun had tormented. Curled up within the iron cage, the girl was devoid of clothing, yet none of the subordinates dared to gaze upon her. Pan Zhun approached the cage, the sound of his combat boots echoing sharply against the floor. He opened the top of the cage, tenderly stroking the girl's head as if she were a pet, pressing her forehead against his thigh. With a mix of gentleness and menace, he murmured, "You know what to do shortly. If you perform well, your master will reward you. If not, well, I shall reward myself." The girl's cold, emotionless gaze met Pan Zhun's, silently responding to his threats. After locking the cage again, he instructed his subordinates to carry her up to the deck, awaiting Lu Ming's appearance. Pan Zhun deactivated the energy shield, allowing Lu Ming to easily approach the Blackstone Fortress, leaping onto the deck. The pool that once adorned the Blackstone Fortress was now sealed. and the deck bore no distinction from that of any other fortress. As Lu Ming steadied himself, he found himself encircled by a throng of core members from the Challenger Alliance. They wielded a variety of weapons. Some drew bows, others brandished knives, and still others held an array of melee armaments. The crisp winds of the plains carried a faint scent of gunpowder, enveloping the two opposing sides in tension. Pan Zhun broke the silence first. "Well met again, filthy scoundrel. Remember our last encounter?" Whoosh. Pan Zhun's words were interrupted by a piercing sound as an arrow whizzed past Lu Ming's ear. Pan Zhun's eyes widened in fury. "I wasn't finished speaking." A flustered subordinate stammered, "Apologies, my lord. I slipped." Crack. Blades gleamed in the air, and before anyone could comprehend the unfolding events, Lu Ming had already completed Pan Zhun's unfinished words. "No worries, just be more careful in your next life." As his words fell, the archer's corpse instantly collapsed. Its neck severed cleanly without a single drop of blood spilling, the charred wound exhaling wisps of white mist in the night. "He can't hear you. You go tell him yourself." Pan Zhun's rage had not abated, witnessing Lu Ming strike first. He ceased his chatter, commanding his subordinates with a wave of his hand. The fighters encircling Lu Ming immediately launched their assault. Swish, swish, blades sliced through the air, cleaving towards the two arrows. Upon impact, the crimson shafts erupted in a violent explosion. As the shockwave rent the air, Lu Ming raised his arm to shield his head. The force swept past him, showering him with metallic debris and filling his nostrils with the acrid scent of burning. As the smoke began to dissipate like an inky tide, Lu Ming's figure gradually emerged, tilting his head to extinguish the flames licking at his sleeve. The burns on his arm began to heal slowly, yet his gaze remained fixated on the archer. Seeing Lu Ming falter, the archer smirked, a taunting glint in his eye as he readied another arrow, a fiery energy coalescing around it, transforming the ordinary projectile into an explosive one. The arrow once again aimed at Lu Ming, gathering energy for another shot. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes, emitting a dangerous aura. He transformed into a streak of lightning, darting towards the archer's head. In a group fight, eliminate the archer first. Noticing Lu Ming's charge, several figures rushed to intercept him. The foremost, a burly man with a fierce beard, bellowed like thunder, swinging his broad-bladed heavy sword in a sweeping arc. The gust from his swing reached Lu Ming, tousling his hair. Clang. The clash of metal resonated like an explosion, sparks raining down like a meteor shower. The heavy sword was deflected, and the burly man felt a jolt of pain shoot through his hand, a cry of agony escaping his lips. Renowned for his strength within the Alliance, this man's mightiest strike felt as if it had collided with a speeding train. He stumbled backward, while Lu Ming pressed forward, unimpeded. The archer, momentarily blinded, felt an overwhelming force in his bow, which snapped the bowstring. Before he could grasp what had transpired, Lu Ming stood before him, his grip tightening around the archer's throat like a vice. Lu Ming's eyes bore into the archer's, whose own bulged in terror as he struggled for breath, his limbs flailing helplessly. With a defiant lift of his chin, Lu Ming returned the provocation before exerting pressure, snapping the archer's neck with a swift motion. The now lifeless body hung limply, its limbs falling powerless. With a dismissive gesture, Lu Ming discarded the corpse as if it were refuse. Silence. The battlefield fell into an eerie stillness, the kind that could hear the proverbial pin drop. The once boisterous crowd, filled with shouts of battle, now stood frozen, every movement stilled. The severed bow lay quietly on the deck beside the contorted body, the archer's eyes wide open, forever capturing the horror and confusion of his last moments. No one had anticipated that, in a mere exchange, the Alliance's famed archer would meet his end in such a swift and decisive manner. The charred remnants of fabric clung to Lu Ming's arm, rustled softly in the gentle breeze. Beneath the scorched surface, tender, newly formed flesh writhed slowly. As the blackened epidermis visibly peeled away, he flicked his wrist, as if merely brushing off a speck of dust. This indifference towards his own injuries starkly contrasted with his ruthless disregard for the lives of his adversaries. A soft gulp echoed in the stillness. The source unknown yet piercingly clear. The others, as if awakening from a dream, realized the daunting presence before them. This man was formidable beyond measure. The burly man with a thick beard pressed his palm against the bleeding gash on his hand, the searing pain causing veins to bulge on his forehead. His once proud strength felt utterly feeble in the face of Lu Ming's prowess. "Everyone, attack! We must kill him!" Pan Zhun's furious shout shattered the atmosphere of dread enveloping them. Steeling themselves, they lunged at Lu Ming. The extraordinary beings on the deck unleashed their powers simultaneously. Their weapons glimmered with an eerie light, each adorned with distinct energy runes. Lu Ming's gaze remained icy as he positioned his battle blade before him. 6 warriors surged forth in unison, their weapons carving divergent paths. Though they appeared to act independently, they were intricately coordinated, weaving a lethal net that ensnared all of Lu Ming's potential escape routes. Yet he remained unfazed, inhaling deeply as the lightning core near his heart began to resonate, sending intricate currents coursing beneath his skin. In an instant, Lu Ming unleashed a burst of speed, piercing through the encirclement with such swiftness that he left behind only an afterimage. Lightning crackled around his battle blade as it arced toward the neck of the first target. With a sickening spray of blood, a head soared into the air. Before it could hit the ground, Lu Ming had already pivoted, the blade slicing through the chest of the second assailant. In mere moments, 2 lives had been claimed. The formation of the extraordinary beings collapsed, the remaining 3 retreating in sheer panic, their eyes wide with terror. Lu Ming pursued the fourth, delivering a horizontal slash that cleaved him in 2. "Help me, Lord! Save me!" cried the fifth, fleeing towards Pan Zhun, desperation lacing his voice. Pan Zhun observed coldly, offering no assistance. To him, these individuals were merely pawns to exhaust Lu Ming's stamina. With a derisive smile, Lu Ming's blade crackled anew with lightning, hurling it towards the fleeing figure. The weapon spiraled, striking like a bolt of lightning, pinning him to the ground. Grasping the triggering device with his left hand, the blade dissipated, reappearing in Lu Ming's right. After numerous battles, he had embedded the device beneath the skin of his left palm for convenience. Only one remained. Lu Ming turned his gaze to the last man standing, the captain of the 6-man team, the strongest among them. As all his comrades fell, he steadied himself, wielding a peculiar weapon resembling a crescent moon, inscribed with strange patterns. "You are powerful, but it is fortuitous for me. I am your nemesis," he declared, his eyes flickering with an eerie red light, the same markings illuminating his body. "My ability is that of a charger. Your lightning not only fails to affect me, but enhances my strength." As soon as the words left his lips, he swung the crescent blade, rapidly closing the distance to Lu Ming. A playful smile crept across Lu Ming's face as he deliberately stirred the lightning core, allowing more electricity to coil around him. The man, seeing this, grinned with delight, licking his lips as he aimed his crescent blade at the most concentrated surge of lightning. Just as the blade was about to make contact, Lu Ming suddenly retracted all the lightning, sheathing his blade. The opponent hesitated, his offensive momentum now irretrievable. Lu Ming smirked slightly, whispering, "Draw and slash." The flash of the blade was swift, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. The adversary remained in an attacking posture, his expression frozen in shock. In the next heartbeat, a crimson line appeared at his neck, and his head slowly toppled off. "You cannot even withstand my blade, yet you dare call yourself my nemesis?" Lu Ming sheathed his blade once more, turning to face Pan Zhun. "Now it's your turn." Chapter 43. You shan't escape. Pan Zhun regarded Lu Ming, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Do you think I would be reckless like them?" The acrid scent of blood thickened the air, nearly palpable, as Lu Ming's nostrils flared slightly. He observed Pan Zhun with calm disdain. "Your prattle is excessive." Unperturbed, Pan Zhun's smile widened as he turned to the girl caged nearby. "Do you recall what I just said?" Lu Ming had already noticed the girl, trembling and unclothed within the cage. He cast a dispassionate glance at her before swiftly redirecting his focus back to Pan Zhun. In his eyes, Pan Zhun was the true threat. The girl was merely a distraction to draw attention away. "The rotund man's description of you is quite fitting." Lu Ming gathered the lightning once more upon his battle blade. Suddenly, the orange-red flesh sigil on Pan Zhun's chest flickered, its blinding light burning like flame. He smirked. "My first battle was a victory against a distortion beast, and I received this gift." With deliberate slowness, Pan Zhun unsheathed a massive axe from his back, its blade shimmering with a molten red glow. "Today, I shall use it to claim the top spot on the kill leaderboard." Lu Ming narrowed his eyes, sensing an ominous pressure rising from within. He understood that Pan Zhun's strength was far beyond that of the previous cannon fodder. "Die!" Lu Ming shouted, unleashing his speed. Appearing before Pan Zhun, his blade enveloped in lightning aimed directly at his throat. Pan Zhun did not evade. Instead, a strange smile graced his lips. The sigil on his chest pulsed briefly, and Lu Ming suddenly felt his body grow heavy, as if laden with lead. "Gravity!" Pan Zhun roared. In that fleeting moment of Lu Ming's hesitation, the massive axe, imbued with searing magma, descended upon him. Lu Ming narrowly dodged the fatal blow. Yet the axe still left a deep gash on his left shoulder, exposing bone. Scorching magma surged into the wound, bringing unimaginable agony. "Ugh!" Lu Ming clenched his teeth, stifling a cry of pain. Having endured countless life-and-death battles, his resolve had transformed beyond measure. He quickly retreated, creating distance, acutely aware of the searing sensation radiating from his wound, far more intense than a typical injury. "How does it feel?" "The taste of purgatorial magma is no pleasant experience." "Is it?" Pan Zhun gloated as he twisted the axe's handle. "You are indeed strong," Lu Ming conceded, all the while observing the horizon and the distant slaughter of the Sphinx in the fortress. He knew he could not afford to waste too much time on Pan Zhun. The Dawn Knights were meant to confront the distortion beasts, but it is still not enough to defeat me. Pan Zhun scoffed. "Is that so? Then let us see whose trump cards are more plentiful." He swung the massive axe again, each strike accompanied by gravitational suppression. Lu Ming was forced into a defensive stance, his wounds multiplying. The burning sensation of magma intensified, threatening to seep into his very marrow. Livestream. The dirty bastard's combat style is becoming increasingly impressive. The attackers are no match for him. Finally, Captain Wong has emerged. Did Pan Zhun just say something to the side? Something about a cage? What lies within that cage? It's obscured, I can't see. In a relatively secure area near the battlefield, the immortal fortress stood alongside Su Chuchu's fortress. In an effort to elevate the live broadcast, Su Chuchu stepped onto the deck of the immortal fortress, engaging in conversation with the rotund man, her comrade. The corpulent man, aside from advising her against capturing the indomitable fortress's structure, was rather cooperative. He exchanged pleasantries with Su Chuchu, maintaining a seemingly casual demeanor while his gaze remained fixed on the distant clash of combat. As Lu Ming engaged in battle with Pan Zhun, the atmosphere within the live stream reached a fever pitch. They clashed. Magma and lightning collided. Such formidable attack effects. The filthy scoundrel was struck by the giant axe wielded by the leader of the alliance. The filthy scoundrel appeared to be at a disadvantage. It seemed that the leader of the alliance was indeed the stronger of the two. Observing the distant skirmish, Su Chuchu furrowed her brow and inquired of the corpulent man. Brother Pang, it seems as though Brother Zhang's torso has been cleaved in half. Unfazed by such trivialities, the corpulent man waved his hand dismissively, responding, merely a minor fatal wound. On the deck of the Blackstone Bastion, Lu Ming realized that he could not continue in this manner. He deliberately exposed a flaw, enticing Pan Zhun to attack. At the very moment Pan Zhun swung his massive axe once more, Lu Ming did not retreat, but instead charged forward into Pan Zhun's embrace. Foolish, Pan Zhun barked, invoking gravity suppression once more. However, this time, Lu Ming was prepared. He activated the lightning core with all his might, and a violent surge of electricity coursed through his veins, shattering the constraints of gravity. A flash of cold light erupted as his sharp blade effortlessly severed Pan Zhun's sternum, bursting through his chest, and blood gushed forth. Ah! Pan Zhun cried out in agony, staggering backward. He glanced down at the ghastly wound on his chest, still crackling with residual lightning, his eyes filled with disbelief. Unlike Lu Ming, Pan Zhun lacked any grotesque healing abilities. Such a grievous injury rendered him nearly powerless. Lu Ming refrained from pressing his advantage, for the excessive use of the lightning core had begun to ignite his veins. He stood still, panting heavily, feeling as though his body were being torn asunder. Realizing he had lost, Pan Zhun suddenly turned and seized the iron cage, brutally dragging the girl out. He grasped her neck, and the girl, in pain, shut her eyes tightly, making no sound. Pan Zhun, in a desperate attempt akin to a drowning man clutching at straws, ingratiated himself to Lu Ming. Brother Zong, I concede defeat. We are both first kills. I still have my alliance. From now on, all will be yours. Let us join forces and dominate the entire wasteland. Look at this girl. She's beautiful, right? I've trained her well. I've yet to lay a hand on her. She's absolutely pristine. A gift for your enjoyment. In the future, I shall send you one like her at regular intervals. As he spoke, Pan Zhun pinched the girl's delicate face to display her to Lu Ming. The intense pain made her features quiver, yet he forced a smile, reminiscent of their first encounter. However, it lacked the earlier vigor. This smile was now laced with obsequiousness. Lu Ming regarded this scene with a cold, incredulous gaze, his expression devoid of any emotion. Shall I procure some sunflower seeds for you? Once his body's meridians were nearly restored from the engulfing power, Lu Ming flicked the plasma from his battle knife and advanced toward Pan Zhun like a harbinger of death. Meanwhile, Pan Zhun had quietly readied a teleportation scroll. His final words were not solely to entice Lu Ming into cooperation, but also to buy time. Clutching his chest, he released the girl's face with one hand, gritting his teeth and saying, "Do you think this will kill me?" With that, he produced the teleportation scroll and crushed it violently. The scroll erupted with blue light, enveloping Pan Zhun within. Lu Ming was taken aback, ignoring the pain coursing through his body. He activated the lightning core once more and propelled himself toward Pan Zhun with great speed. But it was already too late. The teleportation light had formed, and the space began to warp, Pan Zhun's figure becoming increasingly indistinct. Within, Pan Zhun's derisive laughter echoed, "Filthy scoundrel. The Green Mountains will not." Just at that critical moment, the girl who had been choked suddenly opened her eyes, a glimmer of resoluteness flashing within. "You shall not escape." Her voice, weak and hoarse, resonated for the first time. The teleportation scroll suddenly lost its radiance, the space seemingly sealed by some unseen force. "What have you done?" Pan Zhun, unable to finish his sentence, fell into a state of panic, his composure utterly shattered. He was well aware of what the girl had done. He simply could not fathom that the very tactic he had employed to prevent Lu Ming's escape would be turned against him. Even more unfathomable was the betrayal from the girl he had treated as a pet, stripping her of all dignity. In that final moment, she had chosen to turn against him. "The end," the girl whispered softly before closing her eyes in utter exhaustion. Lu Ming seized this opportunity. In a burst of speed, he struck with his battle knife, carving a graceful arc that pierced Pan Zhun's heart. "This is impossible." Pan Zhun gasped in disbelief as he gazed at the blade protruding from his chest. "You filthy bastard." Before he could complete his expletive, Lu Ming yanked out the battle knife and executed a horizontal slash, severing the head of the malevolent figure. Pan Zhun's body collapsed to the ground, the glow of the talisman upon his chest gradually dimming. Lu Ming approached the girl, who was on the brink of collapse, draping his coat over her. She weakly opened her eyes, filled with terror as she gazed at him. "Do not fear. He is dead," Lu Ming murmured softly, an unusual gentleness in his tone. "What is your name?" "Luo Mingqi," the girl replied weakly. "Luo Mingqi, you have aided me." Lu Ming gently lifted her, declaring, "From now on, I shall protect you." Livestream, Pan Zhen is dead. The turn of events was astonishing. One moment, Pan Zhen was in a position of strength, and the next, he was slain. This is the nature of combat among masters. Victory or defeat can be decided in the blink of an eye. This is the power of the top-ranked. Chapter 44. Luo Mingqi, why are you bringing back a person while engaging in battle? The corpulent man watched as Lu Ming leapt onto the deck of the indomitable fortress. Cradling a girl, his face a tableau of confusion. The wind fluttered his coat, revealing a glimpse of smooth, fair thighs, nearly causing the corpulent man's eyes to pop out. He quickly averted his gaze, feigning seriousness as he exclaimed, "This is a legitimate platform. We do not engage in such live broadcasts." Lu Ming rolled his eyes in exasperation and kicked the corpulent man in the rear. "Stop spouting nonsense. Do you wish to become a streamer?" Su Chuchu was still broadcasting live, and upon seeing Lu Ming approach, she immediately donned a beaming smile, exclaiming, "Brother Zong." That scene was truly spectacular, like a divine battle. Especially your solo confrontation with those extraordinary beings. This quarter's highlight is reserved. She trailed behind Lu Ming, her chatter incessant. Lu Ming had never held a favorable opinion of this girl, and hearing her treat human lives as mere entertainment for the stream only deepened his disdain. He merely grunted in response, carrying Luo Mingqi directly to his bedroom. Livestream. I have learned. The host's personal demonstration of how to elegantly use a warm face to rub against a cold butt. This scene was so awkward that I could scrape out a 3-bedroom apartment with my toes. I was watching the live stream with the window open, and even the aberrant beast outside could not bear it, covering its face and fleeing, exclaiming it was too embarrassing. What's so impressive? Why is the filthy scoundrel's hearing so acute? As the live stream's comments began to shift in a negative direction, Su Chuchu hastily regained control, clearing her throat. Ahem. Brother Zong simply has this style. It must be due to his unique condition. The corpulent man, still rubbing his behind, nearly had his soul frightened away upon hearing this. Fearing that Lu Ming, still brimming with the lingering aura of slaughter, might turn around and deliver a physical reprimand for being the source of such rumors, he hurriedly changed the subject. Ladies and gentlemen, just moments ago, our esteemed brother Zong rescued an innocent girl from the vile clutches of Pan Zhen. Inside the bedroom, Lu Ming gently laid Luo Mingqi down on the bed, observing her delicate, pale feet, which remained untouched by dust. The 10 toes, curled slightly, bore a faint blush. It appeared that even in her unconscious state, the girl could not fully relax. He first draped a thin blanket over her before cautiously extracting his tattered trench coat, the fabric whispering softly as it moved. The girl seemed to sense something, her long eyelashes fluttering gently, and her dainty feet suddenly tensing under the covers. The soft cocoon of the bedding provided her no solace. Instead, Luo Mingqi curled up tighter, resembling a frightened creature. Witnessing this, Lu Ming sighed softly, quietly closing the door behind him and turning to leave, striving to prevent the sounds of battle outside from disturbing her. This girl, Luo Mingqi, possessed a talent of immense value to Lu Ming. Remarkably, she had the ability to seal the spatial power of teleportation scrolls. Lu Ming had contemplated this matter for quite some time. With such scrolls in existence, as long as the disparity in strength wasn't so vast as to result in instant annihilation or being rendered immobile, wouldn't it mean that anyone could escape at will? Indulging in reckless behavior without fear of retribution? Lu Ming had always believed that if teleportation scrolls existed, there must also be countermeasures, yet none had surfaced until now. Luo Mingqi's recent application of her ability against Pan Zhen had confirmed his suspicions. However, her talent was exceedingly potent, while her physical constitution was rather fragile. It seemed she had yet to break free from the constraints of the human form to ascend to the extraordinary, rendering her unable to fully harness her powers. Using her ability once had utterly exhausted her. Fortunately, Pan Zhen was merely at the later stages of the extraordinary. Had she encountered someone of heroic caliber, not only would she have been unable to thwart their teleportation, but she might have suffered a backlash, potentially endangering her life. Nonetheless, although Luo Mingqi was currently weak, she was undeniably a stock of potential. If she could be retained within the immortal fortress, any enemy wishing to escape via scrolls would find it utterly impossible. Both he and Pan Zhen wished to keep Luo Mingqi, but their intentions differed significantly. Pan Zhen aimed to confine her like a caged bird, while Lu Ming sought to offer her a sanctuary. Should she truly desire to leave, Lu Ming would not impede her. Everyone had their own aspirations. The immortal fortress was not a pirate ship from which one could not disembark. Lu Ming understood, well, that a forcibly retained fruit is never sweet. There was no reason for him to compel Luo Mingqi. After all, the ground was rife with curses, and she could weigh her own options. At that moment, the rotund fellow was vociferously recounting Pan Zhen's various misdeeds to the livestream audience. He was spouting off accusations of coercing Hawk, detailing how many from the flame-forging alliance had perished and how he had plotted against Lu Ming. Like beans spilling from a pot, he let it all out. Just as he was getting into the rhythm of his tirade, he spotted Lu Ming emerging from the room, donning his trench coat once more. The rotund man immediately hit the brakes, signaling Su Chu Chu to take over the microphone, then scurrying over to Lu Ming, panting, and inquired, "So soon? How slow could it possibly be to place someone in a room?" Lu Ming, adjusting his attire, replied with mild exasperation. This girl had been immensely helpful. Were it not for her, that rascal Panjun would have slipped away. Lu Ming briefly recounted the earlier events to the rotund man, who was now glancing eagerly towards the bedroom. "So, you intend to protect her?" Lu Ming nodded affirmatively. The rotund man sighed. "What a pitiful girl." Lu Ming wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed, one can only imagine the torment she endured at Panjun's hands. The rotund man, noticing Lu Ming misconstruing his sentiment, quickly clarified, "What I meant was, the last person you protected was pursued 10,000 miles, fleeing into the depths of the wilderness. We still do not know whether they are alive or dead." "Shut it. You truly are a master of dampening spirits," Lu Ming interjected, cutting off the rotund man mid-sentence. Meanwhile, across the wasteland, the leaders of various alliances gathered in their respective meeting rooms, their expressions grave. As the governing officials of their organizations, they were more acutely aware of the significance of the recent battle than anyone else. Outsiders might focus on the thrill of the fight, but insiders contemplated the intricacies. They were concerned whether the immortal fortress could contend with an entire challenger alliance. Or rather, could the disparity in numbers compensate for the gap in individual strength? In light of the outcome, it was time for them to re-evaluate their respective alliances' developmental strategies. However, if that were all there was to it, it wouldn't warrant the collective somber expressions of these high-ranking officials. What truly sent shivers down their spines was the fact that Panjun was dead. This was not due to any close ties with him, but rather the shock that Lu Ming had somehow interrupted Panjun's teleportation. They witnessed it clearly. Panjun had activated the teleportation scroll. The blue spatial energy had enveloped him, and in the next moment, he could have escaped. Yet somehow, Lu Ming had managed to disrupt the teleportation and behead him. Prior to this battle, all alliances had regarded the immortal fortress with an attitude of, if they could befriend it, they would. If not, they would avoid antagonizing it. Even if they inadvertently offended it, it would merely be a hassle, not something to fear. After this battle, however, things had changed. Teleportation scrolls were no longer reliable. Anger Lu Ming, and he could truly make them pay. As the upper echelons of the alliances had begun to enjoy a more comfortable existence, they had never experienced this kind of treatment before. Just when they were starting to relish it, Lu Ming had cast a Damocles sword over their heads, casting a thick shadow over all the once untouchable leaders. The high-ranking officials of the various alliances convened and quickly devised a solution. They decided to concentrate resources to forge a batch of T1 combatants, who would then lead the ordinary members. However, it seemed the candidates for these high-combat fortresses would only emerge from within these meeting rooms. They also drafted numerous regulations to constrain their lower-ranking members. In a flash, each alliance began issuing statements, the content of which was essentially uniform. The alliance was established to collectively resist the dangers of the wasteland. Adhering to the principles of harmony and mutual assistance, all members must heed the actions of the Challenger Alliance and their consequences. Internal members must abide by the code of conduct and not abuse their power. Thus, even if, due to some conflicting interests, they genuinely offended a formidable opponent, they could shift the blame onto some unfortunate scapegoat. They could then expel the individual from the alliance under the pretext of violating alliance regulations, thereby cleansing their own hands. In this manner, the upper echelons could continue to enjoy the splendid lives crafted by the labor of others. Unbeknownst to Lu Ming, his single battle had inadvertently altered the power structure of the various alliances, flipping it from bottom-up to a sudden top-down reversal. The landscape had shifted imperceptibly. Chapter 45. The Rotund Man Attacks a Teammate? No. Lu Ming and the Rotund Man stood side by side on the deck, both gazing towards the distant carnage wrought by the sphinx-like creature. "What is that massive beast up to?" the Rotund Man inquired, stroking his round double chin and gesturing toward the battlefield. Lu Ming's tone was low and contemplative, akin to a hunter locking onto his prey. "Let us observe for now. I need to gather my thoughts." He awaited the dawn to break. No one understood the formidable heroic aberrations better than he. This colossal creature was far more perilous than Panjun. Thus, Lu Ming needed not only to await external conditions, but also to cultivate sufficient resolve within himself. The rotund figure uttered a sound of acknowledgement, refraining from further inquiry. He stood quietly beside Lu Ming, both captivated by the gruesome spectacle of carnage unfolding before them. "Dirty brother." Su Chu Chu's voice, crisp yet tinged with urgency, pierced through the air behind them, interrupting Lu Ming's contemplation. "Panjun is dead. Now, only a deformed beast remains." Without turning his head, Lu Ming merely emitted a reluctant grunt from his nostrils. Observing his indifference, Su Chu Chu's anxiety intensified. "That deformed beast is still killing. Countless lives have been sacrificed." Lu Ming grunted again, followed by a suffocating silence. Su Chuchu's voice returned, now laced with a tremor of desperation. If we don't help soon, there may not be many left to escape. Su Chuchu's display of distress reminded Lu Ming of a flower known as the white lotus. Yet, this flower indeed prompted a semblance of response from him. Contemplating this, a faint smile seemed to grace the corners of his mouth. You are right, he declared aloud. Fatty, lend a hand. All right. Upon hearing this, the rotund man sprang into action as if electrified. Thud, thud, thud. He lumbered with heavy steps, his corpulent form rolling up to the command room on the second floor. Seizing the control stick of the energy cannon, he directed the barrel, meticulously aiming towards the distant battlefield. The once silent onboard energy cannon, still warm from its previous discharge, gleamed with a cold, metallic sheen. The hydraulic gears whirred ominously, emitting a sound that could set one's teeth on edge. The energy core of the immortal fortress began to roar, a torrent of energy surging like a flood breaching its dam, frantically converging upon the cannon's chamber. Su Chuchu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she observed the flickering lights of the destructive energy cannon charging up. With Fatty's prior warning about the prohibition of any structures outside the deck in the live stream, the interior of the immortal fortress remained unseen. Thus, she hastily adjusted her angle, eagerly assuming the role of commentator. Family. Do you see? The energy cannon of the immortal fortress is charging. Fantastic. Those people are about to be saved. Live stream, wow. Finally, we can witness the energy cannon firing from the first-person perspective of the immortal fortress. I'm so exhilarated. Just a moment ago, I thought a meteor was crashing down, but it turned out to be the shipborne weapon of the immortal fortress. This power. Wow. If it hits, that deformed beast will either die or be severely wounded, right? Hurry. I can't wait any longer. The viewers in the comments section were already filled with anticipation for the energy cannon that descended like a meteor. At this moment, they all widened their eyes, eagerly awaiting the breathtaking moment of the cannon's discharge from this unparalleled first-person perspective. Su Chuchu's voice trembled with excitement. The energy cannon has finished charging. It's about to fire. Boom, boom, boom. 3 earth-shattering sounds reverberated, nearly shattering eardrums. 3 dazzling beams of energy erupted, their brilliance surpassing even the dawn breaking on the horizon. The scene resembled 3 suns simultaneously rising over the horizon, exuding a cataclysmic aura as they slammed into the distant battlefield. In a frenzy, Su Chuchu swiftly aimed the live-streaming camera towards the distant sphinx-like beast. She aimed to ensure that, should the deformed beast be struck, the most stunning visuals would be captured in real time for the audience. However, to everyone's astonishment, none of the 3 energy blasts targeted the sphinx-like beast. Instead, with eerie precision, they struck the perimeter of the battlefield, hitting 3 combat fortresses that were desperately fleeing. Boom. The immense power of the energy struck the fortresses, instantly obliterating their fragile structures along with the pioneers inside, sending them skyward. Following this was an even more violent explosion, flames and shockwaves consuming everything. Livestream. It missed. Did it go awry? That can't be right. After all, it's several kilometers away. A miss is somewhat normal, right? No, wait. Holy crap. It hit the fortresses. Those are allies. They accidentally hit their own. The audience in the live stream had been intensely focused on the ferocious, deformed beast. It wasn't until the energy cannon struck the unassuming fortresses at the edge of the frame that they belatedly registered what had transpired. Dirty brother. Su Chuchu's eyes widened in horror, her words stumbling out. Fatty, he missed. Everyone in the Wasteland is watching this live stream. According to her expectations, the immortal fortress should have acted like a savior, rescuing the unfortunate souls from the deformed beast's gaping maw. But now, the energy cannon had gone awry. It even mistakenly harmed allies. This was a catastrophic blunder in live broadcasting. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming raised an eyebrow slightly. He turned slowly, addressing Fatty in the command room above, his voice resonating with authority. Fatty, did you make a mistake? Bang. The window of the command room was shoved open by Fatty, his corpulent frame nearly filling the entire frame. Speaking with a distinctly slurred tongue, yet with remarkable volume, he replied, no seat. Hearing this, Lu Ming nodded in relief. He even waved his hand at Fatty, signaling him to continue. Then, turning back, he spoke in a calm tone to Su Chuchu, or rather to the entire live stream. I just inquired. There was no mistake. This statement fell like a bucket of cold water into a boiling pot of oil. The live stream erupted in chaos. Live stream, it was intentional. Damn it. This filthy scoundrel is aiding the deformed beast in slaughtering his own kind. This is outright criminal. Beast, God will punish you. Murderer. Has he lost his mind? Su Chuchu quickly glanced at the barrage of comments in her mind, her eyes widening in disbelief as she questioned, but those are allies. How could you do this? Lu Ming frowned at her words, realizing that first impressions often foretold much. He understood why Fatty had insisted that this girl named Su Chuchu remain once he learned they could livestream. Beyond altering public perception, it was more about demonstrating power, instilling fear in all directions. While Fatty's actions were not inherently wrong, Lu Ming believed that as long as they could intimidate these monstrous entities, it was sufficient. He cared little for public opinion. After all, the ultimate goal for that night had already been achieved, rendering Su Chu, who was merely a performer, somewhat unnecessary. As for the members of the Challenger Alliance, who among them were truly allies? Lu Ming slowly turned his head. He did not speak immediately but fixed Su Chu with a gaze that was cold and imbued with lethal intent. In an instant, Su Chu felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss, a chilling and bone-piercing aura of murderous intent locking onto her with the rotation of Lu Ming's head. That sensation rendered her entire being rigid, causing her to forget even the act of breathing, as if her heart were gripped tightly by an invisible hand, on the verge of ceasing its rhythmic beat. At last, a deep, frigid voice devoid of warmth pierced her eardrums, enunciating each word with chilling clarity. "If you utter another word, I shall eliminate you along with the rest. Now, get off my fortress." Chapter 46. Execution. Su Chu was seized by a shiver at Lu Ming's icy whisper laced with murderous intent. Her complexion fluctuated between ashen and pale as she met his frigid gaze, devoid of any doubt that should she utter another syllable, he would indeed take action. In a mortified state, she scrambled back from the edge of the immortal fortress's deck, her heart brimming with humiliation and rage that threatened to engulf her. Family, the scoundrel has begun to ruthlessly attack the members of the Challenger Alliance. Suppressing the resentment that churned within her, Su Chu mustered a semblance of a professional smile, addressing the live stream. However, it seems he is now preparing to confront that heroic great aberration. Let us see whether his confidence is well-founded or merely a manifestation of hubris. Her voice carried a barely perceptible undertone of malice. She was determined to exact her own form of retribution upon Lu Ming, demonstrating the power of an internet celebrity. Within Su Chu's disdainful gaze, Lu Ming, standing on the deck of the immortal fortress, exchanged a few words with the portly figure before leaping off the deck. Seemingly unperturbed by the aberration, the horizon slowly revealed a faint blush of dawn, heralding the arrival of daylight. Title switch, Dawn Night. Lu Ming silently recited within his heart. A warm current, starkly contrasting the violent force of the lightning core, surged from the depths of his being, swiftly coursing through his limbs and bones. His strength and agility attributes quietly escalated by 20 in an instant. More importantly, when the first true rays of sunlight graced the land, an even more potent amplification would erupt like a volcano. Maximizing his running speed, Lu Ming was poised to reach the sphinx-like beast in a mere 3 minutes. His gaze, sharp as the keenest hawk, was fixated upon the creature that continued to slaughter the remnants of the Challenger Alliance. The colossal beast seemed to sense a new, more threatening presence, slowly turning its grotesque female head, deep-set eyes narrowing into piercing, blood-red pinpoints that cut through the morning mist and locked onto Lu Ming. Now, Lu Ming's heart surged with determination as his leg muscles tensed, the accumulated power releasing explosively like a spring uncoiling. His form transcended mere lightning speed, resembling a cannonball fired from its barrel, charging with unwavering resolve toward the heroic great aberration. Roar! The sphinx-like creature, taken aback by the audacity of this minuscule human, gaped its cavernous maw capable of swallowing a fortress and unleashed a piercing, ear-splitting roar. Its eerie eyes flared with a crimson light, akin to 2 blood-red searchlights. An invisible mental shockwave surged across the expanse, violently crashing into Lu Ming's consciousness. Lu Ming felt a sharp pang in his brain, as if countless steel needles were piercing him, and the control over his body seemed to slip away in an instant, halting his movements abruptly. A chill coursed through him, such formidable mental force. His impressive 20 points of mental power came into play at this moment. Though he could not entirely evade the horror of this mental control, it allowed him to retain a glimmer of clarity, preventing him from becoming as immobile as the previous executor. Break free. Lu Ming gritted his teeth, sensing his body weighed down as if it no longer belonged to him. Each minuscule motion demanding an inordinate amount of willpower. He forcibly activated the lightning core enveloping his heart. Blinding arcs of electricity erupted from within him like a web, violently stimulating his paralyzed nerves, attempting to shatter the rigidity imposed by this mental bondage. His blood vessels screamed in agony under the searing lightning, intertwining with the piercing pain from the mental assault, creating an indescribable torment. Yet Lu Ming's gaze remained fixed upon the aberration, unwavering in his resolve. Livestream. What the hell? Why isn't the scoundrel moving? Has he been ensnared? Is this the control skill of the heroic great aberration? It's over. He attempted to show off, and ended up being humiliated. I said he was no match. What is killing a few mean against a heroic great aberration? He is nothing but fodder. Su Chu observed with barely concealed glee. Her professional facade strained as she spoke rapidly to the audience. It seems the scoundrel has indeed underestimated his opponent. The terror of the heroic great aberration far exceeds his imagination. He has been completely subdued. Just as her words fell, a dazzling burst of electricity erupted from Lu Ming, defiantly countering the mental pressure. He resumed movement, albeit at a noticeably reduced speed, yet he steadily advanced toward the sphinx-like beast. What? Su Chuchu's smile froze upon her face. Live stream. He moving. He moving again. Hasn't he been completely subdued? Just how high is this guy's mental power? The scoundrel can actually withstand the abilities of a heroic great aberration? Wait, look over there. The immortal fortress has opened fire again. Simultaneously, atop the immortal fortress, the portly figure wore an unusually serious expression, mercilessly directing energy cannons toward the distant battlefield for precision strikes. Boom, boom, boom. 3 more energy blasts screeched forth, hunting down the remaining fortresses of the Challenger Alliance. Those fortresses, initially intending to flee amidst the chaos, found themselves struck with pinpoint accuracy by the descending beams of energy. Boom. Flames erupted skyward, the explosion deafening. As 3 fortresses and their occupants were instantaneously obliterated, the enhanced energy cannon, with a range of 3 kilometers and radar assistance, allowed the portly figure to simply select his targets and press the fire button. Su Chuchu watched this scene, her lips twitching as she dryly remarked to the live stream. It seems the scoundrel's companions are still cleaning up the battlefield? Isn't that a bit excessively ruthless? She deliberately emphasized the words cleaning up the battlefield and excessively ruthless, attempting to steer the audience's thoughts toward a negative interpretation, branding Lu Ming and his ally as brutal and bloodthirsty. Live stream. Good grief. Is he trying to annihilate the Challenger Alliance? How barbaric. What difference does this make from the aberrations? For those who criticized the scoundrel earlier, what do you have to say now? His teammates are no better. Hey, it was the Challenger Alliance that initiated the assault against the Forge Alliance and attacked the Immortal Fortress first. This is merely retribution. A bunch of fools led astray. The Challenger Alliance is no paragon of virtue. Indeed, wasn't he the Challenger Alliance quite arrogant before? Bullying the weak with their numbers. Now they're being countered. Serves them right. It's utterly satisfying to witness. The direction of the live stream began to shift subtly. A portion of the audience continued to curse Lu Ming and his allies' cruelty, while another segment, particularly those who had suffered under the oppression of the major alliances, reveled in the unfolding drama. Only these weaker fortresses understood the true nature of organizations like the Challenger Alliance. Those who joined various leagues from the outset remained blissfully unaware of the imminent peril of being consumed by the combat squads of the Alliance. On the opposite side of the battlefield, Lu Ming, propelled by indomitable will and the explosive power of the core of thunder, advanced toward the sphinx-like beast. His battle blade crackled with arcs of lightning as it cleaved toward the creature. The beast's razor-sharp claws swept through the air, stirring a gust of acrid wind. Its feminine visage contorted in rage. The death glare, which had proven effective countless times, was countered by Lu Ming's resolve, although it bore the form of a lion. It was not adept in close combat. Clang. The clash of blade against claw erupted with a piercing metallic shriek. Fireworks of energy from distant artillery lit the scene, casting shadows that danced ominously across Lu Ming's face. Despite the sphinx-like beast being a skillful aberration, it was still of the heroic tier. With the enhancements from Dawn Knight and his own formidable physique, Lu Ming engaged in a fleeting confrontation before swiftly disengaging. Seeing Lu Ming retreat, the aberration refused to relent, propelling itself forward with its limbs and snapping its bloodied maw towards him. Startled, Lu Ming immediately activated his blink ability, evading just in time. Crack! The creature's fangs clashed against empty air with a disconcerting sound. Without hesitation, Lu Ming retaliated, aiming his blade at the neck obscured by the creature's mane. Roar! The sphinx-like beast rolled onto the ground, attempting once more to ensnare Lu Ming with its death glare. However, Lu Ming had already prepared himself. The moment its crimson eyes flared, he focused intently, channeling all his energy while igniting the core of thunder throughout his being. As he parried the attack, though it was merely a fleeting moment, he was still a fraction too slow. A slight opening was revealed, and the beast's claw raked across him, inflicting a grievous wound. Electrified blood gushing forth from his chest. Had it been anyone else, they would have been on the brink of death, but for Lu Ming, this was just a trivial injury, not even eliciting a grunt of pain. With its strike successful, the sphinx-like beast swiftly righted itself, its unnerving crimson lips parting to reveal a set of menacing white teeth as it lunged at Lu Ming. At that moment, the first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds, akin to a golden sword slicing through darkness, illuminating Lu Ming with precision. Dawn Knight activated. A 100 enhancement to all attributes. For 1 minute. Boom. Lu Ming's aura surged dramatically, his previously fatigued spirit revitalized in an instant. As his strength and speed reached unprecedented heights, he felt as if the essence coursing through his veins was no longer blood, but pure lightning. This was the culmination. Lu Ming let out a thunderous roar, transforming into a streak of lightning almost too swift for the naked eye to perceive. His battle blade drew a resplendent arc of electricity as he struck at an impossible angle toward the beast's neck. Blade unsheathed. This strike encapsulated all his might and will. Splat! Blood erupted like a fountain. The colossal head of the beast, with its ghastly female visage, was severed with a shriek that pierced the heavens. Soaring high into the air, the massive lion body collapsed, sending dust swirling into the atmosphere. Livestream. In an instant, The entire streaming room fell into a profound silence. It was not until several seconds later that the barrage of comments erupted like a geyser. Did he just kill it? An heroic aberration just fell so easily? What in the world did I just witness? The blade transformed into lightning. Is this man truly human? Is this the true strength of the top-ranked player? Incredible. Voice breaking. The Undying Fortress is formidable too. That artillery is nothing short of a mobile fortress. Su Chuchu gaped, her mouth agape as she stared at the screen. Where Lu Ming stood proudly, alongside the still twitching headless lion body, her mind a blank slate. Her previous jibes and insinuations now seemed utterly feeble and even somewhat laughable in the face of such absolute prowess. She finally comprehended the magnitude of the entity she had provoked, and at last understood why the chubby man possessed such blind faith in Lu Ming's combat abilities. Fear, mingled with an indescribable shock, engulfed her entirely. Chapter 47. For the Purpose of Annihilation. In the live stream, the battlefield continued to blaze as the remaining members of the Challenger Alliance sought escape. Within the Undying Fortress, the chubby man operated the artillery, mercilessly slaughtering the remnants of the Challenger Alliance. Each cannon fire heralded the obliteration of a stronghold. Lu Ming stood atop the massive corpse of the aberration, electric arcs flickering around him, as if he were bathed in a tempest of thunder. Beneath him lay the heroic tier aberration that had instilled dread in all the leagues. This scene left all observers in awe. Initially, all viewers, including Su Chuchu, uniformly speculated that Lu Ming and the chubby man had summoned this aberration merely to distract the main forces of the Challenger Alliance, intending to circumvent the fortified defenses and launch a surprise attack on Blackstone Fortress. They believed that once they secured their objective, they would make a hasty retreat. Han Zhun was indeed dead. Everyone assumed that Lu Ming would relent and make his escape. Who could have anticipated that he would pivot and charge once more at the Sphinx-like beast? With the might of thunder, he beheaded it in a single stroke. But that was not the end. The energy cannons of the Undying Fortress began to unleash their fury. From several kilometers away, each shell fell with unerring accuracy upon its target. The unmatched destructive force instilled a singular thought in every surviving member of the Challenger Alliance. They had been gravely mistaken. Lu Ming's summoning of the aberration was not for cover. Rather, he was using this monstrosity to completely seal off the escape routes for all members of the Challenger Alliance. From the very beginning, he had no intention of sparing anyone. Lu Ming's goal was total annihilation. When the final stronghold of the Challenger Alliance crumbled into a conflagration of molten metal beneath the onslaught of the Undying Fortress, the battlefield fell into a profound silence. The lingering smoke and scent of blood signified the demise of a once mighty alliance. The chubby man piloted the Undying Fortress, gradually coming to a halt beside Lu Ming. The heavy metallic deck groaned underfoot as Lu Ming leaped onto it with poise. The immense steel maw slowly opened, forcibly drawing the spoils of their conquest, the Sphinx-like beast, into its belly. Mission accomplished. The chubby man poked his round head out from the cockpit, his serious demeanor replaced by a goofy grin. Yet his eyes betrayed a flicker of relief. He understood that this battle had solidified the Undying Fortress's reputation. Live stream. At this moment, the streaming room was no longer filled with the previous cacophony and curses. Instead, it was enveloped in a near-frozen silence, with only a few comments drifting through, imbued with reverence and disbelief. Is it truly over for the Challenger Alliance? One man, one fortress, has toppled an entire league. The firepower of the Undying Fortress is terrifying. Its energy cannons are fortress assassins. And is Lu Ming truly human? He just slaughtered that heroic tier aberration without hesitation. From this day forth, the power dynamics of the Wasteland will be altered. Su Chuchu gazed at the screen, her complexion pale. Her previous attempts to incite discord through subtle gestures appeared utterly ludicrous in the face of absolute strength. Throughout the desolate expanse, the atmosphere in the command rooms of the various major alliances was tense to the extreme. Brother Dong, this immortal fortress, this Lu Ming. Within the Eternal Fortress, the high-ranking officials gathered together, and the alliance's Secretary-General, Xiao Yu, struggled to speak, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. Their strength far exceeds our estimates, especially considering their ability to interrupt teleportation scrolls. Lin Dong nodded slowly in response, solemnly stating, our previous strategy regarding the Immortal Fortress was indeed overly conservative. Such combat prowess is truly terrifying. He paused momentarily before continuing. Immediately relay my orders to adjust the strategic level against the Immortal Fortress. Similar dialogues unfolded in the conference rooms of other major alliances. Some, who had previously harbored fantasies about the Challenger Alliance or considered themselves formidable, now felt a profound chill. Lu Ming and his Immortal Fortress loomed over them like an insurmountable mountain, pressing heavily on their hearts. Even smaller alliances, struggling to survive in the cracks, began to stir with newfound ideas. Alliance leader, the Immortal Fortress is so powerful, could we possibly? A vice leader of a smaller alliance's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Are you suggesting we hire them? The leader pondered. Exactly. With the Immortal Fortress providing protection, wouldn't we have a better chance of traversing the depths of the wilderness? In an instant, Countless gazes turned toward the immortal fortress, filled with fear, apprehension, and shrewd scheming. On the deck of the immortal fortress, the rotund figure dashed down from the cockpit, excitement still evident on his face as he shouted at Lu Ming, "Brother Ming, this time we've truly made our mark in the wilderness." Lu Ming sheathed his battle blade and exhaled a cloud of stale air, replying, "Not only that, but we've also acquired a distortion core. Once we slay another distortion beast, both of us can upgrade to a level 4 fortress." His voice was slightly hoarse, a remnant of the recent surge of lightning power. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, the rotund figure's expression shifted slightly, and he quickly changed the subject. "Brother Ming, that woman named Su Chu Chu was quite sarcastic towards us in the live stream just now. She stirred the pot, portraying us as heinous villains. If it weren't for my need to control the energy cannon, I would have gone over to give her a piece of my mind." The rotund one's battles were significantly easier than Lu Ming's, allowing him to simultaneously fire cannon shots while watching the live stream. Lu Ming raised an eyebrow imperceptibly at his words. Although he was indifferent to others' opinions, he despised being used as a pawn, especially in such deliberate defamation. He glanced at Su Chu Chu's level 2 fortress in the distance and coldly declared, "Since she enjoys drawing attention so much, let us teach her a lesson." The rotund figure, hearing this, donned a comical yet fierce expression, rubbing his hands together. "You take a breather. I'll drive the fortress over there right away." The tracks of the immortal fortress began to turn, its massive iron body moving with an unmatched momentum, slowly angling towards Su Chu Chu's fortress. Inside her fortress, Su Chu Chu peered through the observation window and was struck with terror, her legs nearly giving way beneath her. Just as the immortal fortress advanced menacingly towards Su Chu Chu, Lu Ming, who had been resting beside the rotund figure in the cockpit, suddenly received a friend request from an unfamiliar alliance emblem. Quickshake Alliance. Quickshake Alliance? Leader, Jifeng. Lu Ming was somewhat taken aback. Could they be aiming to recruit him as a social media influencer? After a brief contemplation, he accepted the friend request. And the other party promptly sent a message. "Hello, Brother Lu. I am Jifeng from the Quickshake Alliance. I refrained from thanking you for your support of our Quickshake livestream earlier, fearing it might distract you from battle. On behalf of all members of Quickshake, I extend our gratitude and congratulate you on your victory." Lu Ming did not take Jifeng's gratitude to heart, knowing that had it been Pan Zhun who emerged victorious, he would likely have received no such message. No need for thanks. In a certain sense, the establishment of the Quickshake Alliance can enhance the survival chances of all Blue Star denizens. Compared to that, my contribution is merely trivial. You, my friend, are the true hero. Chapter 48, The Sale of the Battlefield. Although he did not genuinely believe this, Lu Ming maintained his polite facade. "Brother Lu, you truly deserve the title of top brother. Your magnanimity is commendable." However, when the topic of heroism arose, Lu Ming felt a twinge of skepticism. Jifeng's immediate flattery raised Lu Ming's suspicions. It was clear he had ulterior motives. As Jifeng expressed his shame, Lu Ming understood that the man was indeed seeking something from him. Lu Ming decided to play along, probing for Jifeng's true intentions. "Oh, what do you mean?" Jifeng, seizing the opportunity to elaborate, began to lament. "Our alliance was indeed established to benefit the Blue Star denizens, but we are still in our infancy, and our members are inexperienced. I was particularly dissatisfied with tonight's live stream, so that was the crux of it. It appeared that those capable of stirring up storms in the wilderness were far from simple characters. If he were truly upset, why hadn't he intervened during the live stream to stop Su Chu Chu?" Lu Ming found it hard to believe that he couldn't have done so. Given Lu Ming's swift elimination of the hero-level distortion beast and his merciless actions against the Challenger Alliance, he had demonstrated his overwhelming strength while concurrently signaling to the outside world his and his companion's vengeful nature. Jifeng was likely apprehensive that Lu Ming would discover Su Chu Chu's provocations during the live stream and, in a fit of rage, eliminate her. This concern was not unfounded. After this skirmish, everyone believed Lu Ming and his team were capable of such actions. As a neutral party, how could a host be so careless with their words? Ignoring the potential repercussions? Not only could this cast doubt on their alliance's professionalism, but it could also lead to negative evaluations of the live stream guests. But this is also my fault. In my efforts to conceal the immortal fortress's whereabouts, I instructed Su Chu Chu to disable all communication channels and maintain absolute silence. You see, a few omissions led to this livestream incident. Jifeng rambled on, attempting to downplay the seriousness of the situation as he noticed Lu Ming's silence. "Such occurrences do happen. Let me inquire with my companions about it." Seeing Jifeng's lengthy discourse yield no substantial information, Lu Ming resolved to feign ignorance and apply some pressure. Brother Fat has fought for so long, he must be utterly exhausted. It's better not to trouble him. Our alliance will take full responsibility for our errors and is willing to offer 50,000 system coins as compensation. I hope Brother Lu can show some magnanimity and forgive this young lady. I assure you that we will impose strict punishment on Su Chu Chu to ensure she learns this lesson. Should you require any assistance in the future, our alliance will certainly return this favor. Lu Ming's claim of ignorance was met with Jifeng's incredulity. If he were truly unaware, Why was the immortal fortress charging towards Su Chuchu's fortress with such intimidating fervor? Was he planning to demand gifts from the live stream, thanking viewers for their generous donations? The notion of requesting gifts was, of course, a jest, as the live stream feature was currently inactive. However, Lu Ming noted that Jifeng was willing to compromise, and he weighed the pros and cons. The fate of Su Chuchu was inconsequential in the eyes of Jifeng and even Lu Ming himself. It is of paramount importance that if Lu Ming were to act against Su Chuchu in front of everyone, it would be tantamount to slapping the face of the Fast Shake Alliance. What then should the leader, Jifeng, do in such a scenario? Should he confront the immortal fortress head-on? Given the strength Lu Ming has demonstrated tonight, not only the Fast Shake Alliance, but even the top-ranking Winter Alliance would likely lack the audacity to challenge him. Remain silent? If so, this incident would tarnish the reputation of the entire Fast Shake Alliance, significantly undermining its authority. As the helm of the alliance, Jifeng must not only resolve this crisis, but also seize the opportunity to connect with Lu Ming, transforming an adversary into an ally. This would be the wisest course of action. In doing so, Lu Ming would secure 50,000 system coins while also putting the alliance that controls the information channels in his debt. He would gain both substance and reputation, achieving a win-win situation. As for Su Chuchu, her concerns were of little consequence. Once the conditions were met, Jifeng acted promptly, and the 50,000 system coins were immediately transferred. After Lu Ming informed the portly man about this matter, the energy cannon aboard the immortal fortress was promptly retracted. On the live stream, the gleaming cannon slowly retreated to its base, greatly relieving Jifeng. This 50,000 system coins represented a significant outlay for the alliance. Yet the potential connection with Lu Ming could be viewed as a blessing in disguise. At his level, one understands the importance of networks. This is one reason he can thrive in any world. Once the portly man parked the fortress side by side, Lu Ming leaped onto the deck of Su Chuchu's fortress. Trembling with fear, Su Chuchu quickly repositioned the live stream camera to center stage upon Lu Ming's arrival. Although the alliance's higher-ups had already informed her that, following negotiations and substantial compensation, Lu Ming would not take action against her, her perspective had entirely shifted upon seeing his towering figure. Previously, she regarded Lu Ming as an equal. Now, she truly comprehended the terror he embodied, a fear that demanded reverence. As Lu Ming's figure appeared on the live stream, he stood upon the deck of Su Chuchu's fortress, with the battlefield behind him awash in smoke and the scent of blood. The immortal fortress loomed like a silent colossus. This battlefield now housed hundreds of fortresses, and any alliance interested could come to me. At this moment, Chuchu had completely abandoned her prior reservations. She struggled to control the tremor in her voice, skillfully switching the camera between Lu Ming and the distant remnants of battle. Stammering, she added, "Dear viewers, did you hear that? The esteemed dirty brother intends to sell the rights to the spoils of this entire battlefield." Instantaneously, the live stream erupted with excitement. Selling the battlefield? Am I hearing this correctly? Can it even be sold? Over 100 fortresses. Good heavens, what a wealth of resources that must be. Whoever can acquire this batch will soar to new heights. But the question remains, who possesses the strength to take it all? This is no trivial sum. Conservatively estimating, even if each fortress is reduced to its skeleton, devouring, it would still yield thousands of resources. Over 100? I can scarcely fathom. At the very least, we're talking about resources worth several 100,000. What audacity! Truly a top-tier mogul. The portly man shouted from the deck of the immortal fortress, his voice booming. The highest bidder wins. Once this opportunity passes, it will be gone. Our boss is in a hurry. He won't wait for anyone. Lu Ming nodded slightly, seemingly pleased with the portly man's addition, and then continued speaking to the camera. I don't have the luxury of time to gradually collect this. A flat price of 300,000 system coins. Whoever presents the funds first, this battlefield belongs to them. As Lu Ming felt an unusual sensation intensifying within him, he knew he must lower the price and act quickly. 300,000 system coins. Though he had reduced the price, the mere utterance of this figure sent shockwaves through the live stream once more. 300,000. My goodness, that price. While we know its immense value, it's still utterly staggering. What kind of alliance could produce such a sum all at once? The Winter Alliance? The Fury Alliance? Or perhaps one of the other top alliances? How ruthless. Yet one cannot deny that, in terms of the battlefield's worth, this price might actually be somewhat reasonable, even a bit cheap, provided one can muster 300,000 and safely reach the location. What a grand gesture. Today's live stream has been worth every moment, from annihilating alliances to selling battlefields. What a roller coaster. Chapter 49, The Corruption of Aberration. Lu Ming conveyed the message regarding the sale of the battlefield spoils clearly to the live stream. Then added, interested parties may contact my companions. No sooner had he spoken than he turned and leaped back onto the deck of the immortal fortress. Almost as soon as his feet made contact with the deck, Lu Ming let out a muffled groan, his expression shifting dramatically. He could no longer suppress the inexplicable sensation coursing through him. The bizarre power of aberration swiftly spread from his feet throughout his body, Prolonged contact with the ground tainted by aberrant energy had inevitably exacerbated the mutation within him. This time, the aberration was no longer a mere superficial change. It surged like a tide, invading his internal organs. He could distinctly feel a cold, chaotic force burgeoning within him, attempting to transform his flesh into some indescribable monstrosity. Lu Ming knelt on one knee, his face contorted in agony, and quickly donned the title of Pioneer. Title: Pioneer. Effect: grants 30 resistance to aberration. Reduces energy consumption of mobile fortresses by 20. Increases core energy storage limit by 20. Aberration warning: 10-15-20. The system continued to issue notifications. Although changing titles provided some respite, slowing the frenzied growth of aberration, it was not a means of suppression. Rather, it served as a preventive measure. As anticipated, the previously tempered aberration surged back with a vengeance. The roar of the aberrant beast was stifled by Lu Ming's formidable willpower. Just as this force teetered on the brink of losing control, the devouring power, long dormant within the depths of his being, suddenly awakened. Like a famished beast, it surged forth to confront the aberrant energy. The two powers engaged in a silent, yet perilously fierce struggle within him. Lu Ming was astonished to discover that the aberrant energy, which had left everyone at a loss, was being steadily defeated and consumed by the devouring power. It could be cleared? A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Lu Ming's eyes. Yet this elation was fleeting. He soon realized that the aberrant energy resembled a curse akin to a maggot. Once it took root, it would continuously spawn from the void, perpetually eroding his flesh, making complete eradication impossible. While the devouring power could eliminate it, it too required constant replenishment. What was more troublesome was that his devouring power seemed to be predominantly concentrated within his torso. In contrast, it struggled to counteract the aberrant corruption affecting his limbs and head. With a hissing sound, a wisp of black mist seeped from beneath the skin of his arm, attempting to distort his bones. Lu Ming's gaze sharpened, and without hesitation, he activated the lightning core. Boom! The violent force of lightning erupted from within him, penetrating deeper than before, coursing through his limbs and even his head. The searing currents of electricity ravaged the tissues that had only just begun to mutate, incinerating them along with the normal flesh, leaving behind charred remains. Agonizing pain surged like a tidal wave, yet Lu Ming bore it stoically, swiftly reshaping his body ravaged by the tempest of lightning with the power of devouring. It was a painful and perilous equilibrium. He had to periodically cleanse his body with the lightning, relying on the consumption of beast flesh to restore himself and suppress the relentless encroachment of the aberration. Lu Ming, what has happened to you? The rotund figure in the cockpit noticed Lu Ming's pallor, his body trembling slightly, veins bulging on his forehead. The rotund man, exhibiting an agility uncharacteristic of his physique, rushed down from the second floor in a flurry of anxiety. At that moment, Lu Ming was wholly preoccupied, channeling the forces of lightning and devouring to combat the surging aberration within him, leaving him no time to respond. Around him, arcs of lightning and dark miasma flickered ominously, creating a harrowing spectacle. The rotund man grasped the gravity of the situation. It was evident that Lu Ming was on the brink of an aberration outbreak. His mind raced, realizing the urgency of their predicament, especially with Su Chuchu's livestream potentially capturing the chaos. Damn it! What was meant to be a deterrent for the major factions could turn disastrous if Lu Ming's aberration spirals out of control on camera. Cursing under his breath, he made a swift decision, diving back into the cockpit and forcefully pushing the control lever, causing the immortal fortress to roar to life. The treads churned rapidly, propelling the massive steel behemoth away from Su Chuchu's line of sight with an air of resolute determination. The fortress lurched forward, the vibrations from its powerful engines jolting Luo Mengqi, who had been sleeping in the bedroom, awake. She blinked her eyes open and surveyed her surroundings with haste. Upon realizing she was not in the confines of Panjin's prison, a sigh of relief escaped her lips. However, the rapidly retreating scenery outside tightened her nerves. She feared that remnants of the Challenger Alliance were in pursuit, or that the fortress had exhausted its energy and was making a desperate escape. As the immortal fortress came to a halt on the edge of a ravaged battlefield, her anxiety peaked. It seemed they were indeed out of energy, preparing for a final stand. Clenching her teeth, she tossed off the thin blanket, her delicate feet bare against the cold metal deck, and pushed open the door with her weakened body. Upon stepping out, she witnessed the rotund man scrambling down from the second-floor cockpit, his face a portrait of panic, his flesh quivering with urgency. "Sister, quick, lend me a hand," he implored upon seeing Luo Mengqi, neglecting to elaborate further given the pressing nature of Lu Ming's condition. He pointed towards the fortress's fierce onboard energy cannon and urged, "You, up there, control that thing, keep watch around us. Anyone who dares approach, blast them to oblivion." Luo Mengqi followed his zhushang, finally noticing Lu Ming half kneeling on the ground, his body trembling as arcs of electricity danced around him, his expression contorted with excruciating pain. Though unaware of the specifics of Lu Ming's plight, the rotund man's frantic demeanor made it abundantly clear that the situation was dire. Without a moment's hesitation, She nodded and dashed towards the second-floor cannon control room. As Luo Mengqi ascended to the second floor and gazed through the expansive observation window of the control room, she was left utterly astonished by the scene before her. The immortal fortress was stationed in the midst of a vast expanse of ruins, surrounded by the remnants of countless fortresses, large and small, billowing black smoke, grotesquely twisted and deformed. The charred earth and shattered metal silently narrated the harrowing battle that had unfolded here not long ago. The immortal fortress had indeed toppled a once mighty alliance all on its own. Taking a deep breath, Luo Mengqi forced herself to suppress the elation of vengeance fulfilled. She quickly comprehended why the rotund man had instructed her to operate the energy cannon and remain vigilant. Despite it being daytime and the aberrant beasts retreating to their dark lairs, such a monumental bounty could easily attract the covetous eyes of other factions. She gripped the cannon's control lever, her resolve solidified. On the deck, the rotund man rushed to Lu Ming's side, carrying a large basin filled with hero-level beast flesh. In a flurry, he hastily began feeding Lu Ming pieces of the aberrant beast's flesh. Lu Ming, eat quickly. Hold on. At that moment, Lu Ming was fiercely resisting the chaotic surge of aberrant energy within him. After a night of fierce combat, the extraordinary beast flesh in his stomach had been nearly depleted, and the power of devouring was waning, leaving him increasingly powerless. The aberrant energy surged within him like a wild stallion, its manifestation causing his skin to writhe unnaturally. At one moment, a slick tentacle bulged forth, and at another, a grotesque, scaly arm shot out, even revealing a gaping maw lined with fangs that emitted a silent roar. Yet, as soon as these aberrations emerged, they were violently shattered and incinerated by the tumultuous lightning coursing through Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming emitted a suppressed roar of pain, but fortunately, the rotund man arrived just in time, shoving a piece of hero-level beast flesh into his mouth. The icy flesh quickly descended into his stomach, rapidly assimilated by the power of devouring within him. Revitalized, the power of devouring sprang back to life, beginning to voraciously consume the encroaching aberrant force. At last, Lu Ming felt a slight alleviation of the excruciating agony that had seeped into his very bones. The aberrant tentacles, seemingly aware of the rotund man's assistance, lashed out towards him, prompting a startled retreat. In his agitation, even the small, malformed wings sprouting from the rotund man's back flapped wildly beneath his clothing. Lu Ming reacted with incredible swiftness, unleashing a bolt of electricity that shattered the tentacle in an instant. The severed appendage writhed frantically on the ground. This aberrant entity is sentient. Rotund man, step back. The still frightened rotund man complied, placing the basin of beast flesh beside Lu Ming before hastily retreating to a safer distance. Lu Ming seized the basin, shoveling the beast flesh into his mouth with both hands. He clearly sensed that a portion of the energy absorbed from the flesh would convert into enhancement points for him to allocate. However, when he actively directed the power of devouring to combat and consume the aberrant energy within him, that portion of energy would be completely expended, yielding no enhancement points. As the basin's contents quickly dwindled, the rotund man hurriedly rushed to the belly hold. He seized the opportunity to process the corpse of the sphinx-like beast, slicing off fresh flesh to continue feeding Lu Ming. He was frantically occupied, akin to the previous encounter where Lu Ming battled the giant ape. The difference this time was that the aberration was starkly apparent, with the flesh buds rapidly multiplying. His previous 3-day coma had been primarily due to the toll of intense combat and severe injuries, coupled with the overwhelming pain stimulating his brain into enforced rest. Yet now, Lu Ming suffered no grave injuries. Rather, it was the aberration causing a disarray of consciousness, and this time, the aberration seemed to persist without regard for time. Inside the room, Lu Ming fiercely contended with the dual forces of devouring and lightning against the aberration. Outside, the rotund man and Luo Mengqi were also beset by significant troubles. Chapter 50, Preparing for Upgrades. 2 full days and nights. Lu Ming felt as though he had been cast into a meat grinder composed of lightning and flesh. The power of distortion gnawed at every inch of his being like a parasitic maggot, striving to irrevocably transform him into a monstrous entity devoid of humanity. Within him, the devouring force and the core of lightning clashed like two indomitable beasts, engaging in a desperate struggle against this overwhelming power. Each attempt at distortion to manifest twisted limbs or organs was violently shattered and seared by the ferocious lightning energy, inflicting indescribable agony. Subsequently, the devouring force would frantically absorb the beast meat provided by the rotund companion, repairing the damaged tissues in a tenuous bid to maintain a fragile equilibrium. It was unclear how much time had passed when the surging power of distortion seemed to recognize that, at its current intensity, it could not entirely crush Lu Ming's will and resistance. It receded like a tide, retreating deeper into Lu Ming's being, as if gathering strength for a more ferocious resurgence. Meanwhile, Lu Ming's degree of distortion gradually diminished, ultimately stabilizing at 10, and the aberrant features on his body slowly returned to normalcy. Just as Lu Ming's consciousness began to emerge from the chaos, his vision blurred and sharpened, an alluring demoness, clad in scant attire, flickered into view. Her soul-snaring eyes held a glimmer of icy mockery, reminiscent of the demoness Nephis he had encountered in the depths of his dreams. You again, Ming thought, a weight settling in his heart. This demoness appeared every time he faced distortion. He abruptly opened his eyes, gasping heavily, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. Before him loomed the familiar ceiling of the eternal fortress. Mingu, you're awake. A voice filled with surprise and relief rang in his ears. As his portly companion's round face appeared almost nose-to-nose with him, exhaustion and a sense of relief etched across his features. For the past couple of days, the rotund companion had scarcely closed his eyes. He had meticulously processed the flesh of the heroic-grade distorted beasts, pushing the remnants before the dazed Ming like a caged beast to replenish his continually depleting devouring power, while also periodically climbing to the second floor's turret control room to check on Ming. Initially, the rotund companion had felt uneasy about the newcomer, but as night fell, the overwhelming stench of blood on the battlefield attracted countless distorted beasts, surging forth like sharks drawn by the scent of blood. The rotund companion had to activate the magnetic storm coils of the eternal fortress, blinding arcs of electricity leaping around the fortress, incinerating wave after wave of low-level distorted beasts attempting to approach. Even so, some still slipped through the net. The rotund companion was forced to personally engage them on the deck. After this period of relentless toil, he was now on the cusp of transcending to the extraordinary, fully capable of dealing with ordinary distorted beasts. However, he was not Ming, and the rotund companion, unskilled in combat, bore numerous injuries from the relentless onslaught of the beasts. At that moment, seeing the rotund companion in dire straits, Ming finally descended to lend her aid. Although her strength had yet to reach the extraordinary, her agility was remarkable, and together they cleared the deck of the distorted beasts. However, this was merely a temporary reprieve, as the multitude of distorted beasts would soon breach the magnetic storm's defenses once more. Observing this, the rotund companion gritted his teeth and instructed Ming to hold the line, while he dashed to a corner of the deck, frantically bending down in a manner that left Ming staring at him as if he were deranged. The rotund companion, unable to fight, was in a frenzy, while outside, the combat-ready Ming was also overwhelmed. At that moment, as if the heavens were collapsing, another distorted beast broke through the defenses and leapt onto the deck. Ming had no choice but to wield Ming's battle knife, relying on her heightened agility and acute spiritual perception to engage it. The number of distorted beasts on the deck swelled, and Ming began to falter. Just as despair enveloped her, a sudden monstrous roar erupted from the corner, and the rotund companion sprang up from the ground. His corpulent frame tore through his clothing, and small wings sprouted from his back, flapping furiously as if they would carry him aloft. He had transcended to the extraordinary. The rotund companion exuberantly recounted his prowess in battle to Ming. Ming listened intently, as if it were a celestial script, fully engrossed in the rotund companion's tale. However, Ming was taken aback by the excruciating pain he had endured during his own transcendence, while the rotund companion seemed to revel in his experience. Perhaps it was because Ming had elevated himself through reinforcement points directly, while the rotund companion had gradually strengthened himself bit by bit. Nonetheless, the rotund companion's ascension to the extraordinary was undoubtedly a boon for their small team. At that moment, Ming felt an inexplicable sense. Turning his gaze toward the staircase leading to the second floor, almost simultaneously, a frail figure, clutching the railing, slowly descended from the upper level. Ming's complexion was pale, devoid of color, her steps somewhat unsteady, yet her cold eyes bore a hint of unnoticeable resilience. The rotund companion also turned to look back, and upon seeing Ming, he quickly exclaimed, "That night, an extraordinary distorted beast breached the defenses and leapt onto the deck. The creature was unnaturally swift. I nearly failed to react. Thankfully, Sister Luo managed to subdue it at a critical moment and saved her brother Gua. However, she collapsed from exhaustion, bleeding profusely from her nose, and only regained consciousness yesterday." As the rotund companion lavished praise upon her, her expression remained impassive. She approached Ming and halted a short distance away, nodding gently in acknowledgement. The rotund companion continued, "Knowing that the battlefield's bloodshed would attract distorted beasts, we immediately relocated the fortress to a safer distance before nightfall and returned to guard the battlefield during the day." Ming glanced at the rotund companion and then at Ming, his eyes reflecting a mixture of gratitude and appreciation. "You both have worked hard these past few days." "Hey, brother." The rotund companion beamed, a habitual gesture to flick the fortress summoning device on his wrist, which resembled a large golden watch, but he halted, noticing his hands smeared with beast blood and grease. Ming slightly lowered her gaze, merely nodding without uttering a word, though she felt compelled to say something. The words eluded her. Having endured prolonged torment under Panzhen's captivity, she had lost her former cheerful disposition. Though she had escaped the confines of her prison, her heart remained ensnared. Nevertheless, She sensed that through these days of fighting side by side, she no longer harbored the same absolute wariness and detachment toward everyone. This small team had bestowed upon her a fleeting sense of security, albeit still faint. By the way, Ming. The rotund companion recalled the matter at hand and hastily added, I've contacted a buyer for the battlefield disposal rights. They are from the Anger Alliance. They watched the live broadcast and are quite eager for this batch of goods, assuring me they will send someone to take over within a day. Inform them that we do not accept deposits. The full amount of 300,000 system coins must be received before the battlefield is theirs. Once the payment is secured, we will depart regardless of whether their people have arrived. Lu Ming replied succinctly, not wishing to linger in this treacherous land. Understood. The rotund companion responded with an okay gesture. I made it clear to them. Payment on delivery. Once we receive this sum, our financial situation will be quite ample. The rotund companion began counting on his fingers. Considering the numerous shells we've fired, along with the energy consumed during travel, not to mention the 50,000 system coins for mental distress from the Trembling Alliance. Moreover, after eliminating the Challengers Alliance, we have accrued approximately 300,000 system coins in total. If the 300,000 from the Fury Alliance arrives, that would amount to over 500,000. As he spoke, his excitement grew. Brother Ming. Upgrading to a level 4 Immortal Fortress requires resources equivalent to 500,000 system coins, along with a hero-level distortion core. We already possess the core of the Sphinx. And once the funds arrive, we can upgrade immediately. Lu Ming nodded slightly. Enhancing the fortress was indeed an urgent matter. The portly fellow recalled another matter. Leaning in conspiratorially. Brother Ming, while you were unconscious these past few days, the outside world has been in uproar. Our Immortal Fortress's feat of single-handedly challenging an alliance and slaying a hero-level distortion beast has become the hottest news in the Wasteland. And the buzz shows no sign of waning. In Su Chuchu's livestream, viewers are incessantly inquiring about your situation. However, the fat man shifted his tone to one of gravity. The biggest news, however, pertains to the Winter Alliance. Just yesterday, their leader, Lin Dong, achieved the distinction of being the first in the entire server to upgrade to a level 4 mobile fortress. As a result, the Winter Alliance's prestige has skyrocketed, and their alliance level has been elevated as well. It is said that their member count has now surpassed 1,000, rendering them a true behemoth among alliances. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. Lin Dong had quietly amassed 500,000 system coins in record time, including the purchase of the distortion core. Accumulating 1 million system coins within half a month is no small feat. Such strength is indeed worthy of being called the foremost alliance. Currently, the only entity in the Wasteland that warrants Lu Ming's vigilance is Lin Dong. Once the system coins are deposited, Lu Ming surveyed the nearby battlefield. Shrouded in smoke and ruin, his voice calm, yet imbued with unwavering resolve. We shall upgrade the Immortal Fortress immediately. He required a more formidable power to confront the imminent threats of this perilous wasteland. Chapter 51, Level 4 Fortress. The Fury Alliance exhibited remarkable efficiency. Within half a day, the 300,000 system coins were deposited as promised. A flurry of numbers danced across Lu Ming's system interface, the account balance surging instantaneously. Without a moment's hesitation, he chose to upgrade the fortress. He beckoned the portly fellow to join him as they plunged into the interior of the Immortal Fortress. The furnace was already preheated, radiating intense heat. He sent a message to Luo Mengqi, instructing her to open the iron maw. The heavy mouth creaked open, revealing the desolate earth of the wasteland. Lu Ming kicked the dismembered Sphinx's carcass out of the chamber. The distortion beast had presumably consumed countless lives. Leaving it in the chamber would serve no purpose, so it was best to discard it. Lu Ming began exchanging the system coins in batches for the resources required for the upgrade. Various materials were neatly stacked in the chamber like miniature pyramids. The two worked tirelessly, akin to diligent worker ants, pouring vast quantities of resources into the roaring furnace. Inside the Immortal Fortress's chamber, the furnace emitted scorching heat, swiftly melting the resources introduced. The system's fortress upgrade progress bar steadily advanced. When the bar reached the required threshold, the system provided a notification, prompting Lu Ming and his companion to cease their labor. Fatty, the distortion core. Lu Ming called softly to the portly fellow. Drenched in sweat, the fat man hurried over, carefully cradling a dark red distortion core pulsating with strange energy. Lu Ming took the core steadily from the fat man's hands, and both held their breath as they slowly placed it into the furnace. As the ominous red glowing hero-level distortion core was fed into the furnace, the entire Immortal Fortress emitted a deep rumble, as if a slumbering giant was awakening. In the distance, Su Chuchu's level 2 fortress camouflaged itself like a chameleon, blending seamlessly with the surrounding environment. In recent days, the battlefield had attracted countless distortion beasts, akin to flies drawn to blood. Fortunately, her fortress boasted commendable camouflage, and with the massive target of the Immortal Fortress nearby, no distortion beast seemed to notice her presence. Her live stream, though not as fervent as during its peak, still retained thousands of viewers. Particularly on the first night, when the Immortal Fortress's magnetic storm coils were activated to full capacity. Unleashing a torrent of electric serpents that incinerated the oncoming distortion beasts, the audience was profoundly astonished. Amidst the fierce combat, the portly fellow, facing the relentless tide of distortion beasts, inexplicably bent over at the edge of the deck, repeatedly encouraging himself, leading viewers to interpret it as a form of mockery. This spectacle propelled the live stream to new heights. Is Fatty performing some form of performance art? No. Is he mocking the distortion beasts? How audacious. This is the posture of a true warrior, unfazed by the towering mountains, bending over when faced with the oncoming distortion beasts. Fatty, how valiant. The portly fellow remained blissfully unaware that his desperate maneuver for survival had been misconstrued as mockery. Nevertheless, this did not hinder the viewers from venerating him as a new idol. Even after 2 days, the chat remained abuzz with amusement over the incident. At this moment, as the Immortal Fortress began to exhibit signs of transformation before the captivated audience, the sounds of metal grinding and energy surging resonated through the live stream, igniting a fresh wave of excitement. What on earth is the Immortal Fortress doing? Is it upgrading? Good heavens. Is the top-tier boss about to make a grand move again? The steel framework of the Immortal Fortress stretched and reconfigured under an invisible force. Its length surged from 12 meters to 15, and its width expanded from 8 to 10, rendering the entire fortress even more majestic and imposing. The structures on the deck underwent a complete metamorphosis. The previously rudimentary single-layer sleeping quarters were elevated, transforming into 2 stories, each featuring 2 independent rooms. Even more astonishingly, each room was equipped with a private shower. Atop the fortress, an inconspicuous water collection device quietly took shape. Rainwater or dew collected could be heated via the energy core, providing a continuous supply of hot water, greatly enhancing both drinking and hygiene standards. The notification of the upgrade's completion resonated within Lu Ming's mind. Name: Immortal Fortress. Level 4. Town Leader: Lu Ming. The data of the upgraded fortress was displayed on the system panel. The suffix changed from Pioneer to Town Leader. Lu Ming exited the chamber, gazing at the revitalized Immortal Fortress, a satisfied nod escaping his lips. The portly fellow followed closely behind, his face quivering with excitement as he beheld the brand new structure. Brother Ming, we've finally reached a level 4 fortress. Lu Ming nodded in agreement, sharing in the exhilaration of the newly fortified Immortal Fortress. He turned to Luo Mengqi, who had been silently standing nearby, allowing his joy to surface as he smiled, and said, "Go choose a room." Luo Mengqi paused slightly, then nodded gently, opting for a room on the ground floor without further words. Upon opening the door, she found the interior exceedingly simple, featuring only a bare metallic bed frame, devoid of any decor or bedding. Yet, within this stark emptiness, an indescribable wave of complex emotions surged within her. Here, there were no cold iron cages, no menacing faces, only a small space that belonged to her. Despite its simplicity, it exuded a sense of stability. She extended her hand, gently caressing the frigid edge of the bed, her fingertips quivering slightly. The deeply buried fragility and terror within her seemed, at that moment, to have discovered a corner where it could momentarily rest. By the heavens, Minggu, this room is nothing short of a luxurious hotel amidst a wasteland. How astonishing. Just as Luo Mingqi's frozen heart began to thaw ever so slightly, the excited howls of the rotund man outside echoed in. By the afternoon, the trading team from the Fury Alliance finally arrived at the battlefield. After sending a message to the Immortal Fortress to confirm their identity, they received permission to approach. The handover team dared not approach the Immortal Fortress until they had secured 3 fortresses. Leading the group was a brawny man, whose eyes brimmed with awe and yearning as he beheld the revitalized, imposing Immortal Fortress from afar. He remarked to his companions, "This is the legendary Immortal Fortress." With sheer strength alone, it toppled the entire Challenger Alliance. In response, the members nearby nodded in agreement. Indeed, even the Eternal Fortress of the Winter Alliance would likely falter before it. As they parked their fortress aside, they hesitated to approach the Immortal Fortress. For Lu Ming had not invited them aboard, and they dared not overstep. Instead, they cupped their hands in salute towards Lu Ming and the rotund man, Brother Zong. "Lord Fat, we have long admired your reputation. We are members of the Fury Alliance responsible for this handover." Lu Ming merely nodded indifferently. He sensed something amiss initially, realizing that a distortion was about to erupt, fearing an opportunistic infiltration, and thus opted to expedite his departure from the battlefield ruins. His plan was to persuade the other party to pay in full, or at least half, and once the funds were secured, to slip away without regard for whether the other party had arrived. He intended to find a safe location to weather the impending distortion. However, he did not anticipate the ferocity of the distortion. Before he could relay instructions, his consciousness was plunged into chaos. Fortunately, the rotund man was astute enough to first ascertain when the other party could arrive, stalling them with interest from other alliances in the battlefield. They would confirm the handover date once Lu Ming awakened. Now that everything was proceeding smoothly, Lu Ming had escaped peril. Yet, given that the other party had waited for so long, he could not simply refuse to sell. although the remnants of battlefield fortresses totaled well over 500,000 resources. Consuming them with just his fortress would take at least 10 to 20 days. With that time, leveraging the fortress's radar, he could average 3 to 5,000 resources a day. Thus, it made more sense to sell efficiently. The rotund man grinned widely. No problem, the battlefield is right there. You may commence your cleanup. However, a word of caution, it can get quite lively here at night, with an abundance of distortion beasts. The brawny man hastily replied. Rest assured, Lord Fat. We watched the live stream from the night before, where the immortal fortress displayed its might, leaving those beasts wailing. We are well aware. Thank you for the reminder. He gestured to his subordinates, and the trading team's fortress promptly began methodically entering the battlefield, tallying the remnants of the shattered fortresses. After a brief handover, Ming chose not to linger, guiding the immortal fortress away from the blood-soaked battlefield. Once the immortal fortress reached a desolate, uninhabited expanse, Ming halted the fortress. He retrieved 3 teleportation scrolls, handing one each to the rotund man and Ming. Coordinates for the Equatorial Guinea, teleport. Ming stated succinctly before tearing open the scroll. Although the rotund man and Ming were puzzled, there was no time for questions. Ming had already vanished. Following his lead, they tore open their scrolls, and in a flash of blue light, the two disappeared from their location. In the next moment, the trio found themselves on the deck of the Equatorial Guinea, thousands of kilometers away. In merely half a month, the Equatorial Guinea lay like a battered antique, covered in dust. Beneath the dust lingered traces of its previous battle with the heroic great giant ape. The rotund man waved his chubby hand to disperse the dust. Perplexed as he asked, Mingu, what shall we do about the immortal fortress now that we've left? Perhaps I should stay behind while you both return, then head towards a coordinate point, and we can rendezvous in the depths of the wasteland. If formidable distortion beasts appear at night, you could teleport back to assist me? Hearing this, Ming understood the situation. Initially believing the rotund man, like herself, had lost his fortress, she realized his fortress was merely concealed. Ming subtly nodded, though she couldn't help but cast a furtive, questioning glance at Ming. In response, Ming's lips curled into a mysterious smile. There's no need for such complications. Under the bewildered gaze of the rotund man and Ming gradually raised his left hand, his thumb pressing into his palm. Suddenly, a powerful spatial fluctuation erupted. The immortal fortress, located thousands of kilometers away, trembled violently, and in the next instant, it vanished without a trace. Immediately thereafter, the space above them distorted violently, and the massive steel fortress descended from the heavens like a divine miracle, crashing down with a thunderous boom, stirring up clouds of dust. The rotund man and Ming stood dumbfounded, utterly speechless, overwhelmed by the spectacle before them. The rotund man pointed at the immortal fortress, then at Ming's palm, his tongue stumbling over his words. Mingu, you. Ming's eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth slightly agape. While she knew Ming was powerful, this act of summoning the fortress from afar surpassed her wildest imaginings. Chapter 52. Time to get to work. The peculiar fluctuations emanating from Ming's palm gradually subsided, and the immortal fortress stood like a silent steel colossus beside the remnants of the Equatorial Guinea. The mysterious force with which he summoned the enormous fortress left the rotund man and Ming in awe, rendering them speechless. It took them quite some time to recover from their astonishment. Mingu, when did you acquire such skills? The rotund man stammered, his gaze towards Ming filled with incredulity. Ming merely smiled enigmatically, refraining from elaboration. Let's not dwell on that for now. Take a look at your Equatorial Guinea. It has suffered considerable damage. Upon mentioning his fortress, the rotund man's expression fell, the earlier excitement evaporating entirely. The Equatorial Guinea had been nearly reduced to scrap during its last battle with the heroic great giant ape. Particularly, the once proud dwarven cannon had been uprooted by the giant ape, lost to some unknown fate, rendering it completely inoperative. Alas, don't even mention it, my beloved cannon. The rotund man lamented, his heart aching as he sighed. Let us take a moment to regroup, Ming said, patting the rotund man's shoulder. I'll send the immortal fortress to the mining area to extract resources while we tidy up here. He then entered the command center of the immortal fortress, setting it to automatically collect resources from the designated area where they had previously encountered the giant ape. With their system currency now dwindling below 100,000. Mining was indeed the most pragmatic approach. The tracks of the immortal fortress began to move, its massive form gradually disappearing over the distant horizon. Subsequently, the three commenced the restoration of the Equatorial Guinea. The rotund man utilized the system to procure various materials, quickly amassing a varied array of supplies on the deck. Meanwhile, Ming quietly fetched cleaning tools and began meticulously scrubbing the fortress's deck, which was marred with dust and battle scars. Her movements were gentle, as if she were tending to a precious work of art, and the cold metal seemed to gain a hint of warmth in her hands. Ming and the rotund man, on the other hand, undertook the more arduous repair tasks. The material system of this world is indeed peculiar. Whether it be raw stone or timber, once harvested, It can be decomposed or molded into units of specific sizes and shapes through the system interface, according to necessity. A massive raw stone can be instantaneously fragmented into countless standard units, each the size of a palm, while a towering tree can be meticulously cut down into various specifications of lumber. This significantly streamlines the process of restoration. The rotund man busily orchestrated the efforts around him, clumsily hammering and banging, while Lu Ming, endowed with formidable strength and agility, operated with far greater efficiency. They exchanged a substantial quantity of metallic sheets and structural components necessary for repairs. Brother Ming, the kitchen. We must prioritize the kitchen, the rotund man exclaimed, brandishing a wrench with fervor, his words punctuated by enthusiastic spittle. Food is paramount for survival. Without delicious meals, how can one muster the strength to work? Lu Ming found no cause for disagreement. Given his current appetite exceeding 100 pounds per meal, he could hardly endure a diet of raw meat. Presently, genuine crops were scarce, and the alarming news of mutated beasts triggering transformations had spread throughout the wasteland. Consequently, the meat of these aberrant creatures went unsought in the system's marketplace, only chosen by desperate survivors on the brink of starvation. Those fortunate enough to possess planting pots had become prized assets among various alliances, rendering crops nearly non-existent in circulation. Yet, while the rotund man had a penchant for cursing, he was, after all, a former businessman who knew how to navigate dealings with some high-ranking officials of the alliances. It just so happened that a senior member of the Dawn Alliance was willing to do the immortal fortress a favor. Initially intended as a complimentary gesture, Lu Ming insisted that the rotund man ensure payment was made. Thus, the immortal fortress began purchasing a modest amount of agricultural produce daily from this Dawn Alliance at standard prices. As the sun dipped below the horizon, its orange glow blanketed the wasteland. On the deck of the Equatorial Guinea, 3 individuals gathered around a makeshift metal table, the aroma of food wafting through the air. Despite the limited ingredients, the rotund man delivered on expectations, crafting a sumptuous dinner from the scant provisions. After an afternoon of labor, although the Equatorial Guinea was far from fully restored, the kitchen area had undergone a remarkable transformation. Before the nightfall, the immortal fortress had autonomously returned to harbor, quietly docking nearby like a loyal guardian. The depths of the wasteland at night were fraught with peril, and Lu Ming remained vigilant. Come, sample the culinary delights of the esteemed Master Fatty, the rotund man proclaimed proudly, gesturing toward the spread before him. Lu Ming wasted no time, utilizing both hands to sweep the meat from the table with the veracity of a tempest. Observing Lu Ming forego even the act of chewing, swallowing the food whole like an emotionless consuming machine, the rotund man couldn't help but chuckle. At that moment, Luo Mingqi set aside her usual reserve, delicately nibbling at her portion. Though her expression remained stoic, her gaze bore a hint of warmth, a rare departure from her typical coldness and vigilance. This fleeting moment of tranquility and warmth was a precious rarity for her. Unlike Lu Ming, who needed to consume mutated beast flesh to gain enhancements, both the rotund man and Luo Mingqi subsisted solely on vegetables. Yet, the rotund man's appetite remained undeterred. His mouth smeared with grease as he recounted tales of how he had penetrated the market in Africa. Luo Mingqi listened with rapt attention, albeit she was unaware that the rotund man's family dealt in heating pads. As Lu Ming observed the two before him, a wave of warmth surged through his heart. In the tumultuous life of the wasteland, such moments of peace were indeed hard-won. After dinner, as darkness deepened, Luo Mingqi remained in the cockpit to keep watch for the first half of the night, while Lu Ming and the rotund man returned to their respective quarters in the immortal fortress. The upgraded Level 4 fortress provided vastly improved living conditions. Each room was private. The beds were soft, and even hot showers had been installed. After toiling for so long, they could finally indulge in a restful slumber. The cave still retained a faint aura from the heroic-grade giant ape, and there had been no signs of other mutated beasts in recent days. However, for safety's sake, they assigned the rotund man and Luo Mingqi to keep a symbolic watch through the night. Lu Ming, having been caught in a struggle with mutations over the past few days, opted to forego the night watch and quickly succumbed to sleep, his exhaustion overwhelming him. What followed was a long and bizarre dream. In this dream, he found himself transported back to the moment he first arrived in this desolate world. At that time, confusion and fear from the civilized society still lingered in his eyes. Confronted by the howls of mutated beasts, he felt utterly helpless. Each battle danced on the precipice of life and death. In a desperate bid for survival, he clumsily wielded his weapon, his body smeared with the foul blood of monsters, his heart laden with dread of the unknown. The scenes shifted rapidly, and he recalled the nausea he felt upon his first consumption of mutated beast flesh, followed by the incredulous sensation of his body being enhanced. The rotund man's comical visage stood out vividly in his memory. From their initial utilitarian acquaintance to their later camaraderie in battle, the dreamscape grew increasingly gruesome and clearer. He saw the ghastly countenance of Pan Zhun and the audacious arrogance of the Challenger Alliance's fortress cluster. Then came the moment he lured the heroic-grade mutated beast, striking it down with thunderous force, followed by the annihilation of the entire alliance under the bombardment of the immortal fortress. Corpses lay strewn across the battlefield. Flames leapt high into the sky, and the once distasteful scent of blood now felt eerily commonplace. He saw himself standing atop the carcass of a sphinx-like beast, bathed in electric light. In that moment, he was no longer the ordinary newcomer, but a survivor forged in the fires of carnage. A filthy wretch who instilled terror in his enemies. At the dream's conclusion, the figure of the seductive demoness Nephis, once elusive during his transformations, re-emerged, still enchanting. Yet her gaze bore a hint of playful scrutiny. This time, however, Lu Ming's heart was remarkably tranquil, devoid of the initial shock or cursed trepidation. He merely regarded her coldly, as if observing an inconsequential passerby. An unprecedented calmness and resolve blossomed within him amidst the dream. Chapter 53, The Revelry of Survivors. 3 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. Through the collective efforts of Lu Ming, the Rotund Man, and Luo Mingqi, the once dilapidated Equatorial Guinea was finally transformed. Though it lacked some components, it emerged rejuvenated, regaining its capability to navigate the wasteland. Meanwhile, the immortal fortress had demonstrated the formidable efficiency of its level 4 status over these 3 days. Having learned from past experiences, it refrained from the reckless mining expeditions of yore during the perilous nights. Instead, it utilized 2 full days to thoroughly scour the mining area that had previously encountered the heroic grade giant ape. As a result, the system currency balance of Lu Ming's small team successfully surpassed the significant threshold of 150,000, thereby amassing ample funds for their forthcoming journey. Currently, the immortal fortress lay quietly docked beside the Equatorial Guinea. Following its upgrade to level 4, it had grown substantially larger than the Rotund Man's fortress, resembling a slumbering behemoth. Its overall aesthetic had also evolved into a more robust and substantial design. Although the primary structure was constructed from solid stone, thick steel armor enveloped crucial areas such as the load-bearing beams and outer edges, exuding a sense of reassuring strength and rugged industrial beauty. More importantly, after integrating the hero-level distortion core, the immortal bastion finally activated the bastion skill pressure of Kunlun obtained from the last lottery. True to its name, once unleashed, the immortal bastion enters a state akin to explosive pressure. The overall structural defense of the bastion is significantly enhanced, rendering it exceptionally robust, while the power of all offensive facilities is doubled. Naturally, such a formidable skill comes with an astonishing cost. The hero-level distortion core, once integrated into the furnace, is transformed into 100 skill points, and pressure of Kunlun consumes 5 skill points for every minute it is sustained. This implies that under conditions of ample energy, the skill can be continuously deployed for 20 minutes, allowing for sufficient usage to tackle the majority of high-intensity battles. Standing on the deck of the immortal bastion, Lu Ming felt the steady power emanating from the steel behemoth beneath him, yet his heart was burdened with apprehension. He was on the verge of embarking on a journey into the depths of this perilous wasteland. The number of hero-level distortion beasts lurking in the depths of the wasteland far exceeds those at the periphery, with their types being even more peculiar and their abilities far more unpredictable. He could not guarantee that every encounter with formidable foes would conveniently coincide with the break of dawn, thus allowing him to leverage the brief, yet potent amplifying properties of Dawn Knight. The urgency of enhancing his strength weighed heavily upon him, like a colossal stone pressing down on his heart. The flesh of the sphinx-like beast had been almost entirely consumed in his struggle against the accursed distortion power within him. Now, little remained of the hero-level distortion beast meat. He had preserved only a small portion for emergencies, converting the rest into enhancement points. Name: Lu Ming. Position: Mayor. Talent: Immortal. Characteristic: Devouring enhancement. Attribute enhancement points: 3. Strength: 50. Hero. Agility: 40. Mental power: 27. Such attributes were sufficient to enable him to cope with most unforeseen circumstances at the periphery. However, in the face of the unknown depths of the wasteland, he still felt inadequate. On one hand, there was profound concern regarding the lurking dangers in the depths, and on the other, anxiety over the imminent depletion of hero-level flesh. He could vividly foresee that the battles and experiences at the wasteland's periphery were merely a tutorial in this cruel world. The true trial would only commence once he ventured into the heart of the wasteland. Nevertheless, amid these weighty thoughts, a subtle anticipation lingered in Lu Ming's heart. For the monthly survival leaderboard of the wasteland was about to be finalized. At this moment, countless survivors across the wasteland were fixated on the exclusive livestream section of the Quick Shake Alliance. The dedicated section of the Quick Shake Alliance was already overflowing with viewers. An endless stream of bastion names and user IDs scrolled across the screen. Prominently featured in the section was an unprecedented livestream event, a monthly leaderboard preview analysis conference. Several beloved streamers of the Quick Shake Alliance were passionately analyzing the current situation and predicting the final rankings of the month. Everyone, the exhilarating moment is almost upon us, shouted a streamer known by the pseudonym Wasteland Scholar, addressing the camera with a voice brimming with fervor. Originally, This position belonged to Su Chu Chu, but due to her indiscretion in offending Lu Ming, she had been sidelined by the Quick Shake Alliance. The leaderboard finalization this month was indeed a spectacle to behold. The suspense was palpable. Behind Wasteland Scholar was a large display board adorned with exaggerated golden letters. Who will ascend to the pinnacle of this month's Wasteland? Livestream comments. It's here. It's finally time for the finalization. Scholar, quickly analyze who is in first place this month. It must be Lin Dong from the Winter Alliance, the first player to achieve a level 4 Bastion. Isn't that impressive enough? Don't jump to conclusions too soon. Let's not forget about the immortal Bastion's Lu Ming. He single-handedly took down the entire Challenger Alliance. Exactly. And he killed that hero-level distortion beast without hesitation. Does Lin Dong have such a record? Let's discuss rationally. Lin Dong's upgrade of the Eternal Bastion to level 4 is undeniable hard power. Moreover, the Winter Alliance boasts a larger number of members, and their resource accumulation is certainly not comparable to a lone wolf like Lu Ming. Lone wolf? You call someone with a hefty companion and a bastion capable of annihilating alliances a lone wolf? Lu Ming is just low-key, another streamer. Known for his data analysis prowess and operating under the moniker Data Emperor, adjusted his virtual glasses and calmly stated, "Ladies and gentlemen, based on the data we have collected from our backend, the leader of the Winter Alliance, Lin Dong, indeed holds a certain advantage in comprehensive scoring due to his achievement in upgrading the Eternal Bastion to level 4, alongside the vast scale and stable resource output of the Winter Alliance." However, he then shifted his tone, infusing a hint of excitement. Yet, the performance of Lu Ming, known to all as the Immortal Bastion, can only be described as phenomenal. His thunderous methods in obliterating the Challenger Alliance, single-handedly slaying a hero-level distortion beast, and selling battlefield spoils have ignited the entire Wasteland. He has garnered tremendous points in battle power evaluation and influence spread, even surpassing Lin Dong in trending topics. Livestream comments. Data Emperor is right. Lu Ming is incredible. Voice crack. I watched that livestream. The energy cannon of the Immortal Bastion is a true bastion harvester. Terrifying. And Lu Ming himself, he took down the Sphinx beast in one swift strike. Absolutely stunning. Lin Dong is stable, but Lu Ming is ruthless. I support Lu Ming. This narrative of overcoming the odds is absolutely explosive. Don't forget about the Alliance of Fury's leader, Yu Feng. Their alliance has been quite active lately, and they recently took over Lu Ming's battlefield. I heard you personally led his team in a bloody battle against distortion beasts, and they should now have a level 4 Bastion. Yu Feng. Compared to the first two, he still falls short, doesn't he? That is not entirely fair. The overall strength of the Alliance of Fury is not inferior to that of the Winter Alliance. Moreover, Yu Feng is the second to ascend to the extraordinary rank, just after Lu Ming. What does Lin Dong have? He merely seized the opportunity to establish an alliance first. His own strength is certainly not comparable to Yu Feng. Perhaps Yu Feng is the dark horse. The intensity of discussion within the livestream was akin to that of a genuine battle. Chapter 54. The finalization begins. Within the livestream, the atmosphere had reached its zenith. The countdown to the eagerly anticipated finalization illuminated the central display with glaring red digits. 3, 2, 1. The monthly survival leaderboard finalization of the Wasteland begins. A massive line of golden text dominated the entire screen, followed by the gradual unveiling of the leaderboard starting from the 10th place. 10th place, Shenji. Deeds, a lone survivor. Single-handedly slaying 137 ordinary distortion beasts and 12 extraordinary distortion beasts during the Beast Tide in the Black Forest, with remarkable achievements and commendable willpower. Wow. The live stream instantly erupted. Whoa, the 10th place is that formidable? One person killed over 100 distortion beasts? Who is this Shinji? I've never heard of him before. A true lone wolf. Impressive. This is the survival strategy of the Wasteland. Amidst the clamor, the leaderboard continued its ascent. With each name that appeared, from the 9th to the 8th place, there emerged tales of astonishing feats, eliciting waves of awe. When the leaderboard reached the 4th rank, a somewhat unfamiliar name caught the crowd's attention. 4th place, Guamaoquan. Deeds, assisted teammates in slaying an elite-level aberration beast, and jointly annihilated the large Survivor Alliance challengers, with blood of thousands staining his hands, earning a fearsome reputation in the Wasteland. A hush fell over the live stream as the audience grappled with the name Guamaoquan. Guamaoquan. Who is this? I've never heard of him, but to be in 4th place, he must be extraordinary. It wasn't until the complete description of his deeds unfolded that realization dawned on some. Wait, assisted in slaying an elite-level aberration beast? Annihilated the Challenger Alliance? ISNT that Fat Master. Oh my goodness. Fat Master's real name is Guamaoquan. Fat Master is incredible. 4th place. Haha, Fat Master is formidable. His infamous reputation in the Wasteland. Just a few days ago, he mocked the aberration beast in a livestream. It was hilarious. On the deck of the Equatorial Guinea ship, Lu Ming was momentarily taken aback. He turned to the chubby man beside him, who was grinning foolishly, his eyes brimming with amusement. So, my Fat Master is actually named Guamaoquan. Now that name is known to all in the Wasteland. The chubby man, upon hearing this, proudly lifted his hefty head, puffing out his chest, which only caused his belly to jiggle. Of course, you're looking at Guabro here, back in the day. Before he could finish, the leaderboard continued. Third place, Euphome. Deeds, established the Fury Alliance, protecting a faction of survivors, actively expanding influence. Recently led alliance members to slay the elite-level aberration beast. Abyssal Claw, showcasing formidable strength and immense potential. Euphome, the alliance leader, in third place. Truly impressive. The Fury Alliance has been on quite a roll lately. Second place, Lindong. Deeds, first to establish the Winter Alliance, providing shelter and order for early survivors, with remarkable contributions. First to upgrade the mobile fortress to level 4, leading the survivors of the Wasteland forward. Lindong, the esteemed figure, in second place. That means the next alliance evaluation will surely secure the top spot. No wonder the Winter Alliance has such deep roots. Finally, the much-anticipated first place slowly emerged. First place, Ming. Deeds, the first successful pioneer to delve deep into the Wasteland. The first confirmed slayer of the elite-level aberration beast, the elite giant ape. With thunderous methods, he obliterated the Challenger Alliance, commanding his companion Guamaoquan, Fat Master, to execute the massacre, his fearsome reputation echoing throughout the Wasteland. First place, it's Dirty Guy? I knew it. Dirty Guy is amazing. The first to venture deep into the Wasteland. First kill of an elite-level beast. The prestige is unparalleled. The description of commanding Fat Master in the slaughter is the most biting official commentary. In the livestream, discussions about Ming reached a fever pitch. However, at that moment, the data analyst broadcaster, known for his calm demeanor and analytical prowess, suddenly furrowed his brow, as if struck by an epiphany. He adjusted his glasses and addressed the other hosts, including the Wasteland sage. Ladies and gentlemen, I've stumbled upon an intriguing point. It is indisputable that Lindong was the first in the entire server to upgrade the fortress to level 4, as corroborated by the system announcement. However, he emphasized, the leaderboard evaluation indicates that Dirty Guy is the first confirmed slayer of an elite-level aberration beast, explicitly identified as the elite giant ape. Meanwhile, the third-place Alliance leader also explicitly killed the Abyssal Claw. Yet, the second-place Lindong's deeds do not mention any involvement in slaying elite-level aberration beasts. Upon hearing this, the Wasteland sage exchanged glances with his companions. Their primary role was to enhance the atmosphere, and they had noted the data analyst's observation as well. However, with so many witnesses, it was too late to avert the shifting tide of the livestream. As anticipated, once the data analyst made his statement, a momentary silence descended upon the previously raucous livestream. Then, like a drop of cold water in boiling oil, it erupted into chaos. Oh my goodness. Now that you mention it, it does seem that way. Indeed, upgrading to a level 4 fortress requires an elite-level aberration core. Where did Lindong acquire his core? Did the Winter Alliance procure it themselves? But why is there no record on the leaderboard? Alliance leader, you had only recently led a team to slay the beast. And Dirty Guy's immortal fortress was upgraded right after Lindong. Yet Dirty Guy's first kill was the elite giant ape, not that Sphinx. This implies that Dirty Guy and his team had already slain an elite-level beast prior. Fat Master's deeds also mention assisting teammates in slaying elite-level aberration beasts. When they fought against the Sphinx, Fat Master was busy attacking the fortress and never engaged the aberration beasts. Furthermore, with the substantial profits from selling the Challenger Alliance battlefield, how could the Winter Alliance, as the top alliance, remain unaffected? Instead, they swiftly gathered the necessary resources to upgrade to a level 4 fortress. Thousands of viewers in the livestream fervently analyzed the situation, unraveling various clues one by one. The truth gradually surfaced, akin to peeling layers from an onion. I see it now. One viewer exclaimed, Lindong's elite-level aberration core was purchased, and it's highly likely that it was acquired from Dirty Guy, the core from the elite giant ape he first killed. As this speculation took flight, the livestream erupted in uproar. In the command room of the Winter Alliance, Lindong watched the swiftly shifting sentiment in the livestream, his expression darkening. Alliance leader, don't take it to heart. These people are just grasping at straws. Xiao Yu reassured softly from the side. Other senior members echoed their support. Only a handful of the initial team members participated in the purchase of the aberration core. Now that the organization has grown, many of the new management are unaware of this matter. However, they all had a rough idea. The Alliance's only attack on aberration beasts had been led by Lindong's Eternal Fortress, resulting in heavy losses. How could they have remained silent for a period and suddenly produced an aberration core? Despite having arrived at a conclusion in their minds, they chose to feign ignorance. Lindong took a deep breath, quickly suppressing the discontent within him, even managing to muster a faint smile. It's no matter. The evaluation has concluded, and our objectives have been met. Our reputation can be restored gradually. Securing tangible benefits is the priority. What concerned him more was the upcoming Alliance leaderboard evaluation. As expected, following the completion of the individual leaderboard, the Alliance rankings were soon revealed. Wasteland Alliance rankings. First place, Winter Alliance. 2nd place, Fury Alliance. 7th place, Rapid Shake Alliance. The Winter Alliance ascended to the pinnacle once more. However, while there were voices of congratulations in the livestream, a greater number of comments were filled with skepticism and mockery, starkly contrasting the previous fervor. Notably, the emerging Rapid Shake Alliance, leveraging the Rapid Shake livestream segment, surged to the 7th position in just half a month. Chapter 55, Choose One of 3. The atmosphere in the livestream intensified, akin to an uncontrollable wildfire, escalating rapidly. The prior adulation and reverence for Lin Dong were swiftly engulfed by a torrent of ridicule and doubt. I told you Lin Dong was no good. Just a pretty boy, devoid of any real skill. First Alliance? It appears that this is the first alliance to ascend through the consumption of female teammates' fortresses. Previously, I had heard whispers of his lack of genuine strength, relying solely on a silver tongue to deceive others, and it seems that this assessment holds true. The Winter Alliance's current standing is merely a product of the initial advantages enjoyed by the First Alliance established, in terms of true combat prowess. They are unworthy, even to fetch shoes for Lord Yu. Various unsavory remarks fluttered through the comments like snowflakes, unearthing Lin Dong's sordid past. Naturally, a handful of devoted supporters from the Winter Alliance attempted to defend their honor, yet their voices were swiftly drowned out by the overwhelming tide of dissent. The streamers from the Kwai-Do Alliance, witnessing the complete loss of control in their broadcast atmosphere, could no longer suppress the chaos. Coincidentally, all rankings had just been finalized. The leading figure, Wilderness Bikesioshing, promptly rose to his feet, exchanging glances with his fellow streamers. Clearing his throat before reciting the Kwai-Do Alliance's declaration aloud. Let all who navigate the torrents of data remain vigilant. Let all who witness mechanical rampage become the gatekeepers. Let all who encounter grotesque flesh transform into the cleansing force. This is the central station of the Kwai-Do Alliance. We thank you for watching, and we shall see you in the next live broadcast. With that, they all bowed deeply to the camera and decisively ended the stream. Though the broadcast had concluded, discussions regarding the recent ranking finalizations continued unabated in the chat section populated by survivors, with speculations and gossip simmering in fervent anticipation. On the deck of the Equatorial Guinea, Ming paid little mind to the turmoil surrounding the Alliance rankings. His focus lay instead on the rewards following the personal ranking conclusion. Having surpassed the initial novice phase, the rewards from this ranking were less bountiful than those previously offered, yet still commendable. As the number 1 contender, Ming received a coveted rare item lottery ticket. Additionally, he was granted a special reward known as the 3 Choices of Rare Items pool. The rules of this item pool were rather intriguing. The top 3 contenders would select in succession. The first would view all 3 rare items and choose one, followed by the second who would select from the remaining 2, while the last item would automatically be awarded to the 3rd contender. Information regarding the items was also restricted. The first contender, though aware of all 3 items, would remain oblivious to which of the remaining 2 would be selected thereafter. The second contender would know both their own and the third's choices, but would be unaware of which item the first had chosen. As for the third, they would know only the item they received, lacking any knowledge of the other 2. The fatty, securing the 4th position, also received a rare item lottery ticket. In contrast, Luo Mingqi, having been imprisoned by Pan Jin for an extended period, had missed out on too much and failed to enter the top 5, thus forfeiting any chance at these rewards. Ming and the fatty briefly discussed their respective rewards before deciding to engage in the selection from the rare items pool first, and afterward, they would utilize the lottery ticket. As the system's notification chimed, the interface for the 3 Choices lottery officially unveiled itself. Each contender was allotted 10 minutes to make their selection. Failure to do so would result in a random automatic choice by the system. As the first-ranked contender, Ming entered the selection interface first. Before him shimmered 3 boxes, each hovering with a unique item. The first contained an ancient-style battle blade. Description: the Hero-S battle blade of the old era, a weapon of some hero that remained undamaged until their demise. The second showcased a peculiar model of a fortress facility. Description: flesh farm fortress facility, designed to collect the meat of aberrant beasts and convert it into nutrients. The food produced bears no traces of aberrant power. The third held a skill crystal radiating a cerulean glow. Description: fortress skill water blade, unleashes blades of water around, capable of effortlessly tearing through the flesh of aberrant beasts. Ming quickly skimmed through the introductions of the 3 items. The audible ticking of the system's timer urged him to make a swift decision. What was there to deliberate? His gaze lingered briefly on the flesh farm before he resolutely made his choice. A flash of light signaled the model of the flesh farm, transforming into a stream of data that merged into his system mail. Ming exited the selection interface. The fatty, brimming with curiosity, immediately leaned in, his round face alight with anticipation. Brother Ming, what treasures were in the 3 choices? Which one did you pick? Beside them, Luo Mingqi's usually serene eyes flickered with a rare glimmer of curiosity. With a smile, Ming first shared the details of the 2 items he had not selected with the fatty. The battle blade was the first. Upon hearing the description, the fatty scoffed. disdain evident in his voice. If that blade were truly so formidable, that so-called ancient hero wouldn't he have fallen in battle? What a useless trinket. Next came the information about the water blade skill. The fatty's expression turned comical as he jested. Hey, brother Ming, that sounds quite impressive. Why didn't you choose it? After selecting it, we could blast music on the immortal fortress and splash water wherever we go. How exhilarating. Stop keeping me in suspense. What did you actually select? The fatty implored. Lu Ming merely chuckled, replying, hold your horses. Let us summarize after the lottery. With that, he promptly retrieved his rare item lottery ticket and chose to use it. A radiant light flickered, revealing a skill scroll before him. Skill, Blood Burst. Description, upon activation, it instantly detonates one's own blood, resulting in self-inflicted injuries. The greater the wounds, the more significant the boost to all attributes. No cooldown time. As long as you wish, you may explode yourself to death without issue, inflicting 1,000 upon the enemy, yet suffering 800 in return. Lu Ming mused inwardly. However, this skill would likely deter most from employing it in others' hands. Yet he was different. Possessing the power of devouring, he could swiftly recuperate from his injuries, rendering the blood burst skill seemingly tailor-made for him. The fatty, eager to know the outcome of Lu Ming's lottery, leaned in again. Brother Ming, what did you draw? Show me. In succinct terms, Lu Ming replied, a skill. Now it was the fatty's turn. He triumphantly flicked his wrist, revealing a fortress summoning device that bore an uncanny resemblance to a grandiose golden watch, and proceeded to activate his lottery ticket. A dazzling golden light erupted. Damn it. The fatty exclaimed in dismay. I'm finished. I've turned into a turtle. Intrigued, both Lu Ming and Luo Mingqi cast curious glances at him. The fatty, with a woeful expression, shared the details of the item he had drawn. Item, fortress component. Name, turtle shell. Description, a heavy fortress component. When deployed, it extends thick iron barriers from around the fortress base, providing complete protection. The barriers possess extraordinary defensive strength, which increases proportionately with the fortress's level. The downside is that the fortress's mobility will significantly decrease. After reviewing the turtle shell's description, Lu Ming waved his hand dismissively, stating, not feasible. He then proceeded to share the description of the flesh farm he had chosen with the fatty. In every battle at the immortal fortress, the upper structures invariably sustain varying degrees of damage, particularly during the encounter with the hero-class giant ape, which nearly obliterated the edifice. Lu Ming remarked slowly. Now that you possess this turtle shell defense component, you can install vital production facilities like the flesh farm aboard your Equatorial Guinea. Henceforth, the matters of combat will be entrusted to the immortal fortress, while production and logistical support will rest upon your capable shoulders, my rotund friend. Although this component could also be affixed to the immortal fortress, Lu Ming believed it prudent to reserve that limited space for combat-oriented equipment. While the farm may prove beneficial to others, it holds little significance for Lu Ming, as he exclusively consumes the flesh of aberrant beasts. Chapter 56, Major Overhaul of the Equatorial Guinea. The flesh farm is of modest importance to Lu Ming, yet for others, it is a strategic asset of paramount importance. Were the farm designed to gather ordinary aberrant beast meat and transform it into higher quality sustenance, Lu Ming would undoubtedly have it installed in the immortal fortress without hesitation. He extracted the facility's blueprint from the system attachments and directly traded it to his corpulent companion. The hefty fellow received the blueprint with a broad grin and unhesitatingly opted to activate it. Ding! The system detected that the survivor has surpassed the novice protection period. Loading the facility blueprint will require the corresponding resources. Do you confirm the loading of Flesh Farm? Estimated consumption of system currency, 28,888. The system's prompt caused the smile on the rotund one's face to falter, and he instinctively glanced at Lu Ming. Upon learning of the situation, Lu Ming pondered for a brief moment before nodding affirmatively, his voice resolute as he declared, load it. If the account lacked the requisite system currency, that would be one matter, but relinquishing due to a pang of reluctance when sufficient funds were available would be disheartening. Moreover, given the current scarcity of crops, selling even a modest amount daily would yield considerable income. Furthermore, during this period, they had slain no fewer than 800 ordinary aberrant beasts, the corpses of which had been almost entirely squandered. Thus, the flesh farm represented a means of repurposing waste, as the rotund one confirmed. The currency in his account began to dwindle rapidly. The deck of the Equatorial Guinea trembled violently, and shortly thereafter, various construction materials materialized around the deck as if manipulated by an unseen hand, swiftly accumulating and assembling. The area occupied by the flesh farm was notably vast, nearly encompassing the entirety of the deck. Lu Ming and his companions quickly made room, retreating to the edge of the main building of the Equatorial Guinea. After approximately half an hour of installation, the deck, which had once been relatively spacious, approximately 6 meters in length and 8 meters in width, was now almost entirely consumed by the flesh farm, leaving only a narrow passage sufficient for a single person at the periphery. The primary structure of the flesh farm resembled a colossal glass conservatory, allowing sunlight to flood in unobstructed. Its interior was meticulously divided into 4 distinct planting areas, with the soil between the ridges exhibiting a rich, dark hue. Even more astonishingly, the once menacing steel maw of the Equatorial Guinea now sported a vibrant, agile tongue, reminiscent of a ferocious canine. Above this gaping maw, an organ resembling an animal's nose had inexplicably emerged, occasionally twitching as if scenting the air for the presence of aberrant beasts. The edges of the steel maw had also sprouted a formidable set of razor-sharp steel teeth. The crimson tongue dripped saliva, occasionally extending to greedily lick the surrounding air. This tongue possessed the capability to autonomously drag nearby corpses of aberrant beasts through a newly formed special passage directly into the depths of the flesh farm. The blood and flesh of these aberrant beasts would serve as the most exquisite nourishment, enriching the soil above and transforming ordinary earth into fertile ground imbued with unique energy. Ordinary crops planted in this exceptional soil could mature in as little as 2 to 3 days. Haha, my friend, your fortress has become a pug. As they gathered at the edge of the forward deck, peering down, Ming could not contain his laughter upon seeing the tongue of the fortress swaying outside its gaping maw. He mused that had he chosen this option, the majestic immortal fortress would have been reduced to such a ludicrous state, likely depriving him of sleep for several nights. The rotund one, however, seemed entirely unfazed, nonchalantly flaunting his ostentatious gold watch and laughing heartily. I just adore raising dogs. Come here, lick, lick, lick. At his beckoning, the enormous tongue obediently extended onto the deck, playfully licking his chubby cheek. The sticky saliva instantly coated the rotund one's face. Hey, 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 go away. Don't lick me, he exclaimed, hurriedly waving his hands to deter the creature, frantically wiping the drool from his visage. Observing the rotund one's comical predicament, Ming erupted in laughter, while Luo discreetly stepped aside, seemingly wishing to distance herself from the agile tongue. The group marveled at the myriad peculiar auxiliary features of the flesh farm. Subsequently, they proceeded to install the turtle shell component that the rotund one had drawn. As he once again opted to utilize the blueprint, the system currency plummeted once more. The fortress's base of the Equatorial Guinea began to undergo transformation, gradually becoming more robust and solid. The original circle of steel surrounding the base was automatically dismantled, replaced with a steady influx of new steel components and heavy plates being affixed. After the renovation, the originally LV3 fortress of the Rotund One exhibited a base thickness that even surpassed Ming's level 4 immortal fortress. A system prompt sounded, notifying the Rotund One that the fortress component installation was complete. Satisfied, he gazed upon the dramatically altered Equatorial Guinea, exchanged pleasantries with Ming and Luo, and eagerly selected to activate the turtle shell component. Boom! A resounding clamor of grinding steel gears echoed from beneath the deck. The outer deck of the Equatorial Guinea began to retract inward with deliberate slowness. Following this, several immensely thick steel shield walls emerged from below the previously empty deck, gradually ascending to envelop the structures above, including the flesh farm, in a tight, impenetrable cocoon of pure steel. As the turtle shell closed, the fortress's steel maw likewise sealed tightly, and the dog-like tongue retracted, while the organ resembling a snout also closed up. In an instant, the entire fortress became airtight. Once the turtle shell had fully enveloped the structure, the interior of the Equatorial Guinea was plunged into darkness. The Rotund One scrambled to illuminate the fortress's interior lights. The dim glow allowed the group to discern their surroundings with great effort. Ming surveyed the revitalized Equatorial Guinea, contemplating that the flesh farm had consumed nearly 30,000 system currency, and the turtle shell component had demanded over 50,000. The system currency that had only recently become abundant had now dwindled to less than half in the blink of an eye. Nonetheless, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Ming reflected on the rewards from the 3-choice treasure pool, speculating that the system likely selected rewards randomly from the corresponding reward pools based on the characteristics of the top 3 survivors. If his conjecture held true, the ancient hero war knife within the reward pool might be a far more suitable choice for his combat style. However, he refrained from making a choice for himself, opting instead for the more valuable flesh farm for the team, a testament to the considerations that accompany being ranked first. Although this time the selection pool offered no items of particular necessity to him, the Bloodstorm skill obtained from the prize draw was a delightful surprise. Overall, the harvest from this ranking settlement was quite satisfactory. Ming turned to the rotund figure and Luo and announced, "The modifications to the Equatorial Guinea are nearly complete. From here on, the daily operations will be entrusted to you. Once everything is prepared, we shall proceed." Chapter 57, Seeking a Thrill. With all preparations nearing completion, the time for rest had arrived, and the lottery had concluded. Even the immortal fortress, quietly anchored nearby, had been meticulously polished by Luo, gleaming under the harsh midday sun of the Wasteland. Ming contemplated the journey ahead, planning to set off early the next morning to delve deeper into the Wasteland. Remaining here served little purpose. Their system currency balance had dwindled to below 100,000, and the flesh of the hero-grade aberrant beasts had been nearly exhausted. The pressing task was to venture into the depths of the wasteland, seeking new mining sites and hunting more formidable aberrant beasts. They only awaited the completion of the necessary crop seed purchases by the rotund figure before their official departure. However, Ming noted that during the past few days of rest, the rotund figure had exhibited a somewhat secretive demeanor, as if he were concocting something clandestine. In truth, the rotund figure had been discreetly engaged in a particular endeavor. In his leisure moments, he perused forums and was astonished to find individuals audacious enough to openly disparage the immortal fortress. Some even incited fellow survivors to engage in online harassment, positioning themselves as a burgeoning faction of detractors. It seemed that merely toppling the entire alliance was insufficient. They needed to experience fear firsthand. Unable to swallow this affront, the rotund figure initially attempted to infiltrate their group anonymously, hoping to extract their coordinates, but to little avail. Thus, he devised a plan and discreetly approached Ming, dragging her into a corner for a whispered discussion. On the deck of the immortal fortress, Ming's gaze inadvertently swept past them, catching sight of the rotund figure furtively conversing with Ming. He distinctly noted how Ming's icy gaze widened in response to the rotund figure's words, a rare display of anger gracing her otherwise composed visage, reminiscent of an ancient iceberg. Suddenly, a sharp slap resounded as Ming delivered a stinging blow to the rotund figure's plump face. Ming was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Had the rotund figure dared to confess his feelings to Ming? Yet even if that were the case, such a reaction seemed excessive. Clearly, there was some discord between them. Ming mused. Having been preoccupied with the fortress's repairs, he had neglected the internal dynamics of the team. As the leader, it was time to pay attention to the relationships among his members. Unbeknownst to Ming, the rotund figure had sought out Ming to request a more alluring selfie for a particular task he was executing. After receiving the slap, he quickly elucidated the situation to Ming. Upon hearing his explanation, her delicate brows furrowed in disapproval, and she did not immediately acquiesce to his absurd request. The rotund figure, recognizing her hesitation, was preparing to alter his approach when, to his surprise, Ming returned to her room and sent him a photograph after a brief silence. In the photograph, she retained her characteristic cool demeanor, the backdrop being the fortress's wall. Her attire unremarkable, yet her expression conveyed a softness absent in her usual aloofness. Ecstatic upon receiving the photo, the rotund figure dashed back to his room, logging onto the forum to engage with the detractor's private message, initiating his seductive scheme. Initially, the detractor dismissed his anonymous account with a haughty attitude. However, upon the rotund figure hinting at being female, the detractor's demeanor softened, albeit with a hint of skepticism, as he began to request a selfie. Without hesitation, the rotund figure sent Ming's photo. The moment it arrived, the detractor's eyes gleamed with astonishment, utterly captivated. He quickly replied with newfound enthusiasm, soon sending a video call request. Terrified, the rotund figure hastily declined, texting an explanation about poor lighting. Though initially disappointed, the detractor quickly followed up with a voice call request. This time, the rotund figure could no longer evade, as the system did not permit Ming to substitute for him. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself and answered the call. "Hello?" he squeaked, attempting to infuse his voice with a feminine lilt. Thankfully, his previous attempts at impersonation lent him a modicum of talent. Your voice sounds peculiar, slightly slurred, almost masculine?" The detractor inquired, puzzled. The rotund figure's heart raced as he hastily explained, "Oh, I've been a bit under the weather." Perhaps dazed by the beauty in Ming's photo, the detractor chose not to linger on the matter. Fearing that excessive conversation might reveal his true identity, the rotund figure kept his replies brief. Noticing his reticence, the detractor asked, "Why do you seem so shy?" The rotund figure quickly responded, "I'm just a bit reserved. I prefer chatting through text." With that, he seized an opportunity and abruptly ended the voice call. Once disconnected, he swiftly shifted back to text, typing, "Shall we meet in person?" The detractor on the other end was momentarily stunned by the message. Just a moment ago, he had been described as shy, and now he was proposing a meeting? Was this the fabled contrast? However, the overwhelming thrill soon eclipsed any lingering doubts. He eagerly replied, "Sure, that sounds fantastic. Where are you? I'll come find you." Shortly after, he sent a coordinate. Upon seeing the coordinates, the rotund figure's face lit up with excitement, nearly leaping from his bed. He dashed out of his room, calling for Ming and Ming. "Ming go. Ming, we need to convene." A major breakthrough. The trio gathered, and the rotund figure animatedly recounted the events leading to acquiring the coordinates, embellishing the tale with flair. "That scoundrel sent the coordinates," he boasted triumphantly. "Let us go give him a surprise." Ming, raising an eyebrow in surprise, hadn't anticipated the rotund figure possessed such skills. He cast a knowing glance at the rotund figure, and then at the slightly uneasy Ming. However, the coordinates provided were quite distant, necessitating the use of teleportation scrolls for swift arrival. Currently, they had 7 scrolls remaining, sufficient for a round trip of 3. Ming glanced at Ming and quietly reminded him, The market price for teleportation scrolls is at least 10,000 system coins each. And they are scarce. 6 scrolls would cost at least 60 to 70,000 coins, which seems rather exorbitant. Lu Ming waved his hand dismissively, a glint of cold determination in his eyes. There is no time for such concerns. Who dares to organize others to insult our immortal fortress? The air was thick with tension, and I felt my resolve wavering. It was imperative that we take action. The portly companion nodded vigorously in agreement, exclaiming, "Brother Ming is absolutely right. However, such measures should not be employed frequently, considering the repercussions. After this incident, other survivors in the Wasteland will undoubtedly be more vigilant." Reluctant to reveal their coordinates easily, following a brief discussion, they swiftly devised a plan of action. To ensure a comprehensive sweep, they decided to have Luo Mengqi utilize a teleportation scroll to scout the enemy's precise situation. She showed no objection and nodded in acquiescence. Once preparations were complete, a flicker of ethereal blue space energy coursed through the air, and Luo Mengqi's figure vanished from sight. In the next moment, she appeared silently on the deck of the target fortress. On the deck, a lecherous-looking man had been waiting impatiently. He was none other than the notorious leader of the Black Fans. Upon seeing Luo Mengqi materialize before him, his eyes greedily roamed over her form, his expression oozing with lasciviousness. Internally, he was exclaiming, "Perfect, simply perfect." Before him, Luo Mengqi was far more vivid and beautiful than in her photographs. The stark contrast between her world-weary demeanor and the proactive image she had projected during their prior conversation ignited his carnal desires. Luo Mengqi's frigid gaze swept across her surroundings, noting that in addition to the fortress beneath her feet, there were 4 or 5 other mobile fortresses scattered nearby, evidently the companions of her target. Unfazed, she swiftly relayed her observations to Lu Ming and the portly companion via the team's voice channel. "Brother Ming, Brother Fat, in addition to the target, there are 4 to 5 fortresses around us. They appear to be his associates." Lu Ming pondered, "The more, the merrier. However, we must devise a way to concentrate them in one fortress to prevent anyone from utilizing a teleportation scroll to escape amidst the chaos." Upon hearing this, Luo Mengqi furrowed her delicate brows, indicating her discomfort with such scenarios. The portly companion promptly began to guide her remotely. "Don't be afraid, Sister Mengqi. I've got your back. Tell him there are too few people, and you want something more thrilling." Lu Ming's forehead twitched in exasperation as he shot an incredulous glance at the portly companion. Meanwhile, Luo Mengqi's already cold countenance darkened further. The Black Fan leader, perceiving her sudden displeasure, mistakenly assumed she was dissatisfied with his appearance, causing a twinge of anxiety within him. Little did he know, Luo Mengqi took a deep breath and, adhering to the portly companion's instructions, icily stated, "There are too few people. I desire something more exhilarating." The Black Fan leader was momentarily taken aback before a euphoric grin spread across his face. However, he clearly misinterpreted her words as a suggestive invitation. He eagerly beckoned his comrades from the other fortresses, shouting, "Brothers, come over. The beauty thinks we lack numbers." Soon, individuals from the other fortresses gathered on the deck, casting predatory glances at Luo Mengqi. She scanned the group of over a dozen men, wary of potential stragglers, and reiterated, "Still icy. It is still insufficient." The Black Fan leader and his cohorts were bewildered. Was this woman truly so audacious? One among them could not contain himself, exclaiming, "Miss, we are all we have. But fear not. The brothers will ensure your satisfaction." They all chimed in eagerly. After relaying the situation to her team, the portly companion continued to instruct her on what to say next. Upon hearing his words, even the icy Luo Mengqi could not suppress the faintest hint of a smile, slowly replying, "Since you are few in number, that is of no concern. I have 2 more companions." As her words fell, 2 ethereal blue waves erupted beside her. In a flash of light, Lu Ming and the portly companion appeared beside her, one to the left and one to the right, on the deck. The Black Fan leader and his cohorts, upon recognizing Lu Ming's face, one that had instilled profound terror during their live broadcasts, felt their lascivious grins freeze in place. Replaced by sheer horror, the Black Fan leader's legs nearly buckled beneath him, and trembling, he pointed a quaking finger at Lu Ming, stammering, "Dirty, dirty bastard?" "And the illustrious Fat Master, too." The portly companion grinned widely, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth that, coupled with his imposing stature, exuded an aura of fierce intimidation. Just as tensions reached a boiling point, a particularly astute individual in the crowd caught a glimmer of resolution in his eyes. He hastily plunged his hand into his pocket, evidently intent on tearing apart a teleportation scroll to flee. Bang! A sharp gunshot shattered the stillness. Unbeknownst to them, Luo Mengqi had raised an energy gun, the barrel still emitting wisps of smoke. The would-be escapee found himself with a gaping blackened hole in his chest, blood gushing forth as he incredulously glanced down before collapsing lifelessly. Lu Ming raised an eyebrow, surprised at Luo Mengqi's decisive and ruthless action, a stark contrast to her usual icy demeanor, which had even shown hints of timidity in his presence. However, reflecting on her protracted captivity and the treachery of the Wasteland's inhabitants, He realized that beneath her frosty exterior lay a resolve and ferocity that rivaled his own and the portly companions. As Lu Ming's understanding of Luo Mengqi deepened, he quickly regained his composure. With a thought, his familiar battle blade materialized in his grasp, its edge glinting coldly under the sun's rays. What followed was a straightforward affair. In the face of their overwhelming might, this ragtag group could not even muster a semblance of resistance. Swiftly falling to Lu Ming and the portly companion like autumn leaves in a brisk wind. The deck was soon permeated by the pungent scent of blood as the trio began to sift through the spoils from the various fortresses, searching for any overlooked resources. Meanwhile, far removed from this scene, within the headquarters of a certain alliance, an officer monitoring the status of teams suddenly noticed that the avatars of a particular squad had all turned gray. Alarmed, he promptly escalated the issue. The news quickly reached the ears of the alliance's leader. What sent a chill down his spine was the fragmented message sent before the squad lost contact, suggesting they had encountered the filthy bastards from the Immortal Fortress and their gang. What? The filthy bastards? The leader exclaimed in disbelief. Nearly dropping the cup he held, he promptly convened an emergency meeting with the alliance's higher-ups. The atmosphere in the conference room grew heavy with tension. The last appearance of the filthy bastards had resulted in the annihilation of the entire Challenger Alliance. The Challenger Alliance had already become a formidable entity for us, let alone that harbinger of doom. How could he suddenly appear there? We are separated from the Immortal Fortress's operational region by thousands of kilometers. It must be teleportation. But why? Has he set his sights on our humble alliance? That shouldn't be the case. The higher-ups engaged in agitated discussions, their faces betraying an unmistakable fear. The leader forced himself to maintain composure and ordered an investigation into the recent activities of the fallen members. The results soon emerged, revealing that the squad leader was none other than the Black Fan leader who had publicly defamed the Immortal Fortress on the forum, inciting online harassment. That scoundrel. The leader's fury nearly caused him to spew blood, his complexion paling in an instant. He was acutely aware that Lu Ming seldom made public appearances and never engaged in the petty squabbles that transpired online. In a moment of desperation, he trembled as he extended a friend request to the corpulent individual, fervently clarifying in the accompanying message that this incident was solely the actions of a team member, with the alliance being entirely uninvolved, and he expressed a willingness to offer compensation. However, the lack of response from the corpulent individual left the upper echelons of the alliance in a state of unease. Meanwhile, the previously trending black post, now shrouded in mystery due to the collective disappearance of those involved, sparked a fresh wave of speculation in the chat box. Some conjectured that they had encountered a formidable horde of aberrant beasts, resulting in total annihilation. Immediately, others countered, asserting that even in the face of aberrant beasts, it was unlikely that not a single soul would survive, unless, of course, they had encountered an elite-level beast. Yet, it was noted that elite-level aberrant beasts did not typically roam the outskirts of the Wasteland. At that moment, an anonymous user ominously suggested, could it be possible that they provoked an entity more terrifying than an elite-level aberrant beast? What could it be? The filthy wretch he constantly berated. Do you think it could be? The chat box fell into an eerie silence following this proclamation. Various theories circulated, but the seeds of fear had already been silently sown in the hearts of many survivors. Naturally, all of this was of no concern to Lu Ming and his companions, who were oblivious to the turmoil outside. They meticulously counted their spoils, which collectively amounted to nearly 20,000 system coins. While this sum hardly compensated for the expenditure of the teleportation scroll, it nonetheless offered a modicum of satisfaction. Without further delay, the trio tore open the teleportation scroll, preparing to return to the Immortal Fortress. However, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Their destination, the Immortal Fortress, lay deep within the Wasteland. It appeared that the deeper they ventured into the Wasteland, the more profound the invisible distortions in space became. The maximum range of the teleportation scroll was roughly 2,000 to 3,000 kilometers. The previous teleportation back to the Immortal Fortress, which was over 1,000 kilometers away, had not posed significant issues. This time, however, as they attempted to teleport from deep within to the periphery, the anchoring point was still reasonably accurate. Yet now, they were teleporting from the outskirts toward the depths of the Wasteland. The distance exceeded 2,000 kilometers, compounded by the bizarre spatial fluctuations from deep within the Wasteland, leading to a significant deviation in the teleportation anchoring point. 3 ethereal blue lights flickered, and the figures of Lu Ming, the corpulent individual, and Luo Mengqi vanished from their location. The next moment, as they re-established contact with the ground, they found themselves in an entirely unfamiliar environment. They were now situated over 100 kilometers away from the coordinates of the Immortal Fortress. Moreover, the teleportation scroll could not be used consecutively due to certain restrictions. They had to wait for the spatial energy from the previous teleportation to dissipate completely before using it again. Otherwise, it could trigger a repulsion between different spaces, resulting in their bodies being torn apart. Fortunately, the 3 of them had teleported together, with only a distance of 2 to 3 kilometers separating them. Damn it! The teleportation was off. Lu Ming cursed under his breath in the team voice chat and immediately shared his coordinates. Without hesitation, he activated the core of lightning, and blinding arcs of electricity coursed over his body. Fatty, Munchi, report your coordinates and stay put. I'll come for you. The corpulent individual's body, already beginning to distort, was more sensitive to the corruption of the wasteland, prompting Lu Ming to prioritize reaching him first. The corpulent individual was currently bouncing on his feet, his small flesh wings flapping futilely in an attempt to minimize contact with the ground. Lu Ming darted over like an arrow released from its bow, trailing arcs of lightning behind him. Soon, he found the corpulent individual and swiftly hoisted him onto his back. Brother Ming, you scared the life out of me. I thought I was going to be a meal for the aberrant beasts in this cursed place. The corpulent individual exclaimed, still shaken. Lu Ming had no time for further words. With the corpulent individual on his back, he raced toward Luo Mingqi's direction based on her shared coordinates. Moments later, he located Luo Mingqi beneath a massive rock. The girl sat perched on the stone, her legs curled protectively away from the ground, clutching her knees tightly. Her cool gaze warily scanning the surroundings, her expression tinged with helplessness. She was unsure if this position would mitigate the distortion energy from the ground, but it was certainly preferable to direct contact. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Ming bent down and swept Luo Mingqi into his arms. Holding her in one arm while carrying the corpulent individual on his back, Lu Ming took a deep breath, oriented himself toward the immortal fortress, and once again surged forward. To mitigate the encroachment of the wasteland's corruptive energy, he concentrated the lightning power primarily in his feet. With each step he took, it felt as though thunder erupted beneath him, propelling him at an astonishing speed. Yet, over 100 kilometers still lay ahead, and with each contact with the ground, the corruptive energy seeped in. He had to intermittently channel lightning energy alongside the devouring power within him to forcibly suppress the rebellious aberrant growths, preventing them from making any rash movements. However, each surge of lightning energy inevitably affected the corpulent individual on his back and Luo Mingqi in his arms. The corpulent individual yelped as the electricity surged through him, his flesh jiggling. Ow. Brother Ming, take it easy. I'm going to be cooked. Meanwhile, Luo Mingqi bit her lip, her delicate features contorted in pain, her body trembling, yet she resolutely suppressed any sounds of distress. Chapter 59, Nightfall Escape. The night in the wasteland descended more swiftly than anticipated. Due to the added weight of the two individuals he carried, Lu Ming dared not unleash his full lightning power, significantly diminishing his speed. Despite his frantic sprint, darkness silently engulfed the last vestiges of light in the wasteland. A chilling and oppressive screech echoed from all directions. Piercing the ears of the trio, it was the signal that the aberrant beasts were stirring. Roar. The first aberrant beast, akin to a shadow, lunged ferociously from the side. Brother Ming, to the left. The corpulent individual was the first to sense the danger, shouting a warning. Lu Ming, of course, had also noticed. But with both hands occupied cradling Luo Mingqi, he was unable to respond. Quick as a flash, Luo Mingqi raised her energy gun the instant the corpulent individual shouted. Whoosh! A beam of energy struck the aberrant beast squarely in the head. Though the sound of the energy gun was not as thunderous as that of gunpowder weapons, it still resonated clearly in the suffocating silence of the wasteland. It was akin to a stone cast upon the still surface of a lake, creating ripples that attracted more dark hunters. From Lu Ming's embrace, Luo Mingqi adjusted her stance, firing at the aberrant beasts emerging from both the front and the sides. The immediate threats ahead were manageable, but the number of aberrant beasts trailing behind Lu Ming continued to swell. Finally, a particularly swift aberrant beast surged forward from the rear, its sharp claws poised to strike the corpulent individual on Lu Ming's back. Oh, it's coming. The corpulent individual screamed in terror, instinctively attempting to turn and retaliate. The moment he moved, Lu Ming stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Don't move. Lu Ming roared, and with a sudden twist of his waist, the motion caused Luo Mingqi, who was nestled in his arms, to shift her position abruptly. Her long legs instinctively tightened around Lu Ming's waist as she perched on his powerful arm. Lu Ming supported her with one hand, finally freeing his right hand. With a thought, his battle knife materialized out of thin air. He swung the blade towards the relentless tide of aberrant beasts, while Luo Mingqi remained curled in his embrace, responsible for fending off the pursuing foes from behind. Lu Ming's mind was caught in a tumultuous clash of sensations. On one side, the grotesquely contorted visage of the fearful Panji, and on the other, the tense, elegant profile of Lu Mingqi, taut with anxiety. The grotesque horde of aberrations loomed ever closer behind them, their rancid mazagape, emitting a nauseating cacophony of roars as they pursued relentlessly. Lu Ming's agility was compromised by his companion's presence, compelling him to concentrate solely on the imminent threats ahead. While the rear defense fell entirely to Lu Mingqi, she fired precise bursts of energy, the beams carving lethal arcs through the darkness. However, without the continuous recharge from the fortress's energy core, the power within her weapon was depleting rapidly. Anxiety gnawed at Lu Mingqi as she feared the energy would soon run out. The violent jolting from Lu Ming's rapid pace further hindered her shooting accuracy, forcing her to allow the aberrations to draw nearer before firing to ensure her shots would be effective. Just as Mengqi held her breath and steadied her aim at an aberration lunging toward them, Lu Ming activated a lightning core, searing away the aberrant force attempting to invade his body. Zzzt. A fierce flash of electricity erupted, and the crackling currents inevitably coursed through Mengqi. Her wrist jerked involuntarily, causing her shot to veer off course, grazing the aberration's shoulder without inflicting a fatal wound. The Pongjik, perched upon Lu Ming's back, felt a menacing gust approach from behind, the fetid stench assaulting his senses. Terrified, he hunkered down, desperately pushing forward. Yet, the claws of the aberration still found their mark, digging into his ample backside. Oh, dear mother, I'm done for. The Pongzer let out a piercing wail, a blend of shock and pain. Damn it. Upon witnessing his companion's injury, Lu Ming's expression hardened. Hold on tight, he commanded. Instinctively, both the Pongjik and Mengqi pressed closer against him. Instant step, Lu Ming shouted, as lightning flared beneath his feet. The two on his back felt their vision blur as the surroundings rushed past them in a dizzying whirl. The Pongzer felt an overwhelming inertia hurl him backward, eliciting a startled cry as his arms reflexively clutched Lu Ming's neck. In the very moment the instant step was completed, he was also propelled forward by inertia, her small hand inadvertently grasping something. Ah, don't touch my backside. The Pongjik shrieked again, realizing that Ng's frantic adjustment had landed her hand on his wound. Startled, she quickly shifted her hand to a different position. Just then, Lu Ming's raspy voice echoed forward. You fat fool. You're choking me. Let go. Realizing his panic had caused him to grip too tightly, the Pongjik hastily loosened his hold around Lu Ming's neck. In that fleeting chaos, a robust tendril shot forth from the darkness to the side, striking with the precision of a viper, wrapping around Lu Ming's weapon-bearing right arm. An extraordinary aberration. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed with resolve, his wrist twisting as his combat knife cleaved through the tendril in a flash of lethal brilliance. Undeterred by this failed attempt, the hidden aberration grew enraged, unleashing a flurry of sharp tendrils toward Lu Ming and his companions. Instantly, Lu Ming halted his flight, pivoting and dodging as he severed several incoming tendrils with deft slashes of his blade. Humph. Since you seek your demise, then perish. He seethed inwardly, abandoning all thoughts of retreat and charging directly at the extraordinary aberration. Seeing this, the creature attacked with renewed ferocity. Although encumbered by the weight of two companions, Lu Ming had dealt with extraordinary aberrations with ease even before breaking through to the heroic level. What more now, with his current prowess? Were it not for his wariness of the omnipresent corruptive force of the Wasteland, his temper would have led him to eradicate these oblivious aberrations long ago. The battle was brief. After a momentary standstill, the extraordinary aberration, along with the surrounding swarm of ordinary aberrations, lay slain, their dismembered corpses strewn across the ground. Lu Ming surged forward once more. Those sporadic aberrations continued to assault him along the way. As long as they did not form a cohesive pack or present another extraordinary threat, he pressed on without pause. The oppressive heat of the wasteland night was stifling, exacerbated by the additional weight of his companions, draining his stamina further. The activation of the lightning core already generated immense heat, and he was now drenched in sweat, as if he had just emerged from a river. The Pongjik, though equally soaked and panting heavily, found some relief in the slight space afforded by his bulk, preventing him from being completely pressed against Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's situation was quite different. Held tightly in Lu Ming's embrace, she was drenched in sweat, her body sticky with heat, yet had no means to create distance as the Pongjik had. If she leaned back, it would disrupt Lu Ming's movements, and she needed to remain close to him to stabilize herself and shoot at the pursuing aberrations. Their chests and abdomens pressed tightly together, separated only by soaked clothing, generating an indescribable sensation of damp warmth and discomfort with every stride Lu Ming took. Fortunately, the gravity of their dire escape left little room for them to dwell on such matters. The relentless jostling caused Ng's already pale complexion to grow even more ashen, her stomach churning violently. The Pongzer could no longer suppress a few dry heaves, sending a shiver down Lu Ming's spine, prompting him to accelerate yet again. At last, just as the Pongzer felt on the verge of losing his last meal, a familiar massive cave outline emerged in the distance. The undying fortress. Lu Ming's spirit soared. Propelling himself and his companions forward, he leaped with explosive force, landing solidly on the fortress's deck. He quickly set the Pongjik and Mengqi down. Almost simultaneously, Lu Ming spun around, his combat knife slicing through the air like a gleaming ribbon, cleaving an aberration that had followed them onto the deck in half. However, his condition was far from optimal. The aberrant force, previously subdued by the lightning energy, began to stir restlessly within him again. Lu Ming's ears elongated uncontrollably, his canines protruding sharply beyond his lips, and even his pupils morphed into the slitted gaze of a beast. His nails elongated rapidly, turning dark and razor-sharp. To make matters worse, The relentless flight and combat had left his body devoid of any aberrant flesh to sustain him. The devouring force had been entirely consumed in the struggle against the encroaching aberrant power, leaving him utterly drained. Ming immediately attempted to activate the lightning core, striving to forcibly suppress the transformations within him. Yet, without the restorative power of the devouring force, the damage inflicted by the lightning core only exacerbated his physical collapse. An intense wave of agony surged through him, eliciting a low groan. Chapter 60. Setting off into the depths. Ming steadied the Pongjuk and Dengqi on the deck. And in the same instant, he pivoted sharply, his combat knife slicing through the air with lethal grace, severing an aberration that sought to leap onto the deck. Mengqi, head to the control room and be ready to activate the magnetic storm coils. Ming commanded without turning his head, his voice slightly hoarse from exhaustion. In dire circumstances, it was preferable not to activate the magnetic storm coil. Once engaged, the dazzling electric light would become as conspicuous as a lighthouse in the darkness. Although lightning often surged from Ming's body, its brilliance paled in comparison to the overwhelming radiance of the magnetic storm coil, rendering it more susceptible to attracting formidable unknown entities. Fatty, fetch the beast meat. Ming bellowed, followed by instructions for Fatty to remain on deck and fight alongside him. Sure thing, Mingo. Fatty responded, disregarding the pain in his backside as he scrambled towards the storage cabin. In no time, Fatty returned, dragging a sizable piece of grotesque beast meat that exuded a foul odor. Ming seized the meat, swallowing it whole without bothering to chew. The cold flesh slid down his throat, and a familiar, potent energy began to surge within him. With the devouring power provided by the beast meat as his foundation, Ming immediately summoned the full force of the lightning core. The ferocious lightning energy surged through him like a raging river, forcefully suppressing the stirrings of the corrupting power that threatened to awaken once more. The elongation of his ears was curtailed, his sharp canine teeth gradually retracted, and the vertical pupils in his eyes returned to their normal shape, while the transformation of his nails ceased. For the entirety of the night, Ming fought valiantly on the deck of the immortal fortress. The threat posed by these low-level aberrant beasts had diminished significantly. As long as no hero-level aberrant beasts emerged, he would face little difficulty. The battle continued into the late hours, and the aberrant beasts surrounding the deck dwindled in number. Although the pungent scent of blood still attracted a few stray aberrant beasts to their demise, they no longer posed a significant threat. You two should get some rest, Ming advised the utterly exhausted Fatty and Mengqi. He stood alone on the deck, wielding his blade like a silent god of death, fighting until dawn broke. As the first rays of sunlight pierced the darkness, illuminating the desolate plains, the light-averse aberrant beasts shrieked and retreated. Ming, feeling somewhat fatigued, returned to his quarters and summoned the lightning energy to evaporate the blood and sweat clinging to him before collapsing onto his bed, instantly succumbing to a deep slumber. Like untainted food, the price of clean drinking water in the system shop was exorbitantly high. If only the heavens would send rain, the price of water might decrease. Yet, this sweltering wasteland had not seen a drop of rain for a full month, resulting in a severe shortage of water resources. The meager dew collected by the fortress's rainwater collection system was utterly insufficient to meet the daily needs of the people. Upon awakening, Fatty stretched, yawning as he emerged from his room. He first activated the equatorial guinea, the menacing steel maw opening wide once more, as its agile crimson tongue emerged to collect the scattered corpses of aberrant beasts surrounding the immortal fortress. The blood farm had already been sown with various crops by Mengqi and Fatty, and nourished by the fresh blood and flesh of the aberrant beasts. Tender green shoots broke through the soil, growing at a visibly rapid pace. After gathering the bodies of the aberrant beasts, Fatty donned a somewhat comical apron, humming a tune as he began preparing breakfast. Mengqi, having heard the commotion outside, stepped out of her room and, upon seeing Fatty busy in the kitchen, attempted to lend a hand. Get out, you little brat. Just keep an eye on the outside. Fatty waved her away impatiently, shooing her from the kitchen. With no choice but to comply, Mengqi made her way to the deck of the immortal fortress, vigilantly observing the surroundings. Due to the scarcity of water resources, most food was prepared by roasting. Fortunately, Fatty's culinary skills were commendable. Even the simplest roasted meat and vegetables emanated a mouth-watering aroma. During the meal, Fatty animatedly informed Ming that the leader of the alliance, whose black market chief they had dispatched, had contacted him yesterday, trembling as he delivered 20,000 system coins as compensation for mental distress. Ming merely nodded in acknowledgement. After finishing their meal, Ming briefly outlined the direction of their next journey before yawning and returning to his room for additional rest. Mengqi navigated the immortal fortress ahead, while Fatty piloted his uniquely modified equatorial guinea, lagging behind at a leisurely pace. The two mobile fortresses advanced majestically across the vast wasteland. Occasionally, Mengqi checked the rear-view system to monitor the equatorial guinea's status. She noticed that Fatty's fortress was veering off course, its trajectory somewhat erratic, which puzzled her. It was not until a resounding crash echoed that Luo Mengqi jolted to attention. Peering through the haze of dust, she beheld Fatty's equatorial guinea lodged awkwardly in a shallow ditch, half of its body ensnared within. This guy actually fell asleep. Lu Ming was awakened by the commotion, his face dark as he burst from his quarters. Upon witnessing the sorry state of the equatorial guinea and Fatty scrambling clumsily from the cockpit, the veins on his forehead throbbed with irritation. Realizing the situation, Lu Ming adeptly retrieved a stout alloy chain from the cargo hold, securing one end to the Immortal Fortress's rear hook and the other to the equatorial guinea's body. With the roar of the Immortal Fortress's engine and Fatty's enthusiastic shouts of encouragement, "Go, go," the equatorial guinea was finally extricated from its predicament. "Are you a pig or something? You've transcended. How could you end up in a ditch?" Lu Ming berated Fatty, pointing at his bleary-eyed face. Fatty, aware of his misstep, shrank back, too sheepish to utter a word. With no other option, Luo Mingqi took over the controls of Fatty's equatorial guinea, while Lu Ming returned to the cockpit of the Immortal Fortress to steer it himself. Meanwhile, the chastened Fatty slunk off to the blood farm, laboriously repairing the fields and soil that had been thrown into disarray by the fortress's mishap, uncertain if it was due to their deeper incursion into the Wasteland, which had led to an exceptional scarcity of resources, or if their luck had simply run out. The radar of the Immortal Fortress scanned the entire day without revealing even a hint of a small mining site. Both fortresses drifted aimlessly across the Wasteland for an entire day, consuming nearly 5,000 to 6,000 units of raw stone just for energy. Unfortunately, Fatty's modified equatorial guinea, now burdened with the blood farm and shell components, had become exceedingly heavy, resulting in energy consumption even greater than that of Lu Ming's level 4 Immortal Fortress. At this rate, they would likely face a dire situation of running out of supplies within 10 days. Chapter 61, A Strange Night. Before sunset, Lu Ming and his companions found a relatively flat stretch of wasteland to halt, preparing to spend the night there. After a simple dinner, Fatty let out a loud belch, wobbling back to his equatorial guinea. With a series of dull mechanical sounds, the thick shell slowly closed, enveloping the fortress securely, leaving only a few small ventilation openings. This night, it was Luo Mingqi and Lu Ming's turn to keep watch. The cockpit on the second floor of the Immortal Fortress connected to the living quarters. Lu Ming stood at the cockpit door, imparting a few words of caution to Luo Mingqi. In non-emergency situations, refrain from recklessly deploying the fortress's weaponry to avoid revealing our position. Should an insurmountable issue arise, rouse him immediately. I will stand guard through the night. Call for me if necessary. After delivering his instructions, Lu Ming pushed open the door leading to the living quarters and made his way directly to his bedroom. After a day of relentless activity, he indeed required rest. Luo Mingqi sat alone in the driver's seat, her vigilant gaze sweeping across the inky darkness enveloping the fortress. Simultaneously, across the desolate expanse, several premier alliances issued significant announcements almost in unison. The Winter Alliance was the first to speak, their notice succinct and clear. Starting tomorrow, the Alliance's main forces would officially venture deeper into the Wasteland. Following closely, the Fury Alliance released a similar proclamation, imbued with an unmistakable determination to keep pace. Subsequently, numerous second-tier alliances proclaimed similar intentions. It was evident that these alliances had long since struck some accord with the foremost powers, such as Winter and Fury, willingly paying a certain price to trail behind these giants, embarking on a collective exploration of the perilous and uncharted depths of the Wasteland. However, the clamor of these announcements held no relevance to Lu Ming's team, who had already delved into the heart of the Wasteland. The Immortal Fortress and the Equatorial Guinea, akin to two silent monoliths, lay concealed beneath the thick shroud of night. Standing guard was an exceedingly monotonous and grueling task, particularly in this treacherous wasteland, which served as a dual test of the sentry's spirit and resolve. To avoid alerting the lurking aberrant beasts hidden in the shadows, the sentry had to remain as still as possible. Any sudden movement could be magnified in the stillness of the night, attracting unnecessary trouble. Unless a torrential downpour obscured the minutiae of sounds and the scent of blood from battle, silence was the most effective disguise. Luo Mingqi strained to keep her eyes wide open, battling the encroaching drowsiness. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the faint glow of the fortress's dashboard lights. This profound silence and darkness seemed to act as a natural lullaby, rendering her eyelids heavier with each passing moment. Just as her consciousness began to blur and her head drooped imperceptibly, a series of rhythmic knocks, thud, 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 suddenly echoed against the driver's cabin window behind her. A chill coursed through Luo Mingqi, her hair standing on end as the drowsiness vanished in an instant, her heart skipping a beat. She tensed her body, holding her breath, and strained to listen. Thud, thud, thud. The knocking resumed, unhurried yet imbued with an ineffable eeriness. Aberrant beast? No. Luo Mingqi's mind raced. Ordinary aberrant beasts would not subtly ascend the deck or mimic human gestures by knocking at the window. A shiver of dread surged from her feet to the crown of her head, and an unsettling atmosphere swiftly permeated the cramped cabin. Luo Mingqi felt as though her neck had become a rusted gear, turning slowly and stiffly to face the window. The moment her gaze met the scene outside, her pupils constricted abruptly and her breath stilled. Outside the window stood a wrinkled old woman, her back hunched and a gentle smile gracing her lips, reminiscent of a kind-hearted grandmother. Her appearance was so sudden and silent, as if she had materialized from thin air and with an extraordinary mental presence. She had gone entirely unnoticed until now. Upon catching Luo Mengqi's gaze, the old woman's benevolent smile deepened as she nodded, then slowly raised her frail hand, beckoning her to open the door. Luo Mengqi found herself entranced, staring into the old woman's murky yet affectionate eyes. In that moment of daze, the woman's visage seemed to merge with the memory of her own grandmother. An inexplicable sense of familiarity surged within her, compelling her to approach and open the cold metal door. As if under a spell, she stood up from the driver's seat, moving step by step like a marionette drawn towards the cabin door. Just as her hand reached for the doorknob, a chilling force erupted within her mind. The innate ability and severed the invisible mental tether that had ensnared her. With a pained groan, Luo Mengqi stumbled back, her complexion paling further, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. Fortunately, her consciousness finally returned to her. She retreated in sheer panic, her heart racing with fear. Had she opened the door, not only would she have encountered her grandmother, but perhaps even her great-grandmother as well. The old woman outside, witnessing Luo Mengqi's sudden halt and retreat, momentarily faltered in her warm smile. Then, the knocking intensified, becoming more urgent. Thud, thud, thud. Though the old woman maintained an eerie smile, it now exuded an unsettling chill rather than warmth, accompanied by her increasingly frantic knocking. Luo Mengqi was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of dread. This was no benign elder. It was a specter. A potent wave of terror enveloped her. Luo Mengqi could no longer afford to hesitate. She spun around and flung open the door leading to the second-floor living quarters, stumbling towards Lu Ming's room. With a loud crash, she burst through the door. Almost instantaneously, Lu Ming, who had been peacefully sleeping, opened his eyes wide, a fleeting glint of clarity flashing across his gaze. He quickly sat up, noticing the pale and shaken Luo Mengqi before him, his brow furrowing as he lowered his voice to inquire, "What happened?" Gasping for breath, Luo Mengqi pointed shakily towards the direction of the driver's cabin, exclaiming, "There's a ghost." A ghost? Lu Ming raised an eyebrow in surprise. In this wasteland, aberrant beasts were not uncommon, but a ghost was indeed a rarity. He felt a peculiar curiosity to witness it. Quickly rising, he seized his weapon and strode towards the door, with Luo Mengqi hastily following. The urgent knocking reverberated in Lu Ming's ears. So polite, he mused, though he reassured the frightened Luo Mengqi, acknowledging that, as a girl, her fear of spirits was entirely natural. "Do not worry, I am here. I am quite eager to see what this ghost in the wasteland looks like." Chapter 62. All fear arises from insufficient firepower. The instant Lu Ming's gaze locked onto the old woman, he froze in place. That face was unmistakably that of his deceased great-grandmother. The floodgates of memory swung wide open, and the bloodshed and coldness of the wasteland faded away, replaced by the warmth of childhood summer afternoons spent nestled on his great-grandmother's lap, listening to her tales. The old woman, no, his great-grandmother, beamed with an ever more tender smile. She waved at Lu Ming, her cloudy eyes filled with affection. "Great-grandmother?" Lu Ming murmured, subconsciously loosening his grip on the weapon. He noticed, behind his great-grandmother, an array of familiar faces had gathered. Grandfather, grandmother, maternal grandmother, and countless relatives and friends, all wearing gentle smiles, gazed at him quietly, nodding in recognition. It was a feeling of returning home, a sense of belonging enveloped in the warmth of blood ties and familial love. In the tumultuous life of the wasteland, had he ever experienced a moment of such tranquility? Lu Ming's gaze grew hazy and gentle as he stepped forward, uncontrollably drawn towards the metallic door that separated him from warmth and kinship. "Don't go." A desperate cry, tinged with tears, echoed from behind him, as a frigid little hand clutched his arm tightly. It was Luo Mengqi. Upon seeing Lu Ming's expression, she realized he too had succumbed to the enchantment. The force pulling him back momentarily jolted Lu Ming awake from the warm illusion, yet he was swiftly engulfed by a profound sense of familiarity. All he desired was to open the door and embrace the loved one he had longed for. His hand rested upon the cold doorknob. Click. The door swung open. Outside, the gentle smile on his great-grandmother's face froze instantly, morphing into a grotesque snarl. Her mouth widened abruptly, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth, as her emaciated arms grotesquely transformed. Fingers elongating and twisting like those of a monstrous beast, glinting with a sinister black sheen as they lunged towards Lu Ming's heart. However, from Lu Ming's perspective, it appeared as though his great-grandmother was opening her arms, ready to bestow upon him a warm embrace. He even broke into a blissful smile, prepared to welcome her. Just as those claws were about to pierce his chest in a fraction of a second, clarity surged back into Lu Ming's eyes. The blissful smile on his face contrasted sharply with his subsequent actions. Bang! A dull thud rang out. Lu Ming raised his leg, delivering a swift and decisive kick that landed squarely on his great-grandmother's chest. The sinister grin on her face had yet to fully bloom when the immense force sent her hurtling backward like a tattered rag doll, tracing an arc through the air before crashing heavily onto the deck. Crash! Lu Ming forcefully slammed the door shut behind him, the action fluid and decisive. Turning around, he found Luo Mengqi staring at him, her hands frozen in an unusual posture, her pale face resembling that of a ghost, her body swaying precariously. Lu Ming's mental fortitude far exceeded that of an ordinary person. Luo Mengqi's intervention had ignited a spark, forcibly awakening him from the lethal illusion. Cold sweat drenched his back. He was not afraid of the monsters. With his physical prowess, they posed no lethal threat. It was primarily their appearance that commanded his respect. He silently murmured, "I'm sorry, great-grandmother, it was not my intention to kick you. Is it a ghost?" Luo Mengqi lowered her hands, her voice frail as if it might shatter at any moment. Lu Ming shook his head. "I don't know what it is. Let's check on the fat guy." He hastened to the other side of the porthole, peering towards the Equatorial Guinea. There, he observed the fat man's fortress surrounded by a dozen or so smiling humanoid apparitions, all seemingly searching for a crevice to infiltrate the shell. Seeing the fat man's shell securely closed and temporarily safe, Lu Ming let out a sigh of relief. He promptly messaged the fat man, "No matter if it's your distant relatives or even your ancestors at the door, do not open the shell." There was no response from the fat man. He seemed still entranced in sleep. Just then, on the deck of the undying fortress, the apparitions converged once more, silently climbing back up, including the great-grandmother who had been kicked down, her smile unchanged as if she hadn't just been sent flying. They remained silent, gazing at Lu Ming through the glass, their smiles eerie and unsettling. Luo Mengqi felt a shiver run down her spine, instinctively retreating behind Lu Ming. They neither attacked nor departed, merely staring, sending chills through one's heart. Lu Ming turned to Luo Mengqi. "Can you still wield that ability you used earlier?" "I can't maintain it indefinitely. I'm too weak," Luo Mengqi replied, shaking her head, catching her breath before adding, "but I can occasionally provoke it. That is sufficient." Lu Ming's lips curled into a sinister smile. All fear stemmed from insufficient firepower. "Today, I shall bolster your courage." Before his words had fully escaped, his eyes flashed with lightning, and he flung open the cabin door, stepping out boldly. Whoosh! A flash of steel flickered, and the foremost great-grandmother's head flew off. In that instant, all the smiling humanoid apparitions on the deck lost their grins, replaced with grotesque, snarling faces. They emitted silent roars, frantically charging towards Lu Ming. Instead of retreating, Lu Ming advanced, his feet crackling with electricity as he weaved like a specter among the dozen monsters. Though these creatures appeared terrifying, their combat prowess was akin to chopping vegetables under Lu Ming's blade. The clash of light and thunder intertwined, each flicker heralding the downfall of a monster. Boom! Lu Ming delivered a powerful kick to the last monster, causing it to explode midair, before shaking the foul liquid off his battle knife. He approached the edge of the deck, gazing down at the monsters still clinging to the Equatorial Guinea, and let out a loud whistle. The monsters below turned in unison, their unfamiliar faces morphing into ones he recognized, once again displaying their benign smiles. Yet, merely a second later, Luo Mengqi's termination power descended again, severing the illusion. She watched as Lu Ming effortlessly dispatched these terrifying entities, her fear dissipating significantly. Lu Ming shouted downwards, "Stop dawdling. Come up quickly. I'm still waiting to sleep." The smiles on the faces of the dozen monsters began to twist grotesquely. They initially approached with small steps, then transitioned to a light jog, ultimately breaking into a frenzied sprint, their features transforming entirely into those of monsters as they clawed their way up the fortress's outer wall. "Come forth," Lu Ming bellowed, meeting the first monster's charge with a decisive slash that cleaved it in two from head to toe. He spun around, delivering a thunderous punch imbued with electrical energy, piercing straight through another monster's skull. The creatures seemed to line up to meet their demise. Within half a minute, Lu Ming had dispatched them all. Gazing at the pile of severed limbs and dismembered bodies on the deck, Luo Mengqi finally exhaled a long breath of relief. But just then, her eyes widened in horror, pupils constricting violently, the color draining from her face once more. She beheld, behind Lu Ming, the first great-grandmother whose head had been severed. Her headless body was silently rising. The head that had tumbled into the corner of the deck seemed to be drawn back by an invisible thread, wobbling as it flew back to its neck. Quietly, it stood behind Lu Ming, still wearing that benevolent smile. Chapter 63, The Fat Man's Eerie Night. "Be careful." Luo Mengqi's scream erupted in Lu Ming's ears. But it was already too late. The once kind visage was now disturbingly close, contorting into a horrific grimace in an instant. The smile transformed into a grotesque maw split ear to ear, filled with sharp teeth, reeking of death as it lunged toward Lu Ming's neck. Lu Ming felt an alien presence by his neck. A glance revealed a face almost pressing against him. He had no time to ponder. His body instinctively reacted before his mind could catch up. ZZZZT. The core of thunder surged violently. A torrent of electricity spread across Lu Ming's upper body like a spider's web, the blinding lightning erupting in a flash. The short-sleeved garment upon his body erupted under the force, shattering into countless fragments and revealing his robust and explosive physique. Lightning-like patterns flickered across his bronzed skin, pulsating erratically. The creature was struck by this sudden surge of electricity, emitting a silent shriek akin to being struck by a heavy hammer as it was sent hurtling backward. Lu Ming afforded it no respite, swiftly pivoting, drawing his blade, and with a single, fluid motion, severing its head. His movements flowed with the grace of a river. Devoid of any hesitation, a head soared into the air. With his left hand, Lu Ming deftly caught the rolling head. Examining it closely, it felt cold and desiccated. Devoid of any blood, reminiscent of a piece of dried meat. Just then, the dismembered remnants of the creatures he had vanquished began to writhe, as though animated by a life force, their severed limbs coalescing. One by one, the monsters stood anew, charging at him once more. Lu Ming slashed effortlessly, and once again, several bodies were reduced to mere pieces. He furrowed his brow, although these creatures posed little threat. The endless cycle of decapitation and revival was not a sustainable strategy. Suddenly, inspiration struck him, and he called out to the still frightened Luo Mingqi within, "Open the door." Luo Mingqi, witnessing Lu Ming holding the head of the elderly woman as though appraising a mere toy, felt a chill of terror wash over her. Responding instinctively to his command, she hurriedly opened the cockpit door. In that instant, Lu Ming casually tossed something inside. A round object tumbled into her vicinity. The head of the elderly woman rolled to her feet, its murky eyes fixated on her, even turning slightly, as if it were alive. Before she could react, Lu Ming was outside, wreaking havoc. "This one's for you." Another head was kicked into the cockpit. And this. 1, 2, 3. Heads were either tossed or kicked into the cockpit, as if they were refuse. Luo Mingqi felt an overwhelming urge to scream, "I don't want this." Yet, she had become utterly numb, standing in place, watching as the heads piled up at her feet, soon accumulating into dozens. After dispatching the final creature, Lu Ming sheathed his blade, strode into the cockpit with his upper body bare, casually tossing his weapon onto the table, and said to Luo Mingqi, "I'll keep watch tonight. You should get some rest." Luo Mingqi intended to protest that she could hold on, but at that moment, the heads on the floor began to roll collectively towards the exit as if controlled by invisible strings, some even taking flight, thudding against the glass windows. Seemingly yearning to return to their bodies, a wave of dread coursed through her. If they had been mere aberrant beasts or humans, she would not have been so frightened. However, these eerie, ghostly entities sent chills down her spine. Nodding stiffly, she pushed through the door connecting to the cockpit, retreating hastily to her quarters beside Lu Ming. Upon Luo Mingqi's return, Lu Ming approached the window, observing the headless creatures scurrying about like headless flies, seemingly stripped of their aggression. He swatted away a flying head that had crashed against the glass, formulating a plan. It appeared that he would need to safeguard these heads for the time being. Pulling up a chair, he sat down with a commanding presence, preparing to keep vigil. Typically, the task of guarding the night fell to Fatty and Luo Mingqi, as Lu Ming was the core combatant of the team, needing to remain in peak condition, much like a lion on the African savanna. Appearing lazy yet poised to defend its territory at a moment's notice, Lu Ming played a vital role within the group. Unless faced with a formidable adversary, he seldom took on the responsibility of night watch. Later in the night, Fatty awoke groggily from his quarters aboard the Equatorial Guinea and, stifling yawns, made his way to the cockpit. He first glanced at the system's message log, noting 2 notifications from Lu Ming. One was an alert. No matter if it's your distant relatives or even your ancestors at the door, do not open the shell. The other was a cancellation. All clear. Go back to sleep. What ancestors at the door? Fatty mumbled, too drowsy to ponder further as he pressed the button to open the shell. The gears creaked softly. When the gap was just wide enough for him to pass, he halted his actions, strolling towards the deck, yawning and stretching. He suddenly caught sight of a shadow darting past the opening. Fatty froze mid-stretch, momentarily stunned. Did a headless figure just run by? Remaining motionless with his arms still raised, his bleary eyes fixed intently outside. 1 second, 2 seconds. Suddenly, several headless figures rushed by in a line, like a bizarre train of headless apparitions, creating an eerie draft as they sped past. Fatty's eyes widened in terror. His neck stiffened as he turned to observe the headless forms circling the fortress, some even colliding with the shell, producing dull thuds. His heart raced, pounding against his chest, his mind echoing in panic. Ghosts. 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 Cold sweat dripped from his forehead, soaking his collar. Struggling to swallow, he slowly lowered his arms, feigning nonchalance, and began to retreat step by step towards the cockpit. A chilling breeze seemed to whisper against his neck, the sensation of icy breath sending shivers down his spine. His pace quickened from a walk to a jog, and he involuntarily murmured, "Oh my God," with a quavering voice. Finally reaching the cockpit, he slapped the button to seal the shell without a moment's thought. With a thunderous boom, the shell closed tightly, shutting out all the bizarre occurrences outside. Fatty collapsed into the pilot's seat, gasping for breath. Headless? Impossible. Rubbing his eyes vigorously, he questioned whether he was still dreaming. Instantly, he opened the system to message Lu Ming. "Brother Ming, are you awake?" Lu Ming replied almost instantaneously. "No, what's up? Did you wet the bed in the middle of the night?" Having just seen Fatty's shell open and close, a mischievous smile crept across his face. It was time to give him a surprise. Seeing that Lu Ming was awake brought Fatty immense relief. And he quickly replied, "There's a group of headless people running outside." Lu Ming responded skeptically, "Are you talking nonsense? Did you not sleep well?" Fatty, sensing Lu Ming's disbelief, grew anxious. "Really? So many? They're just outside, running in circles." Lu Ming's reply was swift. "Holy crap. You've encountered ghosts. I see a whole bunch of headless spirits circling your fortress." Upon reading Lu Ming's message, a chill ran down Fatty's spine. A wave of fear crashing over him from head to toe. "Quick, save me." Lu Ming replied, "I have no means to deal with the ghosts. It's up to you to figure it out. I'm going to sleep now." Upon seeing Lu Ming's response, the portly fellow felt a surge of despair in his heart. "My life is over." Just then, Lu Ming sent another message. "Just kidding. I've already decapitated the monsters outside. I just tested it. They have no attack power. Come over." Upon reading this, the portly fellow exhaled a long sigh of relief. However, he quickly reflected that something was amiss. Usually, he guarded the fortress at night. Why was he being summoned to the immortal fortress today? Nevertheless, driven by his absolute trust in Lu Ming, he opened the shell again. He gazed at the headless monsters whizzing past outside, suppressing his fear, and leaped onto the immortal fortress from the deck. He pushed open the door to the cockpit, only to be met with something flying straight at him. Upon closer inspection, it was a head with murky eyes staring right at him. Startled, he let out a cry and punched it away, exclaiming, "What kind of chicken neck is this?" Then, he beheld dozens of heads flying chaotically around the room, and he instantly froze, as though struck by lightning. At that moment, Lu Ming's voice emerged from behind a chair, sounding like celestial music. "Don't be afraid. As long as you don't put your hand in their mouths, you'll be fine." The portly fellow felt as if he had been granted a reprieve and moved closer to Lu Ming, stammering, "Brother Ming, what are these things? Why do you keep these heads?" Lu Ming yawned, stood up, and patted his shoulder. "I'm keeping them for when you next arrive late for your shift. I'll stuff them in your bed." Upon hearing this, the portly fellow forced out a smile that was more grotesque than tears. Lu Ming stretched lazily. "Keep an eye on them. Don't let them fly away." With that, he headed straight back to his bedroom to continue his slumber. The portly fellow stared at the heads swirling around the room, contemplating spending the night with these entities, feeling as though he had swallowed an entire plate of flies, nauseated to the point of wanting to vomit. Chapter 64, The Alliance Meeting. The following day, as dawn broke, Lu Ming stretched and emerged from his bedroom. Walking directly to the control hall, the portly fellow, seated in the driver's position, appeared utterly bored, his dark circles resembling smudges of soot. Upon seeing Lu Ming, he instantly perked up. "Good morning," he greeted, then pointed with his chubby hand, adorned with a large gold watch, at the pile of dried heads scattered across the floor. "Brother Ming, these dead heads flew around for about 2 hours last night before they all dropped to the ground, motionless." Lu Ming approached and kicked one of the heads with his toe. It rolled away like a desiccated coconut shell, all dried up. Just then, the cockpit door swung open, and Luo Mingqi walked in. The daylight dispelled the night's eeriness, and her pale face no longer bore the terror from the previous night. "Yes, the corpses outside are the same. It seems they have lost some form of life sustenance." The portly fellow rubbed his hands together. "Should we have Big Tongue collect these corpses? They look rather unsettling." "No," Lu Ming replied without hesitation. "Though they are strange, they are still human. It would be distasteful to use their flesh and blood to nourish the farm." Luo Mingqi nodded in agreement. "Perhaps we should destroy these corpses? Although they seem harmless now, what if they come back to life at night?" Her suggestion was prudent. Incinerating the bodies wouldn't take much effort, and it would eliminate future risks while granting these nameless deceased a semblance of peace. Lu Ming regarded Luo Mingqi, contemplated for a moment, and then issued his command. "Portly fellow, fire up the stove. Luo Mingqi, you stay here on guard." Luo Mingqi remained in the control hall of the immortal fortress, where the surrounding glass provided an excellent view. Meanwhile, Lu Ming and the portly fellow stepped out onto the deck. Lu Ming exerted his legs and effortlessly leaped onto the deck of the Equatorial Guinea. Despite his rotund form, the portly fellow, being an extraordinary being, executed a graceful flip to join him on the deck. Lu Ming commanded the Equatorial Guinea's fierce, metallic maw, its agile crimson tongue extending to gather the headless corpses scattered around the fortress, piling them in one place. Initially, the tongue attempted to draw the corpses into its mouth, but was swiftly reprimanded by Lu Ming, calming down considerably. Subsequently, Lu Ming returned to the immortal fortress, clearing out the several desiccated heads from the cockpit and tossing them onto the pile of corpses. He activated the magnetic storm coil of the immortal fortress, controlling small arcs of electricity that precisely incinerated the heap of corpses. The powerful plasma quickly turned the remains to ash, which the wind scattered into the arid air of the wasteland, rendering them incapable of rising again. Once Lu Ming completed this task, the portly fellow announced that the meal was ready. It was the same aberrant beast meat exclusively provided by Lu Ming, alongside normal food prepared for Luo Mingqi and the portly fellow. Thanks to the blood and flesh farm, they no longer had to risk encountering aberrations to gnaw on the oddly flavored beast meat. I scanned the vicinity with radar, and there isn't even a trace of mineral deposits, Lu Ming remarked between bites of beast meat. If I'm not mistaken, resources are likely scarce deep within this wasteland. The portly fellow's small eyes sparkled with excitement. Luo Mingqi quietly added, we should be the first batch of people to venture here. The others, including those large alliances, probably have no idea what lies deeper. Lu Ming nodded in acknowledgement of her statement. We're going to strike it rich, the portly fellow suddenly exclaimed, slapping his thigh in elation. His outburst startled Luo Mingqi, causing her chopsticks to tremble and nearly drop to the ground. Lu Ming raised an eyebrow, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he observed the portly fellow, realizing they were on the same wavelength. The portly fellow's eyes gleamed with excitement as the flesh on his face quivered. If we purchase up the surrounding mineral deposits with system currency now, when those large alliances arrive and discover this place is barren, we can resell at a high price. The system currency we have left likely won't sway the market. Luo Mingqi interjected, pointing out the crucial flaw. And even if we did amass a large quantity of mineral deposits, we only have 2 fortresses. Where would we store them? Luo Mingqi posed the question, and Lu Ming seized the opportunity to respond. We may not have it, but we're not the only ones in this wasteland. We want to earn money, but we won't profit from the impoverished. Luo Mingqi looked puzzled. Then who do we profit from? Whoever has wealth, we will profit from them. The portly fellow chimed in eagerly. Luo Mingqi gazed at the portly fellow's face, which was etched with the marks of a shrewd merchant. Her eyes still filled with confusion. Who has money? The alliances have money. Lu Ming provided the final answer. He paused before continuing. Portly fellow, contact Lin Dong. Have him gather 5 influential alliance leaders and arrange a meeting in half an hour. At last, Luo Mingqi understood who those so-called wealthy individuals were. However, she still had some reservations. Brother Ming, why not invite all the alliances on the list to the meeting? Lu Ming smiled, patiently explaining to the somewhat naive Luo Mingqi. The top 10 alliances encompass half of the population in the wasteland. If everyone knows the news, our profits will diminish significantly. If they have no profit to gain, from whom will we earn? He added, I have a rough estimate of how much they can earn. Collectively, several alliances will certainly earn more than we will, but individually, none can surpass us. Furthermore, this information pertains to their survival. As for how to operate, that's not our concern. We only seek to profit from information. Hearing this, Luo Mingqi nodded thoughtfully. Meanwhile, within the core circle of the Winter Alliance, hundreds of various mobile fortresses traversed the desolate plains, encircling a grand level 4 fortress known as the Eternal Fortress. The first floor of the fortress was arranged as a vast command center, where the alliance leader, Lin Dong, sat at the center, reviewing documents submitted by various departments. Numerous clerical personnel moved diligently within the command room. Most had transitioned to administrative roles after losing their fortresses in battle, now tasked with managing the alliance's affairs. After all, a coalition of over 1,000 individuals cannot function healthily with just a handful of people. A girl named Xiaoyu approached Lin Dong, gently interrupting his work. Leader, the portly individual from the Undying Fortress just sent me a message, claiming to possess significant intelligence. That scoundrel requests to hold an impromptu meeting with you, and has suggested we select 5 capable leaders from our ranks to participate. Lin Dong furrowed his brow. What news could be so shrouded in mystery that it cannot be conveyed directly? He closed the file in his hands, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. It seems this matter is of considerable importance. Choose a few reputable alliances from the list. Inform them that to attend the meeting, each must first pay an introduction fee of 10,000 system coins. Xiaoyu nodded, then inquired, should we notify Alliance Leader Yu from the Fury Alliance? After all, they are also on the list. Lin Dong paused for a moment. Yes, notify them, he replied slowly. Though we are competitors with Fury, this is a matter of fair competition. Our ultimate goal is to protect all those who have come from Blue Star. Xiaoyu, always remember, we stand united as part of the Blue Star faction. This is our bottom line. Upon hearing this, admiration shone in Xiaoyu's eyes. Indeed, as the leader, his vision was unparalleled. Just as she was about to turn to carry out his orders, Lin Dong's calm voice interjected, the Fury Alliance should be charged double. Chapter 65, Lin Dong, I know you are anxious, but do not rush. Lin Dong paid no heed to the admiration flickering in Xiaoyu's gaze. He gestured for her to proceed with her task, while he opened another report marked as Anomaly Research Lab. Despite being the leader of the foremost alliance, his status had surpassed that of most individuals on the plains, yet the ominous shadow of anomalies loomed persistently over his heart. As the number of alliance members grew, he had managed to assemble a modest team of scientific talents across various fields, establishing some rudimentary laboratories. Among them, the most crucial was the research on anomalies. Although still in the exploratory phase, Lin Dong was confident that perseverance would yield breakthroughs, much like the report he held in his hands. According to the research team's experiment number 023, they strongly suspected that the anomalies stemmed from an unknown curse. The rationale was that in a recent experiment, They discovered that prolonged exposure of living anomalous beast tissue to direct sunlight significantly reduced its vitality, even leading to phenomena akin to cellular necrosis. This aligned with certain portrayals in films and dramas from his previous life, where dark entities feared the sun. Naturally, this hypothesis was met with vehement opposition from a scholar within the Alliance, who had specialized in genetic engineering in his past life. His counterargument was blunt and devoid of nuance. It was utterly absurd, lacking any scientific foundation. However, due to extreme limitations in equipment, the scholar was unable to produce conclusive evidence to refute the curse theory. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Dong annotated at the report's conclusion, "Continue experimenting." In his Alliance, the rules were straightforward. Scholars needed only to focus on their research. All other matters, including raw materials, food, and even the capture of anomalous beasts for experiments, were managed by specialized combat and collection teams, allowing them to concentrate solely on their work. Meanwhile, in the core area of the Fury Alliance, an oddly shaped fortress stood silently. It possessed almost no windows, resembling a colossal metal cube, with only the cockpit area retaining the appearance of a conventional fortress. The interior of the cube resembled a vast laboratory. A towering glass container occupied the majority of the space, filled with a pale blue, unidentified liquid, with some intricate life support and monitoring equipment positioned at the entrance. At this moment, a muscular man was submerged in the liquid, an oxygen tube clamped over his mouth. With each spasm of his muscles, the veins beneath his skin bulged. Writhing like twisting earthworms, his face contorted in evident agony. Outside the container, Yufeng, the leader of the Fury Alliance, fixated intently on the man within. Speaking without turning to his advisor beside him, it appears that this potential activation is quite successful. The advisor nodded in agreement. Indeed, the more raw materials invested, the greater the chances of success. However, excessive investment may lead to energy wastage. Yufeng withdrew his gaze and turned to say, "Compile the data. In the future, the costs of activating potential will be borne by the members themselves, with eligibility linked to Alliance contribution points. This way, we can not only cultivate extraordinary combat power en masse, but also solidify members' loyalty to the Alliance." "The leader is wise," the advisor remarked. "The rewards from this Alliance ranking settlement are extraordinarily generous. At this rate, we may emerge as the strongest Alliance in the next settlement." Yufeng shook his head. "With the second place rewards being this formidable, the first place Winter Alliance will only grow stronger. We shall proceed step by step." He then patted the advisor on the shoulder, adding, "However, I must commend you for dismantling your fortress to transform it into this potential activation facility." The advisor smiled sincerely. "If it weren't for the leader and the Alliance, a person as powerless as I would have perished on the plains long ago. Compared to the life-saving grace, this contribution is insignificant. I can never repay your kindness." Yufeng nodded in satisfaction. Just then, an Alliance officer hurriedly entered, first nodding to the advisor beside Yufeng before turning to the leader. "Leader, I just received word from the Winter Alliance. They wish to invite you to an impromptu meeting and are charging a fee of 20,000 system coins." Upon hearing this, Yufeng's brow furrowed tightly. "The Winter Alliance wants to hold a meeting with me, and they dare to charge?" He was about to erupt in anger, but he swallowed his words, shifting his thoughts instead to ask, "What is the nature of this meeting? Did they provide any details?" The officer replied, "It's organized at the request of that scoundrel, claiming to concern significant information from deep within the plains." Upon hearing that it was organized by Lu Ming, Yufeng's expression softened considerably. He pondered quietly. Lu Ming, undeniably the foremost combatant on the plains and the first lone wanderer to delve deep into its recesses, surely has valuable information to offer. But why is he coordinating through Lin Dong? Moreover, the fee of 20,000 system coins seems rather petty. For ordinary individuals, 20,000 is a substantial sum. But for alliances of their stature, it is hardly significant. How important could such cheap information be? Nevertheless, out of respect for Lu Ming's reputation, he decided it was worth investigating what was transpiring. "Fine, I'll pay the 20,000, Yufeng resolved. After all, one must show consideration for the scoundrel's face. At the opposite end of the desolate plains, Brother Ming, where should we store the raw materials? Luo Mingqi inquired. The storage capacity of the Undying Fortress was limited, and if they were to proceed with this business, they simply did not have enough space to stockpile. Lu Ming wiped his battle blade and replied, "No worries. I'll figure something out. Brother Ming, it's time." The portly man interjected, "The Winter Alliance has messaged that their people have arrived." Lu Ming nodded, setting aside his tasks, and instructed the two individuals. "We will be busy shortly, so do not wander far." With that, he plunged his consciousness into the system and opened the video conference invitation sent by Lin Dong. Before him, the screen transformed, revealing an interface akin to that of a remote meeting on Blue Star, divided into several video feeds. Among them was an old acquaintance, Lin Dong. As Lu Ming entered the virtual meeting room, Lin Dong spoke up. "All right, the main person has arrived. We can chat later. This is the organizer of the meeting. Dirty man. He has significant intelligence to share with you all." Upon hearing this, the other alliance leaders in the conference room ceased their conversations, their gazes fixed intently upon Lu Ming's screen. their eyes reflecting scrutiny and curiosity. They were eager to discover what intelligence could justify a cost of 10,000 system coins. Lu Ming acknowledged them with a nod, bypassing any unnecessary pleasantries as he delved straight into the matter at hand. You are all formidable leaders of your respective alliances, burdened with endless responsibilities. I shall not waste your time with trivialities. As Lin Dong has mentioned, I am indeed the organizer of this meeting. But I must clarify that this intelligence is not a mere sharing, it is a paid service. As his words hung in the air, all but Lin Dong, who seemed to harbor a guilty conscience, could not help but internally grumble. Of course, each of them had paid to be here. It was shameless of him to emphasize it so brazenly. Noticing the peculiar expressions on their faces, Lu Ming assumed they were reacting to the notion of a fee. And he continued, this intelligence concerns the very survival of all Blue Star inhabitants. My actions stem from a place of necessity. I have calculated that if my intelligence is followed, it is likely that half of the fortresses on the Wasteland will vanish. However, to refrain from taking action would yield even graver consequences. As these words resonated within the assembly, the alliance leaders exhibited a spectrum of expressions. Some appeared grave, while others pondered the truth of his claims. Lu Ming's voice persisted. However, if this information is known in advance, that which was destined to disappear can transform into tangible benefits, filling each of your coffers. Thus, for this consultation, I shall charge each of you only. He paused deliberately, keen to gauge their reactions. Before he could finish, one of the more impatient leaders interjected. 10,000 system coins. No need to elaborate. We've all paid. Dirty man. Just tell us what the crisis is. Lu Ming was momentarily taken aback. When did I charge you? What 10,000 system coins? Observing Lin Dong's immediate interruption, the latter remarked, look at you, so impatient. He then gestured towards Lu Ming, nonchalantly inviting him to continue. Dirty man, please proceed. Chapter 66, Speculations on the Great Migration. What? 10,000? Wasn't it 20,000? Yu Feng's furious shout erupted within the video conference, his angular face contorted with rage. He fixed a piercing glare at Lu Ming, enunciating each word with palpable intensity. Dirty man, I have not wronged you, and during our last transaction, I didn't even haggle over the price. Why do you choose to humiliate my angry alliance in such a manner? Lu Ming, taken aback by the outburst, wore a perplexed expression. When did I ever charge you? He surveyed the room, noting the odd expressions of the other alliance leaders, and suddenly it dawned on him. Wait, when did I charge any of you? Lu Ming felt his own temper rising. He intended to collect fees, but had yet to make that clear. As his words fell, a profound silence enveloped the meeting room. Every gaze, akin to searchlights, converged upon Lin Dong's screen. The leader of the Winter Alliance wore an expression so awkward it could be likened to a desperate attempt at maintaining composure. Avoiding the collective scrutiny, he muttered under his breath, damn it, this is all so complicated. At this point, even the dullest among them grasped the gravity of the situation. An atmosphere thick with disdain and absurdity swept among the alliance leaders. Clearing his throat, Lu Ming broke the silence, opting for a decisive approach to swiftly move past this incident. For this intelligence, each alliance will be charged 200,000 system coins. The room erupted once more into chaos. 200,000? Dirty man, you must be jesting. What could this intelligence possibly entail? We need some assurance. One leader, seated upon a metallic throne, raised a hand to quell the tumult, addressing Lu Ming with a forced smile. Dirty man, we have come here because of your reputation. Yet asking us to part with 200,000 based solely on your word? This is rather amusing. However, if it were 20,000, we could consider it a courtesy. It's not that we cannot afford 20,000, but we lack certainty. How about you provide us with some details first? If the intelligence proves valuable, we can part with the funds afterward. The other leaders remained silent, evidently in tacit agreement, their eyes fixed on Lu Ming, waiting for his response. A cold smirk crept across Lu Ming's mind as he leaned back in his chair, adopting a relaxed posture that exuded an almost suffocating pressure. The barely perceptible aura of dominance seemed to reach through the screen, constricting the throats of those before him. He maintained a stoic gaze upon the speaker. And it was only at this moment that the assembly realized they were not in the presence of an ordinary individual, but rather the infamous dirty man of the Wasteland. The very entity capable of single-handedly slaying hero-class aberrant beasts, whose fortresses had obliterated entire challenger alliances. At the outset of the meeting, the commotion caused by Yu Feng had made them forget that Lu Ming was an entire realm above them in strength. Now, it dawned upon them who sat across the screen. The speaker, now visibly restless, felt a cold sweat dampening his clothing. After a moment, Lu Ming finally spoke. His voice low yet clear enough to reach every ear. Though I, dirty man, do not run a black market, it stands to reason that one should not taste a dish without first assessing its flavor. The information I present is on the table, whether it is palatable or not. Payment is required. If you choose not to partake, he paused, his tone suddenly darkening, then you and your alliance shall find yourselves on the menu. His boldness was unabashedly evident. Without casting another glance at the speaker, Lu Ming turned to Lin Dong and commanded, kick him out. Lin Dong, feeling guilty, dared not hesitate. especially since he had a vested interest in Lu Ming. Offending one alliance was inconsequential. With a swift motion, he clicked on the screen, and the image of the leader upon the metallic throne promptly vanished. In the conference room, the silence was so profound one could hear a pin drop. The remaining leaders, regardless of their internal thoughts, restored an air of calmness. Lu Ming's previous statement was intended for their ears as well. Meeting adjourned. Lu Ming's voice resonated once more. You may deliberate or gather your resources. I will notify everyone 20 minutes before resuming the meeting. However, there is a rule I must clarify. Each of the 5 alliance leaders will contribute 200,000, totaling 1 million system coins. Should anyone choose not to participate, the remaining deficit will be covered by the rest present. How you manage that is not my concern. However, if the amount is not met, I will refund all your system coins, and the meeting will be cancelled. Upon hearing this, the leaders furrowed their brows initially, only to quickly comprehend the underlying implications. After Lu Ming finished speaking, he promptly closed the video. Almost simultaneously, a private communication request from Lin Dong popped up. Brother Zong, I sincerely apologize. Lin Dong's voice was laden with regret. It's nothing, Lu Ming interjected directly. I actually have something to discuss with you. Lu Ming could roughly discern Lin Dong's embarrassment. This fellow had procured a distortion core from him and was hastily upgrading his fortress. It was likely his pockets were emptier than his expression suggested. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so brazen as to engage in such underhanded dealings. The Winter Alliance, while appearing prosperous, was in truth teetering on the edge of financial collapse, barely managing to sustain its daily operations. Upon hearing Lu Ming's omission of the introduction fee, Lin Dong felt a significant weight lift from his heart. Though the other half remained burdened by the 20,000 information fee, he tentatively inquired, Brother Zong, may I ask if you have any surplus warehouses? I have a substantial amount of supplies that require storage. At this, Lin Dong felt a sense of relief. This request was trivial for him, but he feigned contemplation before resolutely stating, warehouses are indeed tight, but since you've asked, I shall make room by squeezing out a few fortresses for you. Very well. Lu Ming nodded. As for the 20,000 information fee, I shall waive it. There is but one condition. The Winter Alliance must ensure the safety of this batch of goods. Lin Dong's heart leaped with joy. He had been fretting over how to source that 20,000, and Lu Ming had unexpectedly waived it. The cost was merely to safeguard a batch of supplies, making this deal exceedingly favorable. With a serious demeanor, he nodded, I would rather forego the 20,000 to ensure security. May I inquire what this batch of supplies entails? Seeing Lu Ming's impassive expression, he hastily added, of course, I'm only curious, primarily. I wish to ascertain if there are any safety hazards so that I can make the appropriate arrangements. There is no danger whatsoever, merely some common items. Lu Ming replied indifferently. You can have those fortresses acting as warehouses, along with the Fatty S acquaintances, manage it. Understood, I shall arrange this immediately. Lin Dong agreed. Promptly concluding their private conversation, Lu Ming exited the system, where Fatty and Luo Mengqi had been quietly waiting nearby. Let the work commence. Lu Ming declared as he began assigning tasks. Mengqi, please create a discreet shop in the system. Ensure it remains under the radar and does not reveal our involvement. I will transfer the system currency to you, and you must begin acquiring raw stones in the market. Purchase as many as you can. Turning to Fatty, he instructed, a few fortress warehouses will soon be added to your friends list. Have them purchase raw stones from Mengqi's shop, and transfer all the raw stones we acquire to their warehouses. The funds for the raw stones will be handled by you and Mengqi. Aside from leaving a small amount for circulation, convert all received system currency into raw stones. Lu Ming's rapid-fire commands prompted immediate action from both parties. Luo Mengqi swiftly established a shop within the system, using the initial funds transferred by Lu Ming to initiate her purchasing spree. Simultaneously, the fortress leaders Lin Dong had arranged began contacting Fatty. Before long, system currency from several other alliances began to flow in. Lu Ming paid them no mind, transferring it all to Luo Mengqi. In an instant, the raw stone market in the Wasteland was rife with activity. A significant influx of system currency was injected, and a mysterious shop began voraciously acquiring raw stones, causing prices to experience barely perceptible increases. The holds of the Immortal Fortress and the Guinea Equatorial vessels soon overflowed, and gradually, even the decks began to be neatly stacked with blocks of raw stone, halting only when both fortresses were nearly at capacity. Brother Ming, when do we start selling? Fatty gazed at the towering piles of raw stones, his eyes gleaming as though he were staring at mountains of gold, saliva almost pooling at the corners of his mouth. This time, we will only profit from the information fee, Lu Ming replied, dousing Fatty's enthusiasm with a splash of cold water, extinguishing the glint of greed in his eyes. The raw stones will solely satisfy our own needs. But why? Fatty exclaimed, his face a mask of confusion. We exerted so much effort, only to see no profits? Lu Ming patted Fatty's sturdy shoulder, his gaze drifting towards the distant gray horizon as he spoke slowly. Fatty, have you not realized yet? Traversing this vast wasteland is akin to the ruthless, yet magnificent migration of animals across the African savanna. Relying solely on one's strength and reserves of energy cannot lead one to the end. Ultimately, it devolves into mutual consumption. Only by devouring others can one carve out a bloody path. Fatty was left speechless, gazing at Lu Ming's resolute profile. The glimmer of avarice that had previously ignited within him extinguished, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness and contemplation. For the first time, he seemed to genuinely comprehend Lu Ming's far-reaching vision. A flicker of understanding also passed through Luo Mingqi's eyes as she softly asked, "But what if someone crossed the wasteland ahead of us, gathering resources on the other side to supply those yet to traverse?" Lu Ming shook his head. "If my conjecture is correct, the depths of the crossing should lead to another region. Contact between different regions is likely impossible, at least for now. Otherwise, we should have already been able to connect with individuals from other regions." Observing the pensive expressions of the two, he continued, "If what you propose is indeed possible, then it would not be too late for us to swiftly cross, gather resources in a safe zone, and sell them. However, my intention in selling information to these major alliances is to prevent the entire Blue Star faction from descending into chaos and self-destruction. Even if half of the people may ultimately be eliminated and consumed, at least the remaining half can maintain organizational integrity, uphold fundamental humanity, and foster unity. This is the stark difference between us and those aberrant beasts." Fatty and Luo Mingqi fell silent, feeling the weighty responsibility and a vision that transcended personal interests conveyed through Lu Ming's words, stirring something deep within them. As for the choice of whether to exploit this information for profit or, like us, prepare for a true migration and the continuity of humanity, I shall leave that decision to them. They are the leaders of their respective alliances and will surely make what they deem the most judicious choice. Having spoken, Lu Ming exhaled softly, his gaze once again resolute, as if he could already glimpse that indistinct future. Chapter 67, Alliance. We choose to brush transactions. What are they storing? Lin Dong inquired from the command chair of the Eternal Fortress, directing his question towards the nearby Xiaoyu, his fingers tracing the armrest. His demeanor a stark contrast to the earlier embarrassment he had shown to Lu Ming. As long as it could yield tangible benefits for the alliance, he was willing to employ any means necessary. As for face, when one reaches a level of unparalleled strength, the patience exhibited in this moment will ultimately evolve into the most splendid chapter in future legendary epics. Currently, there was nothing stored. Xiaoyu reported all the information known to several fortress pioneers, noting that a considerable amount of system currency had been transferred, and they were monitoring a newly opened shop that was purported to clear all stock as soon as goods were listed. Lin Dong pondered for a moment and asked, "What is this shop selling? Who established it?" "That remains unknown," Xiaoyu replied. Lin Dong mused inwardly. Could it be that something valuable was discovered deep within the wasteland, prompting the need for initial storage? He narrowed his eyes, rapidly constructing various possibilities in his mind. That fellow Lu Ming, while his methods were peculiar, was certainly not one to engage in unprofitable ventures. Seeing Lin Dong lost in thought, Xiaoyu seized the opportunity to offer a hypothesis. Could it be that Brother Zong has discovered a way to obtain some valuable items, but cannot monopolize them? So he is selling this information to us? Lin Dong nodded at this suggestion, clarity flooding his mind. However, since he lacks his own storage fortress, he must rely on us. Let us allow our people to casually purchase items such as raw stones and timber from his newly opened shop, thereby elevating his store's ranking and facilitating competition with our allied establishments. Lin Dong articulated his thoughts slowly, his gaze deepening, as if the brilliance of his intellect were about to overflow from his eyes. Xiaoyu, listening nearby, exhibited a sparkle in her eyes, unabashedly revealing her admiration for Lin Dong. With just a few clues, he could deduce the entire situation's trajectory. Truly, he is the leader of our alliance, she added. This way, even if we sell goods in the future, our shop's ranking will not surpass his. He can ensure his store sales while also earning a substantial information fee, perfectly aligning with the cunning style of the rogue. Bang! Lin Dong slammed his palm on the table, rising abruptly with decisive authority. I command all members of the alliance to use their system currency to purchase items from our shop, elevating its ranking. We must ensure that at least 3 shops belonging to the alliance are positioned at the pinnacle of the system marketplace. He chuckled coldly within. Ah, rogue. Do you believe your schemes are flawless? Little do you know, all your maneuvers are transparent to me, Lin Dong. This time, I shall reap significant rewards. Xiaoyu acted swiftly, immediately relaying the order to all governors and executives. In an instant, the command surged through the entire Winter Alliance like a current, reaching every group engaged in tasks. Brother, have you seen the Alliance's order? In a patrol group on the outskirts, a man resembling an aide inquired of the leader. The leader furrowed his brow, pondering the somewhat peculiar directive. Yes, it requires confidentiality. The system currency spent will be reimbursed by the Alliance, and the items will be collected. Why does this operation feel oddly familiar? The aide scratched his head. The leader, exhibiting his astuteness, immediately grasped the intentions of the Alliance's higher-ups and decisively stated, the Alliance is about to undertake significant action. Order, cease all tasks, and execute this command immediately. Execute what? The leader gravely uttered 2 words, faux transactions. Simultaneously, Within the unyielding alliance that had participated in the Lu Ming meeting, the command center was shrouded in smoke, with several senior officials remaining silent, their yellowed fingers pinching the burnt stubs of cigarettes. The cigarette manufacturing facilities are the rewards for alliance-ranking settlements. Although they do not directly enhance combat capabilities, spiritual sustenance is equally vital. However, production capacity is currently limited and has not yet been sold on a large scale. Once sold, funds will continuously flow into the alliance's reserves, for wealth breeds strength. The subordinates' report finally concluded, leaving the room in utter silence. Faux transactions? The leader was the first to break the silence. Is the information reliable? A senior executive inquired of the reporter. Multiple internal sources have confirmed its authenticity, the reporter replied, suppressing his excitement. To be in the presence of so many prominent figures was an immense honor for him. Currently, all tasks of the Winter Alliance were halted, frozen in place to execute this command. This order was personally issued by Lin Dong, and their warehouses had already established contact with the rogues' personnel, seemingly reaching a form of collaboration. The senior officials aggregated all information, enduring a mental tempest as various speculations and analyses of pros and cons surged through their minds. They deduced that Lu Ming had likely discovered a unique resource acquisition avenue or had mastered a secret capable of rapidly accumulating wealth. He was now attempting to leverage the alliance's introduction fees as initial capital to propel his ambitions. This presented both an opportunity and a challenge. The reporter observed as these dignitaries unraveled the information he provided, a glimmer of aspiration illuminating his gaze. One day, he too would occupy a seat at this table. As he immersed himself in fantasies of commanding vast armies, the leader extinguished his cigarette and finally issued the command. Everyone, engage in faux transactions. Let us elevate our shop's ranking. Ambition flickered in his eyes. A senior executive raised a concern. However, the system deducts a portion of each transaction as tax. Thus, in this head-to-head clash, we may not outmatch them. The leader, a decisive individual, showed no signs of retreat once he had made up his mind. He snorted coldly. The Winter Alliance may possess substantial resources, but we cannot afford to be outdone by the rogue. He has taken 200,000 system currency from us and seeks to conduct faux transactions in secrecy, leaving us to sip the dregs? Absolutely not. At this moment, a sparse-haired strategist interjected. He currently holds 1 million system currency. Our available liquidity may not suffice to compete with him. 1 million? A glint of ruthlessness flashed in the leader's eyes. Our alliance's reserves may fall short, but let us not forget that we have over 1,000 members. But what if they lack sufficient system currency? Then we shall sell raw stones. The leader declared with unwavering certainty. Convert all stockpiled raw stones into system currency. No matter what, we must seize a substantial share this time, even claiming the entire pot. Inform all members, this is the alliance's highest command. By a remarkable coincidence, other major alliances that had attended the meeting, after a brief moment of astonishment, made the same decision. They halted all activities and began to frantically pour their system currency and raw stones into the system marketplace, causing dramatic fluctuations in prices. This left small merchants and independent explorers in a state of despair, utterly perplexed. In a short span, the shop rankings within the system marketplace soared like racehorses injected with adrenaline, as various bizarre items were purchased among the alliance members, all in pursuit of boosting their shop rankings. The fortresses of the major alliances, whether logistical or combat-oriented, became filled with an array of items bought from their own shops: pots, pans, wrenches, shovels, an astonishing spectacle. These items, typically regarded as mundane supplies, now served as tools for the leaders to engage in faux transactions, stacking high as if there were no place to step, with the entire wasteland permeated by a frenzied atmosphere. Meanwhile, alliances that had not participated in the meeting gazed in bewilderment at the peculiar sight on the rankings. They understood that these colossal entities were undoubtedly competing for shop rankings and wished to share in the spoils, but without any comprehension of their motives. They could only fret and seek information, yet remained utterly at a loss. Chapter 68. What are these people doing? Ha ha ha, just like that. That brother in black truly exchanged a batch of heating pads for gold with me. The rotund man laughed heartily, his bulk jiggling with mirth, as if the very air in the driver's cabin trembled with his laughter. The elder of their tribe turned green with anger, accusing me of being a fraud and threatening to roast me alive. Ha! Lu Ming, listening to his boastful tales of past exploits in Africa, couldn't help but smile. And then what? You weren't roasted, were you? Later, the tribe's elder hung the brother in black and whipped him. Ha! However, when the dry season arrived, they discovered that using heating pads to store water was remarkably effective, leak-proof. Subsequently, my subordinates ventured to other tribes to sell the heating pads as water storage bags, and believe it or not, they actually sold quite well, making a handsome profit. You wouldn't believe the looks of admiration those locals gave me. The rotund man, brimming with pride, stroked his chin, as if reliving his days of glory in the African marketplace. You truly are full of clever ideas. Lu Ming shook his head, a glimmer of amusement dancing in his eyes. The plump fellow always managed to find opportunities amidst seemingly dire straits. Truly a harbinger of good fortune, a rare trait in the desolate wasteland. Lu Ming, take a look. Suddenly, Luo Mengqi's urgent voice cut through the air from the other end of the deck, laced with unmistakable anxiety. The two exchanged a quick glance, their smiles vanishing in an instant. Cautiously, they navigated through the narrow passage formed by towering piles of raw stones, edging toward Luo Mengqi. The fortress's deck and cargo hold were nearly overflowing with raw materials, making movement somewhat cumbersome, a testament to the immense resources they had accumulated over this period. This was merely a fraction of the nearly 400,000 system coins worth of raw stones. What's the matter? Lu Ming reached Luo Mengqi first. She pointed at the system interface, her words tumbling out in a rapid, breathless rush. The prices of raw stones in the system marketplace are beginning to plummet. While the prices of other goods fluctuate wildly, many shops are marking prices erratically. Crucially, once items are listed, they are instantly cleared out. Even prices in the official system store are experiencing volatility. It's evident that someone is maliciously manipulating the market. Should we postpone the meeting and seize the opportunity to buy at the low prices? What? Has our plan been exposed? The rotund figure of the plump fellow was half suspended over the deck, laboriously moving forward, catching snippets of Luo Mengqi's words before he even arrived. Lu Ming's gaze fell upon the official system price list. The exchange rate for raw stones had begun to waver, shifting from a stable 11 to 116, indicating a dilution of their value. The official marketplace served as a foundational safeguard for pioneers, balancing prices based on the basic resources of their shops without the aim of profit. Basic resources such as raw stones, timber, and water were typically traded at stable prices, with no limits on quantity. However, the current reserves of these essential resources in the official store were rapidly increasing, clearly a result of a massive sell-off that was impacting the entire market. The chat channel had descended into chaos, with numerous individuals from other alliances probing for information. Some were profiting handsomely from the price fluctuations, while others were vehemently accusing several major alliances of market disruption, demanding that the system impose bans on their stores. Rest assured, if the intelligence has truly been compromised, they would not dare to sell raw stones, Lu Ming observed after a moment of contemplation, shaking his head. He too was perplexed. But given the fervor with which these individuals were acting, he felt it prudent not to disturb them. After a brief pause, he stated, regardless of their antics, "We shall not alter our course. We will proceed as planned. Inform Lin Dong that the meeting will commence in 20 minutes. Upon hearing this, the plump fellow, though still harboring doubts, felt reassured by Lu Ming's confidence. Without hesitation, he promptly sent a notification to Xiao Yu, the secretary of the Winter Alliance. Meanwhile, the command center of the Winter Alliance was no respite from the external turmoil. Inside the vast command room, unsettling market data was constantly updated, and the sounds of hurried footsteps reverberated throughout. Xiao Yu was relentlessly relaying messages from various officials to Lin Dong, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Due to a leak, the 4 other alliances attending the meeting were frantically pouring money into their orders, with some crazed individuals even resorting to selling raw stones for system coins. It was imperative to remember that raw stones not only constituted a fundamental resource, but were also a strategic asset for the operation of all fortresses. Leader, our funds are insufficient. We cannot match their pace. One executive exclaimed, panic evident in his demeanor. The others in the command room echoed his sentiments, pacing anxiously, convinced that selling raw stones was the only viable solution, failing which the substantial system coin investments made by the Winter Alliance would yield far less than anticipated. Indeed, leader, if we do not respond, our store rankings will plummet beyond the top 10. Each alliance typically operated at least 3 stores. How could they hope to compete? After a prolonged silence, Lin Dong finally spoke, his voice soft yet exceptionally clear. We will not sell raw stones. But leader, an executive began, eager to argue further. Lin Dong rose, surveying the room with a resolute gaze, reiterating in an unassailable tone, I said, we will not sell raw stones. The cacophony of discussions was abruptly stifled. The executives exchanged glances, ultimately silencing their protests, though confusion and urgency lingered in their eyes. Now, the meeting is adjourned. With that, Lin Dong turned and strode out of the command room, his gaze fixed on the horizon of the desolate plains. The executives exchanged looks of dismay, with some muttering under their breath, deeming Lin Dong's decision a moment of weakness that squandered potential future gains. Frustrated, they began to exit the command room. Once the crowd dispersed, Xiao Yu quietly approached Lin Dong. Standing side by side, they gazed at the menacing mobile fortresses before them, which momentarily transformed into the rolling hills of their homeland, Blue Star. After a prolonged silence, Lin Dong spoke softly, his voice tinged with weariness yet imbued with profound contemplation. Xiao Yu, if 2 individuals were competing in a sailing race at sea, and a sudden tempest arose, what should you do if you were the frontrunner? Startled by the unexpected question, Xiao Yu tilted her head thoughtfully, responding earnestly, first, stabilize the sail and try to harness the wind direction. Perhaps the storm will pass soon. Lin Dong shook his head, his penetrating gaze fixed on the distant sky. What you need to do is look back and observe what your opponent is doing. Xiao Yu froze at his words, as if a thunderclap had resonated in her mind. Suddenly, she grasped the underlying truth. Certain commercial giants on Blue Star, despite being industry leaders, stagnated without innovation, resorting to incessant imitation, indifferent to public scorn. These images flickered through her mind like slides in a projector. Indeed, the instigator, the dirty man, remained immobile, while the second most powerful entity, the Fury Alliance, also refrained from selling raw stones. At that moment, a system notification chimed. News from the plump fellow that she had been eagerly anticipating. The meeting will resume in 20 minutes. She jolted back to reality and promptly relayed the information to Lin Dong. Upon hearing her report, a subtle smile graced Lin Dong's lips. In this brief interlude, he had completed his contemplation and reached a decisive conclusion. He instructed that the Alliance stores should make one final push for orders, and the system coins used for these orders would not be returned to the Alliance members. He pushed against the railing, straightened up, and walked briskly toward his quarters, leaving behind a final directive: keep a close watch on the items being listed in the Dirty Man's store. If they are basic materials, immediately use the Alliance member system coins to deplete the entire stock of similar goods in the system marketplace. Chapter 69, All In. Once I enter the meeting room, you will act immediately. I will ensure you have ample time to maneuver. After Lu Ming finalized the last details with the plump fellow and Luo Mingqi, his consciousness sank into the system, re-entering the video conference room, comprised of several screens. As Lu Ming's image illuminated, the plump fellow and Luo Mingqi exchanged knowing glances. Nodding in unison, Luo Mingqi accessed the system panel, readying a product link that had long been prepared for the enigmatic store. Meanwhile, the plump fellow swiftly searched his friend's list for the fortresses serving as warehouses for the Winter Alliance, sending a concise message. Winter Alliance, Eternal Fortress Command Room. Report to the secretary. The dirty man has listed goods. A clerk hurriedly entered the command room, her voice shattering the stillness that enveloped the space. Originally seated in the command chair with her eyes closed in contemplation, Xiao Yu instantly perked up upon hearing her, abruptly opening her eyes to reveal a glimmer of sharpness within. What has been mounted? Raw stones. The clerk promptly replied. Xiao Yu's elegantly arched brows furrowed slightly as she instinctively leaned forward. Only raw stones. Indeed, solely raw stones. The repetition echoed in Xiao Yu's mind, reminiscent of the plump man's ominous warning regarding a significant crisis. A chilling conjecture, nearly paralyzing in its terror, swiftly engulfed her thoughts. Why raw stones? Why this ubiquitous resource that serves as the cornerstone of hard currency? If the intelligence indicated the discovery of a vast raw stone mine, it would warrant collaboration in mining rather than the current bizarre predicament. Conversely, what if the crisis itself was intrinsically linked to raw stones? Immediately utilize all system credits to procure raw stones. Hurry, hurry. Xiao Yu practically sprang from her seat, her final word nearly a shriek. The typically resolute and methodical Secretary General had vanished, leaving in her stead a decision-maker with an expression of palpable alarm. The clerk was taken aback by this unprecedented display of disarray, but quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. She turned and rushed out to the secretary's office, instructing everyone to disseminate orders with utmost urgency. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu did not linger. She inhaled deeply, forcing herself to regain composure, her hands dancing over the control panel as commands were swiftly dispatched. Order all strongholds within the core circle of the Alliance to immediately vacate non-essential supplies and clear all storage space in preparation for incoming materials. In stark contrast to the heightened tension permeating the Winter Alliance, the video conference room was filled with laughter and merriment. Leader Lin, how could the actions of your Winter Alliance possibly escape our notice? One Alliance leader chuckled. Ha ha ha, indeed. It would be quite ungracious not to share such news with your brothers in advance, another chimed in. Lin Dong wore a perfectly timed expression of mild exasperation mixed with a wry smile, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. Oh, what are you saying? Our alliance has recently faced financial strain, and the members, feeling sympathy for me as the leader, have voluntarily contributed to the alliance. It is all a misunderstanding. A colossal misunderstanding. All right, Leader Lin. No need to keep us in the dark, another leader interjected, shaking his finger with an expression of feigned omniscience. You and the rogue have collaborated before. Hasn't it always been a lucrative venture? We are quite envious to be included this time. Why hide anything from us? Exactly. We have complete faith in the rogue's judgment, so we are all in. Apologies, Leader Lin. We are all in this time. And we will be again next time. Going all in is a mark of wisdom. All in. Lu Ming struggled to contain his mirth, lowering his head and covering half his face with his palm, his shoulders shaking uncontrollably as he pretended to rub his face. Lin Dong caught a glimpse of Lu Ming's demeanor out of the corner of his eye, and his eyelids twitched, understanding that Lu Ming was brazenly enjoying the show. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of relief. His gamble had paid off. Lu Ming remained silent, clearly biding his time. Lin Dong sighed, feigning a touch of regret. I never anticipated your collective firepower would so easily overshadow my establishment. As an old saying goes in Huaxia, one cannot catch a wolf without letting go of the child. Indeed, let me check the rankings. The Winter Alliance has slipped beyond the top 10. Leader Lin, you have been a bit too conservative this time. Let me see mine. Second place, not bad. The Unyielding Alliance is truly formidable, with all three of its establishments at the forefront. Impressive. Oh, I merely wish to emulate the Rogue and Leader Lin, striving to align myself with the Advanced. What is up with the Fury Alliance? How come they are just slightly above the Winter Alliance? Perhaps a large ship is difficult to maneuver. Amidst the jovial atmosphere, the usually silent leader of the Fury Alliance, Yufeng, subtly furrowed his brows. He too accessed the shop system, meticulously scanning the rapidly scrolling leaderboard multiple times. Nothing. He found not a single establishment bearing the title of the Immortal Fortress. As the architect of all this, he himself had not participated? A flash of keen insight flickered in Yufeng's eyes before he quickly concealed it, restoring a calm facade as he spoke. Excuse me, Rogue, everyone. I need to step away for a moment. Please continue the discussion. Lu Ming nodded, and Yufeng's video window abruptly darkened. Lu Ming shifted his gaze from Yufeng's window, momentarily locking eyes with Lin Dong. In an instant, they both averted their gazes in unison, maintaining an unspoken understanding as though nothing had transpired. In but a moment, Yufeng's image reappeared, taking his seat again, yet his eyes, imbued with significance, fixed intently on Lu Ming. Apologies for the delay. Please, carry on. At that juncture, Lin Dong received a message from Xiaoyu, prompting him to speak. Since everyone is in position, may I request the Rogue to share the intelligence with us? Before Lu Ming could respond, Yufeng interjected, Oh no. I see everyone is enjoying the discussion. This competition for shop rankings is indeed captivating. I, Yufeng, have truly underestimated the heroes of the world. Lin Dong attempted to speak, but Yufeng offered no respite, continuing unabated. It seems this round of alliance ranking rewards has brought substantial gains to all, each of you thriving abundantly. As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Lin Dong, his smile concealing an underlying warning. Although the Winter Alliance held the top position, the second-place Fury Alliance was hardly any less formidable, particularly in the realm of extraordinary high combatants, potentially surpassing their rivals. Lin Dong, observing Yufeng's gaze, understood that he had likely deduced something. To obstruct now would only exacerbate tensions without significantly weakening the Fury Alliance, a futile endeavor. Knowing such an effort would only lead to mutual destruction, which was not his style, he relinquished that thought. What was paramount was a plan he had conceived, one specifically designed to counteract cunning individuals like Yufeng. Yufeng continued. Who would have thought that the top two alliances would find themselves gasping for breath this time? Haha. An alliance leader immediately chimed in. It's merely a bit of spare change. In this desolate expanse, strength reigns supreme. Exactly. We would prefer rewards that directly impact our strength. We envy you powerful magnates. Yufeng, witnessing the topic veer off course, ceased his commentary. These individuals remained enthralled by their ephemeral triumph over the two major alliances, and such pride often clouded judgment. He directed his unwavering gaze back to Lin Dong, silently exerting pressure. Lin Dong feigned nonchalance, admiring the decor within his fortress. It was not until Yufeng's communication alert chimed, indicating a message from the chief executive officer, that the piercing gaze finally shifted from Lin Dong. In the conference room, the other alliance leaders were still exuberantly calculating their gains and losses. However, the expenses incurred from this shop ranking were indeed considerable. Indeed, the taxes extracted by the system alone surpassed the cost of upgrading a level 4 fortress. Don't fret. Keep your sights set on the long term, and soon enough, the profits will come rolling in. Precisely. But, my friend, what exactly are we selling in our shop? Quite right. Our shop's ranking has already outpaced other alliances by several streets. It's high time we revealed what we are offering. I still vividly recall the glory of when our friend sold bows and arrows. Well then, friend, do enlighten us on what we shall be selling this time. All eyes turned to Lu Ming, filled with anticipation and fervor. It was only at this moment that Lu Ming slowly lifted his gaze, meeting the excited faces one by one, ultimately revealing a countenance filled with confusion. When did I say you could sell anything? At that instant, all smiles in the conference room abruptly froze, and it felt as if the very air had ceased to flow. Chapter 70. All in, not wisdom. Friend, that jest is not to be trifled with. One leader forced a semblance of a smile upon his face, his tone as stiff as a rusted iron gate. He could even feel his facial muscles twitching. The earlier pride and bravado had transformed into a cold rigidity. Lu Ming smirked. I walked in to hear you all incessantly talking about going all in, unable to interject a single word. Must I truly interrupt your enthusiasm to remind you that going all in isn't wisdom? That leader Lin. You the individual looked towards Lin Dong with a gaze full of helplessness, seeking a glimmer of solace or a plausible explanation from this chief leader. Lin Dong, not waiting for the person to finish, shrugged with a resigned smile. I told you it was a misunderstanding. See, I didn't deceive you, did I? I never claimed I was opening a shop, nor did I ask you to place orders. Yufeng observed Lu Ming and Lin Dong bantering, and the taut string in his heart quietly relaxed. Although the price to pay might be substantial, at least he was not completely left in the dark like the other three leaders. So what exactly is this intelligence worth 200,000? Friend, please stop keeping us in suspense. Another leader, realizing he had been played by Lin Dong, recalled how he had boasted alongside the other two about going all in being a form of wisdom, and a flush of embarrassment washed over his face, anger simmering within, his tone turning icy. His clenched fists outside the screen turned white from the pressure. Lu Ming ignored his fury, silently sending a message to Luo Mengqi and the others. Although his side was the first to act, they were merely two individuals, and compared to the massive alliances with thousands of members like Lin Dong and Rage, their shopping speed was undoubtedly inferior. He needed to ensure his team had completed the final stages before detonating this heavy bomb. Upon receiving Luo Mengqi's reply, Lu Ming calculated the time before leisurely speaking. We were the first to venture deep into the Wasteland, approximately 10 days ahead of you. And our team's speed is significantly swifter than yours, laden with families. His tone was neither hurried nor slow. Yet it pricked at the anxious hearts of the several leaders like a feather. We are aware of that. Friend, please directly reveal what you discovered. No more teasing. One leader could no longer restrain himself. Veins protruded on his forehead, patience at its limit, for the orders outside continued unabated. Each passing second was a loss of real gold and silver. Look, you're getting anxious. Lu Ming shot him a reproachful glance. If it weren't for your impatience. How could such a grand misunderstanding have occurred? Clearing his throat, Lu Ming assumed the pose of a long-winded lecturer. But Lin Dong timely interrupted him. They are merely too eager to progress. Lu Ming then continued seamlessly. Over the past half-month, we have not collected a single mineral. Why? Because we have yet to locate a single or mine. After receiving the message from the plump fellow confirming completion, Lu Ming decided against further delay and directly dropped the bombshell. What? Is it merely bad luck on your part? How can you only have a few fortresses? The Wasteland is vast. It's quite normal not to find anything, right? The conference room erupted into chaos, with discussions flaring up. Even Lin Dong and Yu Feng, who had been hoarding or along with Lu Ming, furrowed their brows. If this was the sole reason, their grand gamble might have been a miscalculation. Lu Ming refrained from halting the discussions, patiently awaiting the moment when the clamor would gradually subside, akin to the calm before a storm. Our radar is unlike yours. Lu Ming's voice echoed clearly in the now silent conference room. Our radar not only scans for resources, but also covers a radius of several hundred miles. During this time, not a single or mine has surfaced, nor has even a drop of rain fallen. What the hell? Lin Dong, you've put me in a dire situation. It was only then that the three leaders appeared struck by lightning, abruptly awakened. If Lu Ming's radar were merely ordinary, not detecting resources for half a month could be attributed to bad luck. At worst, the resources deeper in the wasteland might be scarcer than those closer to the perimeter. However, with such a range of radar failing to detect anything for this duration could not be described as scarcity. It was extreme deprivation, perhaps even a complete absence. The extent of the wasteland's depths remained a mystery to all. If the situation continued in this vein, these colossal alliances would likely find themselves ensnared deep within, unable to advance or retreat. They had just reveled in their successful order rankings, only to realize they were hoarding useless scraps in preparation for an impending famine. As the curses fell, the three leaders' video feeds nearly simultaneously went black, forsaking even the courtesy of farewells as they exited the meeting without a word. Only Lu Ming, Lin Dong, and Yu Feng remained in the conference room. The typically reticent Yu Feng spoke first. Friend, upon entering the depths, how many hero-level aberrant beasts did you encounter? If there are excess aberrant cores, might they be available for sale? At this, Lin Dong maintained his usual demeanor, only slightly raising an eyebrow. Lu Ming candidly replied, strangely enough, we have not encountered a single hero-level aberrant beast since venturing deeper. This struck Lu Ming as peculiar as well. Near the boundary, even the slightest commotion could attract hero-level aberrant beasts. However, upon entering the depths, it had grown eerily quiet. Yu Feng nodded in response. He had encountered none either. He was preparing to upgrade the Alliance's core power fortresses, but alas, there were no aberrant cores. At that moment, Lin Dong inquired, friend, when do you plan to initiate the sale of the ore? Lu Ming regarded him, a flicker of admiration for the astute individual flashing in his eyes. Although Lin Dong made a miscalculation in his first decisive action, he inadvertently influenced the ore prices, unwittingly aiding Lu Ming and his companions. Furthermore, he quickly recognized his error and accurately pinpointed the correct answer amidst the blunder. He was truly a hero who could bend and stretch, adapting to circumstances. If Lu Ming had been in his position, he might not have fared any better. What is the matter? Is there an issue with the fortresses you have stored? Lin Dong shook his head, a familiar smile gracing his face. Not quite, he replied. I would say that my alliance with the master of the Yu sect currently holds the most substantial reserves of raw stones. Let us hope that when we take action, it does not affect you. Though he spoke of selling raw stones, there was no hint of greed in his eyes. Instead, they reflected a deep and thoughtful consideration. He understood that the raw stones at this moment had transcended mere commodities. They had become strategic resources vital for survival. Lu Ming regarded him intently once more and stated, I do not intend to sell raw stones. I advise you to think carefully and refrain from drinking poison to quench your thirst. The reason he had revealed this information was to prevent the human faction from fracturing under the pressure of the impending crisis, especially the two strongest alliances. However, he had already provided the necessary warnings, and the rest lay in their hands. With that, Lu Ming exited the meeting room. As Lu Ming's image faded, Lin Dong turned to Yu Feng, a knowing smile illuminating his face. Yu Feng, observing his expression, inquired, "What is it?" Lin Dong replied, "Master Yu, I can see that you and I belong to the same ilk." Upon hearing this, Yu Feng's lips curled into a slight smirk. "Oh? And what ilk do you belong to, Master Lin?" Rather than answering directly, Lin Dong remarked, "Our alliances are not far apart. I know that the reward for your alliance this time includes facilities that can help unlock potential, while my acquisition pertains to research-related matters. I have a collaboration in mind. Would you be interested?" Chapter 71. Preparations before the crisis. Lu Ming's consciousness withdrew from the system's conference room, where the rotund figure was animatedly boasting to Luo Mingqi, his spittle nearly landing on her cool demeanor. It was evident that Luo Mingqi was not one to foster an amiable atmosphere. She sat expressionless, her gaze vacant, seemingly oblivious to his chatter. Only when she sensed Lu Ming's exit did she stir slightly, addressing the stout man with a flat tone, "Be quiet. Lu Ming has come out." Only then did the stout man turn his corpulent body, instantly adopting a self-congratulatory expression as he approached Lu Ming. "So how was it, Minggu? Didn't I coordinate splendidly with Luo Meizi?" Ignoring his boast, Lu Ming directed his query at both of them. "Please report on the status of our supplies." Luo Mingqi nodded, her responsibility being the statistics, the data etched clearly in her mind. "We have a reserve of 700,000 raw stones. The portion exchanged with system currency is no longer cost-effective, averaging around 115. All water storage systems in the fortress are filled to capacity, providing us with ample supply for an extended period." Lu Ming acknowledged this with a murmur of satisfaction. The stout man rubbed his hands together, his expression dimming slightly with concern. "I am beginning to worry about that pretty boy Lin Dong. All our raw stones are stored in his alliance's warehouse. What if he need not finish his thought." Lu Ming understood his apprehensions. If Waku were still around, placing their assets there would have been the safest option. Lu Ming's tone remained calm. "However, we currently have no other choice." He paused, his gaze sweeping over both individuals, and continued, "The Lin Dong alliance is numerous and powerful. Their coordinates are nearly public knowledge. From now on, we will adjust our course to intersect with theirs. Fatty, inform the Lin Dong alliance's Xiao Yu that we intend to protect our supplies and ask them not to change their course recklessly." Luo Mingqi interjected, a flicker of confusion in her icy eyes. "Isn't this tantamount to paving the way for them? Wouldn't that be giving them an advantage?" Yet the stout man instantly grasped Lu Ming's intention, a signature sinister grin spreading across his face. "Heh, this is not paving the way. This is intimidation. Anyone daring to covet our supplies will think twice." Lu Ming, observing his rogue demeanor, playfully slapped his robust back. "If they haven't touched our resources, you should speak more genteelly. Don't let them blacklist you again." The stout man lifted his hefty neck, unconcerned. "Rest assured, I'm aware." Luo Mingqi came to the same realization. Given the undying fortress and Lu Ming's current strength, merely appearing near a certain alliance would serve as a silent, yet formidable deterrent. It was akin to a murderer sending a message, "I know where you live," which would send anyone into a panic. "All right, everyone prepare. After we finish eating, we shall set forth again." The three quickly divided their tasks and went about their preparations. The stout man hummed a tune as he entered the kitchen, the clatter of pots and pans soon resonating. Luo Mingqi returned to her post, maintaining vigilance, while Lu Ming entered the interior of the undying fortress. The upgraded interior space was significantly larger than before, ample for activities ranging from singing and dancing to basketball. Rows of neatly arranged raw stones were securely fastened in specially designed holders, remaining immobile as the fortress traversed. In the center of the compartment, the core furnace had also expanded to more than double its previous size, its dark red exterior adorned with intricate energy patterns, emanating a steady and powerful aura. Lu Ming recalled the time he first arrived in this world, on that stormy night when he huddled beside a small furnace for warmth, listening to the howls of abominable beasts outside, feeling a profound terror and helplessness that seeped into his bones. Every detail remained vivid in his memory. Shaking his head, he brought his thoughts back to the present and began dismantling the holders, one by one, casting the raw stones into the furnace. Upon contact with the furnace's mouth, the gray-white raw stones were drawn in by an invisible, intense heat, instantly turning crimson before rapidly melting. The pure energy contained within flowed like viscous liquid through the pipes into the fortress's energy core. "Minggu, when will it rain next? There's no weather forecast." The stout man's voice crackled through the team chat. "Shouldn't we devise a water plan?" Lu Ming, having cast the last stone into the furnace, felt the heat reddening his cheeks and beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He casually replied, "Sure, let's refrain from bathing for a while." The sound of spatula clashing with iron pot erupted from the stout man's side, indicating he was preparing some stir-fried dish. "It doesn't matter for us men. But what about Luo Mei? Lu Ming's voice carried a teasing tone. I was referring to you. You consume too much water. Save your bathing quota for Luo Mei. As soon as he spoke, Luo Mengqi's cool voice chimed in, seemingly laced with an imperceptible sweetness. Thank you, fatty. The stout man visibly paused, then replied with a chuckle. Hey, you called me brother. What else is there to say? Following that, Lu Ming's extraordinary hearing caught the stout man muttering under his breath. Damn it. It would be better off in Africa. Lu Ming couldn't help but smile. Indeed, bathing in such an environment was a luxury. While Lu Ming and the stout man could forego washing, only a limited amount of water was reserved for Luo Mengqi's daily cleansing. If they truly reached a point of desperation, they would likely not even have the luxury to wash their faces. After fully replenishing the energy of the undying fortress, Lu Ming leapt onto the equatorial guinea. The stout man had partially opened the fortress's shell, and the sunlight poured down upon the flesh farm. The farm, meticulously tended by the stout man, was organized, with an array of bizarre crops thriving, many already bearing fruit, providing a steady daily yield of food. If the fatty's fortress were to be elevated to level 4, the area of the farm could be expanded by an additional 1/3. However, even so, the current flesh and blood farm is already fully capable of sustaining the daily consumption of the 3 individuals. Lu Ming finds this quite satisfactory. After all, he and the fatty possess a magical stomach and a physical stomach, respectively, demonstrating that the farm was indeed a wise choice. As Lu Ming stepped into the belly of the equatorial guinea, he noticed the enormous tongue responsible for fertilizing the crops sprawled on the ground. He raised his foot and kicked it. Don't kick it, don't kick it, the fatty exclaimed with a pained expression as he entered behind him. Lu Ming, I have a question. At that moment, Luo Mengqi's voice echoed in the voice channel. Speak, Lu Ming replied. Those from the Alliance just ventured deep into the wilderness a few days ago. If they realized this, they could send a portion of their members back to the periphery to continue mining, supplying the elite forces of the Alliance, allowing them to reach the far end of the wilderness first, and then assist those who follow. Wouldn't that help them weather the crisis? The possibility proposed by Luo Mengqi was quite pragmatic and showcased a clever counter-strategy. After pondering for a moment, Lu Ming organized his thoughts to explain. Allow me to translate your meaning. He cleared his throat and spoke in a serious tone. What you mean is to enrich a select few first, and then let those who prosper lead the rest. Before Lu Ming could finish his sentence, the fatty, who was crouched nearby soothing the giant tongue, pounced at him like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, swiftly covering Lu Ming's mouth with his hefty palm. The speed and explosiveness of his action momentarily left Lu Ming at a loss for response. The fatty lowered his voice in terror and exclaimed, My brother! Such words should not be uttered. Chapter 72. The gathering of humanoid monsters. At this moment, the Alliance, which had previously been frantically selling off raw stones, was in utter disarray, particularly the unyielding Alliance. They were the first to respond to the call, leading the charge in selling raw stones. Orders poured forth from the command room, yet the content was singular. At all costs, acquire raw stones. Members of the unyielding Alliance gazed at the latest internal announcement, and chaos erupted. Countless individuals began cursing vehemently. You were the ones who urged us to sell until we were broke, and now you want us to buy back. What the hell? One member roared in the Alliance channel. What is this nonsense? I just converted my last savings into system currency, and now you want me to buy back at 115 when it's only 111 to sell? Has the leader's brain been devoured by a mutant beast? The curses echoed, turning the entire Alliance channel into a veritable powder keg, ready to explode. In the system chat channel, the atmosphere was already ablaze. Initially, the 2 strongest alliances devoured the raw stones in the market with relentless force, followed by 3 other alliances that recklessly joined in. It wasn't long before the price of raw stones temporarily stabilized, but this was merely the calm before the storm, as the subsequent 3 alliances were feverishly gathering funds in preparation for a second buying spree. In an instant, the channel was rife with speculation, and various rumors spread like wildfire. Did you hear? The reward for this alliance settlement is a substantial batch of mutation cores. Several alliances are gearing up for large-scale fortress upgrades, so they urgently need raw stones. Soon, we will see a plethora of level 4 fortresses appearing in the wilderness. I feel these big shots will be selling off again soon. Why not sell now while prices are high? When they sell again, we can buy back at a lower price and profit from their folly, boasted a self-satisfied little fortress master, blissfully unaware he was walking toward oblivion. Amidst the fervent discussions, an announcement jointly released by the Winter Alliance and the Fury Alliance detonated in the already volatile chat channel like a nuclear bomb. The Winter Alliance and the Fury Alliance hereby officially ally. The excitement peaked instantly, and the chat channel was inundated with messages, flowing like a deluge, making it nearly impossible to discern the content. Leaders from various alliances, whether sincere or feigned, rushed to send their congratulations. Inside the cockpit of the immortal fortress, Lu Ming observed the announcement with a cold gaze, remaining silent. Lu Ming, they can't be contemplating our resources, can they? Luo Mengqi's voice, icy yet tinged with barely perceptible concern, broke the silence. Her fingertips lightly tapped the console, betraying her inner turmoil. Lu Ming shook his head. Though they have considerable resources, they pale in comparison to the nearly 5,000 members from the two alliances combined. Their alliance is more about self-preservation, he declared. Fatty, send a congratulatory message to both Winter and Fury and subtly probe their intentions. All right, the Fatty replied, promptly maneuvering through the contact list. However, not long after, his furious voice erupted from the cockpit as he slammed his hefty fist onto the console with a resounding thud. Damn it, that wretched woman. I genuinely wished to smack her face. Lu Ming and Luo Mingqi exchanged glances and inquired, what happened? The Fatty, visibly agitated with his flesh quivering, replied, I previously threatened Xiaoyu, saying we would sail ahead of them. Now she responds that they are aligning with the Fury Alliance. When I asked why they didn't inform us sooner, she said their alliance's actions need not be reported to us. She even asserted that no one could steal our resources from them. He mimicked Xiaoyu's condescending tone, his eyes brimming with disdain. The subtext of her words was no longer confidence, but rather an overt provocation and counter-threat. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed ever so slightly. After hearing the Fatty's recounting, he stroked his chin, sinking into contemplation. Although Luo Mingqi maintained a composed exterior, an intangible aura of unease began to radiate around her, indicating her inner unrest. After a brief silence, Lu Ming spoke. They currently possess a significant advantage in numbers, which is a natural reaction to their inflated sense of security. As long as they do not touch our belongings, we shall be fine. However, should they dare to, he paused, a glimmer of icy determination flashing in his eyes, as a cold smile crept across his lips. Reminiscent of the recent night when an elite mutant beast wreaked havoc upon the entire Challenger Alliance, capable of pursuing and annihilating over 100 fortresses. What could we not accomplish? With a powerful confidence akin to a stabilizing anchor, he temporarily assuaged the discomfort in the hearts of the Fatty and Luo Mingqi, allowing their taut nerves to relax. The two fortresses remained steadfast in their course, continuing to converge toward the path of the Winter Alliance. At the current pace, they estimated arriving at their destination in about 10 days. This was the energy-saving speed. If they pushed forward with full force, they could shorten that time frame even further. Nightfall once again enveloped the wilderness. As per routine, Luo Mingqi would keep watch during the first half of the night, with the Fatty taking over for the latter half, while Lu Ming returned to his quarters to rest. Uncertain of how long he had slept, a faint knock on the door jolted him awake. Lu Ming opened his eyes instantaneously, his drowsiness vanishing in an instant. He opened the door to find Luo Mingqi standing at the threshold, her voice lowered as she said, "Those creatures have returned." Her tone, though cool, bore an undercurrent of grave seriousness. Upon hearing this, anger surged within Lu Ming. Are they never done? He hastened to the cockpit, followed closely by Luo Mingqi, who added, however, unlike last time, they aren't knocking, they're merely encircling the fortress. Initially, I had no intention of paying heed, yet as time passed, I observed their numbers swelling, an unsettling realization that compelled me to alert you. Lu Ming approached the reinforced glass, his heroic prowess enabling his gaze to effortlessly pierce the darkness, akin to how Luo Mingqi's mental energy could perceive her surroundings. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback. Surrounding the fortress stood a multitude of those bizarre, humanoid monsters, their silhouettes appearing even more warped and indistinct in the night. Save for their unchanging, sinister smiles, which glimmered with an eerie brightness in the shadows, as if mocking silently. A dense throng, likely numbering in the hundreds, with more dark figures converging from afar, surged towards this location like an encroaching tide. The air was saturated with a faintly sweet, metallic odor, characteristic of the aberrant beasts, yet distinctively different, imbued with a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Be prepared to assist me with your mental energy at any moment, Lu Ming commanded. As he pushed open the cockpit door, brandishing his battle blade, he stepped onto the deck, a flicker of thunderous power igniting in his eyes, exuding an overwhelming aura of dominance. This time, the monsters did not rush forth as before. Instead, they merely locked gazes with Lu Ming from a distance. Unlike Lu Ming's impassive demeanor, their faces retained that chilling, perpetual grin, appearing even more grotesque under the moonlight. What are they waiting for? Lu Ming's mind raced. The gathering of these creatures. Could it be that they intended to strike only once their numbers reached a critical mass? No. It was more plausible that they awaited the arrival of a formidable contender. With this thought in mind, Lu Ming promptly sent a voice message to the plump one. As the call connected, the sleepy voice of the plump one, still shrouded in drowsiness, emerged. Hello? It's not yet time for the shift change. What's up? Lu Ming's voice was low yet composed. The creatures from last time have returned. Come immediately. On the other end, the plump one's bleary eyes instantly sharpened, and he sprang from his bed, hastily donning his combat attire with unprecedented agility. The shell of the equatorial guinea opened with a resounding click, and his corpulent form leaped forth like a predatory vulture, landing deftly on the deck with a few strategic hops. His diminutive wings fluttering within his attire before he steadied himself beside Lu Ming, his demeanor alert as he surveyed the surroundings. The shell closed once more. At that moment, Luo Mingqi also emerged from the cockpit, her mental energy sweeping through the throng of monsters like invisible tendrils, her brow furrowed in concern. The three of them stood resolutely on the deck, gazing ahead at the ever-expanding, silent sea of grinning monstrosities.